The outer gods, known as the absolute beings, had reigned supreme since time immemorial. Omnipotent and eternal, they were the architects of countless universes, weaving existence itself with their boundless power. In their tireless pursuit of purpose, they forged endless matter, crafted souls, and inscribed unbreakable laws into the fabric of reality. Through creation, they sought fulfillment, an answer to the void within, hoping that, in the infinite sprawl of what they birthed, they might find meaning. But in time, even the marvels of Genesis lost their allure. The endless cycle of creation and expansion dulled to monotony, no longer stirring wonder in their timeless hearts. To escape the creeping rot of boredom, the outer gods turned to a cruel diversion. They seeded conflict among their own creations, igniting wars that spanned galaxies. Death and chaos became their sport as they watched worlds clash and civilizations crumble. Destruction gave rise to rebirth, and the bloodshed became a theater of eternal spectacle, endlessly feeding the discontent of their creators. But then, something unimaginable shattered the pattern. Amid one of these ceaseless wars, an absolute being fell, slain by the hand of one of their own creations. The shock of it rippled through the planes. Across dimensions, the remaining absolute beings converge, drawn to the world now devoid of its master. Yet no grief was shared. No fury sparked over the defiance that had slain one of their own. Instead, what stirred within them was a gnawing hunger, a shared thirst for the power left behind. They cared little for their fallen kin. What mattered now was the forsaken realm where that boundless power remained unclaimed. And in that moment, desire eclipsed all else. Thus began a war not driven by justice or vengeance, but by unbridled greed. The outer gods, in silent accord, accepted a single truth: whoever seized the masterless power first would rightfully claim it. And with that unspoken pact, their collective gaze fell upon the forsaken world, setting into motion a descent that would forever alter the course of existence. Far beneath the grand workings of the universe, a high school basked in the warm embrace of sunlight. It was graduation day, and inside one of its crowded classrooms, Suho sat back on his desk with a relaxed grin, casually announcing his acceptance into the prestigious Korea University of Arts. His classmates seated across from him stared in stunned disbelief, their jaws slack as they tried to process the news. Suho, however, laughed with genuine relief, his joy unfiltered, as he celebrated his hard-won escape from years of academic grind. As the commotion eased, Lee Yun-cheol stepped forward, clapping slowly as he approached. His congratulations sounded sincere, yet something in his tone betrayed a sharp edge of doubt. Yun-cheol confessed he'd never imagined Suho had such talent, asking with a raised brow when he'd even started. But Suho responded with effortless confidence, thanking him instead, joking that his chaotic presence had helped make high school more bearable. The jab hit its mark, and the tight line of Yun-cheol's mouth spoke volumes. A few feet away, two girls watched the interaction unfold. They whispered quietly, commenting on how immature Yun-cheol still acted, especially on a day meant for celebration. One of them shook her head, wondering aloud why he continued to stir trouble for someone simply trying to live a quiet life after his parents went missing. The tension snapped. Without warning, Yun-cheol lunged forward, fist flying straight at Suho. But Suho's reflexes were sharp. His hand caught Yun-cheol's head mid-motion, and in one fluid movement, he drove a knee hard into his face. The room fell silent as Suho stood his ground, composed yet cold, asserting control without a single wasted motion. But even before he could relish the moment, something shifted. Blood dripped from Yun-cheol's nose, yet he remained standing. His lips curled into a grin, not one of pain, but of something darker, more primal. A strange energy flickered around him, invisible but undeniable, as if something buried deep within had just awakened. Swinging again, Yoon Cheol hurled a punch with staggering force, but Suho slipped past it effortlessly just as the strike crashed into a locker, warping the metal with a deep, echoing dent. Suho froze, his eyes narrowing as he registered the unnatural strength behind the blow. Across from him, Yoon Cheol stood stunned, staring at his trembling fist, now faintly pulsing with energy. Confusion warred with exhilaration across his face. Whatever force now stirred inside him, it wasn't natural. And Suho, still poised but now unsettled, couldn't shake the feeling. This was no longer a schoolyard grudge. It was the first tremor of something far more dangerous beginning to rise. 3 years had passed, and Suho was now a sophomore in college. As he strolled down a bustling street, his attention was abruptly drawn to a disturbance near the corner. A growing crowd had formed, and at its center, several Hunter Association employees were stationed, directing students away from the area and into a side building for their scheduled classes. Their voices carried urgency, repeatedly warning everyone to stay clear. A gate had opened nearby, and hunters were in the middle of a raid. Though the officials outside maintained a calm facade, a subtle tension lingered, not just in their tone, but in the air itself. Suho could feel it, stirring something deep within him. His thoughts drifted back 3 years, to when the world had changed beyond recognition with the sudden appearance of the gates. Portals to dungeons filled with monsters, these gates became the source of endless fear and danger. From within them emerged creatures bent on destruction, but humanity didn't fall. In response, certain individuals awakened to extraordinary powers, gaining the ability to wield mana. These people were called Awakeners, superhumans who stood between civilization and ruin. In the chaos that followed the initial outbreak of gates, order was restored through the efforts of an Awakener named Wu Jinchul. He established the Hunter Association, a unifying force that brought all Awakeners under one banner, giving rise to the professional title of Hunter. Through his leadership, the world restructured itself, and a new society emerged, one where hunters stood at the top. Now seated in his art class, Suho found himself reflecting on that very divide. For someone unawakened like him, life was an uphill battle. While those blessed with mana enjoyed fame, status, and wealth, the rest were left struggling. It was an unfair balance, one that reminded Suho constantly of his own limitations. This reliance on hunters was both a source of comfort and a quiet humiliation. The world owed its continued existence to them, yet the unawakened lived in constant fear, knowing they were powerless to protect themselves. Suho's thoughts often turned to his missing parents and the hollow ache their absence left behind. That helplessness weighed heavily, gnawing at the edges of his resolve. He wondered how his father, a man now blurred by time, might have dealt with such powerlessness. Lost in the tide of thought, Suho was suddenly pulled back to the present. His teacher stood nearby, observing his work with quiet curiosity. With a warm nod, the teacher praised Suho's focus and asked about the subject of his drawing. Suho glanced down at the sketch before him, an ant-like creature, but there was something peculiar about it. Despite its insectoid form, the figure had disturbingly human features. The teacher chuckled softly, calling it an ant person, amused by its strange uniqueness. But for Suho, the image felt unsettling, as though it had emerged not from imagination, but from somewhere deeper, buried in the recesses of his mind without conscious thought. Outside the building, the scene at the gate had shifted. The gathered crowd leaned forward in anticipation as the hunters finally began to emerge. Their postures were calm, composed, suggesting that the mission had gone smoothly. At the head of the squad stood Kim Jong-soo, the raid leader. He approached a nearby association employee and began delivering the report. The gate had been cleared, the threat neutralized, but his tone was grim as he added a strange detail. Inside the dungeon, they had encountered a new type of monster. These creatures had humanoid forms and were marked by an eerie blue flame that burned from their eyes and mouths. They fought with claws and fangs, beastly and feral. Despite the unsettling appearance, Jongsu had assured the official that the monsters were weak. He even pointed to a scratch on his arm, noting that he hadn't suffered any significant damage. Yet, behind his words, lingered unease. He insisted that the strange creatures should be investigated, even if they seemed harmless. The official nodded, instructing Youngsu to submit a detailed account, but as Youngsu turned to leave, something shifted inside him. The cut on his arm ignited, glowing with the same eerie blue flame he had just described. The burning sensation surged through him, locking his body in place as his limbs began to tremble. In the blink of an eye, his weapons clattered to the ground. His body twisted unnaturally. Panic set in around him, but it was already too late. Jongsu's features contorted into something monstrous, his mouth stretching unnaturally wide before he lunged forward and snapped the neck of the nearest employee. The sound of bones breaking echoed in the air as blood sprayed across the pavement. The carnage escalated swiftly as Jongsu, now fully transformed into something inhuman, tore through another hunter without hesitation. Chaos consumed the area as screams rose and people scattered, but the nightmare didn't end with Jongsu. One after another, the hunters who had returned from the gate began to transform. Their eyes lit with the same unholy flame, and their monstrous instincts overtook them. They attacked without mercy, their new forms bringing death to all in reach. The sounds of terror soon reached the classroom. Students turned toward the window, curiosity quickly giving way to horror. Outside, the sight defied understanding. Civilians and hunters alike were engulfed by the spreading blue flames, their bodies twisting into monsters. Panic settled into the room as no one knew what to do. Frozen in fear, Suho's eyes locked onto one of the creatures, perched like a predator on a nearby rooftop. An unspoken instinct told him that danger was coming, but before he could react, the monster leapt, its body moving with impossible speed. Glass shattered violently as the creature burst into the classroom and struck down a student, devouring him instantly. Screams rang out as chaos erupted. Desks were overturned, students trampled one another, all scrambling toward the exit. Suho, just as terrified as the rest, joined the frantic rush for the exit, but then, amidst the panic, he spotted a girl pinned under a broken desk, her voice hoarse as she cried for help. His legs stopped moving. For a moment, he considered running to her, saving her, but the fear was stronger. Shutting his eyes, he turned away and ran, whispering to himself that he needed to find a hunter. Yet the guilt was immediate. Every step felt heavier, his thoughts filled with self-loathing. He had left someone to die, and the truth of his weakness was clearer than ever. Being unawakened wasn't just a disadvantage, it was a curse, a life of powerlessness, of helpless excuses. But then, something stirred in his memory, a dream, not one of fantasy, but one that had lingered with vivid clarity. In it, he had fought through floor after floor, battling stronger and stronger monsters, leveling up with each victory. At the top of that dream tower, he had faced a formidable enemy, an overwhelming force whose power was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. But what lingered most in his memory wasn't the strength of the foe, but the identity. It wasn't a stranger or some faceless beast, it was his father. Though an adversary in the dream, his father stood as a towering symbol of unshakable power and quiet resilience. Suho had always remembered his father that way, as someone who stood firm in the face of any challenge, and slowly, clarity began to form within him. With the image of his father etched in his mind, Suho turned around and sprinted back toward the classroom, no longer running from fear, but toward something greater. Back in the classroom, the girl's cries thinned to a whisper as the monster closed in. She saw her death in its movements, and her tears slipped free in helpless surrender. The beast lunged, jaws wide and final, but before its fangs could close, A brutal crack echoed through the room as Suho returned, wielding a fire extinguisher, and drove it with all his strength into the creature's jaw. The impact landed clean and hard, sending the monster staggering backward. Suho stood frozen, gripping the bent canister like a lifeline as reality rushed in. He knew better than anyone. An unawakened had no chance. His blow shouldn't have made a difference. But then the world stopped. Time itself seemed to halt. The sounds vanished, the air grew still, and everything around him hung in suspension. The girl, the monster, all frozen in place. In the silence, a faint chime echoed, and before Suho, a glowing notification appeared. The system congratulated him. He had fulfilled the conditions of a hidden quest titled Courage of the Weak. Before he could process it, another message followed, this one offering a choice, an invitation to become a player. The words hit him like déjà vu, echoes of the recurring dream that haunted his nights. The dream where he fought monsters, leveled up, challenged a tower, and pursued a dark figure that wore his father's face. This wasn't a fantasy anymore. It was real. In a world where only the strong survived, the offer wasn't a blessing. It was a necessity. And Suho didn't hesitate. He accepted. A radiant light surged through the room, engulfing everything in brilliance. Another chime followed, final and affirming, declaring Suho's rebirth as a player. But with that power came a warning. This was no simulation, and he had only one life to live. And Suho, lips curling into a steady grin, embraced it without fear. He had made his choice. New instructions followed without delay, assigning Suho his first quest. He was to defeat the entity known as Mistburn, standing before him, and begin gaining strength through leveling up. The name seared itself into his mind, anchoring itself as the first step of his ascent. Then, the world stirred with it. The frozen air gave way. Time lurched forward. The stillness unraveled as reality snapped back into motion. The girl gasped, eyes snapping into focus as Suho shouted for her to run. Panic took hold as she scrambled to her feet, bolting without a second thought. Suho's vision sharpened with sudden clarity, revealing details he had never noticed before. Hovering above the figures before him were names, status-like tags that floated mid-air, identifying two unawakened victims and one distorted figure ominously labeled as a D-rank Mistburn. The creatures instantly charged at Suho with unrelenting ferocity, but Suho, brimming with confidence from his awakening, didn't falter this time. He swung the extinguisher with brutal force, landing the blow squarely on the nearest monster and sending it reeling. Without pause, he followed through, rolling his fist into a devastating punch that struck with bone-crushing power, launching the creature upward until it slammed against the ceiling with a heavy thud. Staring at his fist, Suho stood stunned, barely able to grasp the strength now coursing through his body. The reality of his awakening was just beginning to settle when another beast lunged at him. He reacted on instinct, his body moving faster than thought, and lashed out with a flying kick that drove the second monster into the ground, leaving it crumpled and unmoving. As the chaos unfolded, system notifications blinked into his vision, confirming his progress. The quest was complete, and rewards had been granted for defeating the Mistburns. A wave of satisfaction surged through him as his transformation began to feel real. Now fully fueled, Suho moved quickly to confront the last remaining beast. His fist slammed into its face with a thunderous blow, but unlike the others, this one barely staggered. Suho froze in disbelief, realizing this D-rank Mistburn could endure his strength. Before he could consider his next move, the creature retaliated, slashing its claws deep into his chest. Pain exploded across Suho's body as a guttural growl escaped his lips. Gritting his teeth, he launched a desperate kick that hurled the beast away from him, buying a moment of space. His mind reeled as he looked at the bleeding wound across his chest, the terrifying realization hitting him. If he took too much damage, he risked becoming a magic beast himself. Fear gripped him briefly, but before the dread could settle, a new notification appeared. The system had detected a harmful status effect and neutralized it immediately, thanks to the passive effect of longevity granted to him earlier. The word sparked recognition. He had seen the trait in his status window before, but only now did its value become clear. The D-rank Mistburn wasn't finished. It surged forward and pinned Suho to the ground with a crushing blow. Caught off guard, Suho struggled to block the onslaught, barely surviving under the monster's weight. Its jaws crept closer, ready to end him. Desperation kicked in as Suho scanned the system interface and spotted the option to claim his reward. Without hesitation, he activated it. A surge of energy tore through him, boosting his stats and amplifying his strength. He let out a roar and summoned everything he had, forcing the beast off him and sending it crashing across the room. Yet even now, the Mistburn remained unfazed. Its glowing eyes locked onto him once again, full of murderous intent. But this time, Suho struck first, delivering a hard punch to the creature's face. Blood spattered from the impact, but the monster still refused to fall. Frustration gnawed at him as he realized even this enhanced strength wasn't enough. With no other option, Suho opened the system again and poured every reward point he had into his strength stat. Another surge coursed through his body, raw and explosive. His fist tightened as he launched into an unrelenting assault. His next strike landed with such force it sent shockwaves through the air, but he didn't stop. Blow after blow rained down, each strike fueling his momentum as he marveled at his growth. Unlike other awakeners locked in fixed ranks, he could level up. He could evolve beyond the limits of the system. The sound of crumbling concrete and shattering glass echoed around him as the battle reached its peak. With each hit, Suho's confidence surged, the weight of the impossible falling away. Finally, with one last powerful blow, Suho shattered the creature completely, reducing the Mistburn to dust. Standing amidst the wreckage, chest heaving and blood still drying across his skin, Suho clenched his fists. He had awakened, not just as a hunter, but as something far more. Soon, notifications masked his vision, confirming the defeat of the D-rank Mistburn, accompanied by the familiar chime of leveling up. Suho let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding as he sank to the floor, exhaustion and relief washing over him. A wave of courage surged within, and as a quiet smile crossed his lips, he made a silent vow to use this strength not just for survival, but to protect those in danger and bring an end to the chaos spreading through the city. Confidence now threaded through his posture as he rose, his eyes drifting to the shattered window. Beyond it, the streets littered with wreckage. Yet for a fleeting moment, he felt grounded, certain of his purpose. That peace shattered instantly. From the smoke-choked distance, another figure emerged, dragging a massive sword through the rubble, its heavy blade carving sparks against the floor. With inhuman speed, it leapt high into the air and came crashing down where Suho stood. The impact rocked the building, sending tremors through the foundation as debris rained from above. Suho staggered back, shaken out of his brief reprieve, eyes locking onto the new threat. It was Kim Jong-soo, a former tank known for his C-rank abilities, now grotesquely transformed into a Mistburn. Suho's mind raced, trying to process the danger. Unlike the beasts he'd faced earlier, this one carried more than brute strength. It wielded a weapon and an intent that radiated pure malice. The difference in power was immediate and suffocating. Before he could fully weigh his chances, the creature lunged. Its massive sword cleaved through the air, ripping a deep scar into the wall beside him. Suho dodged by a hair's breadth as the blade missed his neck by inches. Now pinned against the wall, he felt the weight of the creature's presence. Its grin stretched wide as it raised its sword for the final blow. Desperate, Suho hurled the fire extinguisher in a last-ditch attempt to block the strike. The canister spun through the air, but the sword sliced cleanly through it, splitting it in two. Smoke erupted from the broken shell, enveloping the mistburn in a cloud of vapor. Seizing the moment, Suho darted into the hallway, vanishing into the haze. Each step felt heavier than the last as his thoughts spiraled. Facing a C-rank mistburn was beyond his current level. His stats, even after the recent boost, weren't enough. The gap in power wasn't just wide, it was dangerous. Panic clawed at his chest as he tried to formulate a plan. But, for now, all he could do was survive, hold out, and pray that real hunters would arrive before this nightmare consumed him too. The mistburn, relentless in its pursuit, suddenly halted mid-track. A twisted grin spread across its face as its predatory gaze shifted, locking onto three girls standing helplessly on a rooftop nearby. Oblivious to the encroaching threat, the girls clung to the faint hope of rescue, but hope had no place in the face of such speed. With a single explosive lunge, the mistburn closed the distance and swept through them in one merciless strike, leaving behind only silence and a streak of destruction. Suho froze in place, horror etched into his expression. His jaw tightened as rage surged through his chest, boiling beneath his skin. He had to act. Fueled by fury, he launched forward with a powerful leap, dropping a fierce kick onto the creature's neck, aiming to throw it off balance. But the mistburn barely flinched. It turned with a snap, its blade carving through the air where Suho had just stood. The near miss jolted Suho's senses. The stakes of this battle weren't just high, they were absolute. Still, retreat wasn't an option. He couldn't allow the creature to take another life. Gritting his teeth, Suho charged again, pouring every ounce of speed and strength into a flurry of punches. Each blow landed with force, but the mistburn didn't falter. Its blade sang through the air in sweeping arcs. Suho ducked and weaved, narrowly dodging each swing by inches. Finally, Suho spotted an opening. Seizing it, he surged forward and drove his knee into the creature's face. But instead of staggering back, the mistburn retaliated in an instant. Its blade slashed cleanly across Suho's torso, carving deep through flesh and muscle. Agony erupted through his body as blood sprayed across the ground. Without pause, the creature followed with a brutal kick that hurled Suho through the air. His body slammed into the wall like a lifeless doll, the impact jarring his bones and stealing the breath from his lungs. Pain anchored him to the edge of consciousness. His health bar, now clinging to a single sliver, flashed ominously in the corner of his vision. It was a miracle, perhaps a deliberate mercy from the system, that he hadn't died outright. The mistburn loomed closer, its twisted grin widening with cruel delight as it watched its prey writhe. Suho's limbs trembled, his body screaming in protest, but he pushed himself upright. Blood poured from his wounds, his vision swam, and yet he stood, fists clenched, spirit unbroken. But his defiance was betrayed by his body. The weight of his wounds caught up to him at last, and he collapsed with a hollow thud against the blood-slick floor. The mistburn advanced, savoring the moment, raising its blade to end him. Just then, the sky cracked. A bolt of black lightning, darker than the void itself, split through the heavens. A piercing screech followed, sharp and alien, as a massive figure descended from the clouds and crashed down with terrifying precision. The mistburn's blade arm was severed in an instant, torn clean off and sent hurtling through the air. Suho, barely conscious, eyes glazed with pain, caught a fleeting glimpse of the figure through the settling dust. A towering silhouette loomed over him, its insectoid limbs flexing and antennae twitching beneath the lightless sky. It was unmistakably an ant, yet unlike anything Suho had ever seen, an otherworldly presence radiating power and purpose, standing between him and death. Suho barely clung to life, his vision dimming as the ominous figure of an ant loomed over him, a savior born of shadows, Overwhelmed and drained, he finally gave in, collapsing into unconsciousness. Beru knelt swiftly at his side. A soft glow pulsed from his outstretched hands, washing over Suho's broken body in waves of healing warmth. The summon's expression twisted in sorrow as he whispered with regret, lamenting his delayed arrival. Then, rage overtook him. Black steam surged from Beru's body, cloaking him in a furious haze as his eyes locked onto the mistburn still standing amidst the rubble. His voice, low and venomous, crackled through the air as he spat out a promise of punishment for daring to lay a hand on his highness. A heartbeat later, the mistburn's torso exploded open. Blood sprayed across the ruined floor as its upper half was torn from its body, limbs scattering like debris caught in a storm. Beru, however, didn't let up. Like a shadow given life, Beru swept across the battlefield, tearing through every mistburn in sight. Blurs of black movement cut through the chaos, each strike brutal, precise, and absolute. His claws dug deep into flesh, rending apart anything that had dared to approach his young master. Within moments, the air fell silent. From a distance, police officers stared, frozen in place. The carnage that had engulfed the district just moments ago was now reduced to eerie stillness. The beasts were gone, erased with terrifying speed. None of them could comprehend what they had witnessed. Beru, his rage quieted, returned to Suho's side. He landed silently, folding his limbs close, and observed the boy with a gaze full of solemnity and something older, something bound by oath. Then he spoke, his voice deep and reverent, layered with time and loyalty as he greeted Suho, addressing him as the young monarch after a long time. The next moment, Suho's eyes snapped open as sterile white light flooded his vision. He found himself lying in a hospital bed, the lingering echoes of vivid dreams swirling in his mind. The image of the ant-like figure that had saved him refused to fade, and he murmured faintly about it. Just then, the shrill ring of his phone shattered the silence, dragging him back to the present. A frantic voice erupted from the other end, questioning his condition and immediately suggesting the need for awakened bodyguards for protection. It was his uncle, evidently shaken by the recent events. Suho, however, assured him he was all right, even if part of him still drifted back to the nightmare that had unfolded at the university. 2 days had passed, yet the incident at the Korea University of Arts continued to dominate headlines. Every news channel spoke of the mistburns, lethal creatures capable of infecting even hunters, transforming them into monsters. Criticism mounted against the Hunters Association for their delayed response, especially since the attack had occurred in a bustling city district. Yet, amid all the chaos, one question lingered unanswered: the complete eradication of all mistburns by an unknown force. As Suho mulled over the reports and tried to piece things together, he finally accepted that his awakening hadn't been a dream. But still, a nagging uncertainty lingered. He clearly remembered being torn open by the C-rank mistburn. By every rational measure, he should have died. Yet here he was, breathing, intact. Then, from the corners of the room, a voice pierced through the quiet. Beru stepped out from the shadows, his imposing insectoid form materializing with quiet dignity. He introduced himself formally and informed Suho that it had been his intervention that eliminated the mistburns. Suho jolted upright, alarmed by the sudden appearance. Meanwhile, Beru gazed at him with overwhelming emotion. Tears welled in the eyes of the mighty summon as he marveled at how much his young monarch had grown. As Beru continued speaking, Suho's mind reeled. Fragmented memories, long buried, began surfacing. Childhood flashes, flickers of dark, loyal creatures that had once stayed close to him, started knitting together into a half-forgotten truth as he recognized the ant. Beru continued, detailing the lengths he had gone to, how he crossed dimensions just to reunite with Suho. Yet Suho remained puzzled. the memories that had resurfaced only deepening his confusion as he questioned why he had once lived among such creatures and why those memories had faded until now. Even so, Suho's attention soon shifted as he noticed something odd. Beru, once towering and monstrous, was now smaller than he remembered. Beru, catching the observation, explained the mana toll of interdimensional travel, attributing his reduced size to the energy consumed during the journey. Glancing at the system window, Suho saw Beru registered as a private-grade entity. The insult sent Beru into a fury as he cursed the system for degrading him, a martial rank, to such a lowly status. Suho, unfazed by the outburst, stepped out of bed with new vigor, already sensing his body had been mended by Beru's efforts. The ant summon, clearly flustered, admitted that his main mission was to release Suho's sealed powers, though he was surprised and proud that Suho had already started breaking the seal on his own. But Suho's curiosity grew. He questioned the seal's origin, wondering aloud if it had any connection to the recurring dreams that haunted him. Beru's response struck him like thunder. The dream was not a mere illusion, but a memory, an echo of a life Suho had already lived. Beru revealed that the Shadow Monarch, Sung Jinwoo, had sealed both his powers and memories in an effort to gift him a peaceful, normal life. The revelation ignited a storm within Suho. Emotions surged as he grabbed the Ant King, with trembling hands, shaken by the truth. Beru was tied to his father, the man who had vanished from his life so long ago. Beru, unfazed and calm, gently peeled the truth open further. Jinwoo hadn't abandoned him. He had left Earth to fight a war in outer space, a war against invaders, gods known as the Atarim, who had begun sending apostles to Earth to weaken its defenses. The Mistburns, the monsters, the destabilized gates. It was all connected, the ripple effect of that cosmic conflict. Suho absorbed the truth silently until another thought gripped him. He turned his eyes toward Beru and asked if his mother, who had vanished the same day his father disappeared, had gone with him as well. Beru's sudden reaction betrayed the truth. Hai-In hadn't been with Jinwoo. But then the realization struck, sharp and jarring, as Beru grasped the weight of what that meant. His liege's queen was missing. Panic twisted through him as he pieced together the only possibility. The Atarim had moved in secret, weaving a sinister plot on Earth that had separated Hai-In from Jinwoo. The idea enraged Suho that the Atarim were likely the ones responsible for tearing his family apart. Beru's gaze softened, his voice low as he asked the question Suho had never dared to answer. Did he wish to see his parents again? There was no hesitation. Years of isolation and unanswered questions boiled over within Suho. The longing that had never quieted found its voice at last. Beru nodded solemnly. There was a way. He explained that while the Shadow Monarch couldn't return to Earth due to the ongoing war, Suho could grow strong enough to find them himself. The key to that strength lay in unlocking the dormant potential within him. With that said, Beru retrieved an ominous key from the shadows and encouraged Suho to press forward. A system notification shortly followed, detailing the conditions of his next challenge. As the son of the Shadow Monarch, immense power lay sealed within him. To access it, Suho would need to enter the Shadow Dungeon and overcome its trials. The key shimmered faintly in his hand, pulsing with power. It wasn't meant for locks in the physical world. It was designed to interact with his very shadow. Following Beru's instructions, Suho hesitated only briefly before pressing the key to the darkness beneath his feet and twisting it. The shadow yielded like water, pulling the key inward as though welcoming it. A surge of dark energy erupted from the ground, engulfing the room in twisting tendrils. Space itself groaned and shifted until a portal took form before him. Beru's voice rang with purpose, urging Suho to step through and claim what had always been his. Suho stood at the threshold, mind spinning. War, gods, a father fighting in the stars. It all sounded like fiction, and yet the pulsing reality before him was undeniable. If there was even a sliver of hope to see his family again, no price was too high. With resolve burning in his gaze, Suho made his choice. He would grow stronger, no matter what it demanded of him. Behind him, Beru remained silent, his thoughts drifting to his final moments with the Shadow Monarch. He had knelt before Jinwoo, receiving the command to return to Earth, to awaken Suho's powers and memories should the war's influence reach their world. Jinwoo's voice had been clear, but he had left room for choice, discretion that now fell upon Beru's shoulders. And now, in this new chapter, Beru accepted that responsibility fully. He would remain by Suho's side, guide him, protect him, and ensure his rise. As the two crossed the threshold, the portal sealed itself behind them as they emerged into a world swallowed by shadows, a dominion of darkness where no living being was welcome unless granted permission by its master. They had arrived in the Shadow Dungeon. As Suho took in his surroundings, the monochrome ruins of a city swallowed by an eerie forest of shadows stirred something deep within him, an odd familiarity he couldn't quite explain. Suddenly, a system notification blinked into view, marking the start of a survival quest. The message stated clearly that the inhabitants of the Shadow Dungeon would not accept him as their master unless he proved his worth. The objective was simple: survive for 4 hours. The timer had already begun. Suho immediately braced himself, instincts sharp, while Beru stood nearby with a tense edge in his voice, warning Suho to stay alert. Just then, a ripple of danger surged through the air. A blur sliced through the silence, aimed directly at Suho's head. Suho's reflexes kicked in instantly. Spinning around, he delivered a swift and powerful kick to the source, intercepting the ambush. A goblin scout, axe in hand, snarled in frustration as it hit the ground. Suho's eyes flicked upward, noting the name tag hovering above the creature's head. A scout. That could only mean more were nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, Suho lunged forward, determined to finish it off before it could alert others. The goblin raised its axe in a feeble defense, but Suho was quicker. A sharp strike to the neck disarmed the creature, and before it could recover, Suho brought the stolen axe down in a decisive blow. The goblin crumpled, lifeless. Suho allowed a brief smile to cross his face, pleased at having neutralized the first threat. But the moment was short-lived. A sharp, piercing sound shrieked through the air, too deliberate to be the wind. His gaze snapped upward to find a goblin perched on a lamppost, blowing into a horn. The call was unmistakable. Reinforcements were coming. A nervous grin curled at Suho's lips as his eyes met the approaching wave. From the alleys, rooftops, and ruined buildings, goblins poured forth, their name tags flashing more ominous titles. They were coordinated, strategic, and many. Suho turned swiftly to Beru, requesting help, but the Ant King refused. He advised that conserving mana for more dangerous foes would be wiser, suggesting this skirmish wasn't worth tapping into his reserves. Beru hadn't even finished when the goblins charged. Sensing the rising danger, Suho tapped into his latent ability, activating the ruler's authority. The axe, still embedded in the dead goblin's head, trembled, then shot into Suho's hand with a sharp jerk. In a single fluid motion, he released it, letting it slice cleanly through the throats of 3 goblins as they rushed him. The surreal sensation of control coursed through Suho as he marveled at his newfound power. It felt almost instinctive, as though an invisible hand extended from him. Suddenly, an arrow sliced through the air, but Suho reacted swiftly, intercepting its path mid-flight. Snapping his gaze toward the source, he spotted a goblin archer poised on a rooftop, its bow already knocked for a second shot. Without missing a beat, Suho summoned a strand of mana, shaping it into a makeshift bow, and loosed it. The arrow launched like a bullet, striking the goblin squarely in the head. From a distance, Beru watched intently, his eyes shining with a mix of admiration and concern as he observed Suho's swift adaptability, noting how the young monarch's childhood echoed the beginnings of a legendary hero. Even now, Suho's journey echoed those first steps. The very power that once made him an outcast in peace had now found purpose against the apostles of Itarim. Perhaps, Beru thought, the world's survival rested in this inherited strength. Back on the battlefield, Suho moved like a tempest. Blades, fists, and mana surged around him as goblins fell in quick succession. The enemies found no rhythm, no room to strike effectively. Before long, a system notification appeared, announcing that he had leveled up. Pausing to absorb the moment, he barely had time to reflect before a sharp, agonizing pain tore through his back. One of the goblins had managed to sneak past his guard and plunge its blade into him. Clenching his teeth against the pain, Suho's gaze narrowed as the goblin grinned triumphantly. That smile faded fast as Suho twisted and delivered a brutal punch to its face, sending it crashing into the rubble. Beru's concern deepened, his voice rising as he called out, but Suho's focus didn't waver. Another presence made itself known, one far more dangerous than the others. From the horde emerged a centurion. Its towering form and blood-red eyes radiated menace as it fixed its gaze on Suho, like a predator sizing up its prey. Still reeling from the earlier wound, Suho gritted his teeth and yanked the dagger from his back. His health was dropping fast, but pain only served to sharpen his will. With unwavering resolve, he hurled the dagger with all his strength. The blade cut through the horde, carving a clean path as it drove straight into the centurion's chest. The creature staggered back, its roar echoing across the battlefield. Amid the chaos, Suho stood tall. The powerlessness that had once defined him was gone. In its place was a thrill, a sense of purpose he had never known before. But the battle was far from over. The remaining goblins swarmed in, attacking with savage precision. Blades flashed, spears flew, and blood spilled freely. Suho endured every wound, every blow, yet his eyes never wavered from the enemy. He ignored the dwindling numbers on his status window. All that mattered was pushing forward. Each swing of his weapon was an act of defiance against his limits. With every kill, every dodge, he grew faster, and in the heart of that battlefield, he unlocked new skills, leveled up, adapted. One by one, the goblins fell until none remained. Silence returned to the battlefield. The streets lay littered with goblin corpses, their bodies sprawled across broken pavement and ruined buildings. Bloodied and breathing hard, Suho collapsed onto the roof of a derelict car, catching his breath. A system notification confirmed what he already knew. The survival quest had ended. Beru clapped with delight at Suho's victory, though the young monarch didn't hide his irritation at having received no aid. Another notification soon followed, this time offering a reward for completing the quest. Suho accepted, curiosity flickering in his eyes. As the details unfolded, his breath caught. The reward was a runestone containing the ability Shadow Extraction. The words alone seized his attention. From his vantage point, Beru beamed with pride. That the young monarch would inherit such a signature power filled him with joy. Meanwhile, Suho observed the changes in himself. This awakening wasn't just physical. It came with a system, a path for growth, and skills unlocked by effort. It was like being the protagonist of a story where the odds were stacked in his favor. Beru confirmed Suho's suspicions with a chuckle, explaining that this system had been designed specifically to ensure his development and survival. With playful sarcasm, he compared Suho's journey to being born with a divine cheat code. Suho made a sour face at that, though his attention quickly shifted to the runestone now glowing in his palm. Without hesitation, he crushed it, absorbing the energy as the knowledge of the new skill flooded into him. A message popped up, detailing the constraints of shadow extraction. Success was dependent on the target's stats and how much time had passed since death. For now, Suho was limited to only 3 extractions at most. The clarity hit him all at once. He could now create shadow soldiers. Beru expanded on the thought, calling the skill the cornerstone of the Shadow Monarch's authority, a gift that once turned the tide of history. Suho pondered the implications. It was similar to necromancy, yet bound by its own logic and laws. Ready to test it, Suho extended his hand over a nearby goblin corpse. A prompt appeared, asking him to define a command word to activate the skill. Suho paused, thinking carefully, wanting something simple yet meaningful. Then, with calm resolve, he whispered a word that felt etched in his blood: "Arise." Upon the command, shadows writhed and surged from the goblin corpses scattered across the ruined street as the air thickened with a sinister energy, accompanied by faint echoes of twisted goblin laughter. 3 shadow goblins emerged, their forms cloaked in boiling darkness. They stood before Suho, silent, hollow-eyed, and ready to serve their new master. He observed them closely, noting their sluggish movements and dulled presence, when Beru, quick to elaborate, explained that newly extracted shadows were often weaker than they were in life, with reduced size and diminished power. It was simply the nature of fresh summons. Suho nodded slowly, taking it in, but his brow furrowed as he noticed another constraint. The system noted that his summons would vanish after a single day. He pointed this out with a hint of frustration, prompting a surprised reaction from Beru. The Ant King hadn't expected that omission and soon realized Suho lacked the shadow storage skill, a crucial ability that allowed shadows to exist beyond the 24-hour limit. With a faint trace of disappointment in his tone, Beru reassured him that the skill would eventually come as he grew stronger, though, for now, he'd have to make do with his limitations. Suho appreciated the explanation and nodded, offering a quiet thanks for Beru's steady guidance. But another problem had begun gnawing at him. His stomach had been growling for a while now, an ugly guttural sound that reminded him he hadn't eaten in nearly 2 days. The physical toll of survival was catching up fast, and finding food had become his next priority. He asked Beru how they could leave, and the summon replied that the Shadow Dungeon key granted them the ability to exit at any time. Wasting no time, Suho activated the key, and within moments they were back in the hospital, inside its empty cafeteria. He made a straight line for the food, devouring each bite with a sense of awe. Even the simplest meal tasted like a delicacy after everything he'd endured. Beru, watching from a short distance, quietly observed his young master pump his fist and begin outlining the tasks ahead. The first mission was already clear: protect Earth from the invasion of monsters from outer space. To accomplish this, Suho needed to enter dungeons, hunt beasts, and grow stronger by leveraging the system that governed his leveling. The second mission was personal, heavy with emotion. It was the search for Hai-In, Suho's mother. Her disappearance was a scar Beru refused to let fade. The path forward was uncertain, but one thing was obvious. Entering dungeons was not just about strength, but also survival and potentially finding clues about her whereabouts. As Suho finalized his goals, Beru stepped forward with a third mission of his own. Stripped of his former rank and reduced to that of a private-grade soldier, the proud Ant King wished to regain his former glory. To recover his strength, Beru needed anything infused with magic to consume. Though the method was clumsy and inefficient compared to the nourishment once provided by the Shadow Monarch, it was the only option now available to him. Suho mentally filed away every objective, preparing himself for the journey ahead. But before they could begin, Beru reminded him of the basics. Suho would need to become a licensed hunter if he wanted to enter dungeons legally. And for that, a visit to the Hunter Association was necessary to undergo the mandatory magic power measurement test. Suho agreed without hesitation, already curious about what rank the system would assign him as an awakener. However, The excitement fizzled the moment the Hunter Association employee greeted him with a disheartening result. His magic power was measured in the low 40s, and he was officially categorized as an E-rank hunter. The words stung. Disappointment settled deep in his chest as he left the building, unsatisfied with the outcome. Beru, ever observant, attempted to comfort Suho by explaining that hunter ranks were determined primarily by magic levels, and since Suho had poured his early stat points into raw strength, his magic stat had naturally lagged behind. But despite the logic, Suho found little comfort in the explanation. He stared down at his hands that had wielded the shadow authority, that had summoned soldiers and crushed goblins with ease, now labeled inadequate by the system that governed this world. The question began to fester in his mind. Could someone ranked so low truly protect the planet? Beru, still loyal at his side, reminded him that the system wasn't fixed. He could still level up, still raise his stats and power as a hunter. But even then, reality posed another challenge. Low-ranked hunters were rarely accepted into raid parties. Just as despair began to claw at him, Suho's thoughts shifted to the structure of dungeon raids. He recalled how raid teams were divided into specific roles. The strike squad faced monsters head-on, the hauling team collected carcasses for resources, and the mining team dug through the depths for materials. Of those, only the elite were chosen for combat. The rest often accepted low-ranked hunters without hesitation. The realization carved out a slim but essential path for Suho. Despite being an E-ranker, he now had a valid means to enter dungeons. The next day, driven by renewed determination, Suho entered his first dungeon as an official awakener. This time, he wasn't part of a battle group. He'd joined the mining team. The labor was intense and unforgiving, demanding raw physical effort rather than combat skill, but it was a start, and it was all he needed. The opportunity had come through someone familiar, Lim Dogyun, the teaching assistant from the Korean University of Arts. Suho was grateful, knowing Lim was the only other awakener he personally knew, and working alongside a senior brought him a sense of reassurance. But Lim struggled with his own burden. After introducing Suho to the mining team, he bowed his head in a quiet apology, admitting the guilt that had plagued him ever since the dungeon break. As the only awakener present during the incident, he had fled, abandoning the others in fear. The memory haunted him, and he expected judgment for it. But Suho, calm and steady, simply told him to raise his head. With a firm voice, he reminded Lim that survival was their priority. As E-rank awakeners, there was no shame in retreating from an unwinnable battle. Suho assured him he'd made the right call that day. Lim seemed stunned by the remark, more so when Suho casually revealed his own rank. The shock deepened when Suho mentioned his magic power barely touched the low 40s, an unusually low number even among E-rankers. Lim's mind reeled. He vividly remembered the rooftop that day. Suho had been there, standing against monsters when everyone else had run. The image didn't align with someone possessing such pitiful mana. It didn't make sense. But his train of thought was shattered when Beru emerged from the shadows. The sudden appearance startled Lim so badly, he fell to his knees, panic flashing in his eyes. To him, Beru looked no different from the magic beasts they were taught to fear. Suho swiftly stepped in to defuse the tension, reassuring Lim that Beru was his summon and posed no danger. He hoped the words would settle his companion's shaken nerves. Yet Lim, still trembling, struggled to make sense of it all. Meanwhile, Suho's gaze drifted toward the shadowed tunnel stretching deep into the dungeon. The muffled echoes of the strike squad's battle drifted faintly through the stone corridors as he silently took in the sight, the weight of the unknown stretching out before him. Inside the dungeon, the strike squad advanced cautiously, their senses sharp as they hunted down monsters. So far, only wolf-type magic beasts had appeared sporadically, offering little value to their cause. Still, the hunters grudgingly pressed forward, combing through every shadowed corner in hopes of finding something worthwhile. Just then, one of them called out, drawing everyone's attention to a side path he had discovered. With renewed curiosity, the squad followed the trail, their anticipation mounting as they came upon a massive ruin hidden deep within the dungeon. Its towering structure loomed above them, casting a long, ominous shadow that sent a chill through the air. Tension rose as the hunters instinctively scanned the area for threats. Their attention soon shifted to a lone sword embedded deep in the ground at the center of the ruins. It pulsed with an aura of mystery and raw power, instantly drawing every gaze. The squad approached cautiously, awe mixing with greed as they speculated on its worth, their voices laced with disbelief. Had they stumbled upon a true jackpot? Unable to resist, one of the hunters, Kim Youngjun, stepped forward with the clear intent to claim the weapon. The squad leader immediately called out a warning, reminding him of the dangers and traps often tied to such discoveries, but Kim paid no heed and gripped the hilt without hesitation. As he began to pull the weapon, the atmosphere shifted violently. The air thickened, the light dimmed, and in an instant, the ruin twisted into a blood-red cavern. From the encroaching darkness, countless piercing eyes emerged, their hateful gazes suffocating the space with a wave of malice. Still, Kim yanked the blade free, and for a brief moment, the oppressive energy faded. The squad leader exhaled, believing the worst had passed, but before relief could settle, Kim turned, his eyes now hollow with something inhuman, and in a flash, he struck. The sword cleaved through the squad leader, felling him before anyone could react. Blood soaked the stone floor as the rest of the hunters stood frozen in horror, unable to process the sudden turn. Kim's form twisted and changed, his body morphing into something wild and predatory. His voice, now warped with a bestial growl, echoed across the chamber. The Monarch of Fangs had awakened within him, his words a chilling decree as he vowed to kill all who dared lay hands on his sword. Inside the dungeon, chaos had already erupted. Following Hunter Kim's transformation into a feral beast, his brain echoed with the same relentless command, kill the intruders within the domain of the Monarch. The hunters, frozen in terror, tried to escape, but there was no exit. The Monarch of Fangs, now in full control of Kim's body, lunged at the helpless hunters, turning the dungeon into a massacre within moments. Meanwhile, beyond the bloodied corridors, the mining zone echoed steadily, with the sound of pickaxes chipping away at the glowing mana crystals embedded in the walls. Suho had put his 3 shadow goblins to work, watching them mine with inhuman efficiency and precision. Pride flickered in his eyes at the sight, until Beru, hovering nearby, gently reminded him of their original purpose in the dungeon, to grow stronger, to level up. But Suho, ever attentive, hadn't lost focus. He acted swiftly, reminding the Ant King that his strength could be restored right here, in this very place. Beru, caught off guard by the remark, tilted his head curiously and asked how. Suho simply pointed toward the scattered fragments of mana stones that littered the floor and gestured for Beru to scavenge the crumbs left behind. Though reluctant, the mighty Ant King complied, lowering himself to chew on the shards of crystallized mana. Just then, without warning, a jolt surged through Beru. A primal instinct flared within him as he bellowed in alarm, warning Suho of the presence of a monarch nearby. The abrupt shift in tone startled Suho, who paused to ask if it was his father. But Beru quickly denied it. This aura carried no trace of Jinwoo. It was raw, savage, and reeked of beasts. At the same moment, deep in the distance, the miners sensed it too. A low unease rippled through them as faint growls echoed from the dim caverns once meant to house the strike squad. Their instincts hadn't betrayed them. From the shadows emerged eyes glowing red, sharp, and menacing. A pack of beast-like wolves stepped into view, their presence steeped in bloodlust. Fear surged through the miners as their leader screamed for everyone to evacuate. One desperate worker, paralyzed by terror, tried defending himself with a pickaxe, but the creature's jaws crushed the weapon like dry wood, leaving the man defenseless. His cry for help pierced the air just as the beast lunged. But before its fangs could reach him, Suho intervened, driving a pickaxe straight through the wolf's skull and halting it mid-charge. Without hesitation, he shouted for the miner to run. The man didn't wait to be told twice, fleeing toward the exit while Suho turned to face the oncoming horde. Armed with nothing but a pickaxe, Suho eyed the wolf pack as identity tags flickered above their heads. They were steel-fanged lichens, their names glowing orange, marking each one as equal to a D-rank mistburn. Suho knew he could handle them, but his thoughts drifted to Lim, who stood behind him, unmoving. Refusing to abandon another colleague, Lim stayed firm. Seeing his resolve, Suho allowed it, silently commanding his shadow goblins to shield Lim if danger approached. With the decision made, he reached into his inventory and retrieved a weapon earned within the shadow dungeon. Lim, watching in stunned disbelief, couldn't fathom how Suho could summon gear out of thin air. His powers too bizarre to belong to any lowly hunter. Suho, unfazed, wasted no time. He rushed forward, blades in hand, meeting the lichens head-on. The beast charged back, jaws gaping wide, but Suho sliced through the first wolf with surgical precision, cleaving it apart in one swift motion. The threat didn't end there. Two more lichens lunged at him from both flanks, but Suho reached over the corpse of the fallen beast and muttered, "Arise." Dark shadows coiled around the corpse, and in a blink, a shadowy lichen emerged, snatching one of the attackers in its jaws, while Suho met the other midair with a swift counter. From afar, Beru watched, a rare flicker of pride in his otherwise stoic expression. Suho was adapting fast. The Shadow Authority came to him with ease, far quicker than it should. Suho, meanwhile, was caught in his own thoughts, noting how shadow summoning didn't consume mana. He realized that by increasing his mana stat, he could expand his shadow army exponentially. Resolved, he struck again, bearing a dagger into another lichen's throat and uttering the same command, raising two more shadows. With his undead wolves assembled, he allowed the goblins to disperse one by one. From the corner, Lim shouted in stunned disbelief, calling out to Suho and emphasizing that there was no way someone like him could be a lowly hunter. His abilities alone shattered all expectations, and the power to tame dead monsters was beyond the scope of any E-rank. Suho realized his actions may have raised suspicion and quickly tried to downplay the situation, but before the tension could escalate, a sudden notification blinked before his eyes. An urgent quest had arrived, demanding that he defeat the enemy who sought his death. Confused, Suho scanned his surroundings, wondering if any monsters remained hidden in the shadows. He had already slain all the lichens. Just then, footsteps echoed in the distance, heavy and deliberate, drawing nearer until Kim's silhouette emerged from the darkness. Lim, recognizing him as a member of the strike squad, stepped forward anxiously, thinking salvation had finally arrived. His voice carried a tinge of relief as he began explaining the ambush to Kim. But Suho caught something off, an unnatural, faint, red glow in Kim's eyes, a detail too sinister to ignore. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he tried to warn his senior, but Kim's movements turned vicious. Without hesitation, he swung his blade with full force, ready to cleave Lim in half. Suho reacted instantly, grabbing Lim by the collar and yanking him back just in time as the sword slammed into the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. Regaining his focus, Suho called out his shadow lichens. The wolves sprang to life, their dark forms melting into the surroundings as they lunged toward the attacker like a pack of predators. Seizing the brief window, Suho hauled Lim to safety, distancing him from the clash as he looked back to see a red tag floating above Kim's head, an unmistakable sign that marked him as the possessed Fang of Rakan. Dread coiled within Suho, A red name was no ordinary threat. It signaled a foe of overwhelming power. Memories of past encounters with such enemies surfaced, reminding him of the grim odds ahead. Glancing toward the Ant King for guidance, Suho awaited counsel. Beru, quick to assess the situation, confirmed that while Kim now carried the aura of a monarch, his strength hadn't yet reached that devastating threshold. Still, he warned Suho to steer clear, insisting this was not an opponent he could face in his current state. But Suho disagreed. Without hesitation, he pulled open his inventory and retrieved every weapon it contained. He believed the system existed to help him grow, and if this urgent quest had appeared, then the path to victory must be possible. His eyes burned with resolve as he took a stance, twin daggers in hand, declaring to himself that he would bring down a red name here and now, and evolve through it. Beru, quietly listening from the side, found himself intrigued by the boy's resolve. He watched Suho with newfound interest, noting how his unyielding spirit mirrored the very essence of a monarch. But as his gaze returned to the enemy, a realization struck him. There was something wrong, not with Kim, but with the weapon he wielded. Beru quickly informed Suho that the true enemy was the sword itself. If Suho could cut off the host's arm and separate the blade from his body, the possession would end and the danger would be nullified. Armed with this insight, Suho adjusted his strategy. Pouring mana into his shadow lichens, he commanded them to regroup and attack the possessed Kim from every direction. One managed to clamp its massive jaws around Kim's blade, locking it in place with brute force. But the effort was futile. With a roar and a burst of inhuman strength, Kim swung his blade, shattering the lichens into smoke with each blow. The battlefield shifted once again as Suho watched in horror. The Fang of Rakan gleamed with otherworldly power, each strike an echo of something far beyond human. Kim's possessed form exuded arrogance and malice as he bellowed in fury, his voice filled with contempt as he questioned how someone so insignificant could wield the power of the Shadow Monarch. Suho was stunned to hear the host speak, while Beru shrieked in outrage, fury rippling through his aura at the insult hurled at Suho's lineage. Upon hearing it, Kim's tone changed. Amused now, he acknowledged Suho's bloodline as that of his ancient enemy, the Monarch of Shadows. Then, a twisted grin spread across his face as he hurled himself toward Suho like a predator closing in on its prey. Reacting swiftly, Suho reached into his inventory and pulled out a goblin's axe, hurling it with deadly precision. The weapon sliced through the air like a missile, but Kim's reflexes were too sharp. He cleaved the axe in two mid-flight with a single swing. Suho wasn't surprised. He had anticipated as much. Fighting a red name was never going to be easy. Unflinching, he activated Ruler's authority, summoning every weapon within range and launching them like a storm of blades toward the enemy. Swords, daggers, axes, all tore through the air in unison. But Kim deflected them all, his movements terrifyingly fluid as he broke through the storm and charged at Suho with relentless ferocity. Gripping his dagger tightly, Suho braced for the assault, but Kim shattered his blade in an instant with a brutal swing and raised his sword high, lunging forward to strike him down. Desperation kicked in. Suho dodged, moving instinctively, weaving through a violent flurry of attacks that sliced through the air, inches from his skin. It was now clear. One solid hit would end him, and the longer the fight dragged on, the slimmer his chances would become. Kim's voice cut through the chaos, mocking Suho as he continued to evade. He accused him of cowardice, claiming he was just like his father, hiding behind shadows rather than facing battle head-on. The words struck a nerve, igniting a flame of frustration within Suho. But despite the sting, he knew the truth. No matter how much it burned, he wasn't strong enough to face this enemy directly. Not yet. His mind raced, recalling an earlier conversation with Beru when he'd asked the Ant King why the powers he wielded while climbing the tower hadn't returned, even though his seal had been lifted. Beru had explained that the strength Suho once held in the tower wasn't truly his. It had been part of a test to measure his potential to harness such might. That place existed in neither dream nor reality, and so the overwhelming strength he'd used there was expected to vanish once the trial was complete. Even so, Beru had reassured him that those experiences weren't meaningless. If he could recall the instincts, the feelings, and the indomitable will forged through those countless battles, he could still turn the tides in this world. Back in the present, Suho shook off the weight of thought and clung to the memories of those tower battles while he desperately evaded Kim's relentless attacks. He remembered clearly how he had overcome impossible odds back then, relying solely on his fists and the gauntlets that had become his lifeline. Now, he longed for them again. Then, something clicked. A jolt surged through him as he recalled the astral forms of his shadow soldiers. An idea sparked, and with a sharp gesture, he summoned his shadows once more from the depths of darkness. Kim, visibly frustrated by what he perceived as the same tired tactic, raised his sword high, aiming to end the charade once and for all. But just before his strike could land, the lichened Suho had summoned, expected to leap at Kim, suddenly wrapped themselves around Suho's outstretched arms. The sword still came crashing down with a thunderous boom, shaking the battlefield. A grin twisted Kim's face, only to be wiped away as the dust settled, and Suho stood unharmed, halting the blade mid-strike. Suho's hands were now encased in gauntlets forged of shadows, steel-fanged lichens sculpted into a sleek, intricate form that gleamed ominously in the dim light. With a surge of strength, he shoved Kim's blade aside and forced him to stumble back. At last, Suho had seized control of the fight. Beru, watching from the sidelines, could barely believe it. The Shadow Monarch's gift was the ability to ascend endlessly, but for Suho, once a mere larva before his liege, to instinctively merge his summons into weapons without guidance was something altogether extraordinary. And Suho showed no signs of stopping. He rained down relentless blows with his new shadow-forged gauntlets, each strike precise, fueled by his regained instincts. Finally, a thunderous punch hurled Kim's possessed body across the battlefield, sending him crashing violently into a stone wall. Yet even that wasn't enough to silence the beast. Kim rose again, roaring in primal fury, his rage undiminished. Suho didn't pause. He summoned the power of the ruler's authority, calling every scattered weapon to his side. Swords, axes, daggers, all whirling around him in a deadly orbit. They launched as one, a storm of steel streaking toward Kim, and Suho charged alongside them, his own weapons gripped tightly, ready for the final blow. The assault hit with overwhelming force. Kim's sword arm was severed in an instant as Suho's unyielding momentum brought the battle to a decisive end. The Monarch of Fang's possessed vessel was defeated. The confrontation was over. As the dust cleared, Beru approached Suho, marveling at the young monarch's growth. In this brutal clash, Suho had demonstrated the kind of potential that couldn't be measured by rank alone. Panting, Suho examined the gauntlets. He'd been cautious, wary of Kim's red name status, marking him as a deadly foe, but in the end, the challenge hadn't been insurmountable. More importantly, the battle had taught him a new path forward, a new way to fight that he could rely on. With that, his focus shifted as a system notification blinked to life, signaling a reward. It was another runestone, Storm Slash, a skill that infused his blade with the howling force of wind, allowing him to cleave through multiple enemies in a single strike. Excitement surged through Suho. This was the reward he had hoped for most, and somehow his instincts already knew how to wield it. As his gaze fell on the fallen sword, a malevolent voice echoed from the weapon itself, resentful, snarling. It cursed its defeat, fumed at the humiliation suffered at the hands of the Shadow Monarch's descendant, and warned that any human who dared wield it would be consumed by greed. Unshaken, Suho reached down. The moment his hand gripped the hilt, the red aura surrounding the blade cracked and crumbled, its resistance collapsing into silence. A system prompt confirmed it. Suho had obtained the item Fang of Rakan. He studied the weapon's design, sleek, elegant, far superior to the crude goblin blade he'd carried before. It exuded silent menace, a readiness to unleash devastation. Inside, the sword spirit reeled in disbelief. A human, resisting its domination, even one of the Shadow Monarch's lineage, was inconceivable. But what it didn't know was that Suho's system status had already nullified any such influence. Gripping the blade tightly, Suho activated Storm Slash. A violent tempest of mana erupted from the weapon. The air screamed as debris was torn from the earth and hurled in every direction. The sheer destructive force stunned even Suho, who quickly noted the heavy toll it took on his mana. Beru, just as amazed, found himself comparing the move's raw power to the Shadow Authority itself. Just then, Lim stirred and began regaining consciousness. As he looked around, he caught sight of Suho hastily hiding the sword behind his back, trying to appear casual. Suho greeted him, trying to ease the tension, but Lim's gaze drifted to the unconscious body of Hunter Kim, his severed arm a grim reminder of what had transpired. Alarm flickered in Lim's eyes as he tried to steady himself, while Suho calmly suggested they exit the dungeon. Outside, warm sunlight welcomed them, a stark contrast to the shadowed chaos they'd just escaped. Yet even in the brightness, the weight of their experience hung heavy. Suho soon announced he'd return to search for other survivors. Lim, still dazed but trusting, agreed to wait. Back in the dungeon, Suho cleared through the remaining lichens. Each kill fed his experience, leveling him further. Yet something bothered him. Fang of Rakan felt weaker. He turned to the blade, questioning the sudden drop in attack power. The sword responded with arrogant disdain, claiming it refused to serve a descendant of the Shadow Monarch, dismissing its reduced power as a choice made in protest, especially against weaker foes. Beru quickly jumped in with mockery, berating the sword's pride. He pointed out how Suho had already proven himself by defeating the sword, a foe once far stronger than him. The weapon faltered under the Ant King's words, its justifications crumbling. Suho, meanwhile, couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of his current allies, a talking insect and a sentient, sulking sword. Putting their banter to rest, Suho ventured deeper into the dungeon, combing through the wreckage for any signs of survivors. The air grew heavier as he neared the heart of the ruin, but it was all in vain. There were no survivors. Only total devastation remained. The sword broke the silence with callous pride, boasting about how it had eliminated all intruders in its duty to protect the sanctuary of the Monarch of Fangs. Disgusted, Suho drove the sword into the ground to shut it up. Just then, a system notification blinked into view, revealing that shadow extraction was now available for use on the fallen hunters. Suho stared at it, unsure. Beru explained that any corpse, regardless of its origin, could be turned into a shadow soldier. But Suho hesitated. Instead, he began lifting the fallen hunters' bodies, determined to carry them to the surface. Beru was puzzled by Suho's hesitation to use shadow extraction, but Suho answered without pause. To him, making these hunters fight even in death felt like a second punishment, one they hadn't earned. Beru watched in quiet admiration as Suho shifted the conversation, now asking about the sanctuary, if it truly belonged to a monarch. Beru confirmed it did, which led Suho to a larger question: his father. He wanted to know about the monarchs and if everything was somehow connected to the Atarim. Beru answered with respect and clarity. The Atarim were current enemies of his liege, while the monarchs had once been their bitter foes. He spoke of the 9 monarchs, starting with Suho's father, Jinwoo, the monarch of shadows, the king of the dead. There was also the monarch of fangs, ruler of beasts, the monarch of plagues, queen of insects, the monarch of the iron body, commander of monstrous humanoids. Along with them were the monarch of white flames, who led demons, the monarch of the beginning, master of giants, the monarch of frost, ruler of snowfolk, the monarch of transfiguration, wielder of demonic specters, and lastly, the monarch of destruction, sovereign of berserk dragons. Beru emphasized that when these 8 monarchs invaded Earth, they had been met and defeated by Jinwoo alone, his power far surpassing all of theirs. Suho listened, stunned by the weight of his father's legacy. The sword, sensing the topic, hissed with venom, confirming that it had indeed lost its master, the monarch of fangs, to Jinwoo. It seethed, bitter and humiliated, spitting out that if its powers hadn't been tainted, it would have torn Suho apart and fed him to the wolves. But Suho remained calm, understanding the resentment. He acknowledged that while his father had fought to protect Earth, the sword had loyally guarded its sanctuary. Both sides had acted out of duty. Still, he questioned the blade. If its mission was to protect this place, why oppose the only one capable of continuing that protection? Why remain hostile to someone fighting for the same cause? The sword snarled, unwilling to let go of its hatred, but Suho stood firm. He spoke of his goal, to reunite with his mother and father, separated from him by otherworldly invaders. And for that, he would draw strength from any source, no matter where it came from. He reminded the Fang of Rakan that the Atarim's coming threat wouldn't spare even this sanctuary. If it truly cared to protect anything, it needed to reconsider. Then, grasping the blade and pulling it from the earth, Suho made his choice. He offered partnership, not submission, but a concord between Shadow and Fang, a unity forged for survival and something greater. Later that evening, Suho's phone buzzed nonstop, overflowing with scouting offers from guilds across the country. His recent display of power in the dungeon had cast him into the spotlight, attracting interest from all directions. Yet, despite the volume of messages, none of it stirred excitement in him. Most offers were for porter or collector roles, jobs far beneath what he sought. Those positions offered stability, not strength, and for someone like Suho, who was steadily growing through the system's trials, joining a guild now would only shackle his progress. He saw no merit in entertaining such distractions. His focus instead remained locked on the Fang of Rakan. His mind drifted back to the tense yet pivotal conversation he'd shared with the sentient weapon deep within the dungeon's ruins. There, Suho had proposed a bold pact, an alliance between Shadow and Fang. The suggestion had clearly rattled the sword, so unconventional that it momentarily silenced even its scorn. But eventually, the sword had agreed, on one condition. It demanded to be brought to another sacred ground of the Monarch of Fangs, and even now Suho's thoughts circled around that demand, trying to piece together the next step. He asked the weapon whether it could locate such a place. The Fang of Rakan, with unmistakable certainty, claimed it could sense the sacred grounds regardless of how far they were. However, it also revealed that one of the sites had already collapsed, its gate likely destroyed in what humans termed a dungeon break. That meant the sacred ground had become a field-type dungeon, an area no longer protected by a gate, overrun by monsters, and left abandoned by time. The terrain would now be volatile and corrupted, offering no safety and no rules. Still, Suho didn't hesitate. Accepting the danger, he messaged his uncle with a simple reassurance not to worry if he couldn't be contacted for a while. Then, with quiet resolve, he set out, prepared to confront whatever lay ahead. His destination was now another sanctuary of the Monarch of Fangs. After a long journey on foot, he finally stood before a heavily fenced-off area tucked away in the shadow of the mountains. The place was eerily silent, untouched and secured by tight perimeter fencing. Suho studied the land beyond, where the unnatural stillness of the air was more telling than any guard. He turned to the sword in his hand, asking if this was the place. The Fang of Rakan confirmed it without delay. With a smooth motion, Suho vaulted the fence, landing on the other side without alerting a soul. Immediately, the landscape changed. The air thickened into a dense blue fog that cloaked the terrain like a veil, distorting visibility and shrouding the area in an alien atmosphere. Suho narrowed his eyes, trying to make sense of the environment, quietly wondering if all field dungeons shared this unnatural haze. Beru, ever watchful, offered an explanation. The fog, he said, was not earthly. It was mana from outer space, a power capable of rupturing dimensional walls and spilling foreign realms into this one. The Fang of Rakan added with grim affirmation that this was the very energy responsible for cracking the barrier between Earth and its sacred ground. This mana was both a source of great strength and a sign of deep instability. Beru continued, warning that beings from outer space had been working tirelessly to tear a gaping hole through dimensions. They needed mana to stabilize their passage, and the more powerful the mana, the harder it was for them to travel freely. Hence, their effort to flood this world with it. Suho understood what that meant. The truly powerful enemies had yet to step through the breach, but their arrival was inevitable. If he didn't grow stronger before then, Earth would fall. That thought alone lit a fire in him. No hesitation remained as he pressed forward through the thick fog, step by step, toward the sanctuary's entrance, now hidden within the depths of this dangerous and broken field. From his vantage point above, Suho carefully scanned the scene below. He had expected the field to be deserted at this hour, but much to his dismay, the area was anything but empty. Despite the creeping night, figures moved about with purpose, their activity raising immediate suspicion. His eyes narrowed as an armored vehicle rolled into view. Near the gate, a group of guards stood on edge, weapons in hand and attention sharp. Moments later, 3 civilians were dragged out of the vehicle. Their hands were bound, their eyes blindfolded, and their posture betrayed terror. The situation instantly shifted from strange to sinister. Suho's gaze locked onto a particularly aggressive thug who yanked a girl forward and grabbed her face with mocking cruelty, laughing at her muffled cries. Suho's jaw clenched. There was no mistaking it now. This wasn't monster hunting. It was human trafficking. Beside him, Beru watched warily, his voice low and measured as he advised against any interference. As trespassers in a restricted zone, Suho's involvement could put his status as a hunter in jeopardy. There were protocols, systems, consequences. The logical path was to observe and move on. But before Beru could even finish, Suho had already vanished from his side. The decision hadn't required thought. It was instinct. With a father who had served as a detective in violent crimes and a grandfather hailed as a heroic firefighter, Suho had been raised under the weight of real-world justice, of action, of sacrifice. Bravery wasn't just an ideal in his family, it was a legacy, and now that legacy burned through him as he sprinted headfirst into the unknown. Upon infiltrating enemy territory, Suho acted on instinct, delivering a fierce flying kick to the face of a thug harassing a girl. The sheer impact sent the man crashing back, leaving the onlookers frozen in stunned silence, unable to comprehend where this mysterious savior had come from. The remaining thugs turned to him, expressions shifting from confusion to fury as they demanded to know who he was. Only then did Suho realize his mistake. He had trespassed on another guild's turf, an offense that could escalate into serious consequences. Still, rather than backtrack, he quickly formulated a cover. With a flick of his will, he summoned a shadow soldier to obscure his identity, assuming the guise of a vigilante figure as he called out the Hyena Guild for their cruel intent to abduct innocents. But these men weren't interested in talk. Offended by Suho's bold intrusion, they grabbed weapons and charged with reckless aggression. Yet Suho remained composed, effortlessly weaving through their attacks before countering with a brutal punch that sent one thug flying. Without pause, he followed up with a spinning kick, knocking the remaining two to the ground with a heavy thud. It was over in seconds. After the scuffle, Suho quickly restrained them with practiced efficiency. Beru arrived shortly after, offering praise for his young monarch's impressive display of strength. Soon, the freed hostages cautiously approached, voices trembling with gratitude. Suho assured them he would handle things from here and urged them to leave for safety. They nodded, relief evident in their smiles as they departed. Still, a sense of unease lingered within Suho. The Hyena Guild kidnapping civilians made little sense. As he mulled over this puzzle, the Fang of Rakan interrupted, tone sharp with urgency, reminding Suho of their true purpose in coming here. Compelled, Suho ventured deeper into the enemy's hideout, eventually arriving at a run-down warehouse with its shutter pulled tight. With a hesitant breath, he slid it open and froze. Before him lay a grim scene. The space resembled a prison. Cells lined the walls, and the floor was littered with syringes, vials, and traces of potent drugs. As Suho stepped closer, his gaze locked onto one of the cages. Inside, trembling and frightened, was what seemed to be a puppy. But something didn't sit right. Rakan's Fang, watching intently, quickly corrected him. This wasn't a dog. It was a wolf pup. And not just any wolf, but a descendant of the king of beasts. The sword elaborated that after the Monarch of Fangs was defeated by the Shadow Monarch, he made arrangements to preserve his bloodline. A loyal guard had been entrusted with escorting the young descendant to a sanctuary, not out of grand ambition, but a simple wish, that his kin survive in peace. As Suho gently lifted the frail pup from its cage, Beru confirmed the sword's assessment, detecting a faint trace of the Monarch of Fang's energy lingering within the creature. But its life force was dangerously weak. Beru warned that if left untreated, the pup wouldn't survive. Before Suho could formulate a plan to help the young wolf, a chill rippled down his spine. Something was coming, something vile. Cursing his lack of foresight, he turned to confront the source, only for his eyes to widen in shock at the sight before him. Standing there wasn't a man, but a towering beast, radiating menace. Its voice oozed contempt as it derided the defeated Hyena Guild, deeming humans too pathetic to handle any real responsibility. A flicker of recognition sparked in Rakan's Fang. It identified the creature as Brokey, the very guardian once tasked with protecting the Monarch of Fang's descendant. Brokey acknowledged the sword with a begrudging nod, but pleasantries were cast aside. Rakan's Fang demanded an explanation for how things had spiraled so far. How had a sworn protector allowed the royal bloodline to fall into such ruin? Brokey's sharp gaze shifted as he noticed the pup in Suho's hands. Disbelief gave way to fury. In a blink, faster than Suho could track, he closed the distance and snatched the pup away, growling as he struck Suho with a crushing blow. The impact sent Suho flying, crashing through walls like a cannonball until he landed amid shattered crates outside the warehouse. Beru called out, rushing to Suho's side as the young warrior groaned, blood trickling down his temple. The blow had left him rattled. Suho hadn't been hit like that in a long time. He wiped the blood from his brow, trying to center himself as Beru nervously explained that the energy he had sensed earlier now made sense. It was unmistakably the energy of Itarim, and it was coming from Brokey. Back inside, the Fang of Rakan's voice cut through the tension, still demanding answers from Brokey. It couldn't comprehend why the former guardian was subjecting the descendant of the Monarch of Fangs to such neglect. But Brokey merely scoffed at the notion of protecting the weak, preaching that only the strong deserved to survive. The pup, in his twisted view, wasn't a legacy to guard, but a wellspring of power. And he admitted to draining the wolf pup's blood to enhance his own strength, feeding on the monarch's lineage for power. The revelation stunned the sword, its disbelief giving way to outrage. This wasn't protection. This was betrayal. But Brokey only laughed, declaring himself more worthy to inherit the monarch's legacy than any weak descendant. But before he could finish, Rakan's fang sprang to life, acting on instinct. With a flash, it sliced through Brokey's hand, forcing him to release the pup. Beru reacted instantly, snatching the wolf back to safety. Brokey, stunned by the sudden attack, turned sharply, only to see Suho back on his feet, battered but burning with determination. In his hand, the sword glowed fiercely, seemingly alive. Rakan's fang crackled with fury, calling out to Suho. The young warrior, eyes gleaming, acknowledged the sword's rage. For Suho, this fight wasn't just about honor. It was about purpose. Every battle was bringing him one step closer to the truth behind teetering and the fate of his father. But Brokey, consumed by wrath, refused to be intimidated. He snarled, dismissing them both as nuisances, vowing to kill them where they stood. Just then, a notification flashed before Suho's eyes, assigning him a new quest, to hunt the hyena Brokey standing right before him. The mention of Brokey's name brought clarity to Suho. He now understood the origins of the hyena guild. But what unsettled him was how a monster could found a guild and abduct humans. It didn't make complete sense, but something about it reeked of something darker, possibly tied to teetering. As the two figures faced each other, prepared to clash, a sudden cry broke the tension. The tied-up thugs, gripped by fear, screamed out for their leader's help. They begged for rescue, pledging loyalty in return. Brokey's gaze flicked towards them, considering their words, and then, without hesitation, tore through his own men. Blood sprayed across the air, mixing with their agonized screams. The brutality of the act froze Suho in horror. Brokey stood amidst the carnage, unflinching, like a predator savoring his dominance. To him, there was no room for those who didn't know their place. Suho's anger flared violently at the callous disregard for life. Without a word, he launched into the air, his blade slicing through the wind with deadly precision, only for Brokey to meet the strike head-on, catching it with his bare hands. Suho questioned the twisted belief that justified such senseless slaughter, but Brokey's reply, calm and cold, was that power alone decided who lived and who died. Then, with a devastating blow, Brokey struck him down, sending Suho crashing into a stack of metal containers. Pain flared through Suho's body, but his resolve only strengthened. But, before he could recover, Brokey closed in, aiming to crush him outright. Suho, however, reacted swiftly, narrowly evading the incoming strike and grazing Brokey in the process. Brokey, undeterred, pressed on with relentless ferocity, but Suho's agility let him slip through the barrage, weaving between each blow with near-effortless grace. The battle reached a fever pitch as Brokey suddenly dug his claws into the ground and unleashed a devastating attack that shook the entire space. The air rippled violently from the sheer force, and for a moment, it seemed Suho had been buried beneath the wreckage. But to Brokey's surprise, Suho was nowhere to be found. Instead, he spotted Suho descending from above at blinding speed, blade raised high. In a flash, Suho activated Storm Slash, striking with a thunderous impact that carved a deep wound across Brokey's chest. Staggering back, blood dripping from the gash, Brokey's fury only intensified. He roared in defiance, mocking both Suho's strength and the power of the Fang Monarch's relic. His arrogance left an opening, one Suho seized as he commanded Rakan's fang to pierce through Brokey's back. The weapon twisted deep, severing strength and resistance alike. The sword's voice cut through the tense air, laden with grief and disbelief as it confronted Brokey, questioning why a once loyal subordinate one who had sworn fealty to Lord Rakan, now stood corrupted by rage and betrayal. The weight of those words stirred something within Brokey, his expression darkening as memories of past loyalty clashed violently with his fractured present. He admitted, though almost unwillingly, that he had once respected Rakan. But that moment of reflection crumbled as some outer force surged through him again. With a guttural roar, Brokey grasped the blade embedded in his back, shattering Rakan's fang upon impact. Rage poured from him as he declared the truth he had buried. He never respected Rakan and had only bowed to him out of necessity. To him, weakness was a nightmare he had vowed never to endure again. Meanwhile, Suho's eyes widened as he stared at the shattered remains of the Fang Monarch's weapon, but his attempt to speak was cut short as Brokey, now seething with unchecked fury, lunged forward and drove a knee into Suho's gut, knocking the breath from his lungs and drawing blood from his mouth. In that moment of pain, his thoughts drifted to his father, fighting somewhere in a distant realm against odds far worse than these. The thought sparked something inside. Steadying himself, Suho drew strength from his shadows, letting their power course through his body. Then, with clenched fists and burning will, he twisted and countered with a powerful blow that rippled through the air, staggering Brokey. As their clash raged on, the fragments of Rakan's fang lay scattered across the battlefield. Faint traces of its power leaked into the air. Deep within those fragments, the sword's consciousness stirred, lamenting its broken fate and worrying about the Fang Monarch's legacy. It longed to keep fighting, but could do nothing, until its attention turned toward the injured young wolf. The pup had risen to its feet, stirred by Suho's unwavering spirit. The sword, recognizing the young wolf's resilience, understood it still had a purpose. Gathering the last of its strength, it channeled its remnants into the pup. The transformation was instant. Energy pulsed through the wolf's body as it howled into the sky, a cry filled with the strength of a true successor. Suho, meanwhile, fought with everything he had, each strike delivered with precision and resolve. But despite his skill and determination, he couldn't match the raw, crushing force of Brokey. His attacks landed, but they barely slowed the hulking beast who advanced like an unstoppable wall. Before long, Suho was on the ground, battered, bruised, his health bar hanging by a thread. Yet even with defeat pressing down on him, Suho didn't falter. He had come into this battle believing in his strength, but now that belief was being torn apart. Brokey marched forward with cold contempt, talons glinting as he raised his arm for the final strike. In that fleeting final moment, a sudden blur erupted from the side, slicing through the tension like a lightning strike. The young wolf, now transformed, intercepted Brokey's strike and bit into his arm, halting the final blow. Suho gasped for breath, relief flooding him as he watched the wolf's intervention. Brokey growled in disbelief, pain twisting through him as he struggled to understand what had just happened. Suho's gaze shifted to the wolf. Something was different, and the system confirmed it. A series of notifications appeared before him, stating that the wolf's actions were born out of respect for Suho's resolve, and asking if he wished to accept the successor of the Fang into his party. The prompt left him stunned. He didn't yet understand how the transformation had occurred. Brokey answered that for him, bitterly noting the pup had absorbed the mana of Rakan's Fang. Realization struck Suho. The sword had sacrificed itself to empower the heir of the Fang Monarch. The prompt appeared again, and this time, Suho accepted, aligning his decision with the intentions he had carried all along. The system confirmed the pact. The successor of the Fang was now a part of Suho's party. Instantly, unfamiliar knowledge surged into Suho's mind, overwhelming him with visions. He saw a memory from long ago, an ethereal, dark realm where Brokey sat beside the young pup, reflecting on their defeat at the hands of the Shadow Monarch. Gently placing a hand on the wolf's head, Brokey reminded it that strength was everything, and that one day it must rise above all hardship. The pup had basked in the moment, tail wagging with affection, but then the warmth dissolved. Fear crept into the wolf's eyes as it watched a group of strange figures appear. Brokey, kneeling before them in defeat, demanded to know their intentions. One of the strangers stepped forward, holding a newborn in her arms. The child, speaking with eerie calm, instructed the woman to embed a glowing stone into Brokey's eye. Pain twisted through Brokey as something monstrous awoke inside. The young wolf, witnessing the transformation, recoiled in terror as the strangers revealed their cruel intentions with chilling precision. Brokey, now a pawn in their scheme, was forced to capture humans alive and deliver them. The implant in his eyes was meant to amplify his strength, but the power poisoned him with something dark and corrosive. And the young wolf, sensing the shift, had known its protector was no longer the same. Back in the present, Suho processed the memory. He saw now the full tragedy of the Fang monarch's bloodline and understood the bond between Brokey and the wolf. The strangers who had planted that power, who had twisted Brokey into a tool, had to be connected to the Itarim. The wolf wasn't driven by vengeance. Its resolve came from a desperate desire to save Brokey from the madness that had consumed him. And with that, Suho understood. If Brokey's rage was rooted in the machinations of the Itarim, then defeating him was more than survival. It was a step closer to the truth. But as Suho gauged his own strength, he knew one thing clearly. He was still far from strong enough to end this. Just then, a new notification flickered across Suho's vision. Another quest had been issued by the system, this time tasking him with finding and recruiting the descendants of the monarchs as allies. The current status displayed 1 allied heir out of 8. Almost simultaneously, another message appeared. A bond skill was forming due to Suho's connection with the successor of the Fang. Because of this, a surge of energy twisted around their bodies, illuminating the area in radiant light as if the two were undergoing a fusion. On the sidelines, Baru observed the phenomenon closely, noting how the experience Suho was undergoing differed from anything he had witnessed with his liege. It was a transformation born of Suho's unique path, something distinct and brimming with untapped potential. Brokey, however, wasn't going to remain a spectator. With a guttural roar, he surged ahead, his massive fist drawn back and surging with raw, crackling power. The moment he unleashed the punch, shockwaves erupted outward, ripping through the space and sending dust and debris flying in all directions. But as the dust settled, his eyes widened in disbelief. His strike had been stopped mid-swing. Suho stood before him in a newly awakened form. His hair now gleamed white like that of a wolf, and his aura radiated an overwhelming blend of strength and ferocity. Unfazed, Suho held Brokey's wrist with unwavering power. The rush of energy coursing through his veins felt intoxicating. As he glanced at the system's notification, it confirmed the new ability, Beast Possession, a skill that allowed him to enhance his physical abilities by merging with the successor of the Fang, gaining the heightened instincts and senses of a beast. Still refusing to accept the sudden shift in power, Brokey bared his claws and swung his free arm. Yet Suho, now moving with a predator's precision, dodged the attack effortlessly. With a flicker of movement, he countered with a devastating sidekick under Brokey's chin, snapping the beast's head back and leaving him staggered. For a fleeting moment, disbelief clouded Brokey's thoughts. He couldn't fathom how the same weakling from before was now overpowering him with ease. Panic began to seep into his instincts as he realized that the balance had shifted, but Brokey wasn't ready to surrender. Digging deep into his reserves, he launched another massive punch in a bid to regain control. But Suho, now empowered by the fusion, blocked the blow with ease. Brokey, however, refused to accept it. His pride burned too fiercely. He scoffed at the idea of defeat by a human, snarling that his kind reigned superior over all others. Their fists collided again, sending another wave of shock across the field. Despite the impact, neither budged, but Suho's wind-laced counterstrike left shallow slashes along Brokey's hand, drawing blood. Brokey, confused by the unexpected injury, failed to realize that the system had granted Suho a buff, enhancing his hand-to-hand combat and increasing his damage output. From the sidelines, Beru bristled with indignation. He'd had enough of Brokey's arrogance. His voice cut through the air, calm, yet laced with menace, declaring that no race could stand above the bloodline of the Shadow Monarch himself, one who reigned at the very apex of creation. Realization crashed down on Brokey as it finally hit him. Suho was the son of the Shadow Monarch. But the weight of that knowledge came too late. Suho had already leapt high into the air, his movements sharpened by beastly instincts and deadly precision. Channeling his power into one final, decisive strike, he brought his leg down in a devastating axe kick that slammed into Brokey's head, driving him into the earth with a thunderous crash that echoed across the mountainous terrain. Silence settled over the battlefield as the dust began to fall. Suho's transformation receded, and he returned to his normal form, his breaths ragged and chest heaving from exertion. Brokey, meanwhile, lay broken on the ground, defeated and barely clinging to life. As Brokey's strength ebbed away, the system displayed a notification confirming his defeat. Moments later, another message followed. Suho had leveled up. Beru stepped forward, pride glowing in his features as he joined Suho's side. Yet Suho's thoughts drifted elsewhere. He recounted the memory from the Fang Air and the unsettling detail Beru had mentioned earlier. Itaram's energy emanating from Brokey. He shared what he had glimpsed, describing strange hunters inserting something into Brokey's eye. The purpose felt twisted, intentional. With furrowed brows, Suho asked if these hunters were affiliated with the Itaram, and if so, what their endgame was in targeting Brokey. Beru listened quietly before offering his thoughts. The hunters, he believed, were likely apostles, servants of the Itaram, not members themselves. The outer gods rarely acted directly, preferring to twist fate through pawns and whispers. What they had done to Brokey could well be part of a grander design, one that hinted at an invasion already in motion. The weight of that possibility settled over Suho. The apostles of the Itaram were already on Earth, and worse, he had so little to go on. Beru, sensing Suho's urgency, proposed a solution. He offered to devour Brokey's corpse, explaining that it would not only replenish his depleted mana, but grant him access to Brokey's final memories, potentially unlocking secrets about the Itaram's influence. The idea startled Suho for a moment, but he didn't linger on it. Instead, his eyes shifted to the young wolf, battered but resilient. A strong bond had already formed, and Suho, with gentle sincerity, extended an invitation for the creature to join him. The wolf responded by licking Suho's face playfully, tail wagging in approval as if giving its answer. With a faint smile, Suho retrieved the key to the shadow dungeon, then opened the path into the dark unknown. Together, with his new companion by his side and Beru close behind, he stepped forward into the waiting mystery of what lay ahead. As Suho walked through the eerie landscape of the shadow dungeon, Beru trailed behind, curious and slightly puzzled by the decision to come here instead of returning home. Suho expressed his intentions clearly, saying he sought a safe place where the heir of Fang could live peacefully. Their exchange was interrupted midway when a system notification flickered before Suho's eyes, prompting him to assign a name to the wolf pup. The young beast barked excitedly, tail wagging as if nudging Suho toward the task. Suho paused, considering a name that would suit the pup's appearance and spirit. Eventually, he settled on something simple, gray, inspired by the creature's fur. The name brought an energetic reaction from the wolf, who wagged its tail with delight and bounded forward in approval. With the naming complete, Gray dashed off playfully, tearing through the nearby magic beasts as if testing his strength. Meanwhile, Suho perched himself on a thick branch above, letting the silence cradle his thoughts as he reviewed the rewards he'd gained from his battle with Brokey. The system had granted him additional stat points as well as the title of Wolf Slayer. Yet his mind quickly shifted to the larger purpose behind his current quest, the objective to find an ally with the descendants of the monarchs. He turned to Beru and asked if he had any insight into how they were supposed to locate the remaining heirs. Beru began to explain, his tone thoughtful. He spoke of how the system Suho now relied upon had been deeply altered from its original form. Once, it had been a twisted mechanism crafted with dark purpose, designed to forcibly evolve Suho's father, Jinwoo, into the vessel of the Shadow Monarch. Hearing this, Suho couldn't help but reflect. A part of him wondered whether the system now sought to shape him into a replacement. But Beru swiftly dismissed the idea, his voice firm with conviction as he declared that there could only be one Shadow Monarch and that title eternally belonged to Suho's father. Instead, Beru believed the system had changed. It was no longer a tool of manipulation. It had become a guide, adapting its functions to Suho's progress and offering quests shaped by his growth. Curious and contemplative, Suho opened his status window. His eyes scanned the familiar interface, a quiet pride rising as he traced the journey from level 1, when he'd barely escaped the Mistburns, to now. His stats had grown immensely. He had acquired a range of powerful skills, and yet, he still felt weak. The battle with Brokey had proven that much. Without Gray and the unexpected awakening of the bond skill, he might have lost. This realization only solidified his resolve. The quests offered by the system were not just challenges, they were stepping stones to something greater. A path, perhaps, to finally meeting his parents. He then turned his attention back to Beru, recalling the Ant King's earlier intent to dig into Brokey's memories. Beru shared what he had found. Disappointingly, there was no sign of direct mind control or brainwashing by the apostles of Itarim. But not all was lost. Beru had glimpsed fragments, important ones. Brokey had been kept under surveillance by a man connected to the Hyena Guild, one involved in rescuing kidnapped humans. This mysterious overseer was tied to the Grim Reaper Guild. The name stirred something grim within Beru, who theorized that this guild might possess knowledge related to the Itarim, and that investigating it further could unveil critical truths about the hidden threat slowly encroaching on their world. At the same time, deep within the halls of the Grim Reaper Guild, a man sat seething behind a polished desk. Lee Min-sung, the vice CEO and an A-rank hunter, gritted his teeth as reports came in regarding the obliteration of the Hyena Guild and the unknown figure behind it. Tension radiated from him. Survivors mentioned a masked hunter clad in black, a figure shrouded in mystery. But the details were scarce, and with no name, no image, there was little to pursue. Scoffing, Min-sung waved the reports aside, deciding not to waste his time on shadows. His hand dipped into his pocket, retrieving a small shimmering stone that glowed faintly even in the dim light. It was stardust, a forbidden hunter, awakening stimulant, known to enhance one's abilities and amplify latent power. As Min-sung stared into the glow, ambition gleamed in his eyes, but he remained unaware of the storm gathering in the distance, of the reckoning creeping ever closer, born from the shadows cast by his own actions. For now, however, Suho found himself enjoying a rare moment of peace in the Shadow Realm, where Gray darted about gleefully, tearing through the lingering magic beasts with reckless enthusiasm. Amid the playful chaos, a sudden notification blinked before Suho's eyes, drawing his attention to a new prompt. His gaze narrowed with curiosity. It was a message for a daily quest, something he hadn't encountered before. The system tasked him with hunting a specific number of goblins scattered across the vastness of the Shadow Dungeon and cleansing the area thoroughly. Suho pouted in mild irritation, wondering how he was supposed to locate that many goblins in such an expansive terrain. But his confusion was fleeting as an idea sparked in his mind. With renewed focus, he opened his inventory and retrieved a horn flute he had picked up during a previous hunt. Remembering its purpose clearly, he lifted it to his lips and blew into it, letting the echoing sound ripple through the dense, shadowy expanse. The response was near instantaneous. From the underbrush, shadows, and hidden paths, goblins emerged in droves, drawn by the flute's familiar call. Their numbers surged, a growing wave of snarling creatures that flooded the terrain, but Suho welcomed the sight with a grin. Excitement coursed through his veins as he tightened his fists, raw power humming beneath his skin. Without hesitation, he launched himself into the tide of goblins, fists flying, every strike collapsing a foe with brutal efficiency. Despite their overwhelming numbers, Suho remained unfazed. As soon as the first wave fell, he extended a hand toward their crumpled bodies, and a single, quiet word slipped from his lips. Arise. A pulse of power surged out. The dead goblins twitched, then rose with lifeless obedience, swelling Suho's side with undead might. Now flanked by Gray and a growing army of reanimated goblins, he charged forward once more. Together, they tore through the remaining horde with feral intensity. 3 hours passed in relentless combat. When the final goblin fell and silence reclaimed the battlefield, the familiar chime of a system notification broke the stillness. The quest was marked complete. But Suho's attention lingered elsewhere. As he glanced at the quest interface, he noticed something strange. The counter continued to climb, even though he had already fulfilled the requirements. Amused, he tilted his head in thought, suspecting there might be more to the quest than the system initially revealed. Driven by curiosity, he decided to test his hunch and kept hunting. With renewed energy, he and his undead forces swept through the dungeon, eliminating goblins wherever they emerged. Hours later, his instinct proved correct. The quest had indeed held a hidden condition, and by the time the counter finally stopped, nearly 200 additional goblins had been slain. Satisfied, Suho opened his status window to review his rewards. The first, status recovery, washed over him instantly, restoring his energy and stamina to their peak. The second granted a fresh set of stat points, another step forward in his steady growth. But then came something different. A final prompt appeared, offering him a choice between 2 random boxes, one blessed, the other cursed. Suho raised an eyebrow, weighing the decision for a moment before selecting the cursed box, driven by a blend of caution and curiosity. The box opened immediately, revealing a unique item, Vulcan's Horn, a pair of gauntlets crafted with impeccable design and laced with potent magic. He equipped them without hesitation, admiring the sharp craftsmanship and sensing the raw power embedded within. Feeling their weight settle around his hands, Suho took a breath, planning his next move. With his task complete, he decided it was time to leave the shadow dungeon. Yet even as he stepped into the light, he knew his work was far from over. Unfinished business still waited in the outside world. His thoughts drifted to the Reaper Guild, the thread he had begun pulling at after Beru's discovery. They played a role in the growing chaos, and he would have to dig deeper into their motives. But before he could decide where to begin, a buzz from his phone pulled him back. The message was from Lim, and the urgency in his words was impossible to ignore. It was a plea for help. Suho moved without hesitation. The message had included a location, and before long, he arrived at an abandoned station field in Seoul. Relief flickered across Lim's face at the sight of Suho as he rushed forward to explain. He'd been scheduled to enter a dungeon that day, but none of the haulers had shown up. Their absence was unexpected and deeply inconvenient, leaving Lim in a tough spot. Sensing his frustration, Suho offered a calming word and volunteered to assist. Without wasting time, he threw on one of the safety suits and prepared to enter with him. Moments later, the strike squad arrived. Their leader took one glance at the situation and scowled, displeasure clearly written across his face. Only two haulers stood ready. Lim hurried to explain, apologizing as he described how the others had vanished without warning. But the squad leader wasn't so easily appeased. He reminded Lim of the steep entrance fees paid to the Reaper Guild and warned him to make up for the lack of manpower. Lim, understanding the weight of the situation, bowed slightly and promised they would do their best. As the two of them followed the group toward the dungeon gate, Suho's mind wandered briefly. Something didn't sit right. The timing of Lim's message, the connection to the Reaper Guild, and the subtle oddities surrounding this job, it all felt too deliberate, too coincidental. And in the back of his mind, a quiet voice warned him. Whatever waited inside this dungeon wasn't just another hunt. It was something far more dangerous. Upon entering the dungeon, the mages lit the way ahead, their spells casting flickering shadows along the stone walls. The strike squad's leader immediately called for combat readiness, instructing everyone to fall into position. Tension thickened in the air as the sounds of distant growls crept in. From the darkness ahead, magic beasts began to emerge, lizard-like creatures with glowing red eyes that radiated menace. Sensing the growing danger, the captain glanced at Suho and Lim, firmly reminding them to stay close to the squad while handling the carcasses. With the command given, the strike squad surged forward in a coordinated charge, each member moving with trained precision, complementing one another as an efficient combat unit. Meanwhile, Suho crouched low in a shadowed corner, his fingers gripping the black key, which he twisted into the darkness beneath. In an instant, the silent surface of the ground gave way as his summons emerged from the shadow dungeon. Shadow goblins roared as they burst into reality, their hollow eyes fixed on Suho as they awaited his orders. On the opposite side of the chamber, the battle had already come to a swift end. The ground lay littered with the lifeless bodies of the lizard beasts, their numbers no match for the strike squad. The captain called for a short break, his voice laced with frustration over the squad's inability to continue due to the hauling team's shortage. However, as his eyes swept across the battlefield, he abruptly froze. Confusion clouded his expression as he noticed something unusual. The carcasses of the beasts had already vanished. Bewildered, he turned to see Suho's shadow soldiers working in silence, swiftly retrieving and sorting the bodies with mechanical precision. He stammered as he approached Suho, demanding an explanation. Suho calmly confirmed the goblins were his summons. Lim watched the exchange unfold, already bracing himself for another outburst from the captain. But instead, to both their surprise, the man's demeanor changed entirely. Overwhelmed with both awe and desperation, the captain seized Suho's hand and pleaded earnestly, offering to recruit him as an exclusive member of the hauling squad, promising the highest salary they could afford. But Suho remained firm, stating plainly that he had no intention of continuing as a hauler. Their conversation came to a sudden halt when a nearby hunter cried out, drawing everyone's attention. He had discovered a civilian corpse, and as the squad hurried over, the air turned heavy with unease. Blue flames flickered softly around the body, giving off an otherworldly glow. Suho's eyes narrowed as he examined the remains. The signs were unmistakable. This was a mist burn. The captain stared at him, confused by the term, asking if it was a new breed of monster. Suho nodded, explaining that he had previously encountered similar creatures during an outbreak at his university. But before more questions could be asked, other hunters called out from across the area, each announcing the discovery of more corpses, all shrouded in the same eerie blue flame. The scene was deeply unsettling, yet Suho kept his composure and suggested that the incident be reported to the association before they proceeded any further. The captain paused, clearly weighing his options. Eventually, he reasoned that since the victims appeared to be civilians and not hunters, there was no cause for retreat. Confident in the strength of his squad, he chose to press forward. Suho tried to warn him once more, stressing the danger Mistburns posed, but the captain cut him off, asserting his authority. He ordered Suho to take care of the remains and follow after them, making it clear that he was in command. With orders given, the strike team moved ahead, their footsteps echoing through the dark tunnel. Watching them go, Suho couldn't shake the growing unease that twisted in his gut. He leaned toward Lim, instructing him in a low voice to flee if things turned dangerous, knowing all too well that the situation was far from ordinary. Deep within the dungeon, distant howls of Mistburns echoed through the hidden chambers. There, in the heart of the dark, 3 ominous figures stood silently, cloaked in a sinister presence. One of them hissed in irritation, frustrated by the dwindling power of their flames. It spoke of problems with their firewood supply, an essential resource for fueling their operations. The second beast responded, explaining that the Hyena Guild, once their main supplier, was currently facing setbacks. This disruption had crippled their stardust production, leaving them far behind the output of rival factories. Their grumbling ceased abruptly as one of them stiffened, its senses alerting it to something above. A low growl rumbled from its throat as it identified humans nearby. A spark of interest flickered in its eyes. These intruders might very well serve as the next solution to their resource problems. Without delay, it volunteered to intercept the humans, instructing its companions to prepare an offering and summon reinforcements. As it turned to leave, the second beast reminded it not to kill the humans. They were more useful alive. The first beast nodded and dragged its massive blade along the floor, the harsh sound echoing like a threat through the chamber. Above, the air rang with the clash of steel and the dying cries of beasts as the strike squad surged through the tunnels, dispatching any magic creatures that crossed their path with ruthless efficiency. The captain, clearly pleased with the treasures they'd secured, wore a broad grin. To him, this hunt had already exceeded expectations. Then, reaching into his coat, he retrieved a faintly glowing stone, stardust, a rare and highly coveted mana amplification stimulant. With a smug grin, the squad leader explained its effects, boasting how it could temporarily elevate his mana output to rival that of a C-rank or higher hunter. But as the squad admired the glimmering crystal, danger crept ever closer, unseen and silent. From the shadows, a hulking beast emerged, moving with eerie silence. In an instant, it struck. Its sword drove straight through the squad leader's back, blood erupting from his mouth as the blade tore through his torso. For a moment, the squad froze in place, horror anchoring them to the ground as their leader crumpled lifelessly. Then, instinct surged. The squad shook off the shock and scrambled into formation, weapons raised and breath sharp with panic. But the creature remained unfazed. With slow, purposeful motion, it raised its weapon again, choosing its next victims. Then, almost casually, it reached into its cloak and pulled out a piece of stardust, gleaming faintly in the dim light, and, to the squad's horror, casually slipped it into its mouth. A wave of disbelief rippled through the hunters. Not one of them had imagined a monster capable of acquiring, let alone consuming, something so rare and powerful. Panic turned to urgency as the squad rushed the beast before the stimulant could take full effect. But it was too late. With inhuman speed and overwhelming strength, the beast tore through their ranks. The strike squad's formation collapsed as they were cut down one by one, their movements no match for its enhanced ferocity. The tunnel became a blur of slashes and screams. In mere moments, the beast had decimated the squad, its blade drenched in blood. Silence returned, broken only by the sound of the beast dragging one of the corpses away. It referred to the body as fuel, showing no remorse as it disappeared back into the darkness. Elsewhere, unaware of the unfolding massacre, Suho was jolted by a sudden system alert. A new quest flashed before his eyes, tasking him with rescuing the survivors. It revealed that people nearby had been taken by a demon, urging immediate action and promising greater rewards for each life saved. The word demon sent Suho's mind racing. His instincts screamed louder with every passing second. Without delay, he turned to Lim, his voice sharp with urgency, instructing him to leave the dungeon immediately. Though Lim hesitated, clearly worried about leaving Suho behind, he eventually agreed and fled under the guidance of the shadow goblins. As Lim's silhouette vanished into the darkness, Suho drew a deep breath and steadied himself. The air grew colder as Suho summoned his trusted ally, Gray. With a thunderous roar, the wolf emerged from the shadows, answering his call. Without hesitation, Suho activated the bond skill, his body transformed, adorned with the Vulcan gauntlets, radiating a fierce, otherworldly power that pulsed with unwavering resolve. Without a moment to lose, Suho tapped his foot against the ground and vanished from sight, racing toward the lair, every step driven by one goal: rescue the fallen and confront whatever horror awaited him in the dark. Back in the hidden chamber, the youngest of the three demonic beasts returned, dragging behind it the bloodied bodies of the fallen hunters. With a sickening thud, it threw them onto the stone floor, announcing with grim satisfaction that the firewood had been secured. The eldest acknowledged its swift return with a nod, remarking that their preparations were nearly complete. The second, tall and vigilant, overseeing the ritual's final steps, echoed the sentiment and spoke of the impending arrival of demons through the gate that would soon open, a moment they had long awaited. Eager to prove its worth, the youngest boasted of its quick triumph and readiness for the next task. In response, the eldest instructed it to begin arranging the firewood, declaring the act a fitting commemoration of their success. Though reluctant, the youngest complied, begrudgingly accepting the order as it moved to complete the task. Meanwhile, the eldest held a glowing fragment of stardust between its claws, its gaze reflective as it turned its thoughts inward. That stardust, an alchemical marvel forged from demon techniques, had become their most treasured creation. It explained to its brethren how the poison they now crafted, a fusion of demonic methods and the potent mad blood toxin, held properties far beyond expectation. Mad blood, by nature, amplified magical power, but it did so by draining the user's life force in return. However, with the incorporation of the mystical flames harvested from the mistburns, the damaging side effects of the demonic essence had been significantly lessened. The eldest attributed this breakthrough to the teachings of the apostles, revealing how their knowledge had reshaped the process and allowed even low-ranking demons, such as themselves, to transcend their limits. The corrupted beings they had created were also fruits of the apostles' twisted instruction. As the youngest continued stacking the bodies, it voiced its agreement, its tone both reverent and awed. But the conversation halted abruptly as an oppressive tension spread through the lair. An instinctual fear gripped all three demons simultaneously, the kind that only surfaced when something dangerous approached. As the air thickened, all three turned their eyes to the entrance, muscles tensing in anticipation. A moment later, the chamber door shattered violently inward, the broken remnants crashing to the ground. Suho stepped into the room, his presence unwavering, eyes scanning the surroundings in a single sharp sweep. Before him stood the three demonic siblings, and behind them, bound and burning in a grotesque ritual, lay the Mistburns, their bodies crackling under a ritualistic flame. A system notification flickered before Suho, confirming the number of survivors. Relief surged through him. They were still alive. But he had little time to act further. The youngest demon lunged forward, blade raised high. Suho moved on instinct, weaving past the strike with pinpoint precision. In the same breath, he countered with a powerful punch, his gauntleted fist crashing into the demon's chest and hurling it across the chamber. Yet even that didn't end it. The demon steadied itself mid-slide, rebounding with a barrage of slashes. Suho stood his ground, meeting each strike with unflinching resolve, deflecting the blows with practiced ease. Watching from afar, The elder demons exchanged surprised glances. Their youngest, even after enhancement with Stardust, was clearly outmatched. Recognizing the threat Suho posed, they wasted no more time. Without a word, both consumed Stardust. In an instant, they launched a coordinated assault, their strikes synchronized and deadly. Suho, however, met their aggression with poise. He dodged each blow with agile backflips and graceful sidesteps, but as he landed, one of the demons had already moved behind him. A sudden surge of crackling energy burst forth from its hand, slamming into Suho's back. The impact paralyzed him on the spot, locking his limbs and choking his voice as electric force coursed through him. Sensing an opportunity, the youngest demon dashed forward, blade poised for the kill. In that moment, Suho drew upon the depths of his will. His lips parted, and he uttered a single command, "Arise." The ground split open with a hiss as his shadow soldiers surged forth, their jagged forms bursting into action and slamming into the oncoming demon. The assault shattered its charge, buying Suho precious seconds to steady himself. Stunned, the eldest demon stood frozen, wide-eyed at the sight of the emerging soldiers. Seizing the moment, Suho lunged, grabbing its wrist and hurling it forward with brutal force, sending it skidding across the stone floor. The tables had turned, and the demons knew it. Their eyes met, a silent exchange of unease. The aura radiating from Suho's shadows stirred memories they had buried. Though it wasn't quite the power of the Shadow Monarch, the resemblance was undeniable. Yet despite the similarity, they sensed the distinction. The paralyzing dread that once clung to the Shadow Monarch's presence was absent in this man. His power was formidable, but it did not smother the world around him. Their hesitation dissolved as anger took hold. With renewed fury, they swung their weapons, cleaving through Suho's shadow soldiers in sweeping arcs. Confidence returned as they rationalized away their fear. If Suho wasn't the true Shadow Monarch, then he was beatable. Suho watched, calm and focused, analyzing their coordination. He realized that while none of them alone were as powerful as Brokey, their combined assault was far more taxing. Reviving the shadow goblins over and over was steadily draining his mana, and Suho realized he couldn't sustain this strategy for much longer. As he weighed his options, his mind wandered to a past conversation with Beru, who had once questioned Suho's decision to preserve Brokey's corpse. Suho had sensed something then, a trace of regret in Brokey's final moments, regret born of slavery, of being stripped of honor by the Atarim. That flicker of emotion had driven Suho to keep Brokey's body intact. He had believed, perhaps foolishly, that even in death, the creature might find redemption. Realizing it was time to act on his contingency plan, Suho's eyes steeled with determination as he pulled the shadow dungeon key from his inventory. With a fluid motion, he drove it into his own shadow, channeling a command born from conviction as he activated his authority. The shadows rippled and twisted across the ground as they reached for Brokey's corpse. Slowly, the earth quaked beneath them. The beast's massive body began to stir, enveloped in swirling darkness. Then, with a roar that echoed through the lair, Brokey rose once more, his shadow-cloaked form towering as a grim declaration of his return to the battlefield. The sight sent a chill down the spines of the demons, who immediately recognized the beast and struggled to comprehend how Suho had managed to subdue such a monstrous force in the past. Suho, sharp and focused, assessed the battlefield with renewed clarity. With Gray and Brokey now fighting by his side, their forces finally equaled the number of enemies. For the first time in the encounter, the tide seemed to turn, and Suho felt the weight of the fight beginning to shift in his favor. With newfound confidence, he surged forward, launching himself back into the chaos. The battlefield roared to life again as shadows and demons collided in a ruthless clash of strength, cunning, and sheer will. Meanwhile, just beyond the edge of the battle's heart, a figure emerged. Her presence was undeniable, her posture regal and unmoving. She watched the chaos unfold with sharp, calculating eyes. Something about the clash before her stirred both curiosity and unease. As she tried to unravel the mystery of her summoning, her eyes locked onto a familiar yet impossible sight: a shadow soldier. A flicker of familiarity crossed her eyes, disbelief blooming across her face as recognition slowly took root. Inside the chamber, Suho pressed his advantage against the youngest of the demonic siblings. The creature's strikes came wild and fast, its blade cutting through the air with vicious intent, but Suho's agility remained unmatched. Each swipe missed its mark by mere inches as the Vulcan gauntlets he wielded deflected the blows with calculated precision. He moved in close, seizing an opening, and drove his knee hard into the demon's jaw, the impact shuddering through its body and drawing a guttural growl of pain as it reeled backward. Smelling victory, Suho surged forward, poised to end it. But just as his strike neared, one of the older brothers intervened, unleashing a volatile blast of electrified stardust. The raw surge of energy flared across the chamber, forcing Suho to retreat as he raised his guard, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the blast. Frustration flickered across his face. The battle was shifting once more, growing increasingly complex. The demon brothers moved with practiced cohesion, each one instinctively covering for the others. Suho's mind raced, calculating each exchange, already noting the strain creeping in. His mana reserves were draining fast, not just from the constant revival of shadow soldiers, but more critically, from Gray's possession. The bond between them, once seamless, now tugged at his core, consuming his strength little by little. And Brokey, though a shadow of his former self, was also nearing his limit. The once proud beast now focused solely on restraining a single opponent, lacking the overwhelming dominance he once wielded. Suho realized then that this wasn't a battle of attrition he could afford. He couldn't outlast them. He had to change the flow. He had to isolate them, disrupt the synergy that gave them the upper hand, and tear them down one by one. But before he could enact his plan, the air shifted again. The mysterious figure who had been watching from the edges only moments ago now strode forward, her footsteps measured and confident. She walked straight into the center of the battlefield, unfazed by the surrounding chaos. Her unexpected intrusion halted the clash momentarily as every combatant, demon and shadow alike, turned to face her. Suho's attention snapped to her, his body still tense from the last exchange, his eyes narrowing as he tried to place who she was and why she had entered such a perilous scene. Then, without hesitation, the woman spoke, her voice clear, steady, and cutting through the silence as she asked a single, jarring question. She demanded to know where Jinwoo was. Questions surged in Suho's mind as he tried to process who this armored female knight was and why she had appeared in such a place. Beru, equally stunned, immediately recognized her. His tone betrayed a mix of disbelief and nostalgia as he addressed her. At the sound of his voice, Ezel turned, her expression softening into a warm smile. With no hesitation, she embraced the Ant King, joy radiating from her as she bombarded him with questions, where Jinwoo was, and who the human beside him might be. Beru, slightly overwhelmed, began to explain the situation, admitting there was too much to unpack all at once. But their reunion was soon interrupted by the looming threat nearby. From a distance, the demons carefully observed the scene. Ezel's demeanor set off alarms in their minds. Her presence wasn't just unexpected, it was problematic. A known figure from a noble house, one who seemed to share ties with their enemies, was the last thing they needed disrupting their operations. Ezel, unaware of their scheming, expressed her deep relief at seeing Beru alive. His presence gave her hope, a sign that perhaps not everything from her past had been lost. But Beru, sensing the building danger, reminded her that their reunion had to wait. The immediate threat of the demons took precedence. The demonic brothers, already bloodthirsty, lunged at Ezel with frenzied glee, eager to harvest her noble blood for stardust. To them, she was nothing more than a resource, an opportunity to grow stronger. Suho, keeping close watch, voiced concern about Ezel's state, questioning if she was in any shape to handle the battle alone. Beru assured him that Ezel was no ordinary demon, citing her as comparable to an S-rank hunter by human standards. The revelation left Suho stunned. The idea of seeing someone with such power up close was compelling. Yet, almost instantly, the illusion was shattered. Ezel failed to block the youngest demon's sudden strike and was sent crashing into the ground. Both Suho and Beru were left in disbelief. This wasn't what they expected from someone of S-rank caliber. As Beru observed her closely, he noticed the mana coursing through her was but a flicker of what it used to be. Ezel revealed the truth tearfully as her pride crumbled. Half a year ago, a rebellion tore through the demon world. The noble houses fought to reclaim order, but hers, the House of Radiru, fell. Many perished to secure her escape. Yet in the process, her blood had been stolen, and with it, her strength. Desperation clung to her as she turned to Beru, pleading for his help. But the Ant King, hardened by time, scoffed at her request, deeming her current self unworthy of such aid. Wounded by his cold response, Ezel could only lament how much he had changed. The demons, watching the exchange, grinned with wicked glee as they realized Ezel was weakened. A surviving heir of the Radiru bloodline was a rare opportunity. This was a golden chance to feast on noble blood and ascend in strength. Suho, meanwhile, analyzed the situation as the demons readied themselves. He knew that the fight was unwinnable as a group. He stood no chance that way, but if he could isolate one of them, he might just tip the odds. With his mana dwindling, he knew time was of the essence. Just then, Beru devised a strategy. Despite his harshness, he turned to Ezel and used his authority to aid her. A pulse of shadow energy surged forth as a system notification confirmed the use of the skill Harsh Orders, temporarily boosting Ezel's stats by 50%. The change was immediate. A renewed flame lit Ezel's eyes as power flooded her body. Her battle cry echoed through the space as she charged forward with unrelenting fury. Suho observed her transformation with mixed feelings, awed by her resurgence, but still wary of her fragile state. Nevertheless, this was their opportunity. With Ezel drawing attention, he could carve out the one-on-one fight he needed. Brokey, fired up by the unfolding clash, barreled into battle and tackled one of the demons. Ezel, aiming for the eldest, hurled her spear with intense force. The demon countered effortlessly, raising a wall of defense to block the strike. In that moment of vulnerability, the youngest demon struck from behind, slashing Ezel clean across the back. She cried out in pain as the demon sneered, believing victory was already his. However, Suho didn't let the opportunity slip. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed into the chaos and seized the youngest demon by the head. Then, landing firmly on his feet, he twisted his hips and hurled the demon forward like a cannonball, sending it crashing into the smoldering pile of mist-burned corpses with explosive force. Yet Suho didn't stop there. He chased after the flung demon without missing a beat, and with one decisive, streaking strike, he split its face clean in two. The creature howled in agony, its cry cut short as life drained from its broken body. As the dust settled around him, a system notification blinked into view, confirming the extermination of the demon and awarding Suho a level up. Another message quickly followed, noting the demon's soul had been absorbed by Vulcan's horn, amplifying Suho's physical stats. The eldest demon turned in horror, realizing its brother had fallen. Panic cracked through its composure, but before it could react, Ezel lunged forward, keeping up the pressure. Still, her renewed strength was short-lived. The effects of Harsh Orders faded swiftly, and a wave of exhaustion overtook her. Her movements faltered, and moments later, Her knees buckled as she collapsed. Seizing his chance, the eldest demon moved in to finish her, but as it reached for Essel, Suho materialized behind it, silent and swift like a shadow. With ruthless precision, he locked the demon in a crushing headlock and twisted violently, bones cracking as the demon's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless and unmoving. The final demon, now alone, felt its confidence wither. Outnumbered and outmatched, it backed away, cursing its fallen kin. In a final act of desperation, it dashed forward, reaching toward Ezel in a frantic bid to absorb her blood and turn the tide. But just before its clawed hand reached her skin, Suho's boot came crashing down on its hand, snapping it mid-motion. Cold fury flashed in his eyes as he ordered Brokey to finish the job. The massive shadow soldier reacted instantly, jaws wide open, as it lunged toward the pinned demon. The beast clamped down without mercy, crushing the creature in a single motion. In the distance, Ezel stirred. Her fingers twitched, her breath shallow as she fought to rise. Though her body remained frail, her mind had cleared enough to witness what stood before her. Seeing a human control shadow soldiers, a feat once unique to Jinwoo, shook her. She turned to Beru for answers. The Ant King, calm and cryptic, nudged her toward the truth. And then it struck her. Recognition dawned in her eyes as memories and truths aligned. The aura, the strength, the presence, it was unmistakable. Trembling, she acknowledged the truth aloud. The boy before her was no ordinary human. He was the young monarch. As Suho stood amidst the carnage, surrounded by the fallen demons and the glow of still-burning corpses, Ezel's faint voice reached his ears. Her words carried both recognition and disbelief. She commented on how different he looked now, how eerily he resembled Jinwoo. But before she could finish, her strength gave out. Her body slumped again, unconscious. Concern flickered across Suho's face. He turned to Beru for an answer. The Ant King examined Ezel and reassured him that she had merely lost consciousness due to exhaustion and would recover in time. A wave of relief softened Suho's expression as he turned his gaze toward the unconscious hunters, now being tended to by Beru. While he kept watch over the survivors, a notification flickered before his eyes, marking the quest as complete. The system confirmed all 7 survivors had been rescued. In return, Suho received 700 gold coins. Eyeing the reward with interest, he promptly instructed the system to open the store window, which had now become accessible. Browsing through the various items, he swiftly selected a low-grade healing potion. With it materializing in his hand, he turned back to Ezel. Kneeling beside her, he gently tilted her head up and administered the potion. Almost immediately, a soft golden glow enveloped her as her body began to mend. Suho noted her improvement with a sense of relief, yet the vulnerability in her condition left him uneasy. Unwilling to leave her behind, he made the decision to bring Ezel along with them into the shadow dungeon. Turning to Brokey, Suho issued his next command to retrieve the corpses of the defeated demons and drag them to the portal that led back to the shadow dungeon. Brokey complied without a word, hauling the bodies with ease, while Gray gently carried Ezel on its back, following their monarch into the darkness beyond. Shortly after, Suho, along with the others, finally arrived at the shadow dungeon. By then, Ezel had regained her senses and learned through Beru that Jinwoo had left Earth to confront the approaching invasion from the Outer God's armies. The weight of that revelation had clearly shaken her, though she didn't let it show. Suho turned toward her, eyes narrowing slightly as he studied her face. Now that he knew her name, he tried to dig through the fog in his memory to recall when they had met. Something about her felt familiar, but the details remained elusive, shrouded in a strange haze. Sensing his uncertainty, Ezel gently reminded him of the time they met during his tutorial, a distant point in his past now buried beneath countless battles and trials. Her words stirred something faint, and slowly, fragments began to take shape. a single vivid moment resurfaced, her presence beside him as he climbed the floors of the demon castle. The image was faint but unmistakable. Before he could speak further, Beru cut in with a hardened voice, demanding to know what had happened in the demon realm to leave her in such a pitiful state. Ezel, realizing she could no longer avoid the truth, sighed as her expression darkened. She turned to Suho, voice steady but heavy, and began recounting what had unfolded in the demon realm. After Jinwoo had slain the demon king and destroyed the nobility that had ruled through terror, the demon realm was left in peace under the stewardship of the Radiru clan. The clan took responsibility for guarding the demon castle, a place that had once been the epicenter of chaos. Time passed, and the realm remained calm until half a year ago, when everything changed. That peace shattered when an unnatural power began circulating among the demons, a magic-enhancing stimulant called stardust. The moment she spoke the word, something inside Suho stirred. He recalled scattered whispers during the earlier battle. The demons had mentioned stardust. The pieces were beginning to fit. Essel pressed on, her voice beginning to tremble as the weight of what she had endured began to resurface. She explained that the stardust had little effect on the powerful elite, but to the weaker demons, it was a miracle, an addictive shortcut to power with no apparent cost. With Jinwoo gone and no monarch to oversee the realm, those demons grew bolder, driven by greed and newfound strength. One by one, they began uniting under a shared cause, their ambitions swelling beyond control. Their target was clear: the Radiru clan, who stood as the last symbol of monarchic authority. Betrayals erupted from within, and scattered uprisings became a full-scale civil war. The protectors of the demon castle were strong, noble, and resolute, but woefully unprepared for the scale and savagery of what awaited them. For half a year, they fought with everything they had, but slowly, inevitably, they were overwhelmed. Ezel's hands trembled slightly as she recounted the horrors that followed. The traitorous demons didn't stop at conquest. They captured surviving nobles and used them as nothing more than magical resources, draining their blood to fuel themselves further. The noble blood, once a mark of pride, had become a commodity, an addiction. Her father, her kin, her people, all fell one by one, feeding the flames of the rebellion. She, too, was captured and subjected to the same cruel fate. Her mana drained repeatedly, her power dwindled to a faint echo of what it once was. Shame hung heavy in her voice as she confessed the truth. She was the only one who survived, not out of strength, but because she ran, because others gave their lives to buy her time. With the castle fallen and the bloodline broken, she had wandered without purpose, burdened by guilt and uncertainty. And now, face to face with the son of the man who had entrusted her family with the protection of the realm, she could barely raise her eyes. Suho listened without interruption, absorbing each word, but instead of blame or judgment, his voice carried gratitude. He spoke solemnly, acknowledging the burden her family had carried and the sacrifices they had made. He thanked her, not just for enduring, but for everything the Radiru clan had once done for his father. And then, with conviction burning in his voice, he promised her that she would not carry this burden alone. They would rebuild the Radiru household together. Something stirred in Essel then, something deeper than sorrow or pain. A memory returned to her, distant yet vivid. A moment from the past when Jinwoo himself had stood before her with that same unwavering look of certainty. For a fleeting instant, it was as though time had folded, and the shadow of the monarch returned once more in the eyes of his son. As if to mark the moment, a flicker appeared before Suho's vision, a system notification that signified the importance of what had just occurred. It stated that the last survivor of the pureblood demon nobles had expressed her gratitude to him. Another line immediately followed, prompting Suho with a choice: whether he would recruit the descendant of the White Flames as his teammate. Suho's mind halted briefly in surprise. He hadn't considered that Ezel might be descended from the second monarch, but the system didn't lie. He turned his gaze back to her, still trying to comprehend what this connection meant, but he wasted no time in making his decision. With quiet determination, he accepted. The system responded at once, acknowledging that he had formed a bond with the descendant of the White Flames. Ezel was now officially a companion, and a unique bond skill had been activated between them, signaling the beginning of a new alliance, born not only of shared struggle, but of mutual resolve. A flurry of notifications flooded Ezel's vision, startling her with their sudden appearance. Confusion clouded her face as a status screen emerged before her eyes, something entirely foreign to her. She blinked, trying to make sense of it, struggling to process what was happening. Suho, watching closely, realized with surprise that the system was visible to his companions as well. It was a detail he hadn't known before, likely because Gray, his previous bonded ally, lacked the ability to speak. Seeing the moment as an opportunity, Suho decided to test the new bond skill he had just acquired. Turning to Ezel, he found her barely holding herself upright, still visibly drained, yet meeting his gaze with determination, willing to proceed. The system reacted to their connection, confirming the activation of the bond skill, Demon Blast. Almost instantly, a surge of powerful energy burst to life between them. A thick current of electricity crackled to life as Suho felt the bond take form. It wasn't just a passive increase in strength, it was active, volatile, and deeply connected. Suho's body vibrated in resonance with the transfer of energy, a raw and potent power flowing between them. The sensation was unlike anything he had felt before. But before he could grasp its full extent, Ezel collapsed, falling limp to the ground as she gasped for breath. The last of her strength had been devoured by the activation. She was completely spent, unable to even sit upright. Suho quickly assured her that she'd done enough and urged her to rest. Even as she lay recovering, Suho couldn't help but dwell on the power the skill must hold, to have drained her completely with a single use. Driven by curiosity, he chose to test its potency. He clenched his fist, stepped toward a nearby wall, and unleashed a clean punch. The strike landed hard, leaving a crack in the surface, but nothing extraordinary. Beru, silently observing, voiced his thoughts. To him, the strike looked no different than Suho's usual blows. Suho studied the damage and agreed. Compared to Gray's bond skill, Demon Blast felt underwhelming. Turning his attention back to the system window, Suho examined the bond skill's current state. The charge rate displayed a mere 0%, with no information provided on how to increase it. He stared at it with a furrowed brow, frustration creeping in. The power was there. He had felt it, but unlocking its true form remained a mystery. Before he could delve deeper, Beru stepped forward with a request. The Ant King asked for permission to consume the corpses of the demons they had brought into the Shadow Dungeon. Suho, however, shook his head. He explained that those bodies were intended for shadow extraction. Beru seemed surprised, realizing that Suho had not yet attempted to extract their shadows. He encouraged Suho to try now. Suho extended his hand, calling forth the familiar command that had once summoned legions. But this time, the system denied the request. Shadow extraction failed. The demons' souls could not be converted. Their mana was tainted and corrupted. Beru, drawing from his knowledge of Jinwoo's past, elaborated that even the Shadow Monarch had struggled to extract corrupted demons. Instead, he had bound them through contracts, much like the arrangement with the Radiru household. Accepting this limitation, Suho gave Beru permission to proceed. Grateful, the Ant King thanked his young monarch and began consuming the corpses without hesitation. Meanwhile, Suho turned back to Ezel and offered her another potion. She accepted it with a tired but grateful smile. As she drank, Suho offered her a place to stay within the Shadow Dungeon. Knowing she had nowhere else to go, his words touched Ezel deeply. But before she could respond with any formality, the quiet moment was abruptly shattered by a piercing cry from Beru. Suho turned sharply, alarmed by the sudden urgency in his voice. Beru, still surrounded by the corpses, raised his head with a grim look. From the memories absorbed through his feast, he had uncovered something significant, something deeply troubling, a clue about the apostles of the Atarim. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Suho immediately sat down, his face tense with urgency, and the others followed. Beru began recounting the information. First, he revealed the widespread presence of stardust, drawing a line between Earth and the wider cosmos. The mistburns used in Stardust's creation were not natives of Hell. They came from the outer space. Izel's reaction was instant. Her eyes widened in shock, realizing that Stardust's influence wasn't confined to their world. Suho remained still, absorbing the implications. The origin of the mistburns pointed toward an extraterrestrial threat, one more dangerous than they had assumed. Beru went on, drawing connections between the demons, the Hyena Guild, and a disturbing trafficking operation. The demons had been acquiring humans from this guild, infecting them to transform into mistburns. These twisted creatures were then processed as ingredients for Stardust. The Hyena Guild didn't work alone. They sourced the victims. The Reaper Guild handled transportation, and the factories, many hidden, spread across continents, processed them. It was a horrifying system, and one overseen from the shadows by the Atarim. Suho sat in silence, piecing the fragments together. The invasions, the corruption, the disappearances. It wasn't just a conspiracy. It was a structured, large-scale operation, part of a larger invasion plan. But Beru wasn't done yet. From the memories, he unearthed something far more personal. A single human, responsible for designing the entire operation. The mind behind the machinery. One who had designed the manufacturing process in its entirety. He was an apostle of the Itarim, a shadowed figure concealed somewhere on Earth. Suho's eyes widened as the full weight of the revelation settled in. Beru divulged even more. This apostle wasn't working alone. A human accomplice was helping maintain the operation's secrecy and distribution. It was Lee Minsung, the vice guildmaster of the Reaper Guild, and Beru was certain that following Minsung's trail would lead them to the apostle himself. Elsewhere, the world watched as the Reaper Guild stood at the center of controversy. Outside their headquarters, a crowd had formed. The press buzzed with questions, the atmosphere ripe with suspicion. When Lee Minsung finally stepped out, he was flanked by bodyguards, shielding him from the barrage of accusations. Reporters shouted over one another, demanding answers about the missing civilians, the tragedy at Seoul Station, and the Reaper Guild's ties to the Hyena Guild. But Minsung, masterful in deception, played his role to perfection. With tears glimmering in his eyes, he expressed regret and sorrow. His voice cracked as he spoke of unintended consequences and the weight of leadership. And the crowd bought it. Whispers of admiration began replacing doubt. His act was too convincing. Minsung turned, walked away, and smirked privately as he listened to the murmurs shift in his favor. He took pride in how easily he had swayed public opinion. The Hunters Association, he mused, had let him off too easily. They didn't know. He was the one behind the entire operation, the source of Stardust. He was certain his secret was safe. Hidden nearby, Suho watched quietly, concealed behind a wall. His gaze was fixed on Minsung, cold and calculating. He turned to Beru and asked if the man bore the aura of the Atarim. Beru, after a moment of focus, answered with certainty. There was no trace of the outer god's influence within him. Suho processed that carefully. Minsung wasn't being controlled, he was acting on his own will. That knowledge made it worse. His grip tightened as he prepared to confront him directly, but Beru stepped in once more, stopping him with urgency. The Ant King acknowledged Suho's victories, but warned that the mana radiating from Minsung was immense. far greater than anything Suho could handle in his current state. Oblivious to the danger stalking him from the shadows, Lee Min-sung stepped into a sleek black car, its tinted windows shielding him from the world outside. The drive was smooth, the silence inside only broken by the low hum of the engine. Soon, the vehicle pulled up at a luxury hotel, pristine, secure, and meticulously arranged to his preference. The suite had been readied in advance, fine food laid out elegantly, drinks chilled to perfection, and the lighting set just right to soothe and indulge. Seated on a plush couch with a woman lounging in his arms, Min-sung exuded the air of a man untouchable. Confidence radiated from him as he let out a soft chuckle, amused by his own brilliance. He scrolled leisurely through his phone, reading headlines that painted him as a misunderstood hero. Articles praised the Reaper Guild's clean financial reports, lauded his sincerity in public, and even commended his supposed transparency, despite the recent controversy surrounding the Hyena Guild. But the atmosphere shifted as a different woman entered the suite. Her stride was confident, her presence sharp enough to slice through the room's easy calm. Without hesitation, she gestured to the others, and with no resistance, they quietly exited, leaving only the two behind. She wasted no time with pleasantries. Her tone was direct, cutting to business as she expressed her intent to purchase a substantial batch of stardust. There was no subtlety in her demand, only the expectation that it would be fulfilled. Min-sung, eyes narrowing slightly, reminded her of recent events. The destruction of one of the factories had disrupted the flow, and their reserves were now stretched thin. Yet the woman wasn't fazed. She leaned in, asserting that he was a resourceful man with strong ties. Surely he could find a way. Her confidence irritated him slightly, though he masked it well behind a strained smile. Min-sung finally gave a reluctant nod, agreeing to speak to his supplier, though the weight of frustration was clear in his stiff posture. As she left and the door clicked shut, Min-sung's thoughts drifted to the one man he couldn't afford to lose contact with, the one who managed the entire distribution and production line. For days now, that individual had stopped responding to his commands. No updates, no shipments, no explanations. A silence that threatened the entire operation. Min-sung clenched his jaw. There was no way around it anymore. If things were to keep running, he had to reach out directly. The man on the other end wasn't just another supplier. He was the mind behind the network, the designer of the supply chain, the very apostle of the Atarim that Baru had warned about, silent, elusive, and hiding somewhere on Earth. In an effort to momentarily divert his thoughts and strategically plan his next move against the powerful forces orchestrating the chaos, Suho returned to the Shadow Dungeon. There, alongside Gray and Essel, he tore through wave after wave of goblins, leaving no room for resistance as he pushed his stats upward at a relentless pace. From the sidelines, Baru quietly observed, sensing the impatience bubbling within Suho, an urgency born from the presentation he had shared earlier, outlining their mission. Their objective was to extract critical information about the apostle of Atarim from Lee Min-sung, the man at the helm of the Stardust distribution network. But Baru had warned that such a confrontation would likely result in a battle they weren't yet prepared for. Assessing their strength with careful judgment, Baru had offered his evaluation. Suho stood at C rank, Gray just below at D rank, and Essel too at C rank. Even with Gray fused into his shadow, Suho at best could push his power to B rank, and taking down someone like Min-sung, an A rank hunter, with such a gap was a task far beyond their current reach. Suho mulled over Baru's words, realizing the truth in them. Hunting goblins had its limits. Though useful, it no longer felt like the path forward. He craved faster progress, yet the opportunities to level up were scarce. To grow further, Suho knew he had to dive into dungeons filled with far stronger monsters, but for an E-rank hunter like him, this was easier said than done. Back in the comfort of his apartment, Suho's thoughts lingered on the limited options before him. offers extended to him were mostly grunt work, excavation and collection jobs, with no hope of being included in actual strike teams. Worse still, the rules of the Hunter Association forbade unauthorized entry into gates, closing off the very paths Suho needed most. Observing his quiet frustration, Beru offered a suggestion. Suho should consider retaking the evaluation test at the association. But Suho quickly dismissed the idea. He feared that news of his reawakening might draw the attention of the Apostle of Itarim, and with his current strength insufficient even against Minsung, such exposure could place his father in danger, something Suho wanted to avoid at all costs. Sensing the depth of Suho's caution, Beru offered a measure of reassurance. The Apostle might not pose an immediate threat. Beru reasoned that if the Apostle had reached Earth earlier than he had, it likely meant they had crossed over while still weakened by the dimensional passage. Expanding on this theory, Beru explained that beings from other universes needed to pass through dimensional cracks, pathways that were narrow and resistant to mana flow. This resistance acted as a barrier, making it difficult for energy to pass through. Attempts to widen these cracks forcibly were quickly undone, the dimensional walls snapping back into place unless an immense amount of energy was used, energy that scaled with a being's mana capacity. This very limitation was the reason even powerful entities like the Shadow Monarch or the armies of Itarim couldn't freely cross over. Piecing together the logic, Suho came to a realization. The Apostle who had arrived swiftly was likely a weaker entity, which aligned with their actions so far, using proxies like Brokey and the demonic brothers instead of revealing themselves outright. As Suho pondered his next step, Beru too sank into quiet thought, recalling an important conversation with his liege. Understanding the unpredictability of Earth's current situation, Jinwoo had entrusted Beru with the responsibility to act decisively when the moment came. Along with that trust, he had also handed over a mysterious key, something Jinwoo had described as a tool that would lead Beru to someone capable of helping Suho in countless ways. Snapping out of his thoughts, Beru realized the time had come. But before he could speak, Suho suddenly jolted upright, a spark of inspiration lighting his face. Without a word, he snatched up his phone, confident that he had found the answer, a way to enter gates legally, without violating the association's rules or attracting unwanted attention. Later that day, Suho stood before the headquarters of Ajin Soft, seated across from none other than the company's CEO, his uncle, Yu Jinho. Jinho's voice brimmed with delight at seeing his nephew again, marveling at how much Suho had grown since their last meeting. Suho gave a small laugh, brushing it off as a simple growth spurt, before quickly steering the conversation to more pressing matters. From his bag, he pulled out a tablet and laid it on the desk before his uncle, explaining that he had come with a business proposal. As Jinho skimmed through the contents, skepticism slowly gave way to intrigue. The proposal was nothing like what he had expected. Suho was asking for assistance in entering gates. From the shadows, Beru watched in silence, his respect for Suho deepening. The young monarch had sought out the very person Jinwoo had entrusted for a moment like this. Confident and composed, Suho continued explaining his plan. In exchange for access to gates and strike team support, he promised to hand over every magic essence Crystal obtained inside to Ajin Soft. He assured his uncle that he could clear D to C rank dungeons on his own, causing Jinho to raise an eyebrow, surprised that someone still officially classified as an E rank would make such a claim. Jinho's tone grew more probing, his earlier amusement fading as he asked whether Suho's actions were somehow connected to the disappearance of his parents who had been lost during the Great Cataclysm. Cornered by the question and knowing evasion would serve no purpose, Suho's expression turned grave as he admitted the truth. He revealed his identity as an awakener, capable of leveling up. But he didn't stop there. He spoke of invaders from another universe hiding on Earth and of the urgent need to grow stronger to stop them. Jinho blinked, taken aback, struggling to believe what sounded like an elaborate fantasy. He chuckled, suggesting that Suho must have caught wind of the company's upcoming game, Solo Leveling, and was pulling off an elaborate prank using leaked details from the storyline. Just as he considered the possibility aloud, Beru stepped out from the shadows, his thoughts quietly remarking that Jinho might still carry fragments of memories from the previous world. The sight of the Ant King sent a jolt through Jinho. His breath caught, words died in his throat as disbelief and fear overtook him. Turning to Suho in stunned confusion, he demanded to know what this creature was. But before Suho could answer, Beru addressed the young monarch respectfully and stepped forward. From his grasp, Beru revealed the strange, pulsating key Jinwoo had entrusted him with. Without hesitation, he drove it into Jinho's chest. A surge of otherworldly sensation followed. Jinho's mind spiraled as memories surged like a tidal wave, vivid, overwhelming, unstoppable. He saw himself meeting Jinwoo, felt again the weight of every moment they had shared, and relived the life he had long forgotten. Scene after scene cascaded through his mind until the emotional weight brought tears to his eyes. His body trembled as the past came rushing back. When the storm within him calmed, Jinho looked at Suho with clarity, his thoughts no longer clouded. The veil of disbelief had lifted, replaced by a deep understanding. He now grasped the magnitude of Jinwoo's power, the scale at which his old friend had operated to protect Earth from cosmic threats. Suho explained that to carry on that legacy, to stop the Atarim before they invaded Earth again, he too needed to grow stronger, and fast. Jinho, now fully aware of the stakes, admired the resolve burning in his nephew's eyes and promised to stand by him. With his uncle's full support behind him, Suho rose from his seat, energized and ready to move forward. His request to enter dungeons alone had been granted, and with renewed purpose, he left the office, leaving Jinho in solemn reflection. Alone, Jinho revisited the memory of Jinwoo's unwavering resolve. In the past, Jinwoo had fought alone against impossible odds, but this time was different. Jinho now understood the message hidden within the recovered memories. Jinwoo was offering him a choice, and this time, Jinho would not remain a bystander. He silently vowed to do everything in his power to support Suho and play his part in the fight against the growing threat. The next morning, Suho arrived right on time at the location where the strike squad had already gathered, standing assembled near the entrance of the gate that Jinho had secured as promised. Observing the group his uncle had put together, Suho silently assessed their presence. It was clear these hunters hadn't been selected for their strength or combat prowess, but merely to fulfill the quota required to officially register a strike team. It was exactly what he needed, a flawless setup, and Jinho had executed it perfectly, ensuring everything was aligned with Suho's plan. With the formalities in place, Suho crossed the threshold into the gate and summoned his companions without hesitation. Determined to overcome whatever threats lay inside, he pressed forward, eager to grow strong enough to one day stand beside his father in the battle for Earth's future. Elsewhere, a car cruised into a quiet residential area and came to a smooth halt. Lee Min-sung, vice CEO of the Grim Reaper Guild, stepped out with a composed expression despite it being 3 months since his last visit. Calm and collected, he made his way toward the familiar building. As he walked, his mind drifted to days long past, back to when he had basked in fame, known across Asia as the Prince following his awakening as an A-rank hunter during the Great Cataclysm. That time, however, had crumbled swiftly. The moment his longtime driver, Lim Taegyu, revealed himself to be an S-rank hunter, everything shattered. What had been a matter-of-fact awakening to Taegyu felt like an unforgivable insult to Min-sung, proof that even someone beneath him in status could surpass him in power. The perfect social pyramid that had once favored elites like him had tilted, and the bitterness still lingered in his heart. From that point onward, restoring that balance had become his goal, even if achieving it meant forming alliances with demons. With that conviction etched in his mind, Minsung finally arrived at his destination and stepped through the door. Inside, the sharp gazes of guards greeted him, their silent formation exuding cold hostility. A heavy stillness filled the room until a voice broke through the tension, calling his name. Turning toward the sound, Minsung spotted its source, a boy with stark white-gray hair and unsettlingly sharp eyes that triggered something in Minsung's memory. The recognition struck immediately. This wasn't just any child. It was someone tied to a past Minsung hadn't fully let go of. Approaching the boy, Minsung tapped him lightly on the head, recalling the first time they met when he was just a baby. He made a half-hearted comment on how much the boy had grown, noting the rise in his mana. But the boy replied with an eerie seriousness, correcting Minsung that it wasn't mere growth, it was a return. He explained that to stabilize the damage caused by dimensional travel between outer universes, his original form had fractured its own power and personality into multiple fragments, sending each one into this world separately. The first fragment, his weakest form, had been the infant Minsung once knew. The version standing now was a fusion of that fragment with a second one, newly arrived. Though he retained the same memories, this current self was vastly different, stronger, more aware. Minsung struggled to wrap his head around the complexity of it all. The explanation felt like a convoluted mess, but it didn't matter. What truly concerned him was the promise, wealth, fame, and the elimination of Tegu. That was the deal they had made, and it was the only thing Minsung cared about. The boy acknowledged the agreement, assuring him that the deal still held, but there was suspicion in his eyes as he questioned Minsung's unannounced visit. Minsung then laid bare his reason. There had been setbacks. The Stardust manufacturing process had suffered recent blows. The Hyena Guild, which supplied the firewood, and the factory in Seoul had both been wiped out. Their operation had taken a major hit, and Minsung was there to collect more stardust to keep things afloat. The boy paused, absorbing the news, and calmly asked if Minsung had figured out how the attacks occurred. Minsung mentioned hearing vague rumors about a masked hunter being behind the destruction of the Hyena Guild, but dismissed it without concern. That careless attitude and lack of a contingency plan didn't sit well with the boy. His gaze darkened, and he questioned whether his previous self had erred in choosing Minsung as a pawn. The remark hit harder than intended, and something snapped in Minsung. In a sudden blur of motion, he surged forward, pressing a cold blade to the boy's throat. His eyes narrowed as he threatened to kill him on the spot, warning that he would not be treated as a disposable puppet. But the boy remained unfazed, and that calm in the face of danger only deepened Minsung's unease. Before he could act further, everything changed. An oppressive force flooded the room. The boy's mana erupted outward, blanketing the air with suffocating pressure. It was as if the entire building bowed to his will. Around them, the guards who had been motionless seconds ago now shifted, their bodies ready to pounce. Each of them moved under the boy's command, primed to tear Minsung apart if given the signal. Realizing the peril, Minsung's demeanor shifted instantly. He stepped back with a forced grin, his blade lowering as he dismissed his earlier action as a poor joke. The boy didn't respond. He didn't even look at Minsung. With an air of disinterest, he let the offense slide, stating that he still saw some usefulness in him. Soon, the suffocating grip of mana around the room began to fade, and as the tension lifted, one of the guards stepped forward and opened a briefcase, revealing several crystalline vials, stimulants with a stardust concentration nearly 100 times stronger than the typical variant. The boy explained that, once diluted, the stimulants could yield vast quantities of stardust, and unlike the standard product used by low-ranking hunters, this version was potent enough to affect even someone like Minsung, an A-ranker. Minsung eyed the vials cautiously. He understood the power they held, but said nothing more. Silently, he took the case and turned toward the door. Just before stepping out, he paused and glanced back, offering the boy a single reminder, urging him not to forget his promise. There was no reply. The boy's attention had already drifted toward the distant horizon outside the window. Somewhere far away, he could sense it. Another fragment was approaching, a fragment of strength. With it, he would reclaim an even greater share of his lost power. And when that time came, there would be no more need for secrecy. That moment would mark the turning point, the beginning of the true invasion. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Suho had been clearing dungeons at a relentless pace. It had begun with smaller, low-ranked gates, but recently he had pushed into higher-level ones, taking on tougher opponents with Essel and Gray fighting at his side. He had even begun mining mana crystals at remarkable speeds, employing an entire workforce of goblin summons to streamline the process. Currently, Suho was engaged in a fierce battle with a C-rank dungeon boss deep underground. The massive spider-like beast swung its clawed limbs with terrifying speed, but Suho moved with sharpened reflexes, slipping through each attack like a blur. Tired of evasion, he lunged forward with his dagger unsheathed and activated Storm Slash. Pouring all his strength into the strike, he slashed at the monster with full force, but a system notification promptly appeared, warning that the target's resistance was too high, nullifying the paralytic effect of his attack. Unfazed, Suho quickly shifted tactics. He leapt high into the air, fists clenched tight, and surged forward again, this time channeling his mana with renewed focus and force. With a crash, he slammed his fist into the monster's massive jaw. Then, swiftly drawing his dagger again, he launched a flurry of precise slashes, each cut executed with increasing confidence and power. He could feel it, how far he'd come. The pride of standing alone against a C-rank boss and holding his ground was undeniable. Not only had his level risen, but his battle instinct and efficiency had sharpened considerably. Just then, an idea sparked in his mind. Ruler's authority, a skill he'd mostly used to manipulate objects, but what if he infused it directly into his strikes? Testing the theory, he focused, pouring invisible force into his arm as he leapt again. Light streaked from his hand as he brought it down with full force. The impact sent the spider crashing into the dungeon floor with a thunderous crack. A system notification soon appeared before Suho, confirming the defeat of the giant arachne, immediately followed by the familiar message indicating he had leveled up once again. Letting out a deep breath, Suho leaned against the enormous lifeless body of the beast. The battle had drained him, and he could feel the toll that using Ruler's authority in such an aggressive, physical way had taken on him. While undeniably powerful, the technique demanded a significant amount of mana and willpower, leaving behind a wave of fatigue. Not long after, he made his way back to his team, where Easel greeted him with a congratulatory nod and a spark of admiration in her eyes. Beru, who had been lurking nearby, informed him that all the valuable monster materials had been successfully collected as well, a report that brought visible satisfaction to Suho. Opening his system window, Suho took a moment to appreciate the convenience of the integrated store function. The materials they had gathered could now be sold directly. No need for bartering, middlemen, or market trips. It was clean and efficient. As Suho browsed the inventory, Beru spoke up, his eyes fixed thoughtfully on his young monarch. The Ant King pointed out the obvious. Suho's growth rate was extraordinary. Compared to ordinary hunters, the pace at which he was leveling up bordered on the unnatural. By Beru's estimate, Suho was now nearing the threshold of a B-rank hunter. Suho didn't seem too surprised. 8 level-ups since they began raiding dungeons had made the progress tangible. But Beru wasn't finished. He made another sharp observation, that Suho's rapid growth seemed to be affecting those around him. Essel agreed, commenting that with each battle, her strength felt like it was returning faster and more completely. Even Gray gave an enthusiastic bark as if to second her statement. The implications of this weren't lost on Suho, yet what truly caught his attention next was something even more surprising. For the first time, he could see levels displayed above Essel and Gray. He pointed it out, his voice tinged with curiosity. Essel, equally puzzled, admitted she didn't understand it. Neither of them were system users like Suho or his father, so the appearance of levels made no logical sense. Suho didn't have an answer either, but the possibility that his companions could now gain experience and level up like him opened up entirely new opportunities. If the system's mechanics extended beyond himself, their potential as allies had just multiplied. Still, the nature of the system, its rules, its reach, and now this team mechanic, remained filled with unknowns, mysteries he would eventually need to unravel. For now, though, he pushed those thoughts aside. Suggesting they return to the Shadow Dungeon for further training, Suho stepped through the gateway with his team. But no sooner had they entered than something strange pulled his focus. His pace slowed, and his eyes widened with disbelief. There, glowing ominously in the depths of the Shadow Dungeon, was something that should not exist. A red gate. A gate within the Shadow Dungeon itself was unheard of. Heat radiated from its surface in intense waves, far beyond anything Suho had previously encountered here. Alarmed, he turned immediately to Beru, hoping for an explanation. But even Beru looked genuinely unsettled. He admitted he had never seen anything like this before, and his uncertainty made the situation all the more disturbing. Before Suho could ask further questions, a system notification abruptly flashed across his vision. An urgent quest had been issued. A dimensional crack had been detected, and the objective was clear. He had to eliminate the source of the disturbance. Suho's expression shifted at once. The promise of significant rewards gleamed in his mind, replacing caution with excitement. A grin spread across his face as he wasted no time preparing for the unknown. He reached into his inventory, pulling out heat-resistant robes and tossing them to Essel and Gray. Wearing one himself, he turned toward his companions with a confident stride and, without hesitation, signaled them to follow. Far away, on the other side of the world, a gentle wind rolled across a vast desert, brushing over endless dunes beneath a merciless sun. Towering in the middle of the arid expanse stood a colossal pyramid, its ancient grandeur dwarfing everything in sight. The entire area had been designated a field-type dungeon, one of Egypt's most formidable. At the heart of the scene stood Ryo Singh, a B-rank hunter from the Asura Guild, his sword raised in defiance. He and his squad had been cornered near the pyramid's base, facing off against another team of hunters who refused to retreat after forcibly ejecting Asura Guild members from the site. Leading the opposing group was Randolph, an A-rank hunter of the Scavenger Guild, exuding authority. To him, the presence of the Asura Guild was little more than an annoyance. He issued a sharp warning, making it clear that further resistance would result in battle. Ryo's mind raced as tension escalated. Running into one of the top-ranking guilds had turned their mission into a nightmare. But he wasn't one to back down. He signaled his team to prepare, knowing they couldn't afford to lose here. Randolph, unfazed, stood with arms crossed and a relaxed stance. His confidence came from the Scavenger Guild's sheer dominance. He didn't believe they'd be challenged seriously, but just as the air tensed for violence, a sudden interruption shattered the moment. A hand appeared out of thin air, halting both parties in their tracks. All eyes snapped toward the source. Amidst the shimmering heat and swirling sand, Suho stood beside Essel and Gray, having emerged unannounced. Suho scanned the unfamiliar desert terrain, clearly confused. As his gaze drifted from the endless dunes to the tense standoff between hunters, he asked, somewhat awkwardly, where exactly he had ended up. 30 minutes prior to the confrontation, that unfolded amidst the swirling sands, Suho and his team had emerged into what initially presented itself as a desert-type dungeon. The blazing sun and endless dunes set the stage, but it was Beru who first noticed something far more significant. His gaze locked onto the looming pyramid in the distance, and from that ancient structure, he could feel the immense mana pulsing outward like a beacon. However, it wasn't just the desert or the pyramid that unsettled them. As they journeyed deeper into the strange terrain, anomalies began to pile up. Scattered across the sand were rusted cars, collapsed metal fencing, and remnants of barbed wire, elements that simply didn't belong in a typical dungeon environment. These contradictions stacked uneasily, making Suho and his group question whether this was even a dungeon at all. Attempting to steady his team, Suho shook his head and chose to focus on what mattered most. He reassured them that as long as the original gate linking them to their place remained intact, they had nothing to worry about. To confirm this, Suho decided to double-check the gate personally. Without delay, he stepped through the portal, but what should have been a simple verification ended in disbelief. Suho returned almost immediately, his expression dark, eyes shadowed by the weight of what he had discovered. The gate was gone, vanished without a trace. The mood shifted. Their only known exit had evaporated. They were trapped. Trying to navigate this new problem, Suho pressed onward, hoping to find anyone who could provide answers about their current location. That was when he stumbled upon the tense standoff between two groups of hunters. Hoping for clarity, Suho questioned the gathered hunters about where they were, but Ryo eyed him with suspicion. In his mind, Suho was likely another opportunistic hunter from the east, looking to lay claim to the pyramid dungeon alongside the scavenger guild. Meanwhile, Randolph viewed the situation with contempt. His cold eyes lingered on Suho, though his thoughts briefly drifted to a cryptic conversation with his guildmaster, Thomas Andre. He remembered Thomas recounting an ominous prophecy, one spoken by Granny, the old seer whose visions were known for their uncanny accuracy. Her prophecy had mentioned a life born from death, a figure who would emerge from a shattered seal, one fated to appear at a tomb and possess the ability to raise the dead. The timing had aligned too perfectly with the sudden appearance of the pyramid dungeon in Egypt, its tomb-like presence tied eerily to death and rebirth. Thomas had drawn the connection and sent Randolph to seize the dungeon for the Scavenger Guild, and when Randolph had asked what to do, should others interfere, Thomas had been clear: handle it the Scavenger way, with force and without hesitation. Snapping back to the present, Randolph's gaze sharpened as he issued Suho a final warning. If Suho had come to claim the dungeon, he'd best leave. But Suho, now assured that this place was indeed a dungeon and likely the source of the dimensional crack from his urgent quest, had no intentions of backing down. Resolute, Suho posed a calm yet firm question. What would happen if he refused to leave? Randolph didn't take kindly to defiance. Rage surged in his chest as he drew his blade and struck with thunderous force, bringing it down in a fiery arc aimed to finish the interloper in one blow. But to his surprise, Suho nimbly dodged the attack and countered with a swift, powerful punch to Randolph's chest. The strike landed cleanly, yet Randolph didn't flinch. Instead, he retaliated with a crushing blow of his own, sending Suho hurtling backward into a nearby wall, shattering it on impact. With the air now thick with tension, Randolph's jaw tightened as he snapped at his men, ordering them to wipe out the Asura Guild and take Suho down with them. Seeing Suho struck down, Ezel's eyes narrowed as fury consumed her. Without hesitation, she and Gray leapt into the fray, charging the scavenger hunters with lethal intent. Ryo, too, roared into battle, refusing to let the Scavenger Guild claim victory without a fight. In the meantime, Suho pulled himself from the rubble, shaking the disorientation from his head. As the battlefield unfolded in chaos around him, His eyes narrowed with grim resolve. If completing the urgent quest meant prevailing in this conflict, then there was no choice but to win. With that in mind, Suho sprang forward, launching a flying kick at an armored hunter. The blow connected cleanly with his opponent's jaw. Yet the hunter didn't fall. He merely grinned. The hunter's durability gave Suho pause. He clenched his fist, briefly contemplating whether to use his new technique reinforced by ruler's authority. But hesitation took hold. The technique was too powerful. If he used it recklessly, it might kill his opponent. However, before he could act, a blur of motion cut through the battlefield. A figure slashed past Suho with surgical precision, blade flashing in the sunlight. A crimson arc followed the motion as the scavenger hunter's throat was cleanly slit. The man collapsed. Suho turned, startled by the timely intervention. It was Ryo. With sharp eyes and a hardened expression, Ryo questioned Suho's hesitation, challenging whether he truly feared taking a life. He reminded Suho that the world of hunters didn't just pit them against monsters, it also brought them face to face with cold-blooded adversaries, false rankers, and those who killed without remorse. His words struck something deep within Suho. Up until now, Suho had believed himself ready to risk everything in battle, yet in truth, he had avoided crossing the final line, killing. The great cataclysm had shattered the old world, and with it, the rules Suho had once lived by. If he wanted to protect others, to confront beings like Lee Min-sung, he needed more than just strength. He needed resolve, the will to do whatever was necessary. His eyes sharpened with clarity as the hesitation faded. With renewed determination, Suho formally introduced himself, earning a nod of approval from Ryo, who returned the gesture. From that moment, the two decided to join forces, forging an alliance against their common enemy, the Scavenger Guild. He retrieved the key to the Shadow Dungeon and whispered the words his enemies weren't prepared for. Arise. Darkness erupted from the ground, coiling like tendrils around the battlefield as shadowy forms emerged one by one. At the center stood the towering form of the recently slain giant Arachne, now reborn under Suho's command. For Ryo, the sight was beyond belief. Suho wasn't just a skilled martial artist, but a summoner as well, something he struggled to fully comprehend. Yet Suho remained composed, focused entirely on the mission. With his army prepared, he charged forward, and the shadow of the Arachne surged toward the Scavenger Guild like a bullet of darkness. Their leader, Randolph, however, didn't even flinch. Planting his foot into the ground, he dashed ahead, and with one devastating swing of his axe, obliterated the creature in a single blow. The display of power only widened his grin. Suho's hidden strength had stirred something in him, exhilaration, and an itch to fight a worthy opponent. Suho, undeterred, clenched his fists and called for Gray, initiating a bond skill. But before they could act, the earth beneath them trembled, followed by monstrous roars that echoed from within the ancient ruins. From the pyramid's depths emerged a horde of mummified warriors, drawn by the chaos and now flooding every possible exit with terrifying ferocity. The battle against them erupted with sheer urgency as hunters fought to hold their ground. Amidst the bloodshed, Randolph began to piece together the cryptic prophecy his guildmaster had once spoken. Words about a being born of death, capable of raising the dead. It now held some weight. The timing, the undead swarming them, and the presence of that summoner. Everything began aligning. If the prophecy was true, then surely the one it spoke of was somewhere in this dungeon. But that left Randolph with a choice: seize the dungeon's core before others, or find a way to take control of the power itself. Eventually, Randolph made his call. He rallied his guild and led them toward the boss room, leaving the Asura Guild and Suho's team to wrestle with the relentless swarm of mummies. Realizing the intent behind their sudden movement, Ryo shouted for his guildmates to block them, but the surge of undead served as an impenetrable wall. Suho, now aware of the urgency, understood the implications. If the Scavenger Guild reached the dungeon core first, not only would the reward be theirs, but possibly the mysterious power as well. Without wasting a moment, he called out to Gray once more, activated their bond, and in a blur of speed, cut through the undead, carving a path with lightning-fast precision. Ryo, still dazed by the spectacle, stood frozen as Suho shouted for everyone to finish up and catch up quickly. Meanwhile, deep within the pyramid's winding corridors, the Scavenger Guild carved their way forward until they arrived at a towering, dust-covered door. As they forced it open, an ancient stillness greeted them. At the center of the chamber, bound in glowing chains, stood a monstrous beast of unimaginable size. Its head hung low, body slumped under the pressure of its restraints, but its presence alone commanded fear. Randolph observed the creature carefully, but something felt off. The prophecy had spoken of a sealed entity that would awaken as the one born of death arrived, but this creature was already here. Still, curiosity overtook caution. Without warning, the beast stirred. A guttural language spilled from its mouth, alien and incomprehensible, its tone growing sharper with each passing second. Then, with a sudden surge of fury, it ripped its restraints apart in a violent blast of power. Freed, the creature rose to its full height and lashed out with part of its broken chain. Randolph barely managed to raise his shield in time, blocking the deadly attack, but the rest of his team wasn't as lucky. The strike shredded through them like paper, their bodies torn apart by the sheer force. The beast advanced, its heavy steps causing the ground to quake. Randolph alone stood in its path. Tightening his grip, he activated his skill, Giant's Armor, and poured all his strength into a massive swing aimed at the beast's chest. The impact rang through the chamber like a bell, but the creature didn't so much as flinch. Horror settled in as Randolph realized the attack had done nothing. Exposed and breathless, he stood frozen. A wave of regret hit him. He should have waited for his guildmaster, but it was too late. With a single devastating blow, the beast launched him across the room. His body crashed into the wall with a sickening crunch. Now speaking in a tongue that could be understood, the beast dismissed the fight as nothing more than entertainment, then turned its gaze toward the pyramid's exit, sensing more life waiting beyond. Outside, Suho continued to cut a path through the unending tide of mummies. But despite his efforts, their numbers didn't dwindle. Fatigue began to creep in. Desperate to even the odds, he tried to raise the fallen creatures as shadows, only to be met with resistance. A system message denied the command, stating that ancient souls could not be extracted. Frustration welled within him. His options were running thin. Before he could act further, a new tremor split the ground. The very earth cracked open as monstrous centipedes erupted from beneath, towering over the battlefield. Hunters stumbled in panic as chaos once again escalated. Ezel sprang into action, leaping onto one of the creatures. She drove her spear into its armored hide with all her might, but even her sharpest blows failed to pierce its shell, leaving her exposed and frustrated. Ryo, watching the unfolding disaster, shouted to Suho, urging him to consider retreat. The situation was spiraling, and they were dangerously outnumbered. Suho hesitated. The quest required him to resolve the dimensional crack, and letting the Scavenger Guild reach the dungeon's heart unchecked could mean failure. Yet given the dire situation, retreat felt like the only viable option. As doubt clouded his mind, a dreadful sound thundered across the battlefield. Heavy footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoed with chilling weight. Ryo turned, his face paling as his eyes landed on the approaching terror. Emerging from the passage the Scavenger Guild had taken was the very beast that had annihilated Randolph and his team, a colossal entity cloaked in death. Suho instinctively shifted his stance, senses flaring. The red name above the creature confirmed what his instincts already knew. This was no ordinary monster. The system identified it as the prisoner of the tomb, Amit, a being of unimaginable power, a living calamity. As Amit emerged from the depths of the pyramid, his roar tore through the battlefield, shaking the earth beneath. The horde of mummies, which had been blindly attacking just moments ago, suddenly froze. Then, as if compelled by the monster's will alone, they turned and fled, retreating in terrified obedience. Ezel, able to understand the ancient tongue of monsters, quickly realized what Amit had commanded. He had ordered them to vanish. In a blur of motion, the colossal creature suddenly launched himself toward Ezel, landing directly in front of her with a thunderous crash. Looming over her, Amit questioned how she could understand his language. Ezel, trembling beneath his massive presence, admitted the truth. Her demonic heritage granted her such comprehension. The revelation drew a hint of amusement from the beast, who then remarked on the monotony of his long, cursed existence, claiming it had been an eternity since anyone could hold a conversation with him. As the two stood in the midst of chaos, one of the enormous centipedes that still roamed the battlefield began to advance toward Ezel, drawn by her vulnerability. Before the creature could strike, Amit intervened. With terrifying speed, he shattered the centipede with a single crushing blow, its body reduced to pulp in an instant. Ezel stood motionless, stunned by the sheer force he had displayed. This monster had just saved her, and his power was beyond anything she could comprehend. With unsettling calm, Amit excused himself, telling Ezel they would continue their conversation once he had purged the area of the lesser creatures who dared ignore his command. Then, in a burst of movement that defied his size, Amit descended into a whirlwind of destruction. His massive claws tore through the remaining centipedes with ruthless precision, ripping, slashing, and demolishing every last one. In mere moments, the battlefield was reduced to silence, the scent of blood and dust thick in the air. Rio, watching the devastation unfold, could barely speak. His voice trembled as he tried to grasp what had just occurred. The centipedes, once considered near unstoppable, had been wiped out effortlessly. The dungeon, initially evaluated as a C to B rank, now revealed its true, terrifying nature. Meanwhile, Amit, surveying the aftermath of his rampage, sensed the presence of more unworthy beings, ones he deemed incapable of conversation. Without pause, he lunged forward, closing the distance between himself and Rio with blinding speed. Rio, sensing the oncoming danger, instinctively raised his sword to block, but before the blow could land, Suho intervened. With a powerful strike to Amit's jaw, Suho stopped the assault mid-swing, forcing the beast back for just a moment. Defiance radiated from Suho's presence as he questioned Amit's philosophy of slaughtering those who could not speak his tongue. Amit paused. The idea that a human could speak to him seemed to intrigue him. For the first time, he acknowledged Suho as someone worth noticing. Yet the moment passed quickly. Steeling himself, Amit retaliated with a violent kick that struck Suho with bone-shattering force, sending him flying. The ground split beneath the impact, and Suho's body crashed into a nearby wall, leaving him coughing blood and barely conscious. Ezel screamed at the sight, her voice cracking with horror and rage. She cried out to Amit, furious that he would dare harm Suho. Hearing this, Amit's demeanor shifted slightly. Realizing that Suho was Ezel's companion, he showed a flicker of what vaguely resembled remorse, though it was shallow and fleeting. Just as abruptly, he changed the subject, curiosity returning to his tone as he questioned Ezel about the outcome of the great war between the Shadow Monarch and the other monarchs. Ezel froze. The knowledge Amit displayed was unnerving. That he could speak of the ancient monarch war so casually sent chills down her spine. She had no idea how this being could know so much, and the weight of it silenced her. Amit, growing impatient with her hesitation, scoffed. In his mind, whether it was a mindless monster or a demon refusing to speak, They were all the same, undeserving of mercy. Raising his massive foot into the air, he prepared to crush Ezel where she stood. But before the final blow could fall, Suho stirred. Despite the pain racking his body, he activated his status recovery skill. A warm, golden glow surrounded him, slowly mending his wounds and restoring his strength. Rising once more, Suho faced the creature and answered his earlier question. With clarity and conviction, he declared that the Shadow Monarch had indeed emerged victorious in the war, having destroyed the other monarchs one by one. Amit stood still, absorbing the revelation. His voice echoed across the battlefield as he questioned Suho again, demanding confirmation. Had the war truly ended while he was confined in that wretched tomb? Suho, eyes steady, confirmed it. At the same time, his instincts remained alert. The sheer power radiating from Amit placed him easily at S-rank threat level, and he knew one wrong word could spell their end. Amit's curiosity deepened. Slowly advancing, he brought up another name, Tarnak, and asked about his fate in the Battle of the Monarchs. Suho immediately recognized the name, the Monarch of Iron Body. The mention of him and Amit's interest led Suho to suspect a deeper connection, perhaps an allegiance, maybe even kinship. Before he could fully form a response, Amit suddenly stomped at the ground beneath Suho, sending cracks racing across the earth. Suho dodged just in time, instinct guiding his movements. Gaining some distance, he demanded to know what Amit was trying to prove. Amit's roar thundered through the field, accusing Suho of hesitation, of withholding the truth. His frustration boiled over as he demanded a direct answer regarding Tarnak's fate. Suho, understanding there was no way around it, delivered the confirmation Amit sought. The Monarch of Iron Body had been slain. A moment of silence followed. Then, surprisingly, Amit began to laugh, a low, guttural sound that rumbled in his chest. He thanked the Shadow Monarch for ridding the world of Tarnak, his tone laced with sarcasm and strange amusement. Suho, momentarily confused, took a chance and asked if Amit had been close to Tarnak, perhaps a relative or former subordinate. But the question ignited rage in Amit. He scoffed at the notion, his pride wounded by the implication. Without warning, he charged again, fist reared back to deliver a killing blow. But just as his attack was about to land, shimmering chains suddenly materialized out of thin air. They coiled around Amit's massive frame with supernatural precision, locking him in place. Amit roared in fury, his body thrashing against the restraints. His voice rang with rage and torment as he cursed the spellcaster in Tarnak, the ones responsible for his centuries-long imprisonment. The chains pulsed with magic and tightened further, pulling Amit backward, dragging him toward the dark abyss of the pyramid's interior. In moments, his towering figure vanished, swallowed again by the shadows of the ancient tomb. Silence fell over the battlefield, and Suho stood motionless, unable to process what had just unfolded. The chains had appeared from nowhere and subdued a monster of that scale with ease. It left him rattled, though a strange sense of relief crept in. Ezel ran to his side, eyes filled with worry, and asked if he was all right. Suho nodded, though the pain and shock still lingered behind his composed expression. Regaining his focus, Suho quickly assessed the battlefield. With Amit's existence now exposed, he knew they couldn't afford any more reckless moves. Turning to the wounded, he prioritized tending to Gray and the injured members of the Asura Guild, determined to stabilize them while there was still time. But before Suho could refocus entirely, a sharp blur disrupted his vision. The system's quest window flickered and updated without warning. What had been a simple extermination directive was now rewritten. The new mission instructed Suho to enter the connected gate and free the heir of the Iron Body, Amit, who remained trapped inside the pyramid. A cold unease gripped Suho. The command contradicted everything that had just occurred. But despite the confusion, he and Essel pushed deeper into the heart of the ancient structure. Eventually, they arrived at its deepest chamber, and there, shrouded in darkness and bound once again by the unyielding magical chains, stood Amit. On seeing Suho again, Amit's voice cut through the silence, mocking him for daring to return. His towering form radiated disdain, as if Suho's presence alone were an offense. Yet Suho, unwavering in his resolve, maintained his composure, stating his intent to have a proper conversation. Amit, however, seemed perplexed by the idea, dismissing it with casual contempt, believing their earlier encounter had already exhausted any need for socializing. But as Suho observed him closely, he began sensing a strange, childlike honesty in Amit's tone, raw and unrefined, yet sincere in its way. That fleeting glimpse of vulnerability stirred something within Suho, and curiosity led him to question the origin of Amit's deep hatred for the monarch of Iron Body. To his surprise, Amit responded, his voice laced with bitterness and quiet resignation. He introduced himself, revealing that he had once been a mere demon, a creature of simple existence, before being forcefully transformed into a monster by Tarnak and an unnamed spellcaster. It wasn't just transformation he had endured, it was betrayal of the cruelest kind. After creating him and bestowing monstrous strength, his creators had cast him aside, sealing him away in a forgotten tomb among the dead, condemned to languish beneath the earth, bound in infernal chains. Suho, hearing this, couldn't hide his pity. He questioned why Amit had not simply broken the chains and escaped. Amit replied with grim clarity. The chains were forged with powerful enchantments. Even if he managed to break free, the magic ensured they would return the moment he tried to cross the dungeon's threshold. The very design of his prison was absolute. These chains had kept him confined for what felt like an eternity, never allowing him to explore the tomb's depths. The bitterness in his voice grew sharper as he declared his vow to never forgive Tarnak or the spellcaster who orchestrated his suffering. Suho, now fully understanding the scope of Amit's torment, recalled the system quest that demanded he free the creature, but he also knew the magical chains were not so easily undone. Finding a solution wouldn't be simple. Still, his mind churned, and a question formed. He asked whether the other monsters in the tomb had already been present when Amit was sealed. Amit confirmed they were, prompting Suho to pose a more important question, whether Amit was the dungeon's master. To this, Amit denied any such role. With all the pieces in place, Suho's thoughts raced. If Amit had no authority over the dungeon, and there was no real consequence to him moving freely inside it, then why had the spellcaster designed the chains to forcibly pull him back the moment he crossed a boundary? There had to be more. Some deeper reason the enchantment insisted on keeping Amit confined. Driven by this new understanding, Suho made a bold offer. He asked Amit if, should he manage to find a way to truly break the chains, the creature would agree to fulfill a request in return. Amit seemed caught off guard. He expressed doubt that Suho had any clue where the spellcaster might be or how to remove such an enchantment, but after a brief moment, he agreed, though not without a warning. If Suho's words were empty and this offer was nothing more than a game, there would be consequences. Despite the looming threat, Suho's determination never wavered. He explained his plan with clarity. He believed that defeating the dungeon master might cause the collapse of the dungeon itself, and if the dungeon's existence was what anchored Amit's chains, then destroying the core would strip the magic of its purpose, allowing the chains to fail permanently. The idea stunned Amit, but intrigue flickered across his face. For the first time, he allowed hope to take root and agreed to go along with Suho's plan. Wasting no time, Suho created a portal to the Shadow Dungeon and laid out the full strategy. He explained that he and Essel would press forward to defeat the dungeon's boss monster. Once the dungeon collapsed, the enchantments that bound Amit should lose their anchor. That would be the moment of truth. Next, they would regroup. Amit would join Suho in escaping through the portal before the tomb caved in. Though Suho had a backup plan prepared for failure, Amit refused to entertain the idea. For him, this was the only path forward. With a nod of understanding, Suho and Essel ventured deeper into the ancient tomb, leaving Beru behind with Amit. Their descent led them to a chamber crawling with monstrous giants, but none could stand against their combined strength. One by one, the creatures were felled, clearing the path to the dungeon's heart. There, upon a throne bathed in shadow and power, sat the warden of the tomb, Shika. Without warning, Shika moved, hurling a massive sphere of sand toward Suho. It exploded mid-air, releasing a gargantuan sand beast that roared toward its prey. Suho, unfazed, struck with unerring precision, cutting the beast down in a single swift motion, but Shika remained protected behind an impenetrable barrier of sand. Suho could not get close, and his mana reserves were dwindling. Time was slipping away. Realizing the urgency, Suho called upon their last resort. He turned to Essel and urged her to activate their bond skill. Delighted at last to utilize what she had so diligently honed, Essel unleashed the power. The bond skill, now perfected through tireless training in the Shadow Dungeon, merged her and Suho's energies into a singular force. The transformation surged through Suho, elevating his power to new heights. Essel, drained by the effort, collapsed to the floor, praying her contribution would be enough to tip the scales. Shika, sensing the overwhelming surge of power, readied himself for the confrontation. Suho, now fully empowered, launched his ultimate move. The Demon Blast, infused with the fiery essence of the descendant of White Flames, tore across the chamber. The force of the blast shattered the sand barrier and struck Shika head-on, reducing him to ruin. The tomb trembled violently. From afar, Amit and Beru felt the tremors, recognizing instantly that the dungeon was collapsing. Suho's plan had succeeded. It was Amit's moment. As the stakes lost their power, he tested the chains that had long confined him. Gripping them with all his might, he pulled, and for the first time, they broke. The restraints that had once been eternal snapped like twigs. Freedom, at last, was within reach. But as he stood amidst the ruins, a flood of memories washed over him. Once, he had been just a demon, curious, free, and filled with dreams. But day after day, the experiments had destroyed his body and warped his soul. Pain had been his only constant. He had even mutilated himself to escape the agony, gouging out his eyes just to feel something different. In time, he had begun to crave pain as a refuge, yet despite it all, one vision had kept him alive, a distant, fading image of a time before it all, a memory of the natural world, of light, of the breeze. He longed to see it again, but as he moved to follow Beru, something stirred. The cursed stakes, no longer anchored, yet still relentless, began flying toward him once more, intent on binding him again. Panic seized Amit. It was Tarnak's doing. The spellcaster had accounted for even this moment, refusing to let him go. Amit roared in fury, the sound of his rage shaking the tomb. It wasn't over. He wouldn't go back. Just as the stakes closed in to pierce him again, hope returned in the form of a single, defiant strike. Suho arrived like a flash of divine wrath, delivering a powerful kick that deflected one of the stakes midair, sending it spiraling away. The force of the blow injured Suho severely, but he remained standing. Yet the cursed stakes were not finished. With calculated precision, they spun back toward their targets, ready to strike once more. Suho, realizing the chains wouldn't release Amit on their own, opened a portal to the Shadow Dungeon and began hammering his foot against the stakes one by one, sending them flying into the endless shadowy abyss below. With each powerful strike, he pushed the stakes further back, yet the toll on his body began to show. His bones ached with every movement, His muscles screamed in agony as the chains and stakes retaliated violently, lashing out from every angle with brutal force. Still, he pressed on. Amit watched in stunned silence, confusion giving way to reverence. Witnessing Suho push himself beyond his limits, giving so much just to save him, struck something deep within. It solidified Amit's resolve. Without hesitation, he leapt into the chaos, shielding Suho from a sudden stake that shot toward him, taking the hit directly. As his own blood seeped into the ground, Amit steadied himself beside Suho. Together, the two braced themselves, weathering the surge of stakes and chains that now attacked in relentless unison. Moments later, Ezel stirred awake to find Beru hovering anxiously over her. She barely managed to gather her thoughts, memories of the earlier battle still clouded in haze, until it hit her. She had been transported back to the Shadow Dungeon. A sharp panic rose in her chest as her first thoughts raced toward Suho and Amit. She turned to Beru, her voice strained as she asked where they were. Beru gently motioned for her to stay calm before finally speaking, his voice steady as he reassured her that both Suho and Amit were safe, though their bodies remained in dire need of rest after the brutal ordeal. Ezel followed Beru's gaze and her heart clenched. Just across from her, Suho lay unconscious, his body still bearing the deep marks of his struggle, but his expression was peaceful. No longer tense, no longer burdened. He had done it. As he remained in that well-earned rest, a cascade of notifications drifted into view, the system quietly acknowledging the success of their mission. Suho had gained a new ally, Amit, heir of the Iron Body. The urgent quest tied to the dimensional crack had officially concluded, and somewhere within the system, a new set of rewards now awaited the hunter who had once again defied fate. With the mission complete and the dungeon cleared beneath the scorching desert sun, Suho, alongside Rio and his guild, arrived at the airport to part ways. As they prepared for departure, Rio offered his gratitude for Suho's heroism during the Pyramid Field crisis, suggesting they keep in touch even after Suho returned to Korea. In turn, Suho thanked Rio not only for helping arrange his flight home, but also for assisting in contacting his uncle, who had grown anxious over his disappearance and had even reached out to an acquaintance in the Hunter Association. Though Suho had emerged safe, he knew his return to Korea would eventually require a visit to the association. Snapping out of his thoughts, Suho turned to Rio one last time, exchanged a quiet farewell, and then boarded his flight. Left in solitude, Beru's voice emerged from the shadows beside him, casually reminiscing about how long it had been since he last flew in an airplane. Suho nodded, acknowledging that with the gate to Korea still sealed, air travel had been the only viable option. Reflecting on the battles fought and strength gained, Suho then asked Beru what rank he would be considered now, given the power he had accumulated. The Ant King, without hesitation, estimated that Suho had now reached the level of an A-rank hunter. Hearing that, Suho took a moment to internalize the weight of his progress. He had come far, and his preparations were nearly complete. With his strength now at this stage, the time for waiting was over. A counterattack against Lee Min-sung and the Apostle of Itarim had to begin. Meanwhile, back in Korea, within the halls of the Chivalry Guild, a celebratory atmosphere filled the air. Once a modest group composed mainly of C-rank hunters, the guild had now risen in stature, securing the rights to a B-rank gate located in Incheon. The guildmaster took immense pride in this leap forward, attributing their rise to the enhancement drug, Stardust. Excitement buzzed among the members, yet not everyone shared the same enthusiasm. B-rank hunter Kim Sung-soo observed it all with silent unease. There was something about Stardust that didn't sit right with him. He couldn't explain it, not yet, but the unease lingered. As the group continued their celebration, a sudden interruption silenced the room. The doors opened, revealing a group led by a child whose very presence radiated unnatural authority. Without any formality, the boy addressed the guild directly, asking if they were the ones holding the rights to the gate in Incheon. Startled, Kim confirmed their identity and cautiously asked the child for his intentions. The child, clearly uninterested in pleasantries, seized control of the room with overwhelming authority, demanding they hand over the gate. One by one, the hunters bowed their heads as if compelled by a force beyond them, all except Kim. As the rest of the guild fell under the child's control, Kim looked on in growing disbelief. Amused, the child commented on the state of the guild, noting how some had yet to consume stardust. Boiling with rage, Kim demanded to know why everyone was acting this way and what the child had done to them. With calm certainty, the boy spoke of his purpose. His creator, he said, sought dominion over a place known as the world without a master, and he had come to Earth to fulfill that divine command. The mention of a creator only deepened Kim's suspicion. It sounded like the lunacy of a cult. His patience snapped. Drawing his weapon, Kim demanded the release of his comrades and vowed to end the madness right then and there. The child's expression darkened. Taking a sword from one of his silent followers, he scornfully questioned Kim's defiance. And then, with nothing more than a touch, the blade crackled with amplified power. In a single devastating swing, it tore through Kim's torso. Blood spilled across the floor as Kim collapsed, motionless. Without another word, the child turned and led his followers through the gate of the guild office. His voice lingered, commanding the hunters outside to forget what they had seen. Later that night at Incheon Airport, the gate claimed by the Chivalry Guild stood quietly. The child and his companions arrived, issuing calm instructions to the present hunters. Report nothing to the association, even as a dungeon break loomed. Moments later, a thunderous crack echoed through the air. From the depths of the gate, grotesque figures began to spill forth, monstrous beings crossing into the world. Yet the child stood still, detached from the unfolding chaos. His thoughts drifted to a truth he held close, that creations like him existed only to fulfill their creator's will. If their god desired war, they would wage it. If he longed for conquest, they would deliver. They had no purpose outside that decree. But then came the revelation. Their creator, revered as God, had spoken of a cataclysm. A being of their kind, one believed to be immortal, had perished in another dimension. It was impossible, and yet it had happened. That single event sent a ripple through the entire divine order. A new command was issued. In response, the apostle and his kind gathered countless followers, forming a devoted army, their mission to claim the world without a master. But as they marched, their path through the dimensional passage proved long and grueling. Still, they endured, unwavering in their holy pursuit. When they finally arrived, the world they sought to conquer was not empty. Before them lay an abyss, vast and infinite. And within that abyss, an entity of pure darkness stood, surrounded by creatures of unspeakable power. The army of God had faced many enemies across dimensions, but never something like this. In battle, the terror of darkness revealed itself. Each fallen soldier of God wasn't simply killed, they were devoured, corrupted, turned against their own. The more the army fought, the more they weakened. The enemy only grew stronger with every loss. What had begun as divine conquest spiraled into a desperate retreat. The battle in the world without a master transcended dimensions, and soon despair took hold as they faced the truth. They could not win. Their divine strength meant nothing before the abyss. Then, within the shadows of defeat, an envoy named TL rose with a new strategy. He pointed out that the darkness had pursued them and could no longer guard the world they'd left behind. This was their chance. TL had observed something else. The inhabitants of this forsaken world had no natural mana. That weakness could be exploited. Instead of war, they would bring conquest through corruption. Thus, a new method was born. The Mistburns, a subtle, insidious tactic. The weakest, most fanatically devoted followers, those whose minds had long since broken, were chosen to carry it out. Individually, they were powerless, but their faith spread like wildfire in a manaless world. The plan was simple. As faith grew, they would create a sanctuary. From that sanctuary, a miracle could manifest. A foothold would be established. With this understanding, the army of God placed their full trust in TL's strategy. Without hesitation, he divided his power into 5 fragments, each bearing a portion of his strength. The weakest of them carried the flame of the Mistburns and was the first to step into the world without a master. Its arrival went unnoticed by the darkness, allowing it to slip into the foreign dimension undisturbed. Yet something unforeseen awaited the fragment. The beings of this world, once thought to be devoid of mana, had somehow acquired it. This revelation shattered all prior assumptions. The fragment of TL soon uncovered that the rise of mana was tied to an event known as the Cataclysm, a phenomenon that had reshaped the very fabric of this world. Realizing the need for reinforcements, the first fragment chose to wait. When the second fragment finally arrived, the two merged seamlessly, strengthening their form and resolve. Now, in the present, the fragments, united and housed in the body of a child, reflected on the changes sweeping through this world. These shifts were no longer mere coincidences. Still, the child remained steadfast, determined not to allow any more disruptions. The plan had to be fulfilled. He was, after all, a fragment of TL, and this was his divine purpose. And in that moment, everything unfolded just as he desired. Chaos erupted at the airport. Terror surged through the crowd as magic beasts burst from the dungeon gate, tearing through the terminal, leaving destruction in their wake. Screams echoed through the building as panicked civilians scrambled for escape. Amid the havoc, the apostle observed silently, noting that if a creature carrying that much mana continued its rampage, it was only a matter of time before a high-ranking hunter appeared. That would be the perfect chance. An opportunity to evaluate firsthand the abilities of an S-rank hunter, knowledge that could prove critical for their mission. When the hunters stationed nearby attempted to respond to the emergency, they were swiftly subdued by the child. With the ability of Amplify, drawn from TL's divine power, he asserted absolute control over their bodies. Those who had consumed Stardust were nothing more than extensions of the will he carried, pawns to be played as needed. As goblins roamed free and beasts attacked without restraint, the airport descended into chaos. Then suddenly, a new presence cut through the madness. Suho, fresh off his return from Egypt, stood at the airport entrance. His eyes narrowed at the unfolding disaster. Without hesitation, he surged forward, becoming a whirlwind of precision and fury as he struck down goblins with calculated efficiency. From his vantage point, the apostle locked eyes on Suho. A memory flickered. Minsung had once spoken of a masked hunter who decimated the hyena guild. The black-clad figure before him matched the description perfectly. Even as the apostle's thoughts raced, Suho's blade continued to dance. Goblins fell in his path as he surged forward, shattering bones and snapping necks. But amid the chaos, Suho couldn't ignore the nagging question: how could a dungeon break of this magnitude go unmonitored by the Hunter Association? Something was deeply amiss. Pushing the thought aside, he knew his priority: get the civilians to safety. His hand rose above the fallen beasts as his voice carried a command: arise. Shadows trembled. The goblins, once dead, stirred and rose under Suho's control. Without pause, Suho directed his summoned forces to guide the survivors to safety, clearing a path through the devastation. The apostle, watching from the sidelines, froze in disbelief. The power Suho displayed, the control of shadows, was far beyond what he had expected. A human wielding such authority? It was unfathomable. Everything suddenly made sense. The Hyena Guild's downfall, The Stardust Factory's destruction, Suho had been the cause. He wasn't just a threat. He was a direct obstacle to the divine mission. Alarmed by this realization, the apostle understood he had to disappear. If Suho learned of their existence now, the entire operation could unravel. Just as he planned to retreat, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts. A massive truck, flung through the air, hurtled toward him. Before impact, Suho intercepted it mid-flight, deflecting it with brute force, sending debris scattering in every direction. He instinctively shielded the apostle, assuming he was merely a child in danger. Scanning for the attacker, Suho's eyes locked onto a monstrous creature standing tall amidst the fire and rubble, a hulking beast resembling a bull. It let out a thunderous roar, asserting its dominance. Assessing its aura, Suho realized this was likely the boss monster. From the shadows, Beru confirmed his suspicion, noting that the energy radiating from the creature unmistakably belonged to Itarim. They barely had time to speak as the beast lunged. Its fist came crashing down like a meteor, but Suho stood firm. He rushed forward, meeting the blow head-on. Their fists collided in a deafening impact, shockwaves tearing through the surroundings. The apostle, caught off guard, processed what had just occurred. Suho had risked himself to protect what he believed was an innocent child. And yet, while Suho possessed a piece of the same power as the darkness, he was still far from being its true heir. His potential remained uncertain, dangerous, but not yet fully awakened. The apostle's expression darkened. It might be wise to eliminate Suho here and now, before he could become a true threat. But before he could act, another presence cut through the battlefield. A voice called out, apologizing for the delay. Flames materialized in his hands, radiating intense heat. In one motion, he summoned fireballs that hung in midair, time itself seeming to pause around them. With a flick of his hand, they launched, raining down in perfect synchronization and annihilating the goblins below. Suho watched from a distance. The control, the precision, the sheer scale. There was no doubt in his mind. This was the work of none other than Choi Jong-in, the S-rank flame magician. Jong-in calmly surveyed the aftermath of his attack, only to find a massive monster still standing amidst the flames. Unfazed, he narrowed his gaze, summoning more fire. This time, he forged a bow from flame, conjured an arrow, and with a single pull, let it fly. The projectile shot forward like a missile, slamming into the monster with explosive force and launching it across the battlefield until it disappeared into a building's wreckage. Silence followed. The danger had passed. The crowd cheered in relief, recognizing the famed hunter who had come to their rescue. Jong-in's sharp eyes scanned the ruins. He was sure he had seen a child, possibly with a hunter, moments earlier. But now, there was no one. Hidden within the narrow remains of a collapsed structure, Suho remained motionless, avoiding detection. He exhaled quietly, grateful for the cover. With Jong-in's arrival drawing attention, it was best to slip away without revealing his identity. Yet even as he made his quiet exit, his thoughts remained troubled. Until now, the Itarim had operated in the shadows, never making open moves. But this attack had taken place in broad daylight, in a densely populated area. Something had shifted. Their approach was no longer subtle, it was aggressive. Elsewhere, far from the battlefield, the apostle stood in solitary silence, his gaze fixed on the glass before him, when suddenly, a portal shimmered into existence behind him. From within, a voice greeted him. It was the third fragment of Tiel. The time had come for the second fragment to surrender and merge with the third. Remaining calm, the apostle turned and acknowledged the voice. Before relinquishing control, he insisted on sharing vital information. There were potential threats in this world, beings that could jeopardize their mission. However, before the apostle could say more, the voice echoed from within the portal, cutting him off. It declared that once the body was taken over, the memories would unveil everything. The apostle had served his purpose, and as planned, he would now be absorbed. With no further protest, energy surged from the portal, engulfing the apostle. A blinding flash consumed the chamber. When the light faded, a new figure stood where the apostle once had. The third fragment had awakened. As the inherited memories settled, one revelation stood out starkly. The existence of a human wielding the same authority as the darkness was unexpected. In that moment, he realized eliminating such a being would be wasteful, far better to convert him into a follower. With that, even the dead could be controlled. Around the same time, deep within the shadow dungeon, Suho stood with a puzzled, uneasy expression as a flickering system message appeared before him stating that no more daily quests were available. It was a first, something that had never occurred before. Still trying to piece together what had transpired during his absence from the shadowy abyss, Suho turned to Ezel for answers. She hesitated, clearly reluctant, before revealing the cause. Amit had slaughtered every goblin in the dungeon overnight, leaving none to fulfill the usual daily quest requirements. Amit, standing firm and unmoved, barely offered a scoff as he explained his actions. He had merely eliminated all the loathsome remnants of Tarnak that still resided within the young Monarch's domain. Suho sighed at the revelation, knowing full well that this meant a halt to his usual growth path. Noticing the frustration simmering within Suho, Emmett spoke up, offering a proposition. If Suho truly sought strength, then he was ready to personally guide him towards a greater level of power. And just then, as if reacting to Amit's intent, a new notification blinked into existence before Suho's eyes. With little room to refuse, he accepted the quest and checked the details. The task seemed straightforward: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. It didn't particularly impress him, not until his gaze reached the special condition. Every single task had to be completed with Amit riding on his back. The difficulty had just spiked to absurd levels. Even more troubling, Amit's size made the task seem downright impossible. But as if anticipating the concern, Amit clarified that thanks to being shattered and regenerated countless times by Tarnak, he had gained control over his body, allowing him to manipulate his form freely. With that, he began to shrink, his imposing figure steadily diminishing until he no longer towered over Suho. But even in this compact size, Amit wasted no time. The training was to begin immediately. Suho didn't hesitate. Dropping to the ground, he braced himself and began the push-ups. He knew this was no ordinary test. It was a challenge he had to conquer if he hoped to unlock the bond skill with Amit and take one step closer to the power he needed. Amit climbed onto his back, and Suho's body collapsed instantly under the crushing weight. His breath escaped in a gasp, realization hitting hard. Amit had only reduced his size, not his mass. It was going to be impossible. But there was no going back. Suho had no choice but to push forward. Meanwhile, inside a field-type dungeon in Paju, now reconfigured into a Stardust creation lab, Minsung monitored the operations carefully, though his mind wandered. He was haunted by a looming detail. His guildmaster, Lim Tegyu, was soon returning to Korea. It had been bothering him lately, stirring up old frustrations. As he stepped out of the factory into the open air, Minsung quietly acknowledged the truth to himself. It was only a matter of time before the kid eliminated Tegyu. Once that hurdle was cleared, everything would fall into place. He was going to bring things back to the way they should have been, back to the days when he had stood at the peak. All he needed was patience, just a little more endurance. Far above, on a tower overlooking the site, a still figure watched his movements. Then, the woman quietly reported Minsung's current location through her communicator. Her report went directly to the association chairman. On the other end, Jinchul took in the intel and made a swift judgment. The location made sense. It was highly likely to be one of Stardust's key production sites. Without wasting time, he gave an order to the hunter named Miho, instructing her to keep tailing Minsung and track his every move. Once the call ended, Jinchul turned toward Jongin, who had already arrived to voice his concerns. He had come with intel connected to the recent airport dungeon break, especially concerning Minsung's actions. Jongin shared a troubling pattern. The association staff tasked with monitoring nearby gates had all suffered memory loss at the exact same time, and every single one of them had been exposed to stardust. Jinchul, recognizing the depth of the problem, confirmed that he had already made the decision to place a complete ban on the usage of stardust given the severity of its effects. But he knew the problem ran deeper. Minsung was not acting alone. There were others, hidden, orchestrating this entire operation, and Jinchul intended to bring them all down. Back in the shadow dungeon, Suho was still grinding, still pushing forward. His muscles screamed with each repetition, every push-up threatening to tear him apart, but he kept going, breath ragged, arms shaking, mind fixed on one goal. When he finally reached the 100th push-up, his arms collapsed. Pain shot through him. His bones had cracked under the pressure. Ezel and Gray stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the brutal toll the training had taken. Beru exploded in rage, hurling words at Amit for pushing Suho too far. He demanded that the training be stopped immediately, but Suho wasn't done. Ignoring the uproar, he slowly reached toward the system interface, hand trembling. Somehow, he managed to open the status window and access the store. With what little energy he had left, he purchased a recovery potion. The moment he drank it, the pain receded and strength rushed back into his limbs. This training was ruthless, but it was exactly what he needed. The fight with Minsung loomed closer, and he had to be ready. Turning back to Amit, Suho nodded. The training would continue. And so it did. One task after another, Suho fought through the grueling regimen. His legs buckled, his breaths grew shallow, but he didn't falter. Potion after potion helped him recover just enough to keep moving, but exhaustion clung to him like a second skin. Eventually, his body gave out. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping, unable to move. The training session had finally come to an end, and the notification that blinked across his eyes confirmed it. Still flat on the floor, Suho reflected on the hell he had just endured, but it had paid off. His strength had grown, his endurance had leveled up, and the rewards were now in his grasp. Despite the pain, Suho knew he would return again tomorrow. He had to. Emmett silently acknowledged his resolve and made it clear he would be ready, waiting to push Suho just as hard again. Elsewhere, inside the Grim Reaper Guild's headquarters, Lee Minsung sat behind his desk, eyes fixed on the document laid out before him. The contents were troubling. Across from him, a Hunter Association representative delivered an official message from the higher-ups. The guild's growing control over too many field-type dungeons had raised alarms, and one site had been flagged in particular, the B-rank field-type dungeon in Paju. The association had made its decision. That dungeon had to be cleared immediately. To make matters worse, Minsung had been given no room to maneuver. If he wanted to keep his hunter license, he had no choice but to participate in the upcoming raid. Silence lingered in the room as Minsung absorbed the implications. Frustration simmered beneath his composed exterior. In his eyes, this was clearly Chairman Jinchul's doing. Targeting the Paju field, the largest and most vital factory under his guild's control, was a move he couldn't afford to overlook. Before he could voice his protest, Lim Tegyu, guildmaster of the Grim Reaper Guild, made his stance clear. Without hesitation, he accepted the association's request, his words leaving no room for debate. The association's representative acknowledged his compliance and proceeded to exit, informing them that association hunters would be dispatched for the Paju field raid. The Grim Reaper Guild was expected to form a cooperative party alongside them. As the door shut behind the representative, Minsung's restraint shattered. He turned sharply toward Tegyu, demanding an explanation. He couldn't fathom how Taegyu had so readily agreed to surrender control of a field-type dungeon that meant everything to their operations. But Taegyu was unmoved. He reminded Minsung that the Hunter Association wasn't acting at random. They weren't simply aiming to eliminate a dungeon. Chances were they had already uncovered Minsung's hidden activities. He didn't stop there. With a tone colder than before, Taegyu reminded Minsung that he had warned him more than once not to underestimate the association. But instead of heeding his advice, Minsung had dismissed it entirely and even exploited the guild's members during his absence. Now, his patience had worn thin. With a steely glare, Taegyu made his stance final. He would no longer act as Minsung's shield. The days of covering up his mistakes were done. The words struck Minsung like a blow, freezing him in place. Reality sank in. He had lost his leverage. Just then, Taegyu's phone buzzed. After a glance, he looked up and informed Minsung that a recruiter had contacted him about a new S-rank hunter who had recently awakened in Korea. He would be heading to the Hunter Association to confirm the report. Before leaving, Taegyu instructed Minsung to prepare the contract wages, suggesting there was still a chance to salvage the situation. At the Hunter Association, the newly awakened S-rank hunter stepped out from his evaluation chamber. As he emerged, a voice called out to him. Stepping forward was Choi Jong-in, who extended his congratulations to the hunter, Park Dojin, Korea's newest S-rank. As Jong-in observed him more closely, a strange familiarity stirred within. Something about the young man felt known, as if their paths had crossed before. Curious, he voiced his thoughts, but Dojin, calm and composed, denied it, stating plainly that they had never met. Accepting the response, Jong-in shifted to the real reason behind his approach. He presented an offer, an invitation to join his guild. Dojin, still unflinching, acknowledged it politely, but declined. He explained that he had already made his choice, raising a hand to gesture toward someone approaching the entrance. All eyes turned to follow his signal, and there, stepping through the doors, slightly breathless from his hurried arrival, was Lim Taegyu. As he reached them, Dojin made his declaration clear. He had chosen to join the Grim Reaper Guild. 1 week later, inside Paju Field, hunters had assembled for the raid. Among them stood Miho, an A-rank hunter and daughter of Baek Yunho, proudly representing the White Tiger Guild. With a composed expression, she introduced herself to the gathered group. Minsung greeted her courteously, thanking her for coming. He noted that the dungeon's complications had created extra burdens for hunters like her. Miho responded with a calm nod, stating that offering assistance was natural, part of their duty. Yet behind her calm exterior, her thoughts diverged. She knew this raid would unveil everything buried beneath Paju Field, and she was determined to bring the truth to light. But there was something else, someone who unsettled her. It was Park Dojin, the newly awakened S-rank, now a member of the Grim Reaper Guild. His presence in the operation cast a layer of unpredictability she hadn't accounted for. Regardless, with preparations complete, the Grim Reaper Guild members and the Hunter Association team, led by Miho, turned toward the dungeon. With a steady voice, Miho gave the signal. The excavation team readied their tools. The Paju Field raid was about to begin. A few days before the raid, Dojin met with Minsung, who immediately noticed the drastic change in his appearance. Dojin, however, dismissed it with certainty, stating that now that he had gathered more fragments and regained his strength, appearances no longer mattered. Minsung accepted the answer, but quickly shifted the discussion to a more pressing matter, the consequences of the recent airport incident, which had caught the attention of the Hunter Association and given them cause to investigate under the pretext of civilian damage. If the hidden factory in Paju Field were to be discovered, it would mean disaster for both of them. Yet Dojin remained composed, explaining that he had already anticipated such an outcome and taken steps to prevent it. His decision to join the Reaper Guild was deliberate. Once the hunters in the raid were turned into believers, They would see nothing incriminating at the factory, ensuring their secret remained buried. Minsung, sensing the boldness of the plan, commended his absolute confidence, though he pointed out one remaining obstacle, Taegyu. He questioned whether Dojin had the strength to face him now. The apostle admitted he had already promised to kill Taegyu, and after meeting him in person, felt certain he would fulfill it. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, Jinchul sat in deep thought, mulling over the upcoming Paju field raid. This operation needed to yield irrefutable evidence against Minsung and Stardust, proof that could finally expose their activities. He was concerned about the operation, yet somewhat reassured by the skill of the participating hunters, including those on standby. Even so, unease lingered, and it centered on Suho, who had joined the raid not as a hunter, but as part of the excavation crew. Jinchul had personally approved his participation, though uncertainty lingered. He knew all too well that if Suho's presence was linked to something greater, he would need to be ready to act. Fast forward to the present. The air in Paju Field burned with heat as flames tore through the land. Monsters unleashed fiery breaths that consumed everything in their path. At the front lines, a hunter raised their shield in desperation, yet the force of the flames threatened to overwhelm it. Just as the fire pressed closer, Miho charged into the fray, delivering a devastating punch into the snarling faces of two monsters in succession. Bone and sinew crunched, and fluid splattered under the force as both beasts collapsed lifeless. Catching her breath, Miho scanned the battlefield and noted that Minsung still hadn't moved from his position. He stood apart from the fighting, making no effort to engage. The sight sickened her. Hunters who refused to fight had no place here. But before the thought could settle, another beast lunged toward her, catching Miho off guard. She had barely begun to react when Dojin appeared in an instant, striking down the creature with overwhelming force. The salamander-like beast crumpled without resistance, leaving Miho momentarily stunned. She had thought little of Dojin before, dismissing him as a boy playing the part of an S-rank hunter, especially with his casual attire. But now, seeing his effortless kill, she understood the vast difference between ordinary and elite hunters. As the last of the beasts fell, the chaos faded into silence. The group gathered, and Minsung, calmly surveying the aftermath, remarked on how quickly the raid had concluded and how smoothly it had gone. Miho, however, remained unconvinced. The dungeon felt oddly vacant, far emptier than a field of this scale should have been. Her instincts told her something was off. Minsung, listening with a cunning expression, dismissed her concerns and urged the group forward toward the boss chamber. A subtle grin touched his face, for he knew that no matter how thoroughly anyone searched, there would be nothing here to expose him. The demons had already dismantled the factory and vanished deeper into Paju Field, leaving no trace. And even if someone did find it, they would not leave with their sanity intact. Elsewhere, deeper in the field, Suho stood before a massive door. Beru's senses had led him here, detecting a demon's presence beyond. Suho pushed the heavy doors open, stepping into a dimly lit chamber where a demon turned at the intrusion, eyes narrowing in suspicion. Before it could act, Suho closed the distance in a heartbeat and struck with crushing force, sending the creature's head rolling lifelessly to the floor while its subordinates froze in shock. From the shadows, Beru admired the sheer strength on display, acknowledging that Suho's training with Emmett had sharpened his power. Suho scanned the chamber and quickly confirmed that Paju Field had indeed housed a stardust factory. Yet his thoughts shifted as the demon's body began to regenerate. Flesh reformed, and the head knit back into place. Recognition flared in the creature's eyes. It had heard of Suho before, the very one the apostle had warned them about. The demon's body swelled as muscle and sinew expanded, the air crackling with raw power. Beru's warning rang in Suho's mind. The monster's magic had spiked, its strength now rivaling that of an A-rank hunter. much like Randolph at Pyramid Field. Suho could feel it too, but instead of retreating, he stood firm, demanding the apostle's whereabouts. No answer came. Instead, the demon's tentacles lashed forward, twisting through the air and coiling tightly around his body. Confidence radiated from the creature as it promised to crush him and deliver his broken form to the apostle. Suho felt the pressure, but remained calm. These binds were nothing against the power he now wielded. In one burst of strength, he tore the tentacles apart with ease, the fibers snapping in his grip. The demon's eyes widened in disbelief at the impossible display. Then, without hesitation, Suho surged forward, dispatching the lesser demons in seconds before halting in front of his true opponent. Once more, he pressed for answers, but the creature's restraint broke entirely. Rage consumed it, and it lunged. Suho's gauntleted hand clamped around its head, crushing down before wrenching it free from its body. Without pause, he drew his dagger and carved through the demon in a relentless storm of strikes, tearing flesh apart from every angle until there was nothing left capable of resistance. As Suho obliterated the demon, a strange sensation rippled through it in its final moments. The aura surrounding him felt unsettling, eerily familiar, but before the creature could voice its recognition, Suho flung its severed head toward Beru. The Ant King lunged without hesitation, sinking his mandibles in with savage delight. While the Ant King devoured the remains, Suho questioned him, his tone sharp with urgency, asking whether the demon's memories had yielded any trace of the apostle they were after. Beru finally spoke, revealing only that the demon had revered the apostle as a beacon of light. Beyond that, there was nothing. No deeper knowledge, no hidden clue that could advance their search. Suho sighed inwardly, frustration gnawing at him. Another lead had dissolved into nothing. If there was nothing to be gained here, then only one path remained: to confront Minsung, the man at the heart of the Stardust operation, directly. But before that, the civilians in the vicinity had to be evacuated. At the same time, far from Suho's location, the strike team arrived at the Paju Field's boss monster chamber. Miho paused, scanning their surroundings carefully. She had found nothing along the way, no trace of Stardust production, despite this place being marked as a critical site. The absence of evidence sat uneasily with her. Minsung, however, remained unfazed. Standing behind her, he caught her look of confusion and allowed himself a small, knowing smirk. She was searching for something that no longer existed. Without drawing attention, he leaned toward Dojin, murmuring an instruction to abandon their original plan of brainwashing the hunters. Better, he believed, to let this situation end quietly without needless trouble. Dojin's silence was telling. He did not agree. His stance remained firm. Miho, still lost in thought, considered another possibility. If the evidence wasn't here, it might be hidden elsewhere. If so, she would search again after they cleared the boss. She had no other choice. With resolve taking hold, she stepped forward, signaling the squad to move in. But before they could enter, Minsung felt something strange, creeping at the edges of his senses. As he turned to process it, a sharp pain shot through the back of his neck. Dojin stood behind him, unflinching, driving a thin, precise stone into his flesh. His intentions were clear. He would turn every hunter here into one of his followers. He taunted Minsung, calling their earlier cooperation absurd, claiming that working with an A rank to take down an S rank like Tegyu had been a pointless arrangement. Dojin admitted he never planned to rely on Minsung's cooperation. All he needed was his body and abilities, once under control. Rage erupted within Minsung at the betrayal, his voice rising with the promise that he would not be controlled like some weak-minded pawn. But before his resistance could take hold, something vast and irresistible descended upon him. The will of the Supreme One seeped into his core, eroding his defiance until nothing remained but submission. Dojin watched with satisfaction as another piece of his plan fell into place, before turning his attention to his next target as the raid pressed on. Inside the boss room, chaos erupted instantly. A massive salamander unleashed torrents of fire across the battlefield. Mages retaliated with a storm of spells, while the team's tank braced against the heat, shield raised high. Amid the frantic clash, Dojin stood back, calm in the storm, his detachment gnawing at Miho, who despised him for letting others bear the weight of the fight. Yet even that irritation paled compared to her unease at Minsung's sudden surge in aggression. That surge came from star fragments, the condensed form of stardust that had pushed him beyond his limits. In a blur, he lunged with his blade, slicing deep into the monster's hide. The wound was brutal but not fatal, and the salamander retaliated with crushing force, its jaws slamming into him and hurling him across the floor. His body skidded over stone before stopping hard. Watching closely, Dojin noted the truth. Even with the awakening effects of a star fragment, an A rank could not rival the raw might of an S rank. To bridge that gap, he invoked one of TL's 5 abilities, the Blessing of Amplification, an enhancement that magnified the unique traits of its bearer. In Minsung's case, this meant multiplying both his innate magic amplification and the slash-enhancing property of his weapon. Dojin wanted to see if Minsung could touch the heights of true S-rank strength. Just then, power surged violently within Minsung, and with a single, decisive thrust, his blade pierced the monster's torso. The detonation that followed tore the salamander apart from within, the shockwave punching through the ceiling and leaving a gaping hole. Taegyu and Jong-in, watching from standby, could only stare in disbelief at the raw destruction. Miho, too, was stunned. The change had been too abrupt, too unnatural. Yet even after unleashing that overwhelming strike, Minsung stood rigid and unresponsive, as though the attack had drained all life from him. Dojin, however, understood. The toll of touching S-rank power, even briefly, was crushing. Most of it had already bled away, leaving only fading echoes behind. He felt almost pity for Minsung for having tasted that strength only to be left hollow. But before the thought could settle, a blade tore through Dojin's back, emerging from his chest. His breath faltered, pain drowning his senses. Minsung stood behind him, grin twisted, reminding him of his earlier boast about never being brainwashed. He promised to put Dojin's cursed gift to better use before yanking the blade free, letting the apostle collapse, motionless. The raid party froze in horror. The silence pressed in, heavy and suffocating. Miho's rage flared as she glared at Minsung, demanding an explanation for striking down one of their own. Disbelief clawed at her. Had the drug driven him mad? Minsung, however, seemed lost in his own world. His mind was in turmoil, swarmed by the voices in his head, and the realization that everything had spiraled far beyond his control. He knew that S-rank hunters were stationed outside, waiting for the Hunter Association's orders, and if he didn't escape now, there would be no way out. His only chance was to flee immediately. Miho caught on to his intent in an instant and shouted for her squad not to let him get away, but Minsung, undeterred, surged forward like a streak of lightning, cutting through the squad with terrifying ease. His speed was overwhelming. In mere moments, he broke past them and was already racing toward the exit. Frustrated at failing to contain him, Miho wasted no time and ordered one of her subordinates to send a signal to the S-rank hunters waiting outside. As the hunter dashed off to carry out the command, a flicker of movement caught Miho's eye. Dojin was standing again, despite the grievous wound that had pierced straight through his heart. Still in shock, Miho rushed to him, her mind struggling to grasp how he could still be alive after such a fatal injury. But Dojin offered no explanation, only calmly fixing his hair as a strange, dangerous glint flickered in his eyes, hinting at a new, sinister plan. Meanwhile, outside, Minsung pressed on in his desperate flight, bitterness gnawing at him. Instead of standing in glory after touching the power of an S-rank hunter, here he was, running like a fugitive. It felt absurd, but choice was a luxury he no longer had. Just as freedom seemed within reach, a dagger sliced through the air with deadly precision, embedding itself in the ground before him and forcing him to halt. His eyes widened in shock, mind scrambling to process who had stopped him. From the shadows, Suho emerged radiating authority, his voice cutting through the air as he demanded Minsung spill everything he knew about Stardust and the Apostle of Itarim. Minsung's thoughts spun. This man not only knew of Stardust, but also the Apostle's existence. Rumors resurfaced, stories of a black-masked figure who had defeated Brokey and disrupted Stardust's supply. Could Suho be that man? He dismissed the thought almost immediately. It didn't matter. What mattered was escaping, and fast. Trusting his instincts that Suho's magic power was nowhere near his own, Minsung lunged without hesitation, driving his sword straight toward him in a bid to end the fight before it even began. But Suho didn't so much as flinch. His hand shot out, catching the blade effortlessly and pushing it aside like it was nothing. A chill gripped Minsung as panic set in. His attack had been stopped so easily, and worse, he couldn't even pull his weapon free. The strength holding it was immovable, far beyond what he'd expected. Before he could react, Suho's counter came fast, a brutal kick under the jaw that sent his head snapping back and his thoughts spiraling. This shouldn't have been possible. The man's magic power was lower than his own. By all logic, Minsung should have had the advantage. Yet here he was, utterly overwhelmed. From the shadows, Beru watched without surprise. To him, Minsung's shock was natural. Hunters measured strength by magic power, and that standard had held for years. But Suho's true strength lay elsewhere. His raw physical power had reached a realm beyond magic, a realm Minsung had no answer for. Back in the dungeon, Miho remained fixated on Dojin, trying to understand how he still lived. But Dojin stood as if nothing had happened, silent, his hand tightening around the stimulant he held, ready to make Miho his next follower. Before he could act, a voice cut through the tension. Miho turned toward the sound, recognizing it instantly. Jong-in and Taegyu had arrived. Jong-in dropped through the gaping hole into the chamber, scanning the chaos before demanding to know what happened. Miho wasted no time explaining, pinning the blame squarely on Minsung. Her urgency was clear. If they didn't move now, the A-rank hunter would vanish into the city, making him near impossible to track. Jong-in agreed and turned to Taegyu to confirm the plan, only to find the S-rank hunter already gone from sight. Dojin, meanwhile, felt a prick of unease. His connection to Minsung hadn't been severed. That alone was dangerous. Even if no one believed Minsung's words, suspicion could fall on him. He needed to act. And there was only one way to silence the risk: abandon Minsung entirely. Though it demanded a massive consumption of divinity, there was no other choice. Taking control of Minsung's body and forcing him to bring about his own downfall was the best option. But as he reached through their link, his view shifted. Minsung was already locked in battle, and standing before him was the Black Mask. The realization hit Dojin. The Hunter Association wasn't the only one after Minsung. The situation was slipping further out of his control, nothing unfolding as he had planned since arriving in this world. Yet, despite it all, a faint smile curved his lips, the chaos somehow amusing him for reasons even he couldn't quite explain. Outside, the clash between Minsung and Suho grew fiercer. The A-rank hunter was struggling, his movements growing more desperate. He could no longer afford to be delayed. Abruptly, he halted, forcing Suho to pause mid-strike, confusion flickering in the young monarch's eyes. Minsung broke the silence, proposing a deal. If he answered Suho's questions, would Suho let him walk away? The offer caught Suho off guard, and his confusion deepened as he asked if Minsung wasn't working alongside the apostle. Frustration bled into the A-rank's voice as he spat out the truth. He had been betrayed by the very one he served. Suho's guard wavered for a moment, the revelation sparking questions. If there was indeed conflict between Minsung and the apostle, then why had Minsung been so deeply involved in Stardust's distribution? The pieces didn't fit. Demanding clarity, Suho pressed for an explanation. Without hesitation, Minsung gave it. He had been promised the death of someone he desperately wanted gone. The admission unsettled Suho. The idea of such a personal motive behind Minsung's allegiance, both surprising and troubling. Minsung, however, remained unwavering, turning the question back on him. Wasn't Suho also seeking the apostle to kill him? Suho denied it outright, stating that if there was any way to resolve matters through words, he had no intention of ending the life of the apostle of Itarim. At that, Minsung's expression shifted, his lips curling into a mocking grin. Mercy? Against an alien invader? It was laughable. His voice sharpened as he warned that a time would come when hesitation would no longer be a luxury, when Suho would be forced to choose, and Minsung intended to make that moment now. His grin twisted into something darker as he began to speak the name of the person Suho had to kill. But just as he was about to reveal the identity, Minsung suddenly found himself engulfed in a brilliant, blinding light. His body seized under the crushing grip of Dojin's control. The apostle forced his will deep into Minsung's mind, silencing him before a single further word could escape. Minsung fought back, thrashing in the confines of his own consciousness, but Dojin's presence was absolute. Their forms seemed to merge, and a violent surge of energy exploded outward, flooding the space in searing radiance. The ground trembled as a deafening blast followed, hurling dust and debris through the air. Suho braced himself, instincts flaring. This energy was unlike anything he had faced before, heavier and far more lethal. When the haze cleared, Suho's eyes locked on the impossible transformation taking place before him. Minsung's sword had twisted into a new, sinister shape. White wings tore free from his back, and an aura so suffocating it bent the air, spread in all directions. From within the dazzling glow, a voice emerged, calm and cold. Dojin addressed Suho directly, acknowledging the chain of events that had led to this moment. The attack on the Stardust Factory, the relentless pursuit of Minsung, none of it had been chance. All of it had been calculated. And now, Dojin said with a slow, cruel edge, the meeting Suho had sought had finally arrived. Suho's mind sharpened. This was no longer Minsung. Everything in the man's presence had shifted. The energy, the manner, even the way the air seemed to bend around him was different. There was no doubt now. He demanded confirmation. Was the being before him truly the apostle sent by the god from another world? Dojin confirmed it without the slightest hesitation. He and the others had come to this world for one purpose: to take control of it. The blunt admission ignited Suho's anger, his fists clenching as he steeled himself to face the apostle head-on. Before he could act, a sharp voice cut through the air, its authority bearing down like a physical weight, halting both fighters. Taegyu stepped into the open, his presence pressing on them with an overwhelming force as he warned them not to make a single reckless move without his permission. With calm precision, he raised his bow, an arrow already nocked, and fixed his aim on the altered Minsung and demanded answers. Dojin regarded him briefly, realizing this wasn't the place for a drawn-out confrontation. Turning back to Suho, he invited him to meet at the highest point in the region, promising their clash would continue there. But Taegyu gave no room for departure. In the instant Dojin moved, the S-rank hunter fired. His arrow blurred through the air with lethal speed, reminding Minsung of the warning he had given earlier. Both Suho and Dojin moved as one, slipping aside before the arrow could find its mark. Taegyu's expression didn't change. 3 more arrows were already knocked, loosed in rapid succession. Again, both fighters evaded, weaving through the deadly barrage. Suho's patience frayed. Was Taegyu also after Minsung? The intensity of the assault suggested as much. Beru, watching from the shadows, asked whether his young monarch planned to retaliate, but Suho refused. Taegyu was not an ally of the apostle. More importantly, Suho could feel that the archer was holding back, and as expected, Taegyu shifted his focus entirely to Minsung. The dangerous swell of magic power around the A rank was too great to ignore. Stealing his breath, Taegyu drew again, aiming straight at his target. But at the last heartbeat, something tugged at his senses. He turned his shot aside, only to find a goblin summon standing where his arrow now flew. Confusion flickered, but the realization hit fast. It was a decoy, a split-second diversion, and it had worked. By the time he turned, both Suho and Dojin had vanished. The silence that followed was sharp and heavy. Taegyu's jaw tightened as he reached for his comms. The line clicked, connecting to Jinchul. In clipped, measured words, Taegyu took responsibility, detailing what had happened. He attributed Minsung's unnatural state to the after effects of an enhancement drug, and mentioned the presence of another hunter, one masked in black. Jinchul listened in silence, mind racing. Could it have been Jinwoo? The thought passed like lightning, but he dismissed it. If it were truly him, this wouldn't have escalated at all. It would already be over. Far from the city's ears, Suho and Dojin faced each other in tense silence as the latter considered the unexpected turn of events. He hadn't foreseen Suho's interference and demanded to know why he had helped him escape earlier. Suho stepped forward, his voice even as he pointed out the simple truth. He knew Dojin was ready to abandon Minsung's body the moment things became too dangerous, and he had acted accordingly. Dojin, unfazed, acknowledged the observation and mentioned the rumors he had heard from the demons, though he wanted the truth from Suho himself. What was his connection to the real Shadow Monarch? Suho dismissed the question without hesitation, his disinterest clear. Instead, he made his own intent known. He would crush Dojin first, then extract every answer he needed directly. From behind, Beru spoke with caution, reminding his young monarch that Minsung's strength had grown immeasurable since the apostle had taken over his body, making the threat greater than ever before. But Suho's resolve didn't waver. He reassured the Ant King, stating that he had already made the necessary preparations for this moment. Then, without another word, he uttered a single command: "Arise." Dark energy surged from him like a living tide, shadows tearing through the ground as an army emerged from the depths of the abyss. Dojin watched with a faint smirk, recognizing the unmistakable authority of darkness, the very same power he had once seen in battle. Warriors Suho had bested throughout his journey now stood assembled, their forms solid and unyielding, with Suho at the heart of their ranks, his presence radiating absolute confidence. This was the battle he had prepared for. And as Essel and Gray arrived, the combined might of the Shadow Dungeon gathered, ready to confront the Apostle in full force. A notification suddenly appeared before Suho, issuing an urgent quest. The objective was clear: defeat Minsung, who had been possessed by the Apostle, and claim his memories. The weight of the quest settled on Suho's mind, reminding him that the battle had reached its inevitable conclusion. Once again, he stood at the threshold of taking another's life. With no other choice left, he sent his blue venom-fanged summon forward to strike first. The Apostle, however, did not move. Without hesitation, his blade swept across the air, cleaving through the Shadow Soldier's form with ease. In that instant of distraction, Suho dashed in, closing the distance in a blink and striking with full force, intent on breaking through the Apostle's defenses. Yet, though caught off guard, the Apostle's precision did not waver. His sword rose swiftly, deflecting the blow, before he retaliated with his own. His counterattack came fast, his blade cutting down with immense weight, but Suho pulled back just in time. The soldiers behind him absorbed the strike, their dark forms shattering under its might. Before the apostle could press the advantage, Ezel appeared from behind, her spear thrusting forward. The strike was sharp, but the apostle slipped past it effortlessly, seizing the weapon in his grip before it could land. His voice rang cold as he exposed her, declaring she did not belong to the Dark Army. Fear coursed through Ezel as she dangled midair, her attack completely nullified. Yet, before despair could set in, Suho surged forth and delivered a flying kick that slammed across the apostle's face, wrenching his head back from the impact. Seizing the moment, Suho commanded Shika, the Tomb Warden, to manifest. The colossal summon appeared behind Minsung's body, its sandy form coiling tightly around him, binding his hands and wrapping him in crushing restraint. The apostle's movements froze under the weight of sand, and Suho, seeing the perfect chance, prepared his gauntlet for a decisive strike. But before the blow could fall, the bindings burst apart. The sand detonated outward with violent force, hurling Shika away and halting Suho in mid-motion. Through the haze of dust and debris, the apostle's eyes gleamed sharply, his resolve untouched. Then, moving in a blur, he cut past Suho, his blade tearing through everything in his path. Rising tall amidst the wreckage, the apostle surveyed the battlefield with cold disdain. He remarked on Suho's control of the soldiers, finding it lacking. The Dark Army, he said, once moved with their own will. Cohesive, relentless. Suho's command, in comparison, felt incomplete. His tone hardened, calling the young monarch weak, a pale shadow of the one who had truly wielded darkness. With that, he lunged again, his blade swinging down with crushing force. Suho raised his gauntlets to block, but the impact was shattering. Cracks split across Vulcan's horn, the defense crumbling into fragments before his eyes. The apostle struck again, his sword plunging straight into Suho's gut. Pain ripped through him as blood poured from the wound. Ezel's desperate cry echoed, but she could do nothing as the apostle leaned close, whispering venom into Suho's ears, that he had no true grasp of the power he bore. The blade pushed deeper, blood spilling from his lips. The apostle's intent became clear, to strip Suho of the authority of darkness and mold him into a believer, securing the power for himself. Struggling, Suho heard the words echo in his mind, and they stirred memories of Minsung, who had once spoken something eerily similar. Suho realized how much he had leaned on his stats and skills, always believing they alone defined his strength. He wondered if there was more, something he had been missing. A memory surfaced unbidden as Suho recalled his conversation with Beru, who had once urged him to wield shadow-transformed weapons. Back then, he had refused, admitting that balancing his bond skill, the authority of the ruler, and the command of his soldiers was already difficult enough. Adding such a weapon felt impossible. He had even reasoned that his father had never relied on such weapons, and there must have been a reason. To him, it had seemed pointless to attempt it. Yet now, with his blood staining the ground, he began to see the flaw in his thinking. He had been shackling himself, following his father's path without question. Jinwoo did not need a copy of himself. What was needed was something different, something only Suho could be. The realization steadied his heart. His trembling hand stretched outward, and in a voice that shook the battlefield, he gave the command, "Arise." The word rippled with power. Black mist surged, shadows bursting forth as the fallen soldiers stirred, rising again from death. The apostle narrowed his eyes, unimpressed at first. He had seen them return before, their immortality already familiar to him. They were relentless, but to him, insignificant. And then, the unexpected happened. The shadows no longer moved as they once had. Their forms began to merge, twisting and fusing together into something new. They acted as though they were being drawn into a greater whole, forming a grotesque unity like a chimera clawing its way out of the abyss. The apostle's gaze sharpened. In all the wars against darkness, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Essel, watching in shock, turned to Beru for answers, her voice tight with desperation. But even the Ant King could not say for certain. He could only guess that Suho was breaking free of the shell that had bound him all along. The apostle's confusion deepened. He could feel it, something hidden within Suho, something dormant, awakening with terrifying speed. He knew he had to act now, push Suho to the brink of death and force a star fragment into him before it was too late. But the chance slipped away. Shadows surged violently, a storm of darkness spiraling upward, piercing the skies like jagged shards of stone. The force of it drove the apostle back. His eyes widened in disbelief as Suho's wounds began to knit shut, the bleeding halted by shadows weaving around him like living bandages. As Suho stood amidst the awakening of his power, the battlefield itself trembled. From the abyss, the chimera surged forward with a feral roar, its massive jaws snapping open to tear the apostle apart in a single strike. But the apostle was faster. With a single, fluid motion of his blade, he carved through the monstrous form, cleaving it in two before it could land its blow. The assault did not end there. Another of Suho's summons lunged in the aftermath, hammering down with a thunderous strike meant to catch the enemy unguarded. Yet the attempt was futile. The apostle blocked it effortlessly, not even flinching, his earlier words echoing true. No matter how many shadows Suho commanded, they would never be enough to defeat him. To prove it, he swung once more, annihilating the high troll with a single cut, its dark form dispersing into smoke. But Suho did not falter. If anything, the apostle could feel his opponent's power rising, a raw surge bursting outward as Suho activated his bond skill. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between them, his strike carrying enough force to shatter the ground beneath his feet. Even so, the apostle remained unmoved. The energy Suho released was sharp, dangerous, but still unrefined. His blade lashed out in response, slashing across Suho's body in rapid succession, and blood painted the air as the young monarch's charge was torn apart mid-stride. Suho stumbled back, his wounds deep and searing, while the apostle's smirk widened. He was the one in control, and he made sure Suho felt it. Yet, he had failed to notice the trap. From the shadows, Shika emerged, his fist cloaked in demonic energy. Before the apostle could react, the soldier swung forward and delivered a devastating punch squarely to his jaw. The impact cracked the air like thunder. The apostle's body shot across the battlefield like a missile, crashing through stone and earth, tearing apart the ground until he was buried in a pile of rubble. For the first time, his mind reeled in shock. A shadow soldier had used a skill he had never witnessed, one even the true monarch of shadows had not displayed. He tried to speak, but only silence came. Pain blazed through him as he attempted to rise. He dug into Minsung's life force, drawing mana to sustain himself, but something felt wrong. A strange sensation rippled through the bond that tethered him to this body. And then it hit him. Lee Minsung was awake. The earlier blow had shattered his control, and Minsung's will surged back violently, tearing apart the apostle's hold piece by piece. As the apostle's presence waned and Minsung's own will clawed back to the surface, he roared with everything left in him, declaring his final act, not as a hero, but as a villain. Yet before the words could take root, Suho was already before him, his fist clenched tight, driving forward without hesitation. The blow crashed into Minsung's chest, tearing through flesh and bone as shockwaves rippled outward, hurling his body backward. In an instant, the chaos stilled, the battlefield falling silent. Minsung collapsed, his strength bleeding away until only silence remained, broken at last by the familiar chime of the system, announcing the urgent quest's completion. Shortly after, Suho's subordinates rushed to his side in delight, but his expression carried no joy. His eyes cast down, his heart heavy. Beru recognized it instantly. The weight of Suho's first kill against someone who had once been human. The victory rang hollow, carving a mark inside him that no reward could erase. And yet, as Suho stood over the fallen body, his thoughts wandered. Ever since becoming a player, his purpose had been clear: find his parents and grow strong enough to stand by their side. But now, with Minsung's death staining his hands, he realized he had never truly defined his own reason for fighting. His mind drifted back to the memory of his first battle with his father in the tutorial. Even then, standing as enemies, he could not help but admire his father's overwhelming power. That strength had seemed insurmountable, a wall he could never scale. But now, after everything he had endured, a spark lit inside him, a new ambition. He wanted to become stronger, not just to defeat apostles or monarchs, but to reach beyond even his father, to surpass the Shadow Monarch himself. Impossible as it sounded, the thought ignited something within him for the first time. Suho had found his own ego, his reason to walk forward. Beru watched in silence, knowing full well how unreachable such a goal was, while Essel could only wonder if surpassing Jinwoo was even conceivable. Yet despite their doubts, Suho's focus burned sharper than ever. He smiled inwardly as the system's notifications filled his vision. But there was something more. A new quest shimmered before him, one unlike the others: the advancement quest. Suho had finally reached level 40. A class change was now possible. Far away, unseen by Suho's allies, the apostle's gaze lingered. Broken, battered, and fading, he nevertheless recognized Suho's potential. He had not expected such growth, but now he understood. This boy was worth claiming. Reaching deep into the remnants of his original form, he called upon one of his core abilities, the scales of equivalent exchange. With it, he siphoned the life force of the nearby believers, trading their vitality for raw mana. The air thickened with raw energy, crackling as he conjured a bow of light from nothingness. At its heart lay the stardust stimulant, and with flawless precision, he released it. The projectile screamed through the battlefield like a missile, too fast to follow, piercing straight through Suho's gut before he even realized it was coming. A burning pain tore through him as his knees buckled and the shadows around his body writhed violently. His head pounded, his vision blurred, and then he felt it. Something foreign clawing its way into his mind, digging deeper, trying to take root. Soon, a flurry of notifications poured into Suho's vision as the system detected a foreign substance, one disturbingly similar to mistburn, spreading through his body. Without hesitation, the system activated the longevity effect, desperately attempting to purge it. Yet every attempt failed. The anomaly clung stubbornly, refusing to be expelled. From afar, the apostle watched with quiet satisfaction, convinced that at last he would succeed in seizing the authority of darkness. But just when it seemed irreversible, another notification flickered across Suho's vision. Against all odds, the system finally succeeded in dispelling the foreign substance and immediately initiated full restoration. Even so, Suho's trembling did not stop. His companions cried out in panic, their voices strained with worry, but Suho could barely form words. Though the permanent longevity had activated in time, sparing his life, the wound remained deep. He focused his shadow power to stem the bleeding and hold his body together, determined to regain control. Yet something felt wrong. His health, which should have stabilized, was still falling at a dangerous rate. At this pace, his body would not endure for long. There had to be a solution, something immediate. With no other choice, Suho accepted the class change request that had been waiting in his system. The response came instantly. A notification confirmed the commencement of the advancement quest. A portal swirled open before him, dark energy spilling outward, but the condition was absolute. only Suho could step through. His companions were forcibly teleported to the shadow dungeon. Without any delay, Suho accepted and moved forward. The battlefield erupted with a violent gust of power as the portal swallowed him whole. Darkness fell in every direction until it was suffocating. For a moment, Suho questioned if he had died, but then he felt the faint warmth of breath against his cheek, the ache in his body gone, the wound sealed. He was alive. Just then, a single torch flared to life, pushing back the dark. Its light revealed a vast hallway stretching endlessly ahead. Back in the world outside, the apostle stood before the corpse of Minsung. He scanned the area with narrowed eyes, sensing no trace of Suho or his magic. If the corpse was left behind, it meant the portal was not an escape for all, it was tied solely to Suho. The apostle found the detail fascinating, and with patience, he decided to wait for their paths to cross again. Meanwhile, Suho examined his body in the strange realm. He felt whole, free of weakness, but when he summoned his status window, restrictions appeared. The heirs of other monarchs were forbidden from attempting this advancement quest. The system denied him access to the shadow dungeon, and his bond skills refused to answer his call. A familiar unease spread through him as he recognized the surroundings. It was the same dungeon from his tutorial, the training grounds created by his father. Though he had grown far beyond the boy who once struggled here, the memories weighed heavily. This time, however, everything was different. No weapons, no clear enemies, no way to grind experience. All had been stripped from him. No quest instructions appeared either. Confused, Suho walked through the dim hallway, the torches casting long shadows along twisting passageways. Echoes carried in the distance. Eventually his steps halted before a lone door set incongruously in the path. A boss room appearing without any real structure made little sense to Suho, yet curiosity got the better of him as he reached out and pushed the door open. Inside was a throne. At its end, someone sat cloaked in shadow. Suho stepped forward cautiously, and the figure's form grew clearer with each step. Halfway across the chamber, his breath caught. Sitting upon the throne was himself, the version forged during the tutorial, the shadow of who he had once been. Shock flickered across Suho's face, but before he could fully process it, the figure moved. Energy crackled, and then, with blinding speed, his past self shot forward. The strike came too fast to guard against, piercing through Suho in a single clean blow. Darkness swallowed everything. When Suho's eyes opened again, he was back at the starting point. The torches on the wall glowed as they had before, except now one of them was extinguished. Confusion gripped him, but realization followed quickly. He had respawned. The truth was unmistakable. The advancement quest demanded he overcome his former selves. With renewed focus, Suho steadied himself and noticed that, unlike the tutorial dungeon, this place stretched into countless passageways. The earlier boss room's odd placement convinced him that another hidden door had to exist somewhere. Determined, he pressed forward until he discovered another boss room door. This time, hesitation crept in. The last encounter had left him shaken, and he wondered what waited beyond. Yet there was no choice but forward, and he pushed it open. The room beyond was different. Instead of monsters, a child sat among scattered toys, playing quietly. Light spilled across the boy's face, and Suho's heart jolted. It was him, his younger self. Confusion rattled him. Was he truly meant to fight a child version of himself? The thought lingered only for a moment before the toys stirred, rising unnaturally into the air as if gravity itself had been undone. Awe and dread froze Suho where he stood. He couldn't move. His entire body was paralyzed under a crushing weight. The sensation was familiar, terrifyingly so. It was the ruler's authority. Suddenly, the child raised a hand, and with a casual swipe, the force slammed into Suho, tearing the world away. His consciousness faded into black once more. Another torch in the dungeon hallway flickered and died, leaving only one burning as Suho reappeared in the same corridor, gasping for breath, disoriented and shaken. It took him a moment to process what had just happened. His child self had killed him without hesitation, snapping his neck in an instant, and he had been powerless to stop it. Despair gnawed at him as he realized he couldn't defeat either version of himself. Panic surged when he remembered the system had granted him 3 lives. He should have only 1 left, just like in the tutorial. But when he lifted his eyes, his breath caught. The walls weren't lined with a single torch. They stretched endlessly, hundreds, thousands of flames still burning bright. He stared at the countless lights, each one seeming to represent a life. For a fleeting moment, hope sparked within him, but it was fragile. The system was corrupted, and a flood of error notifications confirmed it. Something had twisted the rules, yet the mission remained unchanged. Defeat the being beyond the door. He could not leave until his advancement was complete. The quest had turned deeply unfair, and Suho realized there was no certainty the torches truly counted as lives. Yet he refused to let doubt consume him. His only choice was to press forward. The dungeon's layout was chaotic, but with time seemingly on his side, he advanced step by step, scouting carefully. At last, he froze, sensing a presence lurking within the darkness ahead of the corridor. Crouching low, he watched as something crept into the dim torchlight, a small, misshapen creature. Behind it appeared his child self once again, toys from earlier now twisted into grotesque mockeries of soldiers. Suho's stomach sank. Danger bled from the scene, and instinct screamed at him to run. But the moment he moved, one of the toy soldiers darted past with inhuman speed, tearing his leg apart. Blood gushed across the stone as agony racked him, leaving him writhing on the ground. He could hardly believe it. His child self was commanding the soldiers with overwhelming precision, wielding the ruler's authority as if it were second nature. And just as he thought it couldn't get worse, another figure emerged from the shadows, standing directly behind him. It was his tutorial self, eyes burning with unrestrained violence. By the time Suho turned, it was already too late. The figure's kick landed like a guillotine, tearing his head apart in one devastating strike. Darkness swallowed him. Then light returned. Suho was back in the hallway, breathing hard, still alive. The confirmation hit him. The torches did represent lives, burning as long as he did. But Suho understood that if the system was broken, the only path forward was to endure. The system still demanded he defeat a being within a boss room. That was the only clear condition, which meant he didn't need to win against his tutorial self or even the child version of himself. So, he pushed forward again, weaving through corridors, avoiding his other selves when he could. But no matter how many times he tried, the outcome was the same. Again and again, he was torn apart, each death throwing him back to the beginning. Doubt began to eat at him. Could he really find this boss room? Could he truly escape this place? This wasn't a trial anymore. It was hell. Despair tightened its grip on him, but then he remembered the vow he had made in silence. If he wanted to grow stronger, he couldn't settle for less than becoming the strongest. That vow wasn't a dream. It had become a chain, binding him, forcing him to rise even when every part of him wanted to give in. Grinding his teeth, Suho wiped the blood from his lips. His trembling hands pressed against the cold stone floor, and slowly, he began to draw from his own blood. A plan was forming. If he couldn't conquer the dungeon's rules, he would twist them to his will. Each time he died, he would map his movements, track his progress, and carve his path forward. If the dungeon wouldn't give him strength, then he would take it. Meanwhile, far from the dungeon, Seoul was swept into a storm of headlines. The Hunter Association had issued an emergency announcement declaring the ban of Stardust and launching an immediate investigation to trace its spread and measure the damage. The truth had finally surfaced before the public. At the center of the uproar was a shocking name, Lee Min-sung. His body had been discovered on a remote mountain by a local, and though the cause of death remained unclear, the implications rippled violently across the hunter world. For Taegyu, the discovery gnawed at his conscience. The Reaper Guild carried its own share of guilt, and he could not shake the thought that he should have stopped Min-sung long before it came to this. Yet details still disturbed him. Most of all, the unnatural condition of the corpse. Min-sung's body had twisted into something beyond recognition, warped in a way no human frame should be. And then there was the presence of the masked figure seen at the scene. Taegyu suspected this unknown man had been the one to strike the final blow. Nearby, Jong-in sat, listening in silence, but his mind lingered elsewhere. From his pocket, he slid a worn photograph onto the table, the image of a miner who had joined the Paju field raid party and never returned. It was Suho. The records listed him as a mere D rank, yet Jong-in's instincts told him otherwise. A false ranker, perhaps, hiding a power greater than anyone knew. Jinchul kept his silence, though his thoughts raced. The signs aligned too well. The masked hunter was most likely Suho, and if he had gone missing again, if this incident was tied to Jinwoo's son, then the matter was far beyond ordinary. Back in the dungeon, the ordeal raged on. The endless halls showed no mercy, but each time Suho's body reformed, he dragged himself across the floor and carved the map of the maze in his own blood. His crimson markings became his only weapon, guiding him through death after death. Again and again, his blood traced another line, another turn of the labyrinth. At last, only one untouched space remained on his crude map, a section he had never reached. His gaze fixed on that direction, and suddenly it became clear. The encounters with his other selves were happening more often because they were guarding that very path. And as if summoned by the thought, the child appeared once more, floating in silence ahead. The sight confirmed it. This was no coincidence. The boy was not wandering. He was a gatekeeper. The air trembled as telekinetic pressure surged toward him, but Suho braced himself and unleashed his own ruler's authority. The forces clashed invisibly, colliding with a crack in the air, and Suho twisted his body, slipping past the child like a streak of shadow. His eyes locked forward. He had finally found it, a passageway he had never seen before. Adrenaline surged through his veins as he dashed, every nerve screaming that this was it, the missing piece. And then, at last, he saw it, a third door, silent, waiting, promising another enemy beyond. Suho's heart thundered in his chest. His instincts screamed. He was finally moving in the right direction, but relief never came. Behind him, the echo of footsteps broke the air. Suho knew instantly what it meant. The tutorial version was closing in. Panic surged as he hurled himself at the door, pushing it open with desperate strength. The oppressive aura of his other self crawled up his spine, sweat stinging his eyes. His breath came ragged, and in that single heartbeat, the figure shot forward like a living arrow, aimed straight at Suho. Just as the strike was about to land, Suho slipped inside and slammed the door shut behind him. Once inside, Suho gasped for breath, realizing he had escaped by a hair's breadth. He exhaled in relief, though he knew it was only temporary. What mattered now was what awaited him here. If the pattern held, then another version of himself would appear. The question was, from when? The answer came with slow footsteps. A figure emerged from the darkness, both hands gripping swords that Suho recognized immediately. This version was no relic of the past. It moved with too much precision, carried items that did not belong here. Suho's gut told him it had been born from a system error. To be certain, he summoned the status window. What he saw made him chuckle under his breath. The numbers were laughably low. For the first time in this hell, confidence stirred. He launched forward, a flying kick aimed to crush his enemy's guard, but the strike was blocked. Still, Suho grinned. This fight at last seemed winnable. Yet just as the thought settled, his opponent's body shimmered. A chain of buffs ignited at once, pouring into its frame. Strength, speed, defense, mobility. Every stat surged. Its armor radiated power. Suho's eyes widened. He recognized the technique instantly. Body enhancement. The same terrifying ability once wielded by Emmett. Before he could react, the figure's blades cut through the air in a violent storm. The Storm Slash skill tore toward him, forcing Suho to dart through with narrow dodges, sparks lighting the dungeon as steel scraped steel. He countered, daggers flashing with the same skill, their strikes colliding in bursts that shook the stone walls. But then a blade grazed his cheek, and his vision filled with a memory that wasn't his own. Shock froze him, only for another strike to carve across his arm. Again, another alien vision seared into his mind. Realization struck cold. The wounds weren't just physical. They carried memories, attacks aimed at his very consciousness. Dragging himself backward, Suho broke away from the relentless onslaught, but his opponent only stepped forward, eyes cold and unblinking. Then it spoke a single word: "Arise." The dungeon floor trembled. From the abyss, a soldier clawed its way free, an ant, its form unmistakably night class. It lunged, striking with bone-rattling force. Suho barely raised his daggers in time to block, the impact rattling his bones. His jaw clenched in fury. He was already at a disadvantage, and before he could think of a counter, both the Shadow Knight and his double surged together, their formation tight and merciless. As Suho struggled against the duo, more memories surged into his head, memories that were not his, yet felt deeply familiar. He realized that this version of himself had walked an entirely different path. In that world, there had been another Beru, another Essel, another Gray, and even Emmett. They had endured the same chaos, but had confronted it differently. The system had granted that Suho trials perfectly suited to his growth, and through them, this alternate self had advanced faster, climbing beyond him. Overwhelmed by the flood of alien thoughts, Suho failed to notice when his dagger slipped from his grip. The Shadow Knight seized the opening, raising its blade for the finishing blow. Yet Suho did not falter. He caught the weapon with his bare, bleeding hand, refusing to give in. But while he grappled with the knight, the dual-sword version of himself crept forward, blades glinting as it swung with lethal force. At the last instant, Suho shoved the knight aside and twisted his body, shadows coating his hand as he raised it to block the strike. The clash sent a jolt through his mind, and in that single moment, Suho understood. The system was not the error. He was. It was not there to shape him. He was the one meant to master it. With that realization, his movements shifted. No longer waiting, no longer defending, he slipped into a new stance, sharp and deliberate, before unleashing a kick that crashed against the figure's head with explosive force. Suho no longer fought out of instinct or fear. Every strike now carried purpose. He would not walk the path that had been carved for him. He vowed instead to carve his own, to build a future not by rules or designs forced upon him, but by his own hand. The ground split beneath his feet as he drove forward, tearing through stone and dust before his fist smashed down on the figure with a force that rattled the dungeon itself. The air boomed, the walls shook, and the entire chamber disappeared into a cloud of dust and shockwaves. When the smoke cleared, messages flooded Suho's vision. The system confirmed his victory and the completion of the advancement quest. He had defeated the being behind the third door and claimed a new title, the one who overcame adversity. The trait it bestowed was unique. The more stamina he lost in battle, the more his stats would rise. But the test was not yet over. Another message appeared, offering him a choice between 3 classes. The first was Shadow's Heir, a path carefully crafted to guide him toward inheriting the power of shadows. The second was Soul Striker, a hidden class forged from his past records, but it carried a price. Choosing it meant losing all his stats and the shadow skill entirely. The third was unknown, a path recommended by the system itself, born from Suho's own actions during the quest. It promised something new, something unbound by design. Each option held weight, each carried consequence. And Suho, after all he had endured, was finished playing by the rules. So he chose none. He chose all. His hand reached forward and seized every option, merging them into one brilliant, chaotic sphere of energy that tore through his system. Power swirled within him, shifting, breaking, reforging the core of his being. Light flared, blinding. And then the system announced completion. Suho had obtained a new class. Back in the Shadow Dungeon, silence hung heavy. Weeks had passed without a single sign of Suho. Essel and Beru carried weary expressions, their patience thinning, while Emmett, ever calm and unreadable, wore for the first time a troubled look. 3 weeks, and still nothing. It was as though Suho had been swallowed by the void. Then, at last, Grace sensed it. A faint fluctuation in space, distant yet familiar. Moments later, from within a ripple, Suho emerged through a portal. His expression was calm, almost teasing, as he stepped forward and greeted his companions. Relief shattered the silence. Emmett's broad smile spread wide, while Ezel and Beru's emotions spilled over as they welcomed back their young monarch. After endless waiting, he had finally returned. But far from this moment of joy in Seoul, unease weighed heavy over the Hunter Association. Jinho and Jinchul sat anxiously, waiting for news of Suho. None came. Whispers grew instead, whispers that Suho might have been responsible for Minsung's death. Both men dismissed the accusations outright, refusing to believe such baseless claims about someone they knew so well. The tense air broke when Jinchul's phone buzzed. He glanced down. It was another report from the officials on the ground. Dungeon breaks were erupting everywhere, spilling monsters into the streets without pause. Now, one had opened in the middle of the city, and hunters on site could only watch as chaos unfolded in broad daylight. And above the destruction, standing on a rooftop, Dojin watched in silence. To him, the screams and the carnage were nothing more than noise. What he wanted was a place in the association's core, and to achieve that, he needed recognition. Achievements. The greater the destruction, the brighter his opportunity to rise. He lurked, waiting for the perfect moment, until a blur of movement tore through the battlefield. Monsters fell one after another, ripped apart before they could strike. The hunter beside him, wide-eyed and trembling, turned only to see a black-masked figure standing amidst the wreckage. In the thick of battle, Suho stood still, scanning the battlefield before seizing the moment to test his new power. He raised his hand, and a single word left his lips: arise. Shadows erupted, corpses twisted, swallowed by darkness as new forms surged forth. But unlike before, they did not merely become soldiers. This time, the shadows spiraled toward the living hunters, cloaking their bodies in black armor, reforging their mundane weapons into sleek obsidian blades. The hunters gasped in confusion, their new strength thrumming within them. Even Beru was taken aback, watching the scene with astonishment. This was no mere transformation skill. Suho had not altered himself. He had manifested equipment from shadows, gifting power to those around him. It was an ability not even the original Shadow Monarch had ever displayed. The Ant King's pride swelled as he realized what this meant. Suho no longer needed to fight from the darkness. He could now step boldly into the light, with power entirely his own. The mask dissolved, revealing his face to the stunned hunters. Calmly, he asked those still able to fight to lend him their strength. From a distance, Dojin observed every detail, his calculating eyes narrowing. This was no longer the Suho he remembered. He was different, evolved, no longer a silent shadow fighting alone. He had grown, not just in strength, but in spirit, ascending into something entirely new. The system had given him a name for it, the irregular white shadow. But while hope stirred in Korea, across the ocean in India, despair reigned. Within the Asura Guild, chaos had erupted, blood drenched the floors, and the bodies of elite hunters lay scattered. The halls that once echoed with pride now carried only silence and death. From the center of this carnage, a lone figure emerged. His voice cut through the stillness, cold and resolute, as he burned with fury and swore to hunt down the man responsible for his fallen underlings. His path was set toward Korea, a warning that no one would ever again dare to interfere with what belonged to him. Far away, in a frozen land where snow drifted endlessly and the wind whispered across the barren fields, another figure stirred. A wyvern descended from the clouds, halting before her, ready to carry her to the next destination.
The scene opens with a helicopter soaring above the city. Below, chaos unfolds. A dungeon break is in full swing. We see a monstrous creature being attacked and taken down instantly. Then another monster. It's taken out with a single, precise shot to the head. Cut to Suho. He's in the thick of battle, delivering a powerful kick toward a monster. That kick connects. It slams into a huge beast, sending it flying. As Suho finishes off his enemies, he pauses and thinks to himself, "They all went down in one shot. I can't even measure how much stronger I've become." Suho then notices something. He glances around. There are others fighting nearby. We see a group of hunters, forming a team, taking on monsters together. One of the hunters speaks while battling a beast. "My body started to feel lighter ever since this black equipment showed up." With this, as he slashes down a massive monster, he shouts, "Even I can. Kill these magic beasts." Suho smiles as he watches them, thinking, "Looks like they won't need my help. They're fighting well." The stat-increasing effect of the shadow items must be making them stronger. Suho lifts his right hand and calmly commands, "Arise." Activating his skill, Suho reflects inwardly. Shadow creation, the skill I obtained from this class advancement. A skill that uses shadows to create items. I'm able to find the materials embedded inside the information of the shadow soldiers entering my mind, and I can recreate them into any form I want by dismantling and reassembling. Suho finishes channeling the skill. He begins absorbing the giant monster's corpse. Suddenly, several system windows appear. Item: Shadow Naga Warrior Shoulder Protector. Creation grade: Rare. Type: Armor, Upper Body. Defense plus 28, /attack plus 25. Another window. Item: Shadow Naga Warrior Gauntlet. Creation grade: Common. Type: Armor, Arm. Attack plus 55, /strength plus 4. And another. Item: Shadow Naga Warrior Belt. Creation grade: Rare. Type: Armor, Waist. Defense plus 20, /agility plus 4. Suho thinks. The creation grade differs for each item. The equipment I could clearly picture in my mind turned out to be rare grade, but the gauntlet I forced into shape ended up common. Do I need to create items that match the material's characteristics to get higher quality? A new status window appears. Name: Suho. Fatigue: 0. Level: 42. Class: Irregular, White Shadow. Title: One who overcame adversity, plus 1 more. HP: 8,525 /8,525. MP: 820 /820. Strength: 130. Health: 62. Agility: 51. Intelligence: 61. Sense: 51. Available points: 0. Active skills: Ruler's Authority LV2. Shadow Extraction LV2. Storm/LV 1. Shadow Creation LV 1. Shadow Item Contract LV 1. Shadow Item Storage LV 1. Another system window appears. Skill: Shadow Item Storage LV 1. Class Exclusive Skill. No mana required. Absorbs the shadow item into the caster's shadow and stores it. The stored shadow items can be summoned or reabsorbed at any time. Stored shadow item count: 0/40. Suho thinking. Also, I finally got the skill to store shadows after my class advancement, though it's limited to items only. Another system window appears. Skill: Shadow Item Contract, Level 1. Class Exclusive Skill. No mana required. The skill bearer can imbue a shadow item with a unique name to make it a leveling item. Only applicable to shadow items that are heroic grade or higher. The skill bearer cannot equip any other items besides the shadow item. Item stat increase value, 30%. Suho thinking. Seems like the contract skill requires a shadow item that's heroic grade or higher. But this class name, what does it mean? It's not like my shadow turned white or something. As Suho was processing all this, monsters suddenly began running toward him, ready to attack. Suho quickly got into position, prepared to counter. Suddenly, we hear the sound of a footstep. A figure leaps into the air, and in one motion, this person jumps high, crushing the massive monster beneath him with a single powerful landing. Suho turns to look. This person is already in a battle stance. It's Park Dojin. He smiles confidently. Then, as Park Dojin moves his hand, 3 to 4 monsters come charging toward him from all directions. He calmly activates his skill. Amplify. His hand begins to glow. He strikes. And just like that, the monsters are defeated in a single blow. Suho and the other hunters watch in amazement. One of the hunters gasps. Wow! He defeated all those magic beasts in one go. All around them, monster corpses are piled up. And then, Suho and Park Dojin's eyes meet. Park Dojin looks at Suho with a smile. Suho, however, seems confused. Meanwhile, the scene shifts. Yujinho is watching everything unfold on TV. Tears stream down his face. He shouts, Suho, you were safe. You brat. You should have contacted me the moment you got back. Standing beside Yujinho is Wu Jinchul, who softly says, what a relief. Then, Wu Jinchul's phone rings. He picks up the call. It's Choi Jong on the other end. Did you see the news? The Black Mask. Hunter Sung Suho showed up. Another person joins the call. It's Lim Taijiu, who's seen running across a rooftop mid-conversation. The one who wore a black mask. The one I met when I was with Lee Min-sung. It's definitely him. I'll contact Hunter Park Dojin, who's currently on the field, and place him under arrest. Wu Jinchul responds urgently. Do not use violence. There's yet to be any evidence proving Hunter Sung Suho is evil. But Lim Taijiu replies, clearly angry. Then why would he hide his face back then? He's definitely a villain related to the star powder. Even the one who killed Lee Min-sung must be. Then Choi Jong, still calm, speaks with a slight smile. I don't think Hunter Sung Suho is a villain. But I do agree with bringing him to the Hunters Association. According to my investigation, he's the nephew of President Yu Jinho, who happens to be acquainted with the association's chairman. The reason I'm helping the Hunters Association is because I believe your justice is fair. I hope you make a wise decision. Wu Jinchul quietly listens to everything unfold. Park Dojin receives a call. Someone from his guild is contacting him. He answers, speaking firmly. Yes, Guildmaster. He's right in front of me. Suho sees Park Dojin and thinks to himself. He's the one who became an S-rank hunter this time. Park Dojin. But why is he smiling while looking at me? Back on the call, Park Dojin responds. Yes, I understand, Guildmaster. As the call ends, Park Dojin looks at Suho and smiles. Hunter Sung Suho. Suho, watching him, thinks again. He's smiling again. Park Dojin speaks with a calm tone. The Guild Master of the Reaper Guild is instructing me to bring you, Hunter Sung Suho, to the Hunters Association. Suho replies, curious and cautious. That's what the Reaper Guild wants from me. Judging by how you mentioned the Hunters Association, I'm guessing this isn't a recruitment, right? Park Dojin responds seriously. Seeing as how you showed up here with so many eyes watching, you seem to be unaware of the circumstances you're in. He continues, voice cold. You are currently wanted for the murder of Vice Guild Master Lee Min-sung, and on suspicions of distributing star powder. Suho is visibly shocked. Wanted? Park Dojin adds. I'd appreciate it if you didn't make a mess and just followed me quietly. Suddenly, one of the hunters who had been fighting alongside Suho steps in. Wait, I don't know what misunderstanding you have, but he helped us. Another hunter speaks up angrily. This is an abuse of power. Suho calmly addresses them. I'm fine. Thank you for standing up for me. Another nearby hunter murmurs in surprise. Huh. Suho then makes his decision. I'll go on my own volition. I was thinking of going to the Hunters Association anyway. Park Dojin responds approvingly. That works perfectly for me. As Suho starts to leave, One of the hunters remarks. That young man really is admirable. He even gave us new gear. Suddenly, Suho remembers something. Ah, I almost forgot to take the shadows with me. He begins absorbing the shadow-armored items back into himself. A system window appears. Skill, Shadow Item Storage, LV.1. Class exclusive skill, no mana required. Absorbs the shadow item into the caster's shadow and stores it. The stored shadow items can be summoned or reabsorbed at any time. Stored shadow item count, 14 out of 40. Suho thinks. Being able to store the shadows sure is convenient. Meanwhile, Park Dojin watches him and thinks to himself. Sung Suho. The air around him has definitely changed. What could have happened in these past few days for him to become this powerful? Suho turns to him. Are you not coming? Park Dojin thinks quietly. Now, the possibility of the star fragment working against him has gotten significantly lower. First, I'll need to develop the star fragment in order to convert an S-rank hunter. As the two walk side by side, Park Dojin continues his thoughts. Until then, I should stick close to him. Just as the three hunters were walking together, one of their phones began to ring. They paused and each took out their mobiles, glancing at the screens. One of them spoke with urgency. What's this? An emergency warning. He kept reading aloud. It's Jisan Prison. Isn't that the place where awakeners who committed horrible crimes are locked up? Their screens lit up with the alert. Massive prison break in Jisan Prison. About 500 C-rank awakeners have escaped, suspected to have used illegal stimulants. Nearby hunters are expected to quickly come to aid. Another hunter chimed in. A massive outbreak in a place like that? By illegal stimulant, aren't they talking about that star powder or whatever? The word echoed. Star powder? Suho, hearing the alert and the discussion, suddenly stopped walking. Park Dojin noticed and turned around. You couldn't possibly be considering it, right? He asked, his voice serious. Suho replied firmly. I need to stop the inmates. Park tried to reason with him. Hunters will gather. There's no need for you to go there. But Suho shook his head. If the inmates are using star powder, then it won't be enough with the hunters alone. Park sighed, tense. You'll be in quite the trouble if you don't go to the association right this instant. Which means I'll be the one in trouble. He looked towards Suho, then slowly closed his eyes and made a decision. Let's just say I failed to stop you even though I tried my best. Suho nodded, already preparing to leave. Thank you. I'll definitely visit the Hunters Association later. He added. Then, with that, Suho leapt off across the buildings, heading toward the prison break. Park Dojin stood still, watching him go. Then a faint smile appeared on Park's face as he muttered. Great timing. How about I confirm just how much stronger he's become? The siren screamed. Chaos unfolded. At Jisan Prison, prisoners were rioting. Some were dead. Others were in violent combat. The enormous prison facility, surrounded by massive walls, now had one side broken and crumbling. A voice spoke from the shadows. Truly, humans are so cruel. Then he continued. To think they'd come up with the idea of jabbing mana crystals into our necks to kill us. From atop a pile of broken stone near the destroyed wall, a man sat with confidence, speaking down to the other prisoners gathered below. Ain't that right, boys? He kept going, his voice rising. After the cataclysm, all we've done was use the powers given to us to get what we want. But the Hunters Association branded us criminals and locked us up here. He clenched his fist. Now, I'm thinking of getting revenge. The other prisoners looked up to him. He declared, hundreds of awakeners are here, from D rank to B rank. Your pent-up fury, accumulated over years of oppression. It's time. Show them what our wrath can cause. He raised his hand and commanded, trigger the dungeon break. And that man was none other than Huang Dongsik, Jisan prison inmate. Chapter 49 starts with a loud announcement blaring over the speakers, echoing across the city. A massive prison break has occurred in Jisan prison. Nearby civilians, please evacuate immediately under the supervision of hunters. Cut to an apartment complex. Suddenly, the door of one apartment begins melting from the outside, sizzling away from some unknown heat source. A glowing hand appears through the hole and unlocks the door from the inside. 3 escaped prisoners step inside. One of them, prisoner number 3, looks around and speaks casually. Isn't this place empty? Prisoner number 1 replies without concern. Must have run after hearing the alarm. The three quickly start changing into civilian clothes they find inside the apartment. But prisoner number 2 sounds worried. But can we really take on the Hunters Association? They've got A and S ranks. Prisoner number 1 scoffs. Did you not hear the plan? What can even an S rank do if we take over the city and grab hostages? He continues, holding up a strange object. Plus, we've got this star fragment that Dongsuk Hyungnim got for us. Why do you think the Hunters Association made it illegal? They're scared. Scared they'll lose power if everyone gets stronger. Prisoner number 2 softens. I guess, if it's what Dongsuk Hyungnim says. He adds, we'll have an S rank on our side too. Meanwhile, prisoner number 3 is rummaging through the cabinets. Hey, get over here. This place is a liquor gold mine. Prisoner number 1 shouts back. Seriously. We need to finish up and get out. But number 3 doesn't listen. But it's a 30-year-old Macallan malt though. That gets prisoner number 2's attention. Holy shit. That's worth thousands. I can't just ignore that, can I? But they're not alone. Inside a cupboard, a terrified child is hiding, silently watching everything unfold. He whispers to himself, I need to report them quickly. The boy begins typing something on his phone. Suddenly, his eyes widen in horror. Prisoner number 1 has found him. He leans in with a twisted smile. Do you want some? Scene shifts. A sea of fire spreads across the city. On a rooftop, a man watches it all with cold eyes. Down below, escaped prisoners clash with hunters. One prisoner violently stabs a hunter straight in the chest. Cut to a new figure. Hwang Dong-suk, a C-rank fugitive, standing atop a building. He looks out, grinning. What a view. He smiles creepily. With just a single word from me, even high-grade inmates are rioting. That's the power I, Hwang Dong-suk, have. A voice speaks behind him. Let's get moving while the fugitives are buying us time. Dong-suk turns, frowning. Don't lecture me when you're just a lackey of my younger brother. But the man corrects him. I'm not your brother's subordinate. I was commissioned for this, to extract you, a C-rank awakener, overseas. This man is revealed as Kong Taeshik, a B-rank awakener. Dong-suk's mood turns sour. He grabs Kong Taeshik by the collar in anger. You said you're a B-rank, didn't you? Are you looking down on me too, just because I'm low-ranked? Taeshik scowled internally, acting all tough, when he's just a coward who couldn't even eat the star fragment because he's afraid of the side effects. Another thought flashed in Taeshik's mind. Should I just kill him? A memory surfaced. Dong-su's younger brother had once spoken to him directly. Challenging the Hunters Association? I don't care. That's just an excuse for those inmates to start a ruckus. As long as you bring my older brother out of that mess, and to me, your commission ends here. His tone had turned sharp. You're aware of the consequences if you fail, yes? Back in the present, Dong-sik snapped at Taeshik. Are you going to answer me? Taeshik, now clearly more cautious, loosened up. I can't afford to have an S rank as an enemy. Finally, he gave in. Yes, I'll guide you as you wish. Scene shifts. A helicopter lands on the rooftop of a building. Inside, we see Woo Jinchul and Choi Jong-in stepping out. Choi Jong-in spoke up first. It's my first time being dispatched to a battle with you since the cataclysm. Woo Jinchul, glancing back at him, replied seriously. I can't just stand by and watch civilians get harmed any further. Choi Jong-in asked. What happened to the restraints the inmates were wearing? Woo Jinchul explained. Someone destroyed the prison's administration center. In addition, nearby association hunters have been assaulted by an unidentified force. Some were even left in near-death condition. Choi Jong-in frowned. To think the administration center, guarded by A ranks, was destroyed, and with the villains also using star fragments, it seems someone powerful might be behind this. Just then, another figure appeared, Lim Tae-jae. As I thought, there was a ringleader behind this villain incident. Woo Jinchul acknowledged him. You're here. Thank you for cooperating, Hunter Lim Tae-jae. Alongside him was Park Dojin, quietly observing. Lim Tae-jae continued. Sung Suho has declined the association's summon. Jinchul, stunned. Suho? Tae-jae went on. He apparently left, saying he's going to Jisan prison. Considering someone under suspicion for distributing star powder is heading to a place filled with villains using star fragment. I don't think further explanation is necessary. He didn't stop there. He must have intended to kill Lee Min-sung from the beginning, back when he first appeared with that mask. All of it, just to cover up his own crimes involving the distribution of star powder. Given that he's a false ranker hiding his skills, I'll deem him a high-level threat, a villain. That's how I'll see him. And that's why I'm participating in this villain extermination. Wu Jinchul raised his voice in protest. There's no way to confirm that Hunter Sung Suho went to Ji-san to help. Choi Jongin stepped in. He disappears for a while, rejects the Hunters Association's summon, and suddenly shows up at Ji-san. That doesn't explain why he's been hiding his awakening rank all this time. Since we can't understand his motives, it's safer to treat him as a villain. Jinchul's voice rose again, shocked and disbelieving. Even you, Hunter Choi Jongin. As Park Dojin listens to the conversation from the sidelines, he thinks to himself, it's currently impossible for me to face those S ranks. Did Sung Suho really fail to predict this would happen? He continues thinking. I thought it would be difficult for the star fragment to spread after the Hunters Association made star powder illegal. But who would have thought they'd chase after star fragment themselves, even while enduring the side effects? Thanks to that, I can stay back and observe the situation from a distance. He smirks internally. Maybe. I'll just take my time and wait for Sung Suho. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, we see Suho sprinting at full speed, weaving through trees and leaping forward. While running, he thinks, I thought I could get there faster if I used beast possession. Gray, just hold on a little longer. Gray lets out a tired whimper. Woof! Finally, Suho bursts out from the jungle and leaps straight into the city, the one where the prison break occurred. Is this the place? He lands and immediately notices something isn't right. Suddenly, a loud wave of screams hits his ears. F. Help! Please! I'll do anything. Suho's expression hardens as he clenches his teeth. Are these the cries of people dying? Am I able to hear them because of my heightened senses from the bond skill? Without hesitation, Suho runs across buildings, rushing toward the source of the chaos. The damage will only get worse the longer I wait. I can't hesitate. As he lands on the ground, the transformation fades. The beastification effect is over. He catches himself and lands smoothly, panting and sweating from the sprint. Then, in an alley between buildings, we see several prisoners, vicious and wild, killing innocent people. One prisoner says, What the hell? Another grins and mocks. A dog and a guy just fell from the sky? Suho wipes the sweat from his face and looks to Gray. Nice work, Gray. Woof, Gray replies, exhausted. Suho takes a step forward. From here on out, I'll take care of it. One prisoner eyes him suspiciously. What? Are you a hunter too? Another adds with a sneer. What can you even do when you're about to pass out? But before they can move, Suho suddenly smashes one of them into the ground. The rest freeze. Huh. Suho clenches his teeth and speaks coldly. If you broke out of prison, you should have kept running. Why the hell are you hurting people? He steps on one of the prisoners' faces and issues a warning. I don't have much time, so I'll only say this once. You have two options. Suho's aura flares. His fists tighten. His voice drops. Quietly, get yourselves knocked out. Or resist and die. And the scene opens softly. An elderly man stands in the shallow edge of a quiet stream, the cool water barely reaching his knees. Beside him, sitting cross-legged near the water's edge, is a small boy, maybe 5, 6, at most 7 years old. The old man's posture is relaxed, but his skin is marked by deep scars that tell a silent history. The child tilts his head curiously, his eyes tracing those scars. In a small, innocent voice, he asks, Grandpa, why do you have so many scars? The old man chuckles, a warm but weathered sound. Ah, you mean these? He lifts an arm and begins pointing to them one by one. These aren't just scars, kid, they're badges. Each one with its own story. He touches a long, jagged mark across his forearm. This one got it saving a 7-year-old from a burning building. His hand moves to a faded line near his ribs. This came from stopping a drunk from causing chaos in the street. And then he gestures to another, and another, his voice growing quieter as he speaks of each moment. Each mark a memory of putting himself in harm's way for others. The boy listens silently, his eyes wide, his young mind trying to grasp the weight of those stories. Finally, after the old man falls quiet, the child speaks again. But, Grandpa, why would you go so far? Why would you hurt yourself just to save other people? The old man smiles softly. He reaches out, resting his rough hand gently on the boy's head. It's not that I'm not afraid of getting hurt. he says slowly. Then his gaze drifts toward the distance, as though looking at a younger version of himself. It's just my body always moved first. Every single time. The scene snaps back to the present. Suho stands in a grim prison corridor, one boot pressed hard against the jaw of a fallen inmate. Around him, dozens of prisoners circle like vultures, eyes burning with malice. Suho's expression is sharp, cold, and unflinching. He speaks, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. You have two options. A pause. Then the words drop like heavy stones. Quietly get yourselves knocked out, or resist and die. Murmurs ripple through the prisoners. One of them, still trembling from what he just saw, whispers to the man beside him. Did you see that guy's kick just now? Another prisoner leans closer, eyes narrowing. Is he a high-rank hunter? A third inmate, grinning far too confidently, steps forward from behind Suho. What's the worry? We have star fragments. At that signal, several of them pull out the dangerous crystals. One by one, they consume them, and immediately, a violent surge of power bursts from their bodies. Their auras flare, their muscles tighten, and their eyes burn with unnatural energy. The laughter starts, wild, arrogant, echoing through the hall. One prisoner roars, I'm overflowing with power. Another sneers, right now, I feel like I could take on an A rank. Maybe even an S rank. Suho narrows his eyes, his tone low but steady. So, that's a no on quietly getting knocked out. And then, time seems to stop. A familiar voice slides into Suho's mind, dripping with venom. Why are you even asking? Standing just behind him, though no one else can see, is Lee Min-sung, dead long ago. Yet here, in Suho's head, he has taken the form of Suho's inner demon. Min-sung steps closer, his words sharp and accusing. They've taken the star fragments. That means they're going to fight, to kill. And you're hesitating? Right now, innocent people are dying at the hands of these escaped scum. He circles Suho like a predator, his voice growing harsher. I should have known, you're still too soft. What was the point of your class change? You're still just a brat inside. Suddenly, Min-sung shouts. Here, go ahead, try it. Put a hole straight through their guts, just like you killed me. His grin widens as the wound on his own stomach appears, a grotesque reminder of his death. Hurry, Suho, show me. Then he breaks into wild, echoing laughter. But the laughter cuts off abruptly when Min-sung notices something. Because in the real world, Suho's boot grinds down, and with a sickening crunch, he crushes the skull of the inmate beneath him. The other prisoners freeze. The confidence they had seconds ago falters, replaced by a creeping fear. The moment the first prisoner fell, chaos erupted. One by one, the remaining inmates, armed with crude knives and short swords, began converging on Suho like a pack of predators closing in on their prey. Their eyes burned with desperation and bloodlust as they charged forward, weapons raised high, eager to tear him apart. Without hesitation, Suho stepped into their assault. A prisoner lunged in first, but Suho caught the man's wrist in an iron grip. With a swift motion, he ripped the short sword from the prisoner's hand, and before the man could react, Suho's fist came crashing down on his hand. Crack! The sickening sound of bone shattering echoed through the alley. The prisoner screamed, clutching his mangled hand, but mercy was not on the table tonight. Suho swung the stolen blade in a single, merciless arc. Steel met flesh, and the prisoner's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless before he even knew what had happened. Blood pooled beneath him as Suho stepped over the corpse without a glance. Another inmate froze in terror as Suho approached. His hands trembled, his voice cracking as he muttered in disbelief. Huh? Why couldn't I see it? I definitely took a star fragment. The man's confusion lasted only a heartbeat. Suho's fist shot forward like a hammer, slamming into the prisoner's jaw with devastating force. Crunch! Teeth flew through the air as the man's jaw snapped sideways. His entire body lifted off the ground and hurled backward until he slammed into a wall with a dull thud. But Suho didn't stop. He advanced toward the groaning prisoner, ready to finish him, when suddenly, two more inmates leapt through the air from behind, one swinging a heavy axe, the other slashing with a short sword. Before their weapons could find their mark, the shadows beneath Suho writhed to life. Dark, spear-like shapes burst upward, ripping through the ground and skewering the attackers midair. The shadow spears punched clean holes through their abdomens, leaving them gasping in agony before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Then, a hand rested lightly on Suho's shoulder. Suho turned his head and found Li Minxiang standing there with a calm, almost mocking smile. "You've changed so much in such a short period of time. Isn't that amazing?" Minxiang said, his tone almost playful. He took a step closer, voice dripping with false concern. "Anyway, you could have just subdued them. Was it fine for you to kill them all like this? How can you call yourself a hunter when you can't even tell the difference between a magic beast and a human?" A cruel laugh escaped his lips as his form began to fade, vanishing into thin air. "Looks like you've become a monster too." Suho's eyes narrowed. "Baru." From the shadows, Baru emerged, his insect-like form looming over the carnage. "Yes, young monarch," he said respectfully. "Eat the villains," Suho ordered coldly, and read their memories. "I need to know who the ringleader is, and why the inmates are attacking civilians instead of running away." Baru tilted his head, his tone shifting to concern. "Young master, is everything fine?" "Yeah," Suho replied evenly. "It's all good." But Baru wasn't convinced. "I understand your desire to save people," he said slowly. "But is it really fine for you to keep operating without hiding your identity?" Suho's voice hardened. "Truth be told, I did come here to save people, but once I started thinking about it," his eyes darkened, "I got irritated." Suho drops to one knee beside the fallen hunter, a man who had died fighting those criminals Suho had just taken down moments ago. His voice is steady, but there's a weight to his words. Now, when everyone should be preparing to fight against the apostle of the Iterum. If problems between awakeners keep flaring up like this, it's going to be too overwhelming. In this state, all we'll end up doing is becoming a burden to my father. Suho gently closes the dead hunter's eyes, which had remained open even in death, and continues speaking, his tone growing more resolute. "So, I won't hide any longer. I'll step forward and unite everyone." He glances around, his gaze sweeping across those present, and begins to name each force he intends to bring together. The remaining monarchs' descendants, hunters, villains. His eyes sharpen, voice gaining power, items, and even magic beasts. "I'm going to gather every shred of strength in this world that can stand against the Iterum, with my own power, no matter what." Baru, practically buzzing with excitement, blurts out with a grin. "Are you saying you'll make everything in this world submit to you, young monarch?" Suho shoots him a side glance, replying with a hint of dry humor. "I'm talking about comrades, you know." Then his focus shifts back to the enemies at hand. "For that to happen, I have to deal with the villains here first, and to hunt down the countless criminals hiding across the city. I'll need to match them in numbers as well." Suho raises his hand toward the bodies of the defeated villains and the fallen prisoners. His eyes harden, his voice low but commanding. "I won't hesitate anymore." Then, with an iron resolve, he utters the word that summons shadows from death itself. "Arise." The scene shifts. A tall, weathered building stands against the dim sky. On its rooftop, shadowy figures are gathered, watching the streets below. A close-up, a car's wheel slowly rolls forward. The vehicle moves cautiously through a narrow alleyway between two old buildings, unaware of the danger lurking above. Suddenly, a swirling blast of fire shoots down the alley, rushing straight toward the car. Impact. The flames engulf the vehicle in a blinding explosion. Metal screams, glass shatters, and fire swallows everything. On the rooftop, several figures watch the chaos below. One of them smirks and mutters, "Unfortunate bastards. These are escaped prisoners." One chuckles darkly. "To think they'd be driving through now, of all times. Guess they haven't heard about the city's current situation, huh?" Down in the burning wreckage, a voice calls out through the smoke. An older man's voice, calm yet firm. "Miho, are you okay?" A woman's voice answers, unfazed. "This much is nothing." The older man grips the scorched car door with one hand, speaking with a faint growl. "I suppose we can't exactly demand reimbursement for losses against these mongrels, right?" With a single motion, he rips the car door free. The heavy door sails through the air, flying upward toward the rooftop like a thrown spear. One prisoner spots it mid-flight, his eyes widening in shock. A car door. Through the blazing wreckage, two figures emerge. One is a tall man with a stern gaze. The other, a woman radiating an aura of confidence and authority. The man mutters in irritation, almost as if this is nothing more than a minor inconvenience. What a mess, right in the middle of our family trip. The woman's eyes narrow, her tone sharp. It's a relief this happened while we were around. The world knows her name, Beck Miho, Vice Guild Master of the White Tiger Guild. The man glances her way, a faint grin breaking through. Yeah, if we're late, your mom's going to give me an earful. His expression hardens, his voice dropping into a command. Let's get this over with quickly. This is Beck Yunho, Guild Master of the White Tiger Guild. An S-rank awakener whose presence alone sends shivers down the spine. And that Chapter 51 begins. A prisoner lay unconscious on the ground. Not far away, Beck Yunho and Beck Miho were standing together. Yunho asked, "How many inmates did they say there were again?" Miho answered calmly, "I believe it was approximately 5,007. Yunho sighed. "We might get scolded by your mom for being late to the family event." Miho smiled faintly and replied, "The Hunters Association chairman himself is coming in with 3 S-rank hunters. They'll be here in about 10 minutes. There was also a report that Sung Suho, who's wanted for suspicion of star powder distribution, might be here." At that, Yunho froze for a moment. The name rang a bell. Sung Suho? Why does that sound so familiar? With a serious look, he turned back and said firmly, "Well, the safety of the people comes first. Let's begin the rescue, Miho." Miho gave a small smile. "This reminds me of when you were a firefighter." Suddenly, Yunho noticed something unusual on a nearby building. His sharp eyes narrowed. Dark, twisted shadows loomed on the rooftop. "Miho," he said, voice tense. "Was there any report of a dungeon break nearby?" Miho shook her head. "I don't think there was anything like that." Yunho's gaze hardened as he pointed toward the rooftop. "Then what's that inhuman creature over there?" The scene shifted. In a nearby apartment, a terrified young woman sat shaking, unable to move. A male hunter, also trembling, struggled to speak as he pushed her back. "Hurry, run. Mina." A group of escaped prisoners stood nearby, laughing cruelly at the sight. The male hunter collapsed to his knees, falling in front of the girl who was still crouched on the ground. One of the prisoners sneered, "Holding out this long just to protect one girl." Another chuckled, mocking them. "Were you two dating? Must be nice, huh? Getting to date someone in your party." The girl's eyes widened in fear and disbelief. "Young Hyun Appa," she whispered, her voice trembling. Tears streamed down her face. "Quit sniveling." One of the prisoners snapped, annoyed. Then, with a wicked grin, he leapt into the air, lunging straight for her. "You'll be meeting him soon anyway." A dark aura burst into existence. Blue-black shadows swirling violently as a single command echoed through the air. "Arise." From the fallen body of the male hunter, a shadow rose. It materialized instantly, stepping in front of the terrified girl just as the prisoner lunged at her. The criminal's sword sliced clean through the shadow's body, but the blow never reached her. The blade halted just before her nose, frozen as if the very air itself refused to let it pass. The girl's eyes widened. Her trembling voice broke out, filled with disbelief. "Why Young Hyun Appa?" The prisoner stumbled back in horror, his face twisting with shock. What the hell? The dead guy just popped back up? From the shadows behind them, Sung Suho stepped forward, his calm voice carrying an undeniable weight. "Seeing how you responded to the summon, it must mean you wanted to protect that woman as well." He raised his hand, shadows rippling at his command. "I'll give you the power. So protect what's dear to you in your final moments." System windows appeared in rapid succession, glowing in the air. Shadow item, Naga Warrior Belt. Grade, rare. Type, armor, waist. Defense plus 20/agility plus 4. Shadow item, Naga Warrior Shoulder Guards. Grade, rare. Type, armor, upper body. Defense plus 28/health plus 5. Shadow item, Naga Warrior Sword. Grade, rare. Type, weapon sword. Attack plus 55/agility plus 5. Effect, piercing enhancement, ignores 10% of defense upon attack. The Shadow Hunter donned the equipment in an instant. His body surged with newfound strength, his aura dark and fearsome. Without hesitation, he charged at the prisoners. Screams filled the air as shadows tore into flesh. crimson blood splattering against the apartment walls. Meanwhile, Suho stood in silence, watching the chaos unfold. Finally, he raised his hand again. Arise. The dead prisoners collapsed. Then, one by one, their shadows rose, bending to Suho's will. His voice rang out, commanding them with authority. You are to search for other villains from here on out. The newly formed shadow soldiers scattered into the night, their presence multiplying with each step. Baru's insect-like voice echoed from the darkness, proud and sharp. Just as you'd planned, my liege, the shadow soldiers are starting to increase in numbers. Suho's eyes gleamed as he watched the shadows move across the city. At this rate, we'll soon be able to sweep up all the villains in the city. Baru's wings buzzed with excitement, his voice booming with pride. Behold, this is the greatness of the authority of shadow that my liege possesses. Suho chuckled lightly at his loyal knight's enthusiasm. You're right. I thought it was useless before, but it's pretty amazing. Baru let out an insect-like screech of joy. Oh, you're finally acknowledging it, young monarch. Suho's gaze softened as he looked ahead. Not far from him, the female hunter sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Beside her was the male hunter, now reborn as one of Suho's shadows, sitting silently at her side. Suho whispered to himself, almost in awe. It's an incredible power. Baru tilted his head. Are you going to leave that shadow behind? Suho nodded. Yeah, since he's going to disappear in a day, I want them to have a proper farewell. Baru buzzed thoughtfully. You seem like a completely different person compared to when you were facing the villains. Suho gave a small laugh. Really? Was I that different? Suddenly, his expression shifted. His sharp eyes narrowed as he sensed something. A large number of shadow soldiers were just defeated. Baru's tone grew serious. I hope you find him this time, the ringleader behind this commotion. The scene shifted. A fierce battle raged in the distance. Kong Taeshik cut down shadow soldiers with precise, deadly strikes. His expression was grim, his movements sharp. Nearby, Huang Dongsuk scowled at the chaos, shouting over the clash of battle. What's with all these black magic beasts? I've never heard of monsters like this before. From behind, his voice rose again, sharp and demanding. Oi, problem solver. Get going and clear them up already, will ya? Kong Taeshik paused, turning his head slightly toward him. His voice was cold, edged with irritation. This wouldn't have happened if we'd left quickly. Quit fussing about it. After consuming a star fragment, I'm stronger than an A rank. There's no way I'd lose to these D and C rank magic beasts. Suddenly, Kong Taeshik noticed something strange. The shadow beasts in front of him began kneeling down one after another. What the? They're suddenly starting to kneel? He thought to himself, confused. From the distance, Baru's voice rang with excitement. Young monarch, it seems you've hit the jackpot. Suho and Baru slowly walked forward, stepping behind Huang Dongsuk. Suho's sharp gaze locked onto him. Is that so? Then that asshole must be the head of the escaped inmates. Huang Dongsuk. Dongsuk turned toward him with a mocking look. What's a brat like you doing, being all disrespectful for? He sneered, pointing at Suho. So you must be the one who summoned all these things, huh? But Suho ignored the provocation. Instead, he asked calmly, I have a question for you. Do you know about the Apostle of the Iterum, like Lee Min-sung did? Dongsuk's expression twitched, but he quickly raised his hand in a calming gesture, though his other hand secretly signaled Kong Taeshik behind him. Whoa, calm down a bit. If you want to talk, keep your distance. If you're talking about the Apostle of the Iterum, I know them well. Taeshik caught the hidden signal and narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself. Summoner-type hunters usually have low physical stats. They're defenseless once separated from their summons. Meanwhile, Dongsuk chuckled. It's that you know, right? The Apostles of the Iterum, aren't they basically like a cult? Suho stepped closer, unbothered. At that exact moment, Kong Taeshik launched himself forward at full speed, trying to strike Suho down. But before his attack could even connect, Suho's movement outpaced him. In an instant, Suho closed the distance, standing face-to-face with Huang Dongsuk. Taeshik froze, sweat dripping down his forehead. What just happened? Dongsuk also started sweating as Suho placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Suho's eyes darkened. I see. So you're completely unrelated to the Iterum. Then tell me, how did you obtain the star fragments? His voice grew sharper, filled with fury. Why did you attack the city? Dongsuk's thoughts raced in panic. This kid, he's not an ordinary summoner type. Suddenly, Huang Dongsuk's face twisted in desperation. If you lay even a finger on me, my younger brother won't let you. But before he could finish, Suho pressed down harder with the hand gripping his shoulder. Crack! Dongsuk's knees buckled, the ground beneath him fracturing as he was forced down to kneel. Suho's voice was ice cold. I don't care whether your younger brother is an S rank or not. Answer my question. Groaning in pain, Dongsuk stammered. My brother. He's the one who gave me the star fragments. I don't know anything else. Suho's eyes narrowed. Then why attack the city? Dongsuk gasped, his voice breaking. I had no particular reason. I just found it entertaining to see those guys follow my commands. Suho's fury boiled over. So you killed all those people, just for fun? Panicking, Dongsuk raised his hands, begging. I'll convince the rest of the inmates to stop, so please. His gaze shot toward Kong Taeshik. Problem solver. What the hell are you doing? Help me. But Kong Taeshik stood frozen, trembling. Cold sweat drenched his back as a single thought consumed him. He's dangerous. If I stay here, I'll die? I have to run. Even if it means abandoning Huang Dongsuk. Just then, a voice echoed inside his mind. That's going to be difficult. Taeshik's eyes went wide in shock. What's this? High above the city, aboard a hovering helicopter, Park Dojin smirked as he projected his voice through telepathy. Before the S ranks arrive, I want to observe Sung Suho's skills. Be faithful to your impulses, Kong Taeshik. At that command, a sinister power surged through Taeshik's body, amplifying his strength. He gritted his teeth, activating his skill. Camouflage. With blinding speed, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Suho to strike. But Suho's sharp instincts saved him. He shifted just enough to dodge. The redirected blow ripped through the air, straight into Huang Dongsuk, who was still kneeling on the ground. Wait, no. Slash. Blood sprayed as Dongsuk's body was torn apart, shredded by Taeshik's attack. His corpse crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Suho's expression darkened. From behind him, Baru's panicked voice rang out. Young Monarch. I just felt it, the energy of the apostle of the Teetering. Suho clenched his fists, realization dawning. They're controlling the body of someone who took a star fragment. Again, his gaze hardened as he turned back, eyes burning with resolve. Fine. I had something to say to you anyway. Suho stands tall. Before him, 3 loyal shadow soldiers kneel in respect. Then, Kong Taeshik appears, his body under the control of the Apostle of Teetering. A twisted smirk crosses his face as he swings his blade, striking at Suho's shadows. Crash. With just a single blow, the soldiers are shattered. Kong Taeshik launches attack after attack, yet Suho doesn't even move. He simply stands, unshaken. Finally, a blade grazes Suho's cheek. A thin line of blood trickles down, and Suho thinks to himself. The stealth skill of an assassin-type hunter. Thanks to his sensing skill, he can faintly hear footsteps. But that's all he can do. I can only dodge. I can't counterattack. Far above, the Apostle of Teetering watches from a helicopter. Narrowing his eyes, he thinks. Kong Taeshik's strength is already at upper A rank. Yet Sung Suho can't even handle him easily. Apostle of Teetering. You're listening, aren't you? The Apostle gives no reply. He simply listens in silence. Suho's voice hardens. If I had the chance, I wanted to speak to you again. Until now, I've hidden my existence. Because if you learned of me, the risk would be too great. But then I wondered, why would an invader from outer space refuse to reveal himself? Why use Stardust to brainwash humans instead? If that's the case, then maybe you, too, have a reason to stay hidden. Just like me. As Suho speaks, the broken shadows scatter across the floor. With a wave of his hand, he pulls them back into himself. But then, you began to show yourself. Ever since the Lee Min-song incident, you've slowly stepped out of the shadows. That can only mean one thing. You're preparing something. Are you, like me, a being that grows? The Apostle narrows his eyes at those words. Suho's shadows swirl back into his body as he declares, I won't hide anymore. And neither should you. At that moment, Suho's shadows surge forward, wrapping around Kong Taeshik. Suho moves with blinding speed, appearing right in front of him, ready to strike. Pierce him. The shadows twist into sharp blades, driving into Kong Tae-shik's shoulder and legs. One after another, they pierce and tear through him until he collapses. Suho steps forward calmly, his enemy defeated. Then, a system window flashes before his eyes. Notification, level up. Suho raises his head, his voice steady and sharp. Let's fight. Apostle of Iterum. Far away, the Apostle feels the backlash of Kong Tae-shik's defeat. Blood trickles from his left eye. Lim Tae-gyu, seated beside him, notices and whispers in shock. Hunter Park Doo-jin. But Park Doo-jin, the Apostle himself, looks away and mutters. It's nothing. Though his words try to hide it, his eyes cannot. A small smile escapes as he whispers softly. Sung Suho. Back on the battlefield, Suho extends his hand. His voice echoes with power. Rise. From the ground, the corpses of Kong Tae-shik and Hwang Dong-suk tremble and stand again as shadows. Suho's eyes burn as he speaks to them. You claim to be the masterminds behind this incident. Do you know how many people died because of you? You will be punished. From now on, you'll fight at my side. Dark energy swirls. Suho unleashes his skill, shadow creation. The shadows scream as they twist, their forms breaking down. Their bodies begin to reshape, transforming into something new. Suho closes his eyes, focusing on the strange process. What is this? The shadows, they're shaping themselves into items. When he opens his eyes, before him lies armor and a ring, born from the shadows themselves. He inspects them carefully. This one's rare grade. A system window appeared. Shadow item created, Swindler's armor. Creation grade, rare. Type, chest armor. Defense plus 30. Health plus 4. Suho's eyes widen as he lifts the ring. And this one, hero grade? That's the first time I've seen it. Another system window appeared. Shadow item created, Ring of the Murderer. Creation grade, hero. Type, accessory, ring. Agility plus 10. Effect, skill stealth. Required mana, 200. Hides the caster's appearance and erases their presence. While active, 10 mana is consumed per second. More notifications followed one after another. A new message, hero grade for shadow item creation has been unlocked. Another message, you can give this item a name to turn it into a special weapon. Final message, do you want to name it? Accept or decline. Suho froze, eyes wide in shock. Naming it? Right. The shadow item contract skill, it had this effect, didn't it? Another system window appeared. Skill unlocked, shadow item contract, level 1. A class exclusive ability. The wielder can give a unique name to a hero grade or higher shadow item, turning it into a growth type weapon. Such items cannot be worn by anyone else, except their creator. And once named, their stats increase by 30%. Suho raised his hand, his voice calm but decisive. Kira. The ring of shadows pulsed, and system windows flooded his vision. A manual for shadow item naming has been created. Named shadow items can grow stronger with experience. They are bound to their first wielder and cannot be equipped by others, except the shadow's master. As their level rises, they share the stats they once had as shadow soldiers with their wielder. The shadows flared, reshaping themselves into a black ring glowing faintly with power. Shadow item, Kira. Level 1. Creation grade, hero. Type, ring. Current stats, agility enhanced, along with strength, vitality, and perception. Special effect, stealth. By consuming mana, the wearer can vanish completely from sight, erasing their very presence. Suho slipped the ring onto his finger, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It leveled up. To think, I can share the stats it once held as a shadow soldier. He clenched his fist, excitement burning in his chest. If I can obtain more hero-grade items like this, then my growth will only accelerate. I'll become stronger, even faster. Suho looked up at the sky, determination hardening his gaze. With this ability, I can reach my father sooner. The scene shifted. A massive, white beast's claw ripped through the shadows. 5 of Suho's soldiers were struck down instantly, falling with ease. Suho's eyes narrowed. What is that? Baru's voice echoed in his mind, calm but watchful. What troubles you, little lord? Suho answered without hesitation. Something's coming. It's tearing through all of my shadow soldiers. The ground trembled as he braced himself. It's here. From the building. A massive white beast suddenly burst out. leaping from a building and soaring over Suho. It landed with a heavy crash, its claws striking down another shadow soldier. Then it spoke. I saw the black pillar rise and rushed over, and its golden eyes narrowed at Suho. A hunter? What are you? Suho froze, thinking in disbelief. A talking beast? How could that even be possible? The beast gave a low growl. You're mistaken. I am no beast. I am Baek Yunho, guild master of the White Tiger Guild. Suho's mind raced. So this is him, the White Tiger's guild master. An S rank, with a rare transformation ability. Baek Yunho's gaze sharpened. You reek of blood. What exactly are you? Suho stood firm. I'm a hunter. I came here to save people. Baek Yunho's voice rumbled. Your name? Sung Suho, he replied. I know I'm wanted by the Hunter Association, but I swear I'm innocent. Baek Yunho suddenly laughed, a booming, mocking laugh. Ha. So you're that guy? Bold of you, to admit it so openly. His tone grew sharper. Wasn't it for distributing stardust? Even our guild lost members because of that poison. He raised a claw, its sharp nail brushing Suho's neck. If you truly are innocent, how will you prove it? Suho calmly slid the claw away. Can we put that aside for now? We're short-handed. I'm glad an S-rank hunter came. Let's save people first. Baek Yunho frowned. Do you even understand the situation you're in right now? But Suho didn't waver. As hunters, shouldn't saving lives come first? Those words struck something deep in Baek Yunho. A memory surfaced. Another hunter, long ago, telling him, if we hesitate even for 1 second, someone who could have been saved might die. We don't waste time debating choices. We act first, and then make sure it was the right one. That's what rescue teams do. Back in the present, Baek Yunho muttered. Wait a second. I knew I'd heard that name before. With a sudden motion, he grabbed Suho by both arms and lifted him off the ground like a child. His eyes widened. The grandson our captain always bragged about. His name was Sung Suho. Then his form shifted. The beastly features melted away, revealing his human face again. Baek Yunho smiled warmly. So, you're Captain Sung Il-hwan's grandson. And our chapter begins on a tense bridge. 2 soldiers are standing guard at a barricade, their eyes restless as they scan the surroundings. One of them nervously asks, Squad leader, will it really be possible for us to take care of the rampaging awakeners by ourselves? I heard, not even bullets work against them. The other soldier replies with a sigh. Well, what else can we do? Orders are orders. Yeah, but the first soldier still can't shake off the feeling. But don't you think the atmosphere of the city has been strange for a while now? His partner nods slightly. Yeah, it feels kind of chaotic, doesn't it? The scene then shifts. Baek Yunho, the White Tiger Guild master, is in the middle of a massacre. His claws tear through prisoners mercilessly, ripping them apart like paper. Not far from him, Suho is also cutting down countless prisoners at once, his power radiating outward as the battlefield is drenched in blood. The 2 hunters stand surrounded by carnage, their auras surging violently. Baek Yunho glances at Suho, a smile tugging at his lips. To have this much power, despite having a summon-type skill. As expected of Captain Sung Il-hwan's pride. Suho thinks to himself, who would have known? The White Tiger Guild master was once my grandfather's junior during his firefighter days. Looking at Yunho, Suho responds aloud. You're quite amazing yourself, Guild Master Baek Yunho. S-rank hunters really are different, after all. Baek Yunho bursts into laughter. Ha. Just call me uncle. Soon, the 2 of them walk across the battlefield, bodies scattered all around. Suho speaks as they move forward. For now, I've been noisily ransacking the whole place, just like you ordered, but won't the villains simply hide because of it? Baek Yunho answers with a slight smile. Seems like you're just a newbie of the rescue squad. Suho frowns and thinks, but I'm not in the rescue squad. Yunho then states firmly, our job isn't to capture villains. It's to save the people. He suddenly lets out a loud roar, his aura exploding outward like a storm, wind gushing in all directions. As his presence settles, Baek Yunho explains, the more we show ourselves, the harder it will be for the villains to act. This way is much safer for the people. Suho watches in silence, a little shaken by what he just witnessed. He thinks to himself, definitely, from a certain point of view, he's right. I've only been thinking about defeating the villains. But this is what it means to be a guild master, someone who oversees an entire guild. Baek Yunho turns to Suho with a mischievous grin. Then, why don't we finish the hunt? As the two continue walking, Baek Yunho suddenly asks, Suho, do you happen to have a girlfriend? Suho blinks, caught off guard. No. Yunho bursts into laughter and claps his hands together. That's good. My daughter just so happens to be single as well. What a perfect opportunity to become in-laws with Captain Sung Il-won. Suho's eyes go wide as he shouts. What? The scene then shifts high above the battlefield. A helicopter flies across the sky, its blades cutting through the air with a thunderous roar. Inside, Association Chairman Woo Jinchul is on the phone. Looking out the window, his voice is calm but firm. Yes, Hunter Baek Miho. It has been confirmed. The scene cuts to Baek Miho, standing on the rooftop of a tall building. Her hair sways in the wind as she raises her hand, signaling the helicopter above. Woo Jinchul's voice continues over the call. Great work. You successfully evacuated both the dispatched hunters and the ordinary citizens. Baek Miho answers humbly. I only did my duty as a hunter. But Jinchul narrows his eyes as he asks. I'm seeing black figures moving in between the villains, committing acts of terrorism. Are those magic beasts? Baek Miho frowns, scanning the chaos below. I'm not sure either. It's difficult for me to discern them at the moment. Inside the helicopter, as Jinchul speaks, another man suddenly rises from his seat. It's Lim Taegyu, Korea's strongest archer. His voice is sharp and cold. Then it should be fine for me to eliminate them, yes? Before anyone can react, Lim Taegyu strides to the open door of the helicopter, pulling out his bow. I'll wipe them out, along with the villains. With that, he leaps straight into the open sky. W8. Hunter Lim Taegyu. Jinchul shouts, panic flashing in his voice. But it's already too late. From inside the helicopter, Jinchul and Park Dojin can only watch as Lim Taegyu free falls through the clouds. The archer spreads his aura midair, activating his skill. His sharp eyes lock onto every shadow soldier scattered across the city. Targets appear in his vision one after another, until he's marked them all. Still plummeting, Taegyu raises his bow and pulls back the string. Energy condenses as countless arrows form behind him. With a single release, hundreds of arrows scatter in every direction, streaking across the sky like meteors. The city below is suddenly engulfed in chaos as one by one, Suho's shadow soldiers are pierced and destroyed in an instant, each vanishing with a single strike. Suho suddenly senses a dangerous aura in the distance. His expression sharpens as he mutters, Is that? Baek Yunho notices his unease and calmly replies, Don't worry, he's on our side. The S-rank hunters have arrived as reinforcements from the Hunters Association. Hearing that, Suho relaxes a little and smiles. That's great. Now the villains won't have much freedom to act in the city. But before his words can settle, a piercing gaze locks onto him. High above, Lim Taegyu's eyes widen with fury. His voice is filled with venom. Found you. Sung Suho. He narrows his eyes, seething with resentment. If only you hadn't distributed the star powder. Without hesitation, he nocks an arrow and fires. The deadly arrow cuts through the air, whistling straight towards Suho. Suho senses the incoming strike but doesn't flinch, standing firm. At the very last moment, Baek Yunho steps in front of him, catching the arrow barehanded with sheer strength. Lim Taegyu then lands gracefully on a building nearby, leaping effortlessly from rooftop to rooftop until he closes the distance to Suho. When his feet finally touch the ground, he glares at Baek Yunho. Hunter Baek Yunho, why are you with a wanted criminal? The arrow in Yunho's hand vanishes into energy. It was never physical to begin with. Baek Yunho raises a hand, trying to calm the situation. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Let's talk this out first. But Taegyu cuts him off sharply. He's the one who refused his chance to talk, ignored the association's summons, and ran away. Sung Suho is a villain. Baek Yunho's eyes narrow in frustration, calling him a villain out of nowhere. I get that you're confused because of Lee Min-sung, but Suho has been trying to save people. Before Yunho can continue, an arrow suddenly shoots past him, barely missing his face. His eyes widen at the clear warning. Lim Taegyu's voice drips with suspicion. Suho? What's your relationship with him, Baek Yunho? For a moment, silence hangs in the air. Yunho doesn't answer immediately. Then, his beastly aura erupts. His body transforms, for sprouting as his muscles swell. Baek Yunho has taken his Tiger Man form. With a furious roar he shouts, "Seems like words won't get through your skull. I'm going to have to calm you down first." A suffocating aura bursts from both Yunho and Taegyu. The ground trembles as their power collides, creating a massive shockwave that blows through the streets. Suho watches in shock, the wind whipping against his body. Those two, they'll end up fighting at this rate. What should I do? Their clashing auras ignite the very air, forming a blazing circle of fire around them. Suho, Yunho, and Taegyu are now trapped inside its ring. But just as tensions reach their peak, figures suddenly step through the flames. Choi Jong-in, Woo Jinchul, Baek Miho, and Park Dojin emerge from the fire. Choi Jong-in raises his commanding voice. Everyone needs to calm their heads. What are two hunters doing, fighting each other in the middle of a crisis like this? Suho's eyes widen in awe. So many S-ranks. Even the association chairman, Woo Jinchul, is here. Baek Yunho finally exhales in relief, lowering his guard slightly. Phew, looks like I can finally get some words in. You see, Suho's apparently the grandson of the captain I'm indebted to. I can vouch for him. The tension grows thicker as Choi Jong-in, Woo Jinchul, and Baek Miho step forward. Baek Yunho expects them to support him, but instead, they align themselves with Lim Taegyu. Baek Miho looks directly at her father, her voice sharp with doubt. Just because he happens to be related to someone you knew during your time in the rescue squad. You're aware that's not exactly convincing, right? Yunho's eyes widen in disbelief. And Miho. Then, Choi Jong-in adds his weight to the decision, his tone firm. I agree with Hunter Lim Taegyu. There's no reason not to arrest a fugitive who has betrayed our trust. Yunho can hardly believe what he's hearing. His voice rises in protest. Yunho can hardly believe what he's hearing. His voice rises in protest. Even Hunter Choi Jong-in. Park Dojin remains silent, his expression unreadable. Lim Taegyu steps forward, glaring fiercely at Yunho. His words cut like steel. It looks like the other hunters are of the same opinion as me. Are you going to defend a criminal all because of your personal feelings? His aura flares with killing intent as he warns. Back off while you still can, Baek Yunho. If you don't, I'm going to have to crush you first. Yunho glances back at Suho briefly. His voice lowers, conflicted. Still, it would be best to talk things out. Then, breaking the tension, Woo Jinchul finally speaks. He walks calmly toward them, his presence commanding. I, too, think a conversation is in order. Everyone's eyes widen. Baek Miho, Choi Jong-in. Even Lim Taegyu himself falters with a darkened expression of shock. Woo Jinchul steps to Suho's side, his gaze steady as he turns slightly toward him. His words are firm but not hostile. Can you prove your own innocence? Hunter Sung Suho. In the last chapter, Association Chairman Woo Jinchul stepped forward, placing himself firmly in front of Suho, shielding him from the sharp hostility of the other hunters. The open ground fell into silence, heavy with tension. Every eye was fixed on Suho, as if the next words spoken would decide his fate. Inside, Woo Jinchul's thoughts churned like a storm. Why did I regain the memories of my past life? Was it because Hunter Sung Jinwoo already knew? Perhaps he foresaw that one day he would have to leave this world behind. For the chaos that would arrive with the cataclysm, for the great war yet to come, and most of all, for Suho, who would be forced to fight alone. Hunter Sung Suho. With that weight on his mind, Woo Jinchul slowly turned back to the young hunter and asked firmly, Suho, can you prove your own innocence? For a moment, Suho faltered. His lips parted as if to answer, but hesitation hung in the air. Before he could finish, Choi Jong-in cut in sharply, his tone cold and commanding. Chairman, this is not a discussion to be had here. Sung Suho already has a history of fleeing. Even if his escape was to save lives, he must take responsibility for his own actions. Woo Jinchul's eyes narrowed. Inside, he admitted grimly. As expected, my greatest obstacle here is Hunter Choi Jong-in. But Choi Jong-in pressed on, voice like a blade. He deceived the association with a false registration. He appeared at every incident connected to Star Powder. And let's not forget, didn't he also murder Lee Min-sung? Those words struck Suho like a hammer. His eyes widened, his breath caught. He hadn't expected such a blunt, merciless accusation. From the side, Lim Taejayu shouted, his voice sharp and final. With everything Hunter Choi Jong-in has laid out, Sung Suho's sentence should already be decided. We must arrest him first. Wu Jinchul glanced back at Suho, his face calm, but inside his thoughts were conflicted. That would be the proper course. By all accounts, arresting him makes the most sense. But didn't Suho have a reason for everything he's done? Then, steeling himself, Wu Jinchul faced Choi Jong-in and Lim Taejiu with a hardened expression. Hunter Sung Suho arrived at the scene faster than anyone else. He risked everything to rescue the civilians. Arresting him now would be far too harsh a sentence. Choi Jong-in adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze fixed on Chairman Wu Jinchul. Inside, his thoughts burned with disbelief. I've known Association Chairman Wu Jinchul for a long time, but this is the first time I've ever seen him make such a wrong decision. Can't he see? Hunter Lim Taejiu is already prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Or could there be another reason? Is Wu Jinchul really defending Sung Suho, even if it means standing against the Reaper Guild itself? The tension in the open square grew heavier, ready to snap at any second. But before it could erupt into violence, Suho finally raised his voice. There's no need to fight, everyone. In that instant, a sudden black aura surged from his body, radiating outward like a storm. All eyes turned to him, wide with shock. With calm determination, Suho declared, I'll prove my innocence. Though, the method might be a bit violent. Wu Jinchul's eyes widened in alarm, his voice breaking out. Wait, Hunter Sung Suho. But it was already too late. Lim Taejiu had drawn his bow, his jaw clenched with fury. Did you think I'd let you get away again? The bowstring snapped. An arrow tore through the air and slammed into Suho's right chest. Suho. Baek Yunho cried out in horror, his voice cracking. Yet before anyone could move, Suho's shadows burst forth, dark and violent. From his side, a jagged strike of shadow energy shot outward, piercing Lim Taejiu's abdomen like a spear. Lim Taejiu staggered, his eyes widening in shock. He glanced down, seeing a sharp, arrow-shaped shadow lodged deep into his body. His movements froze. And then, it happened. A flood of memories rushed into him all at once. Visions of a different life. Of battles fought beside Sung Jinwoo. Of wars against beings from beyond this world. Of sacrifice, blood, and bonds forged in fire. The torrent of memories overwhelmed him. Lim Taejiu dropped to one knee, trembling as the forgotten past consumed him, tears welling in his eyes. From behind, voices shouted in alarm. Hunter Lim Taejiu, Choi Jong-in, and Baek Miho cried together. Meanwhile, Suho staggered, the arrow still embedded in his chest, blood trailing down. Baru's desperate voice echoed through the air. Young Monarch, could it be? Are you trying to awaken their memories as well? Suho staggered, pain searing through his chest as blood ran down his side. But through the haze, his thoughts sharpened like steel. If a hunter, someone who lived through the same era as my father, regains the memories of that past world, then they'll finally listen to what I have to say. For that to happen, Hunter Choi Jong-in must regain his memories as well. Gritting his teeth, Suho suddenly leapt high into the air. Choi Jong-in's eyes widened in shock. What? Suho soared above him, fist pulled back, ready to strike. But Choi Jong-in reacted instantly. His hand flashed with power, and a swirling tornado of fire erupted around Suho, engulfing him in blazing flames. Suho! Baek Yunho roared, panic in his voice. From within the inferno, Choi Jong-in's cold voice rang out. To think he'd charge at me so recklessly. Just as Hunter Lim Taejiu said, he's far too dangerous. But his words froze on his lips. His eyes widened in disbelief. Bursting through the roaring flames, Suho broke free, his body battered but unstoppable, flying straight toward him. Inside, Suho's desperate thought rang out. Please reach him. Just as his strike was about to connect, two figures shot in from the side. Baek Miho and Park Dojin slammed their kicks into Suho at the same time. The impact crushed into him, and Suho coughed out blood, his body jerking from the blow. But even as he reeled from their strike, his shadows had already moved. A small, piercing arrow of darkness shot forward, embedding itself deep into Choi Jong-in's chest. Choi Jong-in froze, his body trembling. Then, just like Lim Taejiu, a torrent of forgotten memories surged into him. Visions of another life, of standing beside Sung Jinwoo, of battles that shook the earth, of loss, determination, and bonds forged in fire. The weight of it all drove him to one knee. His hands trembled, his breath unsteady, emotions crashing over him like waves. Hunter Choi Jong-in. Baek Miho cried out, her voice filled with shock. Meanwhile, Suho collapsed to the ground, one hand clutching the bloody wound in his chest. He forced himself to sit upright, his voice low but steady. I've done all I can. Now, all that's left for me is to wait. Baek Miho suddenly launches an attack towards Suho, cursing him. But before she can strike, Lim Taiju stands up from behind, tears running down his face as he mutters. What are these memories? A skill? No, it feels as if I've remembered something I had long forgotten. Choi Jong-in also rises, his voice shaking. So I had forgotten something like this the entire time? How ridiculous. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he continues. Can you tell me yourself what you did to us? Hunter sung Suho. Suho steadies himself and replies. What a relief. Looks like we can finally talk. Those are your memories from before the world went through a reset. Choi Jong-in's eyes narrow. A reset. Suho explains firmly. This world has gone through a reset once. That's why it was able to maintain peace until the cataclysm happened. Choi Jong-in presses further. The world reset, don't tell me. Is it related to Hunter Sung Jinwoo? Suho gives a faint smile. To think you'd infer it was related to my father the moment you regained your memories. You really are amazing, Hunter Choi Jong-in. He continues, voice filled with both pride and sorrow. I don't know much about my father as a hunter. I just know he's always shouldered everything by himself. Even now, he's holding back the forces of an outer space invasion alone. I've been fighting the invaders to support him in any way I can. Lim Taiju thinks to himself. His words sound absurd. But for some reason, I understand him. Choi Jong-in clenches his fists as memories overwhelm him. If the images in my head are real, then his claims aren't far-fetched at all. At that moment, Chairman Woo Jinchul steps forward and declares, all of Hunter Sung Suho's words are true. I, too, am a hunter who has memories of a past life. The reason I was able to create the Hunters Association so quickly when the cataclysm began was thanks to those memories. Let's listen to what Sung Suho has to say. Finally, Suho begins explaining everything in detail about the invasion of the outer gods, the Iterim, the apostle who now hides on Earth, and the stimulant spread by that apostle, the dangerous substance known as star powder. Choi Jong-in begins, his voice heavy. Most of the incidents that have happened so far, Lim Taiju finishes the thought, were related to these beings called the Iterim. Suho nods firmly. Yes, they were all caused by the apostle of the Iterim. Lim Taiju clenches his fists. Then, the reason Lee Minsung died. Meanwhile, Suho quietly drinks a potion to heal his wounds. Chairman Woo Jinchul steps forward, demanding, why didn't you tell us this until now? Suho lowers his gaze and explains, I thought, if my existence was revealed to the apostle of the Iterim, I'd become my father's weakness. So I decided not to show myself until I grew strong enough. Woo Jinchul narrows his eyes. Then, Suho, you must also be a hunter who can level, just like Hunter Sung Jinwoo? Suho answers without hesitation. That's right. The revelation shocks Choi Jong-in. His thoughts race. Just like Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Suddenly, he smiles, grabbing Suho's hand. Hunter Sung Suho, did you know that Hunter Cha Hayan used to be part of the Hunters Guild? Suho's face lights up in surprise, a mix of shock and joy. Hunter Cha Hayan? You mean my mom? Mom was a hunter too. For the first time in a long while, Suho smiles brightly at the thought. Park Dojin, the apostle of the Iterim, watches silently, his thoughts dark. Bold move, Sung Suho. Had I been stronger, it certainly would have been a fatal one. To reveal yourself without knowing my true identity, does he think he can grow faster than I can? Sung Suho, the one who charges forward decisively and without fear. He will definitely be a factor that influences the Great War. I cannot allow him to do as he pleases. The next fragment, it must arrive quickly. Meanwhile, Baek Yunho and Baek Miho, who still lack their past life memories, stand off to the side, dumbfounded. Baek Yunho scratches his head and mutters. So, it's great that the misunderstanding around Suho got cleared, but honestly, I don't understand what's going on right now. Suho glances toward them and speaks calmly. I guess it's confusing if you don't know the context. Then, why don't I check the memories of the past world of the other people here as well? Hearing this, Park Dojin stiffens, fear flickering in his eyes. If Suho proceeds, his own identity as the apostle may soon be exposed. The chapter opens with Suho standing resolutely among a group of hunters. His calm yet commanding presence draws every eye in the area, a quiet tension lingering in the air. Breaking the silence, Suho speaks, his voice measured but carrying an underlying determination. Then, why don't I check the memories of the past world of the other people here as well? He slowly lifts his hand, and in a swirl of shadow, a key forms. The hunters watch silently, a mix of awe and caution crossing their faces. Baek Yunho freezes, his thoughts immediately racing. My memories of the past world, could this really be possible? He looks at Suho, a mix of fear, curiosity, and anticipation reflected in his eyes. By his side, his daughter Baek Miho steps forward instinctively, placing herself between her father and Suho. But her voice carries concern and caution. Even if the world became strange after the cataclysm, something magical like this, it doesn't make sense. Father, won't this be dangerous? Yunho meets her gaze, hesitation flickering across his face. He knows the risks, yet he also senses the necessity of this moment. With a deep breath, he steps closer to Suho and, without a word, reaches for the shadow key. I trust Suho, he says firmly, his voice carrying both conviction and vulnerability. As Yunho's hand touches Suho's, the shadow key reacts immediately, enveloping him in a black aura that spreads like liquid night. The darkness wraps around him and Suho, pulsating and alive, a tangible sign of the immense power being channeled. The other hunters watch, tense and silent, as this strange energy swirls between the two men. From the corner, Miho shouts, her voice sharp and worried. I told you not to act first and think later. The aura suddenly vanishes, leaving Yunho trembling, overwhelmed by the torrent of memories now flooding his mind. He sways, barely able to remain standing, tears spilling from his eyes as emotions long forgotten resurface. It's so strange, he whispers, his voice trembling. To think, the memories I had forgotten all this time would feel this warm. The hunters around him exchange glances, some filled with awe, others with uncertainty. Miho, still shocked by the scene unfolding, whispers in disbelief. Huh. Behind her, Park Dojin observes quietly. His mind races as he analyzes the situation. Quite troublesome. So this world truly went through a reset. Miho takes a hesitant step towards Suho, her voice soft, almost pleading. Please do it to me too. Meanwhile, Dojin remains in thought, calculating carefully. The key wouldn't even react to me. I am not a being of this world. If it did, it would raise suspicion. Should I act? Should I try to mobilize the believers I've gathered? No. Even if I had thousands, the impact would be limited, nothing like this prison escape incident. The decision I need to make is delicate. But before anything more happens, Miho experiences something unexpected. She shakes her head, her expression blank, and murmurs, "Nothing's coming up for me." Dojin's eyes widen slightly, surprise flickering across his features. He had not anticipated this. Suho steps closer, his brow furrowed as he studies her. Huh? That's weird. You should be recalling your memories of the past world. Hold on a bit. At that moment, Baru appears, his presence sharp and unmistakable. His small, frantic movements carry urgency as he speaks. It's entirely possible that there are others like this woman who cannot recover their memories. Suho nods slightly, his expression thoughtful. Baru, he says, acknowledging the shadow by his side. Baek Miho, standing slightly off to the side, narrows her eyes at the tiny, restless figure of Baru. Her voice, a mixture of irritation and disbelief, cuts through the tense air. What's with this weak-looking bug? Baru instantly bristles, his tiny form quivering with fury. His voice, high-pitched but fierce, pierces the quiet. Who are you calling weak? I'll tear you apart. Suho, maintaining his calm composure, raises a hand to quell the chaos. His voice is firm, commanding attention as he addresses Baru. Just continue explaining, Baru. Baru's agitation fades slightly as he gathers himself, turning serious once more. His small eyes glimmer with intensity as he begins his explanation, every word carefully chosen. The past world is composed of events that took place 20 years ago, even within the timeline we now inhabit, back when mana still existed. But consider this. Due to the prolonged peace, mana had disappeared 20 years ago, and the world changed. It shouldn't be surprising that unusual factors, such as new anomalies or individuals, have appeared. In other words, I assume this woman was not born in the past world. Miho stiffens, her surprise evident as she takes a step back. Meanwhile, Suho's gaze shifts to Park Dojin, the S-rank hunter silently observing from the background. With deliberate calm, Suho places the shadow key in Dojin's hand, a subtle tension radiating from the gesture. Dojin smiles faintly, his expression unreadable. I don't particularly remember anything either, he says, his voice quiet but clear. Suho's eyes narrow as a thought crosses his mind, one that surprises even him. Even Hunter Park Dojin. He didn't exist in the past world either. Dojin straightens, facing forward with measured confidence. Now then, nearby, Baek Miho turns toward her father, tears welling in her eyes. Her voice cracks with emotion. Father, did I really not exist in the past world? Baek Yunho hesitates, his mind heavy with sorrow and uncertainty. He swallows hard, trying to steady his voice. About that. Suho's focus shifts. He speaks with quiet reverence to Chairman Wu Jinchul, who watches intently. Don't you think it's amazing? Suho's gaze lingers on the gathered hunters and the families present. Chairman Wu Jinchul. The chairman's eyes soften as he looks at Baek Miho and Park Dojin. His voice is calm, yet filled with a deep sense of wonder. This was the peace that Hunter Sung Jinwoo chose. Countless people, who were never even born in the previous world, are living and enjoying their lives. Suho whispers almost to himself, addressing the gravity of the situation. Father. A brief silence hangs in the air, heavy with reflection and unspoken thoughts. Suho takes a moment, steadying himself before addressing the gathered S-rank hunters. Everyone. If the outer gods were to invade us in our current state, this world would be destroyed. The hunters exchange glances, understanding the weight of his words. Suho continues, his voice firm, unwavering, yet tinged with a plea. Could you lend me your powers? Time passes, and the scene shifts to the bustling city. On television screens, the nation watches the latest report with rapt attention. The announcer speaks clearly, the story unfolding with dramatic precision. The Jisan prison villain escape incident, which caused a nationwide uproar, is finally nearing its conclusion. Only 1% of the fugitives remain unidentified. The reason this crisis was neutralized so quickly is due to the Hunters Association's rapid response. In addition, civilians on the scene testified that had it not been for a shadow in the form of a human appearing, the damages would have been far greater. We have confirmed that this shadow belonged to the E-rank hunter, Mr. Sung Suho. Mr. Sung Suho arrived at the scene before anyone else, risking his life to protect civilians. During this time of crisis, he underwent a reawakening, gaining the power to safeguard those in danger. Using his newly acquired abilities, Hunter Sung Suho became a hero who saved countless lives. This concludes our report on the hero who emerged in a time of extreme peril. In a quiet cafe, a man clenches his teeth as he watches the report, his eyes flashing with anger. It is Huang Dansu, his jaw tight, teeth gritted, his hands curling into fists, seething as he processes the news. The scene shifts to the dimly lit room of the Hunter Association, the air tense with anticipation. Suho's hand points sharply toward the television screen, his eyes narrowing as he stares at the news report. Everyone, what's this fake news about reawakening? Chairman Wu Jinchul leans back slightly, calm and composed, his voice measured yet firm as he responds. We discussed it among ourselves and sent it to the press. Reawakening is certainly rare, but it is not entirely non-existent. People need to accept its reality. Suho shakes his head, running a hand through his hair as he speaks, his tone carrying a mix of exasperation and resolve. But I had no intention of hiding it. Choi Jong lets out a long, deliberate sigh before speaking, his words heavy with caution and experience. You weren't possibly thinking of announcing to the entire world that you are a leveling hunter, were you? Only chaos follows those who step beyond the rules. Everyone will judge Sung Suho as they see fit, and the appearance of an irregular will only invite animosity. Remember the 3 goals you mentioned? Suho is momentarily taken aback, the weight of Choi Jong's reasoning pressing on him. His mind flashes back to a recent discussion with the other S-rank hunters, a memory that sharpens his resolve. First is my growth. Suho's voice is steady, determined, yet imbued with the weight of responsibility. I need you to help me level up, to become strong enough to fight alongside my father. Second, I must gather hunters capable of confronting the outer gods. We need to mobilize the forces of this world and face them together. And third, I must eliminate the apostle of the Teetering. Once I achieve these 3 goals, I plan to support my father, who has been fighting alone all this time. Back in the present, Choi Jong takes a slow sip of tea, the calm exterior masking the seriousness of his words. If you are going to gather the forces of this world to fight those called the Teetering, you'll need more than mere enthusiasm. Be careful with your public image, and consider how to influence people's hearts in the way you intend. Suho falls silent, his mind racing as he reflects on Choi Jong's advice. The weight of the responsibility settles on his shoulders. He's right. I can't even speak freely. There are countless factors I need to consider beyond just my level in order to achieve my goals. I can't do this alone. I need to borrow the strength of everyone around me. After a moment, Suho meets Choi Jong's gaze, his voice calm but firm, seeking confirmation. Seeing how you're giving me this advice, I assume you're considering helping me, correct? From his seat, Baek Yunho rises, his posture upright, his voice carrying authority tempered with warmth. Of course, you are the grandson of Captain Sung Il-won and the son of Hunter Sung Jin-woo, the hope of humanity. But more than that, your actions, they move my heart, Suho. The White Tiger Guild will assist you. Choi Jong leans slightly forward, observing Suho intently, his voice firm yet encouraging. Even Hunter Sung Jin-woo found it difficult to face the Teetering. I do not know if I can be of much help, but I am not content to stand by and watch Earth be destroyed. We, the Hunters Guild, will assist as well. The room fell into a tense, expectant silence. Wu Jinchul, sitting quietly beside the others, allowed himself a brief thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. He managed to convince hunters Baek Yunho and Choi Jong-in. All that's left is... Every gaze then shifted toward Lim Taiju, seated calmly with his eyes closed, his presence alone commanding attention. The silence deepened as he opened his eyes, breaking it with a sharp, deliberate question. Is it true that you killed Lee Min-sung? Baek Yunho's voice immediately shot out, filled with surprise and alarm. Hunter Lim Taiju. Suho, unflinching, met Lim Taiju's gaze without hesitation. Yes, I did. Lim Taiju's expression remained unreadable as he pressed further. Exactly what was with his appearance at that time? Suho's voice carried the weight of truth and the cold clarity of his assessment. He was possessed by the apostle of the Teetering while under the effects of star powder. Lim Taiju's sharp gaze probed deeper. Why did you approach him? I had confirmed he was cooperating with the Teetering, Suho replied calmly. I tried to gather information from him. And why did he cooperate with the Teetering? Lim Taiju pressed. Suho's response was quiet, honest, and unwavering. I don't know. For a moment, Lim Taiju simply listened to the answers, his mind quietly assessing, reflecting. I already know Sung Suho didn't do anything wrong. Why am I even asking these questions? Suho broke the silence, his voice smooth but carrying an edge that caused Lim Taiju to pause. Are you perhaps wondering about Mr. Lee Min-sung's final moments, Hunter Lim Taiju? Lim Taiju's brow furrowed slightly, caught off guard by the question. In his final moments, Suho continued, his voice steady yet reflective. He was laughing. Lim Taiju's eyes widened. He was laughing? Yes, Suho confirmed. I still don't know why he did. Whether it was out of satisfaction or emptiness after having given up everything. I could only sense the bitterness in his laughter. But what I clearly felt was that, even at the end, he hadn't lost himself. I hate to admit it, but even in his final moments, he left a deep impression on me. Lim Taiju remained silent for several long, tense seconds, absorbing the weight of Suho's words. Then, slowly, he let out a deep breath. Lee Min-sung, that same old, egotistical fool. He lowered his hand from his face, speaking with quiet conviction. We, the Reaper Guild, will cooperate as well. Wu Jinchul's eyes narrowed, a faint smile touching his lips as he reflected silently. With this, he's gained the cooperation of 3 massive guilds. Suho's sincerity must have moved their hearts. Suho may not be Hunter Sung Jinwoo, but in those fierce moments, he reminds me of him. I can't wait to see what winds Suho will carry into Sung Jinwoo's battlefield. Clearing his throat, Suho finally addressed everyone with calm authority. Ahem. Then, I'll explain the plan. What we should do first is, he began to outline his strategy, his words precise, deliberate, and filled with the weight of experience. Every hunter in the room, from the White Tiger Guild to Baek Yunho and Lim Taiju, listened intently, the tension thickening with every passing moment. Wu Jinchul leaned forward slightly, his eyes darkening as Suho's plan unfolded. In his mind, a chilling realization formed. Hunter Sung Jinwoo, it does seem like Suho's decisions will bring winds of blood, to the Hunters Association. The reaction was mirrored on the faces of Baek Yunho, Lim Taiju, and finally Choi Jong. Shock, disbelief, and cautious respect mingled in their expressions. Every person in that room understood, in that moment, that the course Suho was setting would not be easy, but it was necessary. And no one could deny the resolve burning in his eyes. And Chapter 56 begins quietly. The camera pans over a destroyed city, shrouded beneath the calm of the night sky. In the middle of this desolation, we see Suho. His body trembles as he pushes himself through relentless training. Sweat drips down his face. His voice strained as he counts under his breath. 98. He exhales sharply, forcing his muscles to keep going. 99. And then, with every ounce of strength left inside him, he lets out a roar. 100. At that exact moment, a surge of dark energy explodes outward from his body, splitting the ground beneath him. A glowing system window materializes in front of him, declaring, Daily Quest, trained to become a formidable combatant, completed. Another notification instantly follows. You have received a reward for completing a quest. Check your reward? Accept. Decline. The system acknowledges his progress, confirming that he has reached the limit for today. Then, a calm but reflective voice echoes nearby. It's Kuei, one of Suho's shadow summons. You were struggling so much at first. Yet now, you're able to carry out my training all on your own. Before Suho can reply, the silence is broken by a sharp bark. Arf. It's Gray, the loyal shadow hound. Suho collapses onto the bare ground, breathing heavily, his body completely drained. At this point, he mutters, my body feels so heavy, almost impossible to move. I can't go any further. Still, he manages a faint smile and says softly, Good work, Amit. From the side, Essel has been watching quietly. Her eyes soften as she whispers to herself. The young monarch, he's changed so much since the last time I saw him. Not just his body or his mana, but the way he carries himself. Suho slowly forces himself back to his feet. Despite his exhaustion, he announces firmly, Then, I've got stuff to do outside. See you. Essel's eyes widen in shock. You're leaving already, young monarch? Suho glances back at her and replies with calm determination. Yeah, I'm going to get busier from now on. Because I'm going to remove a field-type dungeon. Her voice trembles as she repeats. Field-type dungeon. Suho nods. I had a talk with the higher-ups at the Hunters Association yesterday. A memory suddenly flashes before us. The scene shifts to a large meeting room. Around a long table sit some of the nation's most powerful hunters and officials, all staring intently at Suho. He speaks with unwavering resolve. As a way to prevent more star powder factories from being created, I've asked for your cooperation in removing all the field-type dungeons in Korea. Some officials groan in frustration, warning him that other guilds will strongly object. But Suho doesn't back down. Instead, he offers them a condition. And in exchange, he earns their cooperation. The memory fades. Back in the training grounds, Suho exhales deeply. Behind him, a dark purple portal swirls open. He straightens his posture, determination burning in his eyes. So, I'll just have to do my best to fulfill that condition. Essel steps forward eagerly, her voice filled with excitement. Then let me help you. You're going to call us too, right? Beside her, Gray barks wildly in agreement. Arf, arf, arf. Suho grins and nods. Got it. I'll call you guys when I need help. With that, he strides into the portal. The swirling energy engulfs him as he disappears from sight. Left behind, Essel stiffens in shock, realizing she hasn't been taken with him. Her voice breaks as she cries out desperately. Young Monarch, Quay, Essel, and Gray stand frozen, staring at the portal that has just swallowed their master. The scene shifts. We arrive at a D-rank field-type dungeon, Catchison Field. At the dungeon's entrance, several hunters are gathered, waiting in anticipation. Among them, Beck Miho crosses her arms, her expression filled with frustration. Just what could our guild masters be thinking? To suddenly hand over the ownership of all field-type dungeons to one individual. Do they even realize how much that will impact the guild's earnings? She shakes her head, disbelief in her voice. And who the hell is this hunter called Sung Suho anyway? It's not like he asked A ranks or higher to clear this dungeon. He only called us here to fill the spots. Standing beside her is Sung Jahun from the Hunters Guild. Unlike Miho, his tone carries a hint of curiosity. I've been rather intrigued by him. A hunter who can fight, mine, and haul everything all by himself. Aren't you at least a little curious? Miho scoffs. Must be an exaggeration. But in her mind, doubts swirl. Even father has been acting strange lately, completely absorbed in these so-called memories of a past world. Meanwhile, Sung Jahun has his own thoughts. A hunter who levels up, huh? Let's see if Guild Master Choi Jong-in's words turn out to be true. Nearby, Park Dojin says nothing. He stands silently, his sharp gaze fixed on the dungeon as if waiting for something. Then, a sudden tremor rips through the earth. The ground splits violently, sending shockwaves across the mountainside. The hunters stagger, struggling to keep their balance. Beck Miho gasps in alarm. Could this earthquake be? Jahun steadies himself, narrowing his eyes. It hasn't even been an hour since he entered. The quake finally subsides. Dust settles. And then, Suho emerges from the dungeon. But he is not alone. Behind him, an army of shadow summons marches in formation, their presence overwhelming. The hunters freeze, stunned by the sight. Suho smiles faintly as he addresses them. Looks like I kept you all waiting. I was able to take down the boss pretty quickly, but mining and hauling out all the essence stones took some extra time. Anyway, I want to go through 3 more places today. So how about we move on to the next field-type dungeon? Gasps ripple through the gathered hunters. Beck Miho and Sung Jahun stare at the enormous pile of essence stones Suho has brought out, their eyes wide in shock. Even if it was only a D-rank dungeon, he cleared it in less than an hour? By himself? Their thoughts tremble with the same question. Just who is this guy? Park Dojin, however, remains silent. His piercing gaze lingers on Suho, studying him carefully. Suho notices and meets his eyes, smiling calmly. But Park Dojin's expression doesn't soften. His stare cuts deep, as if trying to unravel the mystery standing before him. The scene shifts once more, this time to the Hunter Association headquarters. Inside, figures stride purposefully through the halls. Wu Jinchul, Beck Yunho, Choi Jong-in, and Lim Taijiu. Their expressions are tense, the weight of recent decisions pressing on their shoulders. Choi Jong-in speaks first, his voice filled with unease. Hunters, entrusting all the field-type dungeons our guild's own. Was that really the right decision? Endless essence stones, materials from magic beasts, all just handed over. Beck Yunho rests a hand lightly on Choi Jong-in's shoulder, his tone teasing yet pointed. You really are the incarnation of greed, Guild Master Choi Jong-in. But if the world were destroyed by the Iterum, what value would these dungeons, or money, even have? Choi Jong-in turns slightly toward Lim Taiju, a hint of a smile forming despite the tension. That being said, it was surprising. Who would have thought the person most enthusiastic about entrusting the field-type dungeons would be the master of the guild that possesses the most? I suppose you must have felt a bit sorry for him. Lim Taijiu responds thoughtfully, nodding. He said that the factories creating star powder were discovered inside field-type dungeons. I'd do anything to eliminate those stimulants that left Li Minsung in that state. Choi Jong-in's gaze darkens as he continues, a shadow of worry in his voice. But what if, just by chance, these outer world invaders are the same kind of breed as the monsters from back then? His words hang heavy in the air. Memories of past monarchs, terrifying and overwhelming, flash through their minds. Beck Yunho shudders, recalling a time when he had been utterly defeated by one of those monarchs. Breaking the tense silence, Hunter Association Chairman Wu Jinchul speaks, his calm authority cutting through their anxiety. You're all getting quite concerned. That's unlike you. All eyes turn to him. He continues with quiet confidence. Aren't you aware by now? This isn't something we can avoid, even if we wanted to. Suho will be able to do it. A memory suddenly flashes before us, while Choi Jong-in considers Suho's coming role. The discontinuation of guilds owning field-type dungeons, and there's little to no chance that hunters like Baek Miho or Park Dojin, who have no recollection of the past world, will believe an invasion from outer space could happen. It won't be easy to persuade people like them. Suho, standing nearby, murmurs softly to himself. Persuade. Wu Jinchul nods knowingly, his voice steady. There is a way to persuade them. One thing comes to mind. National-level hunters. He continues, listing names that carry weight across the world. Thomas Andre of the USA, Liu Jigang of China, Siddharth Bachchan of India. These are outliers, hunters whose personal power rivals that of entire nations. Many hunters are drawn to their strength. If Suho were to become a national-level hunter, or even stronger beyond that, I believe that would be his power of persuasion. Suho's eyes widen slightly as he processes the words. National level, he whispers, swallowing hard. After a moment's thought, determination steals his voice. In that case, 1 month from now, I'll become a hunter powerful enough to persuade any other hunter. Back in the present, Wu Jinchul points toward a massive door ahead. So, let's just focus on our battles for Suho's growth. Now, the four of them push the door open. Inside, a large room is filled with guild masters, seated and waiting expectantly. They're here to question why a single hunter could be entrusted with opening these dungeons. Among them are the leaders of the Yangtze region's Azure Cloud Guild, Yangdong County, Wam Guild from Hoseo region Daesong, and the Daechung Guild. Their expressions range from curiosity to disbelief, the tension in the room palpable. The scene shifts once again, this time to a battlefield deep within a dungeon. Sung Suho stands at the center, facing a horde of fierce beasts. With calm precision, he strikes, crushing them effortlessly. Weapons forged from shadows materialize in his hands, moving with lethal grace. Every swing, every strike is perfect. No hesitation, no mistake. The beasts fall one after another, their numbers dwindling under his overwhelming power. As the final monster collapses, Suho's full army of shadow summons emerges from the dungeon, forming a perfect formation around him. The display of power leaves even seasoned hunters utterly awestruck. Nearby, Sung Jahun glances at Baek Miho, disbelief etched across his face. Hunter Baek Miho, are my eyes working properly? Baek Miho smirks, her voice sharp and incredulous. That's my line. Her astonishment continues. In just 2 days, the total number of field-type dungeons he's cleared and fully mined is 2 D ranks, 4 C ranks, and 2 B ranks. Sung Jahun shakes his head, deeply impressed. Not only is it remarkable that he did all of this by himself, I can feel his mana growing every single time he clears a dungeon. So there really is a hunter who can level up. Meanwhile, Suho submits the dungeon report to a nearby collector. His eyes flick down to his hand, where dark, flickering energy pulses like black fire. He thinks quietly to himself. The metric for measuring mana rank is MP. Certainly, I can feel Shadow Authority becoming easier to control now that my mana rank has increased. From the side, Baru flickers into view, speaking politely and attentively. Young Monarch, may I assist? Allow me to compare your mana with that of the Eyebrows Hunter who received an S rank over there. Suho shakes his head gently, a quiet smile on his lips. It's okay, Baru. I feel like I already know. Across the battlefield, Park Dojin remains silent, observing everything with piercing eyes. He takes a slow step forward, yet his gaze keeps flicking back towards Suho, analyzing every movement with careful precision. The scene shifts once more, this time to Suho's home. Suho enters quietly, the familiar space calm and undisturbed. He walks forward cautiously, until he notices someone already inside. Huang Dongsu sits casually on a sofa, yet an unmistakable aura of menace radiates from him. In his hands, he holds a small photo frame, a picture of Suho with his mother and father. A slow, Chilling smile spreads across Huang Dongsu's face as he speaks. What a shame. If your family had arrived first, I was planning to make them go through the same ordeal I endured. But you're finally here. Sung Suho. Then, in a deliberate motion, he lets the photo frame slip from his hands. It crashes to the floor, shattering into pieces. The sound of breaking glass echoes through the room, amplifying the sense of danger and cruelty. The chapter begins with Huang Dongsu, his lips curling into a smug grin, teeth flashing as he speaks mockingly. What a pity. If your family had come first, I was going to put them through the same situation as me. So you've come now, Sung Suho. Suho's sharp gaze locks onto him, and his thoughts immediately turn cold. This guy? He's an S-rank awakened. Huang Dongsu. His mind flashes back to a warning from the association's chairman. He remembers the serious tone as a photo was handed to him. He's the younger brother of Huang Dongsuk, the mastermind behind the Jisan prison incident. Rumor has it Huang Dongsu orchestrated that entire chaos just to break his brother free. If that's true, then he may come after you, especially now that you're being hailed as a hero from the aftermath. The warning had been clear. Huang Dongsu is one of the strongest S-ranks in Korea. If you ever face him, don't fight. Run. Back in the present, Dongsu's smile widens, full of arrogance. Suho finally speaks, his tone steady but edged with steel. Huang Dongsu, did you come seeking revenge for your brother? What should I do then? Because I wasn't the one who killed him. The man who ended your brother's life was Kang Tae-sik. For the first time, Dongsu's eyes flicker. His thoughts betray his surprise. What's with this kid? He even knows about Kang Tae-sik. Not many people should know that name. But Dongsu quickly shakes it off, replying coldly. Doesn't matter. I didn't come here for revenge. I came because it annoys me that you ruined my plan. Suho's jaw tightens, teeth gritting as he answers firmly. Hopeless. Let's move somewhere else, Huang Dongsu. Almost instantly, a surge of crimson aura bursts out from Dongsu, his mocking voice cutting through the air. Why should I do what you say? Suho's anger flares. With a sharp swing, he slams his fist into the wall beside him, shattering it with a thunderous crack. The impact triggers a loud alarm that begins blaring throughout the building. Without flinching, Suho speaks again, his voice cold and calculated. My uncle worries too much, you see. In less than 5 minutes, security firms and hunters will swarm this place. Still not going to leave. Dongsu simply smirks, muttering with disdain. You brat. The scene cuts, and now the two stand inside a run-down, abandoned factory. A perfect place for a battle away from prying eyes. Face to face, the tension between them is suffocating. Dongsu slowly begins walking forward, his aura oppressive, as he speaks with condescension. Not intimidated in front of me, huh? So it's true. You've reawakened. Tell me, have you even been officially given an S-rank rating yet? Suho stands his ground, his reply calm but direct. We won't know until it's remeasured. But before that, there's something I need to ask you. How did you get the star fragment? Dongsu doesn't even flinch. With both hands casually shoved into his pockets, he chuckles, answering mockingly. What? Do you need an awakening drug or something? Those things are nearly impossible to get these days. And you think I'd just tell you? His tone is dripping with arrogance, his words sharp and dismissive. Suho narrows his eyes, his mind racing. You didn't get it from Iterim, did you? In response, Huang Dongsu slowly removes the glasses perched on his face. His lips twist into a mocking smirk as he taunts. Weaklings rely on that kind of drug. But you got lucky, reawakened to S rank, and now you're all excited. His expression hardens, his tone sharp with menace. Since you don't know, I'll tell you something important. A massive surge of red aura explodes from his body, filling the factory with a suffocating heat and pressure. His voice booms with pride. Not all S ranks are the same kind of S rank. The weight of those words hangs in the air. Suho steadies his breathing, his thoughts burning with focus. He looks far stronger than Lee Min-sung, the one I fought before. In a way, this is my first true fight against an S rank. I want to test myself. Without hesitation, Suho launches forward, fist pulled back, aiming a strike straight at Dongsu. But with terrifying ease, Dongsu stomps one leg onto the ground. The impact shakes the entire floor, ripping apart the concrete as a massive boulder erupts upward. It slams directly into Suho midair, sending him flying. Dong-su sneers, his voice filled with contempt. You? A summoner type, trying to fight me hand to hand? Don't make me laugh. Bring it out, the black humanoid thing, or whatever you're hiding. He doesn't wait. Dong-su rushes in, delivering a brutal punch. Suho's body whips through the air, crashing hard into the factory's side wall before dropping to the ground. Barely catching his breath, Suho looks up, only to see Dong-su already standing before him, his speed monstrous. With a vicious stomp, Dong-su tries to crush him underfoot, but Suho reacts in time, rolling out of the way. He counters with a sharp kick, his leg snapping upward and striking Dong-su across the face. The result? Nothing. Dong-su doesn't even flinch. Instead, he grins wider. That tickled. The next instant, Dong-su drives his fist into Suho again, sending him crashing into the wall like a rag doll. Then another punch. And another. The blows rained down mercilessly, as though Suho were nothing more than a punching bag. Dong-su laughs maniacally, his voice echoing through the factory. You really think you can beat me with raw power? Even if you used every ability you have, defeating me is impossible. Pinned down and battered, Suho struggles to shield himself. His thoughts churn. I can definitely feel the gap in power. But memories flash through his mind. His desperate battle against his other self, the overwhelming force he had faced back then. Compared to that moment, this pressure feels lighter. He clenches his fists, muttering aloud through gritted teeth. I don't feel that same overwhelming pressure I felt back then. Dong-su snarls, planting his foot hard onto Suho's left leg, pinning him in place. His fist draws back once more. You dare get distracted in front of me? The punch slams forward with monstrous force, hurling Suho across the factory. The wall explodes outward, rubble scattering as Suho is thrown outside, crashing into the wreckage. But even in his triumph, Dong-su freezes. He notices something. His own hand has been pierced by a dark weapon. Blood drips down his palm. This bastard, when did he pull out a weapon? Amidst the rubble of the collapsed building, a faint movement stirs. A familiar voice rises from the dust. Standing there is Baru, the loyal shadow ant, his tone laced with concern. Are you okay, young monarch? As Suho staggered back, he muttered under his breath, his tone heavy but calm. It seems fighting an enhancement type S rank without using any abilities is still tough. He straightened his posture, dust falling from his shoulders. Behind the thick cloud of dust, his voice carried through, steady and determined. Honestly, I wanted to invest all the save points directly into strength, but I've got another use for them. From here on, I'll go all out. With that declaration, Suho pushed through the wreckage. The collapsed building walls blasted apart in front of him, chunks of stone and steel scattering as he stepped out from the shadows. His footsteps echoed, slow and deliberate. Suho's eyes locked on his opponent. His lips curved into a fearless smile as he spoke again. Let's start round 2, Huang Dong-su. Suho's shadow armor began to materialize piece by piece. System windows appeared in the air one after another, glowing with faint blue light. Shadow item, Minotaur helm, creation rank, rare. Shadow item, Hera, creation rank, hero. Shadow item, Cockatrice pauldron, creation rank, rare. Shadow item, Crimson main armor, creation rank, rare. Shadow item, Lizardman boots, creation rank, rare. The armor fully assembled, covering his body in a menacing, otherworldly design. Then, another system window popped up, revealing his current status. Status window. Name, Sung Suho. Level, 58. Strength, 168, plus 24. Vitality, 94, plus 14. Agility, 101, plus 24. Intelligence, 97, plus 10. Perception, 84, plus 15. Suho clenched his fists, the aura of power radiating from him now overwhelming. He declared firmly, Now, I'll fight you with everything I've got. Across the battlefield, Huang Dong-su scoffed. He glared at Suho's new armor and spat in annoyance. You think piling on all that gear will let you beat me? But in the back of his mind, unease spread. His inner voice trembled as he thought. Where did those items even come from, all of a sudden? Then his eyes widened. A faint black ripple spread across Suho's shadowed armor. That ripple, it felt eerily familiar. Dong-su froze. A memory from a past life clawed its way back to him. He remembered man sitting at the top of a ruined building. The man's presence was suffocating. Sung Jinwoo, the Shadow Monarch. Jinwoo's voice echoed in Dongsu's memory, calm but terrifyingly sharp. Since you're consumed by greed, how about I call you Greed? Do you like it, Huang Dongsu? The memory shook him to his core. As the present snapped back, Dongsu's face twisted. His reflection showed his right side slowly warping, morphing into darkness. Half of his face had begun turning into a shadow, the same as when he once served as Greed, one of Jinwoo's shadow generals. As the scene opens, we see Suho standing tall, fully clad in his shadow battle armor, his dark form radiating an intimidating aura. His piercing gaze locks onto Huang Dongsu, who's still frozen in shock. Suho's armor ripples with a black mist before slowly fading away. He turns off the item's appearance, revealing his calm, yet cold expression. In his mind, Suho thinks to himself, "This really isn't my style? It's way too bothersome. I should just keep the item appearance turned off." Meanwhile, Dongsu still appears dazed, trembling as flashes from his past life rush violently through his mind. In his vision, he sees fragments, Sung Jinwoo, the Shadow Monarch. That terrifying moment when Jinwoo crushed him with overwhelming power and then killed him without hesitation. Dongsu stumbles backward, gasping, What is this? Hallucinations. His mind races. The moment I saw that black haze surrounding my body, memories started pouring in. Not someone else's memories, mine. He clutches his head in disbelief. Those eyes. I know those eyes. The man who looked down on me like that. I know his name. Grinding his teeth, Dongsu growls. How did I forget then, Sung Jinwoo? Suho utters. Why does Huang Dongsu know my father's name? Besides Suho, Baru flickers into visibility, his wings trembling with a faint hiss. Baru speaks solemnly. Greed. It seems he has recalled his memories from the previous world. Suho frowns. Greed? What do you mean, Baru? Baru bows slightly before answering. Huang Dongsu was not on good terms with my liege, your father, in the previous world. Eventually, he was killed by my liege and reborn as the shadow soldier known as Greed. It appears those memories have now returned to him. As Baru speaks, Dongsu rips off his torn clothes, throwing them to the ground in rage. His breathing grows heavier. Suho asks, Wait, he can regain his memories without a shadow key? Baru nods. Considering Wu Jinchul remembered the previous world by himself, I believe it is possible. Dongsu's eyes burn with fury as he mutters under his breath. Sung Jinwoo. Sung Suho. His thoughts spiral. That family picture at that kid's house. Sung Suho. He must be Sung Jinwoo's son. Then why? Why is that monster not working as a hunter in this world? Could it be that Sung Jinwoo can't act for some reason? Fueled by rage, Dongsu roars and lunges towards Suho. His fist swings with terrifying strength, but Suho calmly raises his arm, blocking the blow with ease. Even as they clash, Dongsu keeps thinking frantically. The Dark Human. That was the necromancer skill Sung Jinwoo used on me. Even if this brat has a similar ability, he's just a novice. This is my perfect chance. But in the back of his mind, dark memories surface. The countless days when he was forced to kneel before Jinwoo. The agony of being turned into a shadow soldier. The humiliation of serving as Jinwoo's slave, stripped of pride and will. His anger explodes, veins bulging, sweat dripping down his face as he screams internally. As the price for those humiliating moments, you'll lose a son, Sung Jinwoo. Suho blocks another of Dongsu's frenzied attacks, his expression unchanging. He asks coldly, What's got you so scared, Huang Dongsu? Blood splatters across the ground. Dongsu's left arm is slashed, multiple cuts glinting across his skin. In the next instant, Suho summons his shadow weapons, dark blades, piercing through Dongsu's defenses in a storm of black energy. Dongsu screams as the shadow blades stab into him one after another. His body trembles, his breath ragged. He can barely stand. As then he glares at Suho in disbelief. This kid, how did he suddenly get so much stronger? Suho did not shout. He did not need to. He analyzed the scene with a hunter's economy of words. The countless shadow items created from running field-type dungeons, he thought, their stat-increasing effects, the summoning mechanism. The shadow item window lets me call them through the shadows, without opening it. A flick of concentration, and new phantom weapons bled into being. Suho's wrist blurred, a scythe of living shadow arced down. Dongsu was pierced and slashed again, each wound widening as if the shadows themselves were learning the best places to strike. Blood sprayed. Dongsu spat a red mouthful and gaped at Suho, as if seeing two figures at once, Suho and, behind him, the looming silhouette of the shadow monarch Jinwoo. Panic sharpened his thoughts. He's bringing out weapons at will, he realized, a cold truth that made his limbs tremble. Did Sung Jinwoo have this kind of ability? The question was useless in the face of the assault. Nearby, Baru watched from the shadows and could barely contain his awe. I can feel the young monarch growing, Baru thought, even amid battle. Not only his level, but his skills and tactics, which cannot be measured. My liege, Baru, may dare say, it won't be long until I witness you alongside the young monarch. Dongsu's body filled with cuts. He dropped to one knee, then, grinding through a final reserve of strength, he drove both palms into the floor. Damn it, he roared, the word ripping from him. The impact shoved a shockwave through the building. Mortar and plaster shivered and began to crumble. The upper floor fractured beneath him. As he fell, Dongsu's mind raced with bitter calculation. To think that kid was this strong, it was beyond my expectations. I'll need to head back for now and readjust myself. Retreat was his plan, but Dongsu dressed it in malice. This isn't running away, he told himself. Only preparation to kill him for sure. I'll ambush him when he drops his guard during everyday life. Or I'll kidnap people close to him and threaten him. No matter how strong you are, it will be useless. Yet as his mind plotted, the ceiling above him darkened. Suho was already descending, silent as a blade through smoke. Dongsu began to sweat. Suho struck from above. A huge blast of force blew dust and pebbles into the sky. When the air cleared, Dongsu was on both knees, a shadow weapon protruding grotesquely from his left side. He spat another bitter word. Shit you. Are you going to make me your slave as well? He tried to clutch Suho's wrist in anger and fear. Try it then. I'll resist as desperately as I can to kill you. And Sung Jinwoo too. Suho's reply was cold amusement. What a greedy dream. There's no way you could reach my father when you couldn't even beat me. Try it. Although, I don't know if you can even have those kinds of thoughts. Desperation broke Dongsu into one last, ragged cry. Sung Suho. And then everything ended. Suho did not wait for a second plea. He finished it there, silent and absolute. And as we saw in the previous chapter, Suho had just defeated Huang Dongsu in a brutal battle. The moment Dongsu's lifeless body hit the ground, several system windows suddenly appeared in front of Suho. Level up. Level up. And right after that, another notification flashed. Skill, increased strength, has leveled up. Suho stood silently beside Dongsu's body, his eyes calm but filled with a hint of coldness. He stared down at the corpse and muttered that Huang Dongsu had managed to recall his past life even without using a shadow key. That meant Dongsu's hatred toward his father, Sung Jinwoo, must have been incredibly deep, so deep that it transcended death itself. Suho then turned to his loyal ant companion and asked Baru what he thought about turning Dongsu into a shadow soldier. Without hesitation, Baru bowed slightly and said that it would be an honor to serve his monarch in any way possible. Hearing that, Suho fell into thought for a moment. He recalled what it truly meant to become a shadow soldier, that it was, in a way, a punishment. Even after death, the soul is forced to fight again, bound to eternal loyalty. They retain their memories, emotions, and awareness, but their fate becomes servitude. Suho then compared that to shadow equipment, which was different. While soldiers retained will, equipment only held the power and karma of the body. No consciousness, no soul, just pure power left behind. As that thought lingered, Suho took a slow step forward, stopping right beside Dongsu's body. He extended his right hand, dark mana gathering around it, and spoke the familiar command. Arise. But immediately, a red system window appeared. You have failed to extract a shadow. You have 2 more attempts remaining. Suho looked at the corpse and calmly said that it seemed Dongsu was still resisting, even in death. Once again, he raised his hand. Arise. And once again, the same message appeared. You have failed to extract a shadow. You have one more attempt remaining. Watching this, Baru's patience snapped. He shouted angrily at the body, calling Dongsu a greedy scoundrel, scolding him for daring to resist the young monarch. But Suho simply knelt down beside the body. He placed his hand gently on Dongsu's chest and whispered that this must be Dongsu's final shred of defiance. He told him to resist all he wanted, because no matter how deep his hatred or rage was, Suho had no intention of understanding a man like him. Right now, he didn't need sympathy. He needed power. And if that meant using even the strength of a villain for the sake of the world, then so be it. His voice grew firm as he spoke one last time. Arise. And finally, this time it worked. The system window confirmed it. Shadow extraction, successful. The scene then shifted. A car came speeding through the night and stopped in front of the half-destroyed, wrecked building where Suho had just been fighting. Two familiar faces rushed out, Choi Jong-in and Wu Jinchul, both running at full speed toward the site. Jong-in shouted that this was the abandoned building where the explosion had occurred, while Jinchul noted that it was dangerously close to Suho's house. He urged his companion to hurry, fearing that Suho might already be engaged with the intruder. As they ran, Jinchul's thoughts raced. He remembered how they had lost contact right after the security alarm went off at Suho's home. And that giant hole in the wall they'd seen earlier? It was clear evidence that someone had broken in. The two men rushed into the building, but just before they could enter deeper inside, a calm and familiar voice greeted them. It was Suho. He stood there, completely unharmed, and casually asked what the two of them were doing there. Both hunters froze in shock and shouted his name in relief. Suho glanced around and said it looked like the Hunters Association had been notified too. Jinchul, still catching his breath, immediately asked what had happened, if Suho was safe, and who the intruder was. Suho's reply came without hesitation. It was Huang Dongsu. That confirmed everything. Zhang-in immediately responded, realizing that the intruder had indeed been the S-rank villain they feared. Suho nodded and added that it was close, but everything was over now. The two men exchanged uneasy looks, their minds racing. Jinchul then asked the question quietly, if that meant Huang Dongsu was now gone. Suho simply smiled. Yes, he said, I won. And then he lifted his arm, revealing a new dark gauntlet, his newest shadow item, born from Huang Dongsu's corpse. The system window appeared once more, revealing the stats. Shadow item, Greed, level 1. Creation grade, Heroic. Type, Gauntlet. Stat manifestation, 10%. Attack plus 280 strength plus 14 health plus 11 agility plus 10 intelligence plus 7 sense plus 10. Effect, active skill, smash. Mana cost, 400. Delivers a powerful blow that deals massive damage to solid structures. Plus 200% damage to solid objects. And with that, Suho gained a new weapon, born from the very hatred of a man who once despised his father. The scene shifts. Some time has passed since Suho's fierce battle. We now see a large crowd gathered outside a towering building, the Korean Hunters Association headquarters. Reporters with flashing cameras stand shoulder to shoulder, waiting for the next big announcement. Inside that same building, we move into a special room, the Hunters Association Mana Measurement Center, the place where every awakened person's rank is officially determined. One hunter steps out of the testing room, his face full of disappointment. He mutters under his breath that after all the hype, he's just a D rank. His friend pats his shoulder and tells him not to worry, that even a D rank can still find work, maybe as a miner. Not every awakened needs to risk their life fighting monsters. A few seats away, another man is sitting with a notebook in hand, quietly observing everyone. His name, Kim Pansiok, 37, unemployed awakener. He's been keeping count of every person who's gone through the test today. He thinks to himself, 4 D ranks and 2 E ranks so far. All right, it's about time for a good one. After so many duds, someone strong has to appear next. A grin creeps across his face. He's not expecting an S rank, but maybe an A rank. Even B rank would be enough to turn his luck around. At that moment, an association employee steps out of the testing chamber and calls, "Next person, please prepare for measurement." Kim glances at the man sitting next to him and realizes his turn will be after this one. He clenches his fists and prays silently. "Please, let this next guy be weak. An E rank at best." Then the announcer's voice echoes again. Mr. Sung Suho, please come in. The man beside him stands up, tall, calm, and confident. It's Sung Suho himself. Moments later, Kim Panseok's own turn comes. His results pop up, E-rank. He slumps in despair. Meanwhile, outside the building, chaos erupts among the reporters. Flashes of light, microphones, and loud voices fill the air. Another S-rank hunter for South Korea, and he's a reawakener. Apparently, he's the hero from the Jisan prison incident. It's a scoop. Dozens of questions fly at Suho as he steps out, now officially recognized as an S-rank hunter. One reporter pushes forward and shouts, Mr. Sung Suho, how does it feel to become an S-rank hunter? Suho simply smiles, a calm, composed smile, and lets out a soft laugh. Inside the building, Woo Jinchul watches everything from the window, a proud look on his face. He murmurs that Suho has finally become an S-rank hunter, just as promised. Nearby, other top-ranked hunters, Choi Jong-in, Baek Yoon-ho, and Lu Taiju, are gathered in a private meeting. Choi Jong-in remarks that this outcome was already expected. With Suho's rapid growth rate, he might even become a national-level weapon sooner than anyone imagined. But his tone soon turns serious. He says that now, with the foundation set, it's time to move to the next phase. Eliminating all remaining field-type dungeons in Korea, uniting every guild still standing, and eventually uniting hunters from around the entire world. He sighs quietly, admitting that the scale of this task, doing it all in honor of Hunter Sung Jin-woo's legacy, feels almost unimaginable. Baek Yoon-ho then raises another concern. He says that while they and Suho are focused on these missions, the group known as the Apostles of Iterim won't sit idle. Woo Jinchul adds more detail, explaining that the illegal material called star powder or star fragments continues to evolve and spread despite being banned. It almost seems like someone is leaking association movements to them, as if these apostles are hiding right under their noses. If that's true, then the Hunters Association has a serious problem. Jinchul warns that from now on, they'll need to narrow down the list of people they can truly trust, because their enemy is far more cunning than they ever imagined. Meanwhile, we see Park Dojin standing alone, his expression dark and serious as he watches Suho from afar. And then, in an instant, Park Dojin's figure vanishes into thin air. Scene shift to dungeon interior. A dark portal shimmered open, leading deep into a massive dungeon. Inside, Park Dojin stood surrounded by dozens of humans, all under his control, brutally butchering a monster. With a cold voice, Park Dojin ordered, "Enough." Instantly, everyone stopped moving. He then commanded, "Gather up." Now, all of them kneeled on one knee before him, their heads bowed. Park Dojin looked at them in silence, his mind filled with calculating thoughts. Park Dojin's thoughts. After Lee Min-sung, even A-rank hunters can no longer resist the star fragments. The problem is, those fragments still aren't refined enough to turn an S-rank into a believer. Since Sung Suho became an S-rank hunter, he's been expanding his reach, recruiting other guilds, uniting hunters. He even proposed a territory conquest game against me. A game where the side with stronger awakeners wins. If Suho's gathering all of Korea's S-ranks, then getting believers only in Korea would be pointless. Can I even win against him directly, instead of playing his game? With that monstrous growth rate, even if I use every believer I have, I might not win, he muttered under his breath. Once the fourth fragment arrives, then a dark smile formed on his lips. The fourth fragment. The power of darkness itself. It's already heading towards Sung Suho. I must win this game, no matter what it takes. The power of the fourth fragment will be mine. No, even the fifth fragment. I'll make that mine too. His eyes glowed with dangerous determination. Suddenly, a voice echoed behind him. "Oh, Hunter Park Dojin." A woman entered the hall. Her tone carried fake surprise. "It really is you. I never thought I'd run into you inside a dungeon." Park Dojin's expression darkened instantly, anger flaring in his eyes. The woman continued nervously. "Thank God. I got separated from my party. I'm so lucky. Can I join you for a bit?" Before she could finish, Park Dojin raised his hand, and with a sharp, invisible strike, her head was pierced clean through. Her body fell lifelessly to the ground. Park Dojin. The Reaper Guild owns this dungeon. Not just anyone can enter here. Who are you? Then, from the hole in her head, a golden light began to pour out. Small, insect-like creatures crawled from the wound, glowing faintly as they started repairing her body. Still lying on the ground, the woman spoke in a calm, chilling voice. You've got good instincts. She slowly rose to her feet, her head healing rapidly, and her true form began to emerge. Still, isn't it a bit rude to attack someone without even saying hello? Did you grow up somewhere without basic manners, Hunter Park Dojin? Or should I say, Apostle of the Iterum? Park Dojin's teeth clenched. He growled, I asked you who you are. The woman tilted her head. The upper part of her face, above the nose, was gone, an eerie void where her eyes should have been. She smiled. Me? I'm Arsha. Her body shimmered as her appearance changed. Let's just say, I'm a resident of this world, and I've come here to make you a proposal. And the scene opens inside a dungeon. A mysterious woman appears before Park Dojin, the Apostle of Iterum. Her presence alone gives off an unusual pressure, calm, yet unsettling. Park Dojin, narrowing his eyes, demands coldly, Who are you? The woman smiles faintly. I'm Arsha. You could say I'm a resident of this world, and I'm here to make you a proposal. Dojin studies her for a moment, silent and suspicious. Then he asks again, his tone sharp. How did you find out about me? Arsha replies smoothly, almost casually. It was a coincidence. I was investigating the stimulant called Stardust. I went to meet its distributor, Lee Min-sung. But during my search, I came across information about someone called the Apostle of the Iterum. She adds with a faint smirk. My subordinates specialize in gathering information, you see. As she speaks, the air around her starts to move. Dozens of insects begin to flutter out of nowhere, circling around Park Dojin. It's a quiet but eerie display of power. Without hesitation, Dojin slashes through one insect, killing it instantly. Then, in a sudden burst of motion, 3 of Park Dojin followers appear, piercing Arsha's head, stomach, and neck with cold precision. But even as the blades remain lodged in her body, Arsha doesn't fall. Black insects pour out of her wounds, swarming like living veins. And within seconds, her injuries begin to heal. Even with a sword still buried in her skull, she looks up and says calmly, Attacking me is pointless. This is just a clone. You're afraid I might reveal your identity to everyone, right? Don't worry. I'm here to help you. As her body completely regenerates, she extends her left hand toward him. A faint, glowing crystal appears in her palm, a star fragment. But it looks far more refined than any Dojin has seen before. Here's a gift, she says. To prove I'll be useful, I enhanced the star fragments circulating in the market. With this version, you could even brainwash an S-rank awakened. Park Dojin stares at the fragment closely. Inside it burns a powerful, mist-like soul flame. Brighter, stronger, but remarkably stable. He thinks to himself, the soul fire is stronger, and yet so much more controlled. To think she managed to stabilize such a complex spell. Arsha leans in slightly, her voice dropping to a near whisper. I'll supply you with these enhanced star fragments from now on. In return, let's take down Sung Suho and the Monarch of Shadows together. Dojin frowns. Why are you helping him? He's an invader of this world. Arsha tilts her head with amusement. You're so rigid. Just because I'm from this world, does that mean I have to take this world's side? Her answer only deepens Dojin's suspicion. He presses again, his eyes narrowing. Don't think you can dodge the question. If you were truly here to help me, you could have come while Lee Min-sung was still alive. Arsha chuckles softly and teases. You know, girls don't like guys who question every little thing. Turning away, she begins to walk off, her voice echoing behind her. It's entirely up to me whose side I take. Isn't it obvious I'd choose the side that benefits me? I'm a descendant of a monarch, just like Sung Suho. But I've realized I can't coexist with him. The descendant of the Monarch of Shadows. Dojin stiffens at that revelation and asks cautiously, Does that mean you have strange powers like him too? Arsha glances back over her shoulder, smirking. If you mean shadow authority, then no. But I have another kind of power. For example, before Dojin can react, a massive monster corpse nearby suddenly stirs. It was one his followers had already killed, yet it begins to move again. The hulking creature rises to its feet with a guttural roar. Dojin's eyes widen. Did we not kill all of them? The beast lunges forward, but before it can attack, A swarm of Arsha's black insects darts forward, wrapping around its neck. In seconds, the insects slice clean through, and the monster's head falls to the ground with a thud. Arsha turns back, speaking with quiet pride. As the descendant of the plague, I can do this too. Then, with a calm smile, she adds, so what do you think? They say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If we join forces, we could both benefit from each other, don't you agree? And with that, the uneasy alliance between Arsha and Park Dojin begins. Arsha steps out of a glowing dungeon portal, her calm footsteps echoing as two people wait for her. A small, cheerful girl runs up, smiling brightly. Arsha, you're back. How did it go? Did the negotiation with the Apostle of the Iterum go well? Arsha nods with a gentle smile. Yes, he said he'd help. The girl beams in excitement. I knew it. Arsha, you're amazing. Arsha pats her head softly. Thanks, Pia. But behind that calm smile, Arsha's thoughts drift elsewhere. Park Dojin, the Apostle of the Iterum. All I did was answer his questions about this world, and he agreed faster than I expected. Makes sense, though. The Monarch of Shadows is clearly an obstacle to their plans. She glances at a glowing system window, her tone quiet and focused. Who cares? The system must have a reason for these orders. The quest text appears before her eyes. Path to becoming a monarch. For the Monarch of Shadow is an obstacle on your path to becoming a monarch. Form an alliance with the Apostle of the Iterum, enemy of the Monarch of Shadows. Reward, quest path to becoming a monarch, 5, unlocked. Arsha smirks slightly. Now, there's not much time left for us descendants to become monarchs. The scene shifts to an apartment where a recruiter from the Fame Guild is trying to persuade a hunter to join an A-rank raid. The recruiter pushes the offer with practiced urgency. This is the best deal they can give for the job, and they believe it's perfect for their guild. Sitting across from him is Lee Yunseok, a freelance S-rank hunter who looks worn down that he refuses immediately and firmly. He doesn't take part in A-rank or higher raids. No matter the pay or the pressure, he's not willing to risk it. The recruiter becomes louder and more desperate. It's a waste to let an S-rank sit out, they argue. Join our Fame Guild, and you'll do great. But Lee Yunseok only grows more unsettled. He presses his hand to his head, trying to steady himself, and repeats that he won't take the risk. He asks them to leave. When the recruiters push again, saying he's one of the few S ranks in Korea and asking if an A-rank dungeon is manageable, Lee Yunseok finally breaks down. He admits the truth. Every night, he suffers the same nightmare. He dreams of being swarmed and eaten by magic beasts. Arms, legs, torso gnawed away mercilessly. The trauma is so severe that the fear overwhelms his rank. He asks, pleadingly, that they never come again. The recruiters retreat, whispering among themselves as they leave. Outside, they argue about what they saw. One asks if they should really just go. The other points to the hunter's haunted eyes and wonders what use an S rank is if he can't fight. At that moment, Park Dojin arrives on the stairwell. The recruiters freeze. They recognize him. A woman whispers, that man, as he approaches the open door of Lee Yunseok's office. Park Dojin stands directly in front of Lee Yunseok. The hunter looks up and scowls, surprised and defensive. He calls out Dojin's name, saying he's from the Reaper Guild and asking how Dojin can just show up unannounced. Dojin keeps walking toward him without stopping. He tells Lee Yunseok bluntly that he came because he heard about an S rank who trembles at the sight of magic beasts. Lee Yunseok, angry, assumes Dojin is here to fight. He fires off an electric skill and shouts a warning. Stop. Unless you want to be fried by my lightning, keep your distance. But Dojin closes the gap anyway. In a single motion, he uses a star fragment on Lee Yunseok, the enhanced fragment Arsha had provided. Immediately, Lee Yunseok falls under Dojin's control. Dojin removes his hand, and the hunter's resistance collapses. He's completely subdued. As Dojin watches the controlled hunter, his thoughts sharpen. He thinks of Sung Suho, the descendant of the Monarch of Shadows, and the sudden emergence of other descendants who oppose darkness. These unexpected players are changing the battlefield. While everyone has been focused on defending against foreign invasions, internal cracks have quietly opened. Dojin resolves to exploit those cracks, to use the shifting, fragile balance to his advantage. The scene opens inside a control tower. a tall building overlooking the airport, filled with glowing monitors and constant radio chatter. Amidst the hum of machines, a blonde-haired air traffic officer adjusts his headset. A pilot's voice crackles over the radio. "This is KAL 472. Control Tower, please respond." The officer replies calmly. "Yes, go ahead." The pilot continues. "Currently at flight level 350, coordinates X north, south, over the skies near South Korea. I have a question. At this altitude, is it possible for snow to fall?" The blonde officer leans back slightly, puzzled but amused. "Of course not. It doesn't snow above the clouds." But the voice on the other side grows tense. "Right, that's what common sense says. Then how should I explain this?" The officer frowns. Before he can reply, static fills the channel. Inside the airplane cockpit, the pilots stare out the window in disbelief. A swirling black portal has opened in the sky, glowing ominously above their aircraft. Sweat drips down the pilot's forehead. A gate. Gate detected above South Korean airspace. Back on the ground, the blonde officer suddenly rises from his chair. A gate? Did he just say a gate? The entire control tower turns toward him, confusion spreading. The pilot's panicked voice cuts through the static again. A violent snowstorm is forming around the gate. At this rate, we might crash. Initiating emergency landing. Then silence. Only a faint crackle from the radio. A second later, a loud crash echoes through the frequency. And then nothing. The blonde officer stands frozen. The entire control room falls into a heavy, dead silence. No one speaks. No one even breathes. The scene shifts. Deep inside a dungeon, a massive wolf-type monster leaps forward, baring its fangs. But before it can even blink, its body is sliced clean apart. Standing among the remains is Suho, the calm, yet fierce hunter. His new gauntlet glows with shadowy energy. "I still haven't tried out Greed's skill," he mutters. "I can feel my stats increasing after equipping Greed. It's a shame I couldn't test the skill, though." He looked toward his hand, summoning a glowing system window before him. Shadow item, Greed. Level 1. Creation rank, Heroic. Type, Gauntlet. Stat manifestation rate, 20%. Attack power, plus 280. Strength plus 28, vitality plus 22, agility plus 20, intelligence plus 14, perception plus 20. Effect, active skill, smash. Mana cost, 400. Delivers a powerful strike that deals massive damage to solid structures. Damage to solid objects increased by 200%. Suho smirks slightly. If its manifestation rate rises with level, could I eventually reach S-rank stats? He turns around. His shadow soldiers continue mining mana stones from the dungeon walls. Since the mana stone mining is finished, he says, I'd better wrap things up before the dungeon collapses. As his soldiers work, Suho thinks to himself, my shadow soldiers can only last a day, so if I want to keep them permanently, I need to turn them into shadow items. A new window appears before him. Stored shadow items, 340/340. First, I'll release the lower-ranked ones among the stored items. Then recreate new ones using the shadow soldiers I gained here. As he speaks, several of his shadow soldiers dissolve into black mist, returning to him. Moments later, skill shadow creation has leveled up. The chance of creating higher-ranked items with shadow creation has increased. Black energy bursts around him. Dozens, then hundreds of new shadow items rise into the air, floating like dark stars orbiting around Suho. He stands in the center, calm, powerful, surrounded by his creations. A true successor of the Shadow Monarch. He scans through the loot, eyes calm, but calculating. As the skill level rises, high-grade items are definitely appearing more often. The common ones are dropping less and less. Suho mutters, analyzing the shimmering artifacts in front of him. At this rate, I might even start pulling heroic grade or higher soon. Let's see, what will I get this time? He lifts one of the drops, a pair of heavy, purple-lined gauntlets gleaming with runic light. A hero-grade item, huh? He sighs softly. I should be glad, but why another gauntlet of all things? It hasn't even been long since I got Greed. He turns the item in his hand, comparing it with his current gear. Too bad you can't customize the look of hero-grade equipment. Still, compared to the Manticore armor I just got, Greed gives higher stat bonuses anyway. Sliding the new gauntlet into his inventory, Suho straightens up. I'll just store it for now. With his work done, he steps out of the dungeon gate. Cool daylight washes over him as he walks across the barren field. Thanks to the Hunter Association convincing the other guilds, he thinks, I can keep clearing these field-type dungeons freely. But then his expression tightens. Still, I haven't found that Stardust factory anywhere. Did they already anticipate my movements and relocate ahead of time? Before he can think further, the dungeon's gatekeeper hurries toward him. Great work, Hunter Sung Suho. This time's field-type dungeon is. The man suddenly stops as Suho's phone buzzes. A glowing notification appears on the screen. Summons, hunters who received this message. Report to the Hunter Association immediately. Suho narrows his eyes. Hunter Association? Did something happen? The scene shifts to the Hunter Association headquarters, a towering structure pulsing with tension. Inside a meeting room, 5 of South Korea's top hunters gather. Every face is serious. Among them is Park Jong-soo, an A-rank hunter and guild representative of the Night Order Guild. Even he feels the weight of the atmosphere pressing down. All the major guild leaders of South Korea gathered in one room. And I'm the only A-rank here. He gulps nervously. Guess I was called just because of my title, huh? At the head of the table, Baek Yoon-ho, the S-rank master of the White Tiger Guild, speaks first. I'm sure everyone already knows why this emergency meeting was called, right? Choi Jong-in, the calm but sharp leader of the Hunters Guild, adjusts his glasses. It's probably about the massive gate that appeared over South Korea's airspace. Across the table, Lim Tae-gyu, S-rank master of the Reaper Guild, folds his arms. So this meeting is to decide who gets the gate, then? A laugh breaks the tension. Ma Dong-wook, the bold S-rank leader of the Myeongseong Guild, grins. Haha. Well then, we of the Myeongseong Guild will be claiming this one. He smirks, glancing at Lim Tae-gyu. By the way, Master Lim, I heard you've got some good news. You recruited S-rank hunter Lee Eun-suk, right? How'd you convince that stubborn man when the rest of us failed? Lim Tae-gyu smiles faintly. It wasn't me. It was Hunter Park Do-jin who did that. I just happened to have capable guild members. At that, Choi Jong-in's face tightens. The loss of an S-rank recruit clearly stings. Just then, the doors burst open. Suho rushes in, slightly out of breath. Sorry for being late. I just finished clearing a field-type dungeon. Everyone turns to look at him, and both Park Jong-soo and Ma Dong-wook freeze in surprise. Their eyes widen. The S-rank hunter, Sung Suho? Ma Dong-wook suddenly got up from his seat, his massive frame towering over everyone. He strode straight toward Suho and grabbed his hand firmly. Well, look who it is. Isn't that Master Sung? Good to see you. Suho looks flustered, waving both hands quickly. Huh? Master? No, I'm not a master or anything. Before he can say more, Park Jong-soo leans forward with a bright smile. Hunter Sung Suho, you're still unaffiliated, right? Join our Night Order Guild. I promise, we'll treat you like royalty. Ma Dong-wook bursts into laughter again, cutting in. Royalty? Please. Suho, why don't you join our Myeongseong Guild instead? We've got better pay and better food. From the corner of the room, Choi Jong-in sighs, shaking his head. This feels familiar, he mutters. Suho smiles politely at both guild masters, giving a slight bow. I appreciate the offers, but I'll have to decline. I don't have any plans to join a guild right now. Both Ma Dong-wook and Park Jong-soo deflate instantly, shoulders dropping like disappointed kids. Suho laughs softly before greeting the others in the room, but inside, he's thinking. Now that I look around, I'm the only one here without a guild. Maybe creating my own guild would make things easier when recruiting others. I should really consider founding one. The doors open again, and 2 more people enter. Woo Jin-shul, head of the Korean Hunter Association's inspection unit, and his ever-composed secretary. Ma Dong-wook grins the moment he sees him. Master Woo, late again? You don't look too good either. What's wrong? Got a stomachache or something? Woo Jin-shul's face remains expressionless. My apologies, he says evenly. It took some time to organize the data. The laughter fades as Jin-shul's tone turns grave. He glances around the room, making sure everyone's attention is on him. Thank you all for responding to the association's summons. As I'm sure you're aware, a gate appeared above Korean airspace yesterday. A hush falls over the room. It was first discovered by the pilot of a passenger aircraft in flight. His voice lowers. But the plane was caught in the surrounding mana field and crashed, causing many casualties. Gasps ripple through the room. Jinshul continues, unflinching. The association immediately dispatched A-rank hunters to measure the gate's mana output. However, he pauses. The silence grows heavy. The energy readings far surpass that of any A-rank gate we've ever recorded. Therefore, it has been officially classified as an S-rank gate. The entire room erupts in shock. Even the seasoned guild leaders go pale. Suho's eyes widen. S-rank? Isn't this the first S-rank gate since the Great Cataclysm? Across the table, Choi Jong-in's voice darkens. The thing we feared most has finally happened. Suho glances around, watching even the most confident hunters fall silent. Even the veterans who survived the past look terrified. Are S-rank gates really that dangerous? He clenches his fists, his voice firm. But if we all prepare together, surely we can handle it, right? A chilling, insect-like hiss echoes suddenly. From Suho's shadow, Baru emerges, his insectoid wings glimmering faintly. That will be difficult, my lord, Baru says grimly. Even if all this strength were gathered, it would amount to nothing more than food for ants. The room freezes. Suho's eyes widen. Baru. The very sight of the ant-like creature sends shivers down Ma Dongwook's spine. He can feel sweat forming on his palms. That's the summoned creature everyone's been talking about. Sung Suho's familiar. Why is my body trembling all of a sudden? Suho sighs, smacking Baru lightly on the head. Baru, you don't know what you're talking about. Stop scaring everyone and get back inside. But Baru refuses to retreat. He stares straight at his master, voice filled with pride and a trace of sorrow. This Baru knows better than anyone. He says, wings slowly folding. Because the ruler of the S-rank gate that appeared in the previous world, he lifts his clawed hand toward the ceiling, eyes glowing. Was none other than me, Baru. The scene opens inside the Hunter Association meeting room. Everyone's attention shifts toward one being, Baru, the Ant King, as his deep, eerie voice fills the air. The ruler of the S-rank gate in the previous world was me, Baru. A stunned silence follows. Every hunter in the room stares in disbelief. Suho blinks, his mind racing. Baru was the boss of an S-rank dungeon? The same monster that even S-rank hunters feared. Across the table, Choi Jong-in adjusts his glasses, murmuring in realization. Now that I think about it, that's summon. Then Baek Yinho adds. It looks like the ant hunter, the summon Jinwoo used to command. Baru chuckles darkly, his wings twitching as he steps forward, voice dripping with arrogance. The moment they faced this mighty predator, they realized they were nothing but prey. Now that you know, bow your heads and beg for your lives before this predator. Pathetic weaklings. Before Baru can continue his over-the-top monologue, Suho suddenly punches him right on the head. Why are you threatening our allies? The entire room freezes. Baru tone now trembling with guilt. My apologies, young monarch. I just got carried away. It's been so long since I felt this superiority again. Choi Jong-in clears his throat. If what he said is true, can't this summon clear an S-rank gate on its own? Suho shakes his head calmly. That would be difficult. Maybe in the past, but now he's lost most of his power. He's basically useless for such a task. Baru's antennae twitch as he repeats softly, almost offended. Young monarch. The two hunters sitting nearby, Park Jong-soo and Ma Dong-wook, glance at each other, confused. I don't really understand what they're talking about, Park says. Same here, Dong-wook replies. Choi Jong-in looks at Suho again, serious now. A single experience is better than 1,000 words. Hunter Sung Suho. Can you help them recover their past memories as well? Suho nods. Of course. The two hunters look puzzled. Past memories? What do you mean? Before they can finish, Suho raises his hand. A dark purple aura spreads from his body, swirling around the two men. The air thickens with pressure as that mysterious power unlocks what was buried deep inside their minds. Moments later, both hunters shudder violently as flashes of their past lives return. Their eyes widen in horror. The world was reset. Park whispers. Ma Dong-wook trembles. If it's like the Jeju-type S-rank gate, does that mean we'll have to fight monsters like back then? Then, Wu Jinshul speaks up in a grave tone. A dungeon break happens 7 days after a gate appears. If the S-rank gate over Seoul breaks, the damage will be immeasurable. Park raises his hand hesitantly. If the break happens in the sky, wouldn't the monsters just fall and die immediately? Wu Jinshul shakes his head. The association investigated that angle too. But we confirmed that the gate's altitude has been steadily dropping since its discovery. At this rate, by the 7th day, when the break occurs, it'll be right in the center of Seoul. Park sighs heavily and sits back down. A moving gate. Then our only option is to clear it. Baek Yunho clenches his fists, lost in thought. Right now, we're already facing the foreign threat known as Ithram, and even with all our power, we're struggling with a single S-rank gate. The fact that Suho defeated Huang Dongsu, it means his growth has already surpassed ours. If this continues, we'll only drag him down. It's been a long time since I felt this powerless. Lim Taijiu adds quietly. Even the S-rank raid in the previous world was only possible because he was there. And then Choi Jong-in whispers the thought that everyone's too afraid to voice aloud. If Hunter Sung Jinwoo were here. The room falls silent after Choi Jong-in's words. Every hunter lowers their gaze, their hearts weighed down by the same unspoken truth. They all miss Jinwoo. Sensing their unease, Suho finally breaks the silence. Everyone is uneasy. Before he can say more, Baru steps forward, his tone unexpectedly calm. Please, young monarch, don't shoulder all the burden yourself. When the Lord defeated me, his level was far beyond yours. You're still growing. Suho's eyes flicker, lost in thought. If father's level was higher than mine, does that mean this is impossible for me right now? But then he shakes his head. No, impossible doesn't matter anymore. He looks at everyone in the room. These hunters who once fought beside his father. Everyone here feels Dad's absence. Ready or not, the S-rank gate has already appeared, and if we fail, this trial will destroy us all. Something only I can do, not my father, not anyone else. I need to find the answer, somehow. And then, a soft chime echoes. A system window suddenly appears before Suho's eyes. A quest has appeared. His gaze sharpens. Another window opens immediately after. Quest information. Quest. S-rank gate. Use everything the player can do to clear the S-rank gate in the sky. S-rank gate clear, 0/1. As Suho stares at the message, he suddenly feels a hand rest gently on his shoulder. But when he turns around, there's no one there. Hunter Sung Suho. Choi Jong-in's voice pulls him back. Suho mutters to himself, eyes still fixed on the fading system screen. Everything the player can do. It feels like the system is telling me. The answer is within me. He turns toward Baek Yunho. Hunter Baek Yunho. You're a physical combat type hunter like me, right? Baek nods. That's correct. Suho smiles faintly. Shadows ripple beneath his feet as he raises his hand. Right? I almost forgot I had this. The room darkens for a moment. The familiar shadow energy surges. Suho clenches his fists, murmuring with focus. Something I obtained in that field-type dungeon. White tiger, and fists, yeah? He grins. Baekgu. That works. A system window appears again, glowing brightly. Shadow item. Baekgu, LV.1. Creation rank. Heroic. Type. Gauntlet. Attack plus 130 strength plus 6 vitality plus 4 agility plus 5 perception plus 4. Effect. Active skill. Ambush. A sudden leap forward to close distance and deal damage. Movement speed increases by 30% for 1 second after casting. Suho turns back to Baek Yunho with a confident look. Hunter Baek Yunho. I want to test something. Could you help me? Scene. Shifts. From the Hunter Association to the entrance of a nearby B-rank dungeon gate. Inside the dimly lit dungeon, Park Jong-soo, Ma Dong-wook, Choi Jong-in, and Lim Tae-gyu stand ready. Choi Jong-in scans the area carefully. This is a B-rank gate. He narrows his eyes. We followed Suho here, but what exactly is he planning to do? Deeper inside, the sound of battle echoes. Magic beasts roar, and then fall silent, one after another. Choi Jong-in's eyes widen. He's actually making Hunter Baek Yunho fight the monsters. Sure enough, Baek Yunho, wearing Suho's newly created shadow equipment, is moving like lightning, tearing through waves of beasts with overwhelming power. A short distance away, Suho stands beside Wu Jinshul, observing the results quietly. Wu Jinshul folds his arms. Suho, What does it mean for Hunter Baek Yunho to hunt monsters like this? Suho doesn't take his eyes off the battle. I want to test the equipment created using my ability. Wu Jinshul raises an eyebrow. An ability to create equipment? So your power isn't the same as Hunter Sung Jin was, the power to summon shadows. Suho looks ahead, his voice steady and sure. It's similar to my father's power, but a little different. My father's shadow soldiers were permanent. He could gather them, nurture them, and build an army that grew stronger with him. He pauses, eyes shadowed with memory. But my shadow soldiers disappear after a day. I can't do what my father did. A soft determination fills his tone. But even if it's not the same method, there's still something I can do. My shadow creation ability lets me turn soldiers into shadow gear, weapons and armor forged from the essence of the fallen. Some of this shadow gear can even level up and grant the wearer the stats those soldiers once possessed in life. Wu Jinshul's eyes widen. No way. The gauntlet you gave Baek Yunho, that's a growth-type gear? Choi Jong-in approaches slowly, curiosity overtaking his caution. If what you're saying is true, then the wearer could grow stronger just by hunting monsters. Suho nods. I think it's possible. He glances toward Baek Yunho, who is still fighting ferociously within the dungeon. The only problem is, I don't know if anyone but me can actually grow the gear. In the distance, Baek Yunho, now in his beastly transformation, crushes another monster beneath his claws. His heartbeat roars in his ears as he stares at the shadow gauntlets on his arms. These gauntlets Suho gave me. Their power is beyond imagination. Just wearing them, I've naturally learned a new skill. Another system notification flashes before Suho's eyes. Active skill, ambush. Mana cost, 120. A sudden leap forward to close distance and deal damage. Movement speed increases by 30% for 1 second after casting. Suho's lips curl into a small, satisfied smile. Another window opens immediately after. Shadow item, Baekgu LV.2. Creation rank, heroic. Type, gauntlet. Stat manifestation, 11%. ATK plus 130 STR plus 7 VIT plus 4 AGI plus 6 int plus 1 per plus 4. Although Baek Yunho can't see the system window, he feels the difference instantly. He tightens his fists, surprised. My body feels lighter. Suho exhales slowly, the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. 6 days left until the dungeon break for the S-rank gate. I'll create gear for all of you before then, no matter what. Choi Jong-in's eyes widen. Growth gear for all of us. Suho clenches his fist, his voice filled with resolve. For the trials ahead, let's fight and overcome them together. His words ignite a spark in the hearts of everyone present. Choi Jong-in immediately steps forward, a hint of excitement breaking through his stoic demeanor. Hunter Sung Suho, then could you make fire-enhancing gear too? Lim Taegyu cuts in quickly. No, make my bow first. Suho raises his hands in slight panic. That's not something I can choose. Park Jong-soo laughs nervously. Even as an A rank, can I really grow strong enough to reach S rank level? Then Ma Dongwook grins. Masters, how about we go by oldest first? The dungeon echoes with light-hearted chatter. For the first time, laughter echoes where only tension had existed. Behind them all, Wu Jinshul watches quietly, a soft smile forming on his face. In his mind, a single thought lingers. Hunter Sung Jinwa's power was absolute. He needed no one's help to stand at the top. But Suho's power, it's different. His strength is meant to lead others, to lift them up, to unite those who once couldn't stand beside his father. Wu Jinshul looks at Suho with quiet admiration. To those who once felt powerless, Suho's power is hope itself. If we could fight beside him one day. He lets out a breath, his gaze softening. It's still a distant dream, but may that day surely come. The sun burned warmly over a luxurious private beach, where Thomas Andre lay stretched out on a massive sunbed, enjoying a peaceful sunbath. Beside him stood his secretary, Laura, holding a tablet. She cleared her throat softly. Master, I think you've forgotten something. Thomas didn't open his eyes. Did I? Laura stepped closer. You said that after visiting the Azura Guild, you'd go to Korea. Thomas finally turned his head slightly, a grin tugging at his lips. Meeting Sung Suho. That fruit isn't ripe enough to harvest yet. Laura blinked. Fruit. Thomas chuckled, finally sitting up. By showing the Azura Guild what we're capable of, Scavenger's public image is refreshed. And Suho, he's awakened again and became an S rank, right? For us, there's nothing to gain by going to Korea right now. Laura narrowed her eyes slightly. Didn't you want to take revenge for Randolph? Thomas fell silent. Then softly, revenge? I just want to mourn. Using your own death in the most meaningful way possible. Isn't that the greatest tribute you can give to Randolph? Laura quietly held out the tablet. Then this might be that very moment. Thomas took it, and his expression changed instantly. On the display, first S-rank gate appears in Korea since the Cataclysm. International Hunter support requested. Thomas smiled, a calm, dangerous smile. The fruit is ripe now. Laura, contact Korea. Tell them Scavenger will help. Prepare the jet. We're heading to Korea right now. Understood, Laura replied. Thomas rose to his feet, looking toward the sky. Randolph, I promise you, I'll make sure your death is paid for dearly. The scene shifted to Korea. Choi Jong-in stood, staring in disbelief at the item Suho created with shadows. This is... A system window hovered beside it. Shadow item. Torch, level 0.1. Creation rank, heroic. Type, accessory, bracelet. Def plus 40. STR plus 3. AGI plus 5. Vit plus 4. Int plus 9. Fire damage plus 50%. Active skill, rapid ignition LV.1. For 1 minute. Fire skill casting time minus 30%. Mana cost, 300. Suho approached him quietly. This is shadow gear I made for you, Hunter Choi Jong-in. It's called Torch. Choi Jong-in wore the bracelet carefully. Thank you. His thoughts tightened. Growth type gear, personally crafted by Hunter Sung Suho. If I hunt monsters now, I can grow stronger too. He looked back at Suho. You've given other hunters growth weapons too, haven't you? Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Hunter Sung Suho. Suho's body trembled as he tried to stand straight. It's fine. I already finished making the gear for everyone who was there. But he didn't look fine at all. Baru watched from side, clicking his tongue internally. Of course he'd be exhausted. He hunted monsters day and night to create heroic-grade items. And in the remaining time, he completed Amit's daily quests. He's been restoring stamina with potions for 2 days without rest. Choi Jong-in saw Suho yawn uncontrollably, barely able to keep his eyes open. He's pushing himself too far, just to keep his word. Choi clenched his fists. I'll have to work harder, so Hunter Sung Suho's effort doesn't go to waste. Suho adjusted his breathing, steadying himself after days of non-stop crafting. Now we just need to deliver this gauntlet to Chairman Wu Jinshul. Choi Jong-in nodded. If you're going to the Hunter Association, I'll go with you. Suho shook his head. You don't have to go that far. No. Choi replied. I actually have business there too. Thomas Andre is supposed to visit today. Suho's expression stiffened. Thomas Andre, the U.S. National Power Level Hunter? The scene shifted to the city as Suho and Choi Jong-in entered the towering Hunter Association building. The atmosphere was tense. Suho looked ahead. A massive crowd of hunters stood lined up in front of the chairman's office, stone-faced and intimidating. There are a lot of people here. Choi Jong-in let out a quiet hum. They're probably Scavenger Guild members under Thomas Andre. He turned to Suho. Hunter Sung Suho, please wait here for a moment. Suho watched them from a distance. Scavenger, the guild that attacked us in the pyramid dungeon for the rewards. Are these guys joining the S-rank gate too? Choi stepped inside the office. Inside the chairman's office, Wu Jinshul, head of the Korean Hunter Association, greeted him warmly. You're here, Hunter Choi Jong-in. Choi took a seat beside him. Across the table sat a mountain of a man, unmistakably Thomas Andre, with Secretary Laura at his side. Wu Jinshul introduced them. This is the leader of our Korean raid force. Choi bowed politely. Hello, I'm Choi Jong-in of the Hunters Guild. His internal thoughts tightened. So this is America's #1 hunter. Thomas smiled, leaning back. Nice to meet you. I assume I don't need to introduce myself. Choi swallowed. His presence is overwhelming. Laura stepped forward, placing a document on the table. Then let's begin. These are Scavenger Guild's conditions for joining the S-rank gate. She raised one finger. First, Korea may not accept support from any foreign guild besides Scavenger. A second finger. Second, Scavenger takes 80% of the gate's rewards. Wu Jinshul slammed his hands on the table. 80%. That's outrageous. Thomas let out a small laugh. Outrageous. He casually lifted one leg and placed it on the table, leaning in with a predator's smile. This is a perfectly reasonable offer. Korea asked for foreign aid, which means you've judged you cannot clear an S-rank gate on your own. His voice dropped, cold and confident. Considering the damage of a dungeon break, we're cheap. Choi Jong-in whispered to Wu Jinchul. It seems they didn't come to negotiate, but to threaten us. Wu Jinchul's voice grew firmer. We requested support because we cannot measure this gate's threat level. And you should know that Korea recently gained 2 new S-rank hunters. He stared directly at Thomas Andre. No matter how you look at it, your conditions are absurd. We'll decline scavengers' help and request support from other nations. Thomas Andre leaned back in his chair, his voice turning colder. Do you know about the incident in the Egyptian field-type dungeon? Unfortunately, we lost Randolph, a core scavenger member, along with several valuable hunters. Wu Jinchul's expression tightened. Thomas continued, his gaze sharp. And at the scene, besides our guild, the Azura Guild was present, and a group of Korean hunters. His fingers tapped the table. Rumors spread. That scavenger was inferior to Azura after that. He clenched his jaw. To restore our honor, I visited the Azura Guild myself. And through one of their members, I learned the name of the Korean hunter who was there. He turned slightly. Laura, what was that name again? His name is Sung Suho, she replied. Both Wu Jinchul and Choi Jong-in flinched in shock. Thomas's eyes narrowed. Yes, Sung Suho. It seems he's connected to Randolph's death. His next words sliced through the air like a blade. If you refuse our offer, the compensation for scavengers' losses will be paid with the life of Korea's precious new S-rank hunter. Silence hit the room. Thomas leaned forward. Still planning to refuse? Or maybe your final weapon, the raid captain, will try stopping me. Choi Jong-in's face twisted. I have to endure this. After the Apostle of Iterim and the S-rank gate. If we add Scavenger as an enemy too, it'll only drag Suho down. But then, a voice erupted from outside the office. Listening quietly is just making me mad. Another voice. Hey Brad, where do you think you're going? A frustrated growl. Come out while I'm asking nicely. A snarl. You crazy bastard. And Suho's voice, sharp as a blade. I said come out. The door burst open. Suho stepped inside, dragged by more than 5 scavenger hunters gripping him tightly. Yet none of them could actually restrain him. Thomas's eye twitched, the vein on his forehead bulging with rising fury. Choi Jong-in gasped. Suho. Suho raised one hand apologetically. Sorry for jumping in so suddenly. If this causes problems, you can scold me afterward. Choi stuttered. What are you trying to do? Suho simply shrugged. And all at once, every scavenger hunter holding him flew backward, crashing into walls like ragdolls. Gasps filled the room. Suho stepped forward, eyes locked on Thomas. You're the U.S. National Power Level Hunter, right? His tone was sharp, unshaken. Scavenger demanded 80% of the profits. Inside a gate, whoever claims the spoils first owns them. He narrowed his eyes. If Scavenger is really superior to us, then taking more than 80% should be easy, right? Wu Jinchul and Choi Jong-in's faces darkened with horror. He didn't just provoke him. He declared war. Thomas rose slowly from his seat. He grinned. Interesting. He stepped forward until he stood in front of Suho, their auras scraping against each other. What will you do if I pulp you right here and now? Then people will say Scavenger flew to Korea only to cause chaos. Suho's aura flared, a deep, violent purple. And what gives you the confidence to think I'll lose? Thomas removed his glasses, eyes blazing with anger. Brat. A golden aura exploded from his body. Purple and yellow mana roared through the room. 2 monsters facing each other, moments away from war. And with Suho and Thomas Andre's auras colliding, the entire Hunter Association trembles. 2 absolute monsters standing face to face, ready to ignite a war that could shake the world. As Chapter 64 begins, we open on a tense scene. Wu Jinchul stands before a room full of elite hunters, every one of them selected for the upcoming S-rank dungeon raid. His voice cuts through the air with authority. He announces that the briefing for the S-rank raid operation is officially starting, but there's a problem. A big one. The gate floating high above Seoul is so high up that normal entry is nearly impossible. Even if hunters enter using aircraft, The dungeon's natural interference disables all machinery. Meaning, once they go in, there's no traditional way to escape mid-air after clearing it. But amid all that difficulty, there's a small window of opportunity. Wu Jinchul explains that the gate's altitude has been slowly dropping. As the moment of dungeon break approaches, the gate will sink low enough to be visible from the ground. And that is when they'll move. When the gate is low enough, hunters will board aircraft again, this time with a hunter-rank pilot, and enter the gate directly. After landing safely inside, the plan is simple on paper. Defeat the boss within a single day, and then exit through the lowered gate before it rises or destabilizes. A few murmurs spread through the room. Someone blurts out that it's already so difficult just to enter the gate. Another questions if defeating an S-rank boss in only one day is even realistic. And then, a heavy voice breaks the tension. Thomas Andre. He raises his hand slightly, telling them to wait a moment. Calm, confident, and radiating the pressure of a national power-level hunter. He declares that the Scavenger Guild will be entering separately from the Korean hunters. Wu Jinchul immediately pushes back. This raid is dangerous. Every group needs to work together. But Thomas Andre just smiles. He reminds them that it was the Korean Association who suggested turning this into a competition, who proposed fighting over limited resources inside the dungeon. And then, with a mocking grin, he wonders aloud where Sung Suho is. Don't tell me he got scared and ran. Wu Jinchul's expression tightens. Yesterday's incident clearly made Thomas target Suho. The situation back then barely calmed down thanks to Thomas' secretary, Laura. Letting the two meet now would be a disaster. From Thomas Andre's side, Park Dojin speaks up, saying that Suho is currently in the middle of another raid. Thomas scoffs. Overclocking again without managing his condition? What a rookie. Thomas narrows his eyes at Park Dojin. And who might you be? Park Dojin introduces himself politely. Thomas smirks, realizing that Dojin is the one who awakened as an S rank around the same time as Suho. Dojin bows slightly, calling it an honor to meet a national power-level hunter. Thomas, pleased by the respect, tells him that unlike Suho, he has potential. If Dojin ever wants to work together, Thomas says he'll offer him something far better than whatever deal he is now. Dojin simply replies, I'll think about it. Nearby, Lim Taijeu watches quietly, his subordinate being courted right in front of him. The atmosphere tightens again, but Thomas continues as if it's nothing. He pulls out a coin, flicks it with his thumb, and smiles. They'll decide who enters the gate first with a coin toss. Heads, Scavenger. Tails, the Korean Association. No objections, right? The coin spins into the air, catching the spotlight as every hunter in the room fixes their eyes on it. And then, the scene shifts. Sometime later, inside another dungeon, Park Dojin moves quietly through the dim chamber. From the shadows, Arsha steps forward with a teasing smile. She asks if the rumors are true, that he's joining the S-rank raid. Dojin barely glances at her before muttering that he told her not to spy on him with bugs. Arsha shrugs it off. She didn't find out by spying on him. She learned it while monitoring Sung Suho. Just a coincidence, or so she claims. She explains that Suho has only one thought in his mind right now, defeating Thomas Andre. He's been raiding constantly, day and night, pushing himself endlessly. Thanks to that, he doesn't even notice Arsha and her group lurking nearby. Convenient for them. Arsha leans in a little, voice dripping with mischief. Dojin gets to raid alongside a shadow heir. How does it feel? Wouldn't it be fun, she jokes, to stab Suho in the back after gaining his trust? Dojin's expression doesn't change. He says he doesn't even understand the concept of friendship well enough to exploit it. Arsha smirks again. No friends? That's surprisingly sad. Then she casually mentions something big. Her group is entering the S-rank gate too. Dojin turns to her sharply. Why would they go in there? Arsha answers without hesitation. Because they're the ones who created the gate. Her words freeze him. Two more figures appear behind her, confirming she's not joking. Dojin stares at her in shock. They artificially created a gate. Arsha nods. Using Pia's ability, they can create gates. At that moment, a small girl, Pia, no older than 10, steps forward. Arsha explains that Pia's ability isn't stable. Not only did she create the gate in the sky, but it keeps sinking toward the ground because she can't maintain it properly. Pia whines, embarrassed, telling Arsha she didn't have to reveal everything. Dojin studies the girl carefully. She seems fragile, but undeniably powerful. He asks if that ability could also open a path to the other world. Pia flinches at the question and hides behind Arsha. Arsha immediately cuts in. Obviously not. Even a Monarch class being wouldn't be able to do that. And if Dojin even thinks about targeting Pia, she'll expose his true identity to Suho without hesitation. But if he's entering the gate too, then good. This raid might be the first time they actually cooperate. Dojin turns away. He has something else to take care of. Thomas Andre. Using the chaos of the S-rank raid, he plans to recruit the National Power Hunter as a believer. Another pawn in his growing network. Arsha gasps. After S-rank Lee Un-suk, he now wants a National Power Hunter too? He moves fast. Arsha notes that if Dojin slows down the hunters entering the gate, it'll work in their favor anyway. Dojin starts walking toward a glowing portal, preparing to leave the dungeon. He tells them he just hopes they won't interfere with each other. Arsha calls out to him one last time, asking if he's not even curious why they created the gate. Dojin glances back. Not interested. Their relationship exists only because of a deal. If Arsha isn't explaining it, then it means she herself isn't confident she can persuade him. Arsha watches him disappear through the portal, muttering that he's a difficult man. She definitely can't imagine being friends with him. Pia tugs at her sleeve, worried. Is it really okay getting close to the Apostle of Iterum? It's terrifying to think what would happen if his side succeeded in invading this world. And forcing the gate open drains so much of her strength. Her small body can barely handle it. She looks up at Arsha and asks softly, is the system really on their side? Arsha turns toward her slowly and places a hand on Pia's head. Her tone grows sharper, almost scolding. She asks Pia if she truly doubts the system that has been guiding and helping them all this time. She calls her a naughty child for even thinking that way. After all, when Pia followed the quest exactly as instructed, despite her unstable powers that normally can't form a proper gate, she created an S-rank gate. Something impossible for her on her own. Arsha reminds her. Pia grew because of the quest. And the system will one day make them monarchs. Pia trembles at Arsha's stern voice, but then Arsha's expression softens. She kneels down, pulls Pia into her arms, and hugs her tightly. She explains that she found Pia, a lonely child wandering the dimensional rift, only because the system's quests led her there. Every instruction, every mission, every path brought them together. If they keep following the quests, they'll become perfect monarchs. Pia, teary-eyed, hugs her back and apologizes. She won't doubt the system again. Arsha strokes her hair and praises her. That's a good girl. A third member of their group stands nearby, quietly watching the entire exchange without a word. Arsha then opens her system window, eyes narrowing with interest. It's time, she says. Let's go greet their new companion. A system notification appears before her. Quest notification. The path to becoming a monarch. The player has successfully opened the S-rank gate. Find the Heir of Frost inside the gate and recruit them as an ally. Recruit the Heir of Frost. Reward. Unlocks quest. The path to becoming a monarch. 7. The scene shifts once more. We see countless hunters gathered, preparing for the unprecedented raid. Equipment checks, formation reviews, nerves tightening. This operation is unlike any before it. Thomas Andre stands among them, observing the crowd. He comments to his secretary that even B-rank or above hunters will have to act as minors this time. The first S-rank gate of this kind, it signifies something enormous. Laura glances at him and asks if anything ever mattered to him aside from money and power. Thomas doesn't deny it. Of course those matter. But he adds, with a hint of dramatic flair, that a crisis always needs something extra, a spoonful of romance. Because in moments like this, a hero is born. Laura asks whether he intends to become that hero. He laughs loudly. If becoming a hero makes money, then why not? Before he can continue, someone steps up beside him. Suho. Thomas Andre's grin widens. Well, Sung Suho finally appears. He warns Suho that the first entry team is Scavenger. The gap between them will be massive from the very start. What does Suho plan to do about that? Suho doesn't even look rattled. He walks past Thomas, calm and steady. Think of it as a handicap, he says quietly. Thomas raises a brow, watching him go. He asks Laura how many days it's been since they last met Suho at the association. Laura replies, 3 days. Thomas narrows his eyes, staring at Suho's back. Is it his imagination? Or did Suho become an entirely different person in just a few days? High above the city, the enormous S-rank gate hangs in the sky like a wound cut open in reality itself. Suho lifts his gaze toward it, sensing an overwhelming pressure pouring out from within. He can feel it in his bones. So that's the S-rank gate. The danger radiating from it feels completely different, on a level beyond anything they've ever faced. As Suho stares upward, deep in thought, Choi Jong-in steps close and nudges him with a smile. He asks why Suho looks so serious. Didn't he prepare everything perfectly? Around them, Korea's elite hunters stand ready, all equipped with brand-new armor forged by Suho himself through the shadows. Black plates wrapped in eerie, living energy. Each one radiates confidence and silent fear. Park Dojin adjusts his gear and glances at Suho. He asks if Suho actually thinks they'll lose to Scavenger. Suho finally cracks a small smile. Of course not. Across the field, Thomas Andre grins like he's already won. Park Dojin remains expressionless, unreadable. And somewhere nearby, a tiny insect buzzes invisibly. Arsh's surveillance, listening to every word. Engines roar overhead as the aircraft arrive. These transports will carry all hunters directly into the suspended dungeon. One by one, teams board the planes as the operation enters its final phase. The aircraft rise into the sky, heading straight toward the monstrous gate. And then, the scene cuts sharply. Inside the dungeon, S-rank raid, start. A brutal crash. Twisted metal. Flames crackling across snow-covered ground. The transport plane lies wrecked, half buried in the icy terrain of the dungeon. Among the scattered debris, Suho pushes himself up, lying in a field of frozen white. His breath trembles out in the cold air as he tries to make sense of what just happened. How did it end up like this? The S-rank raid has begun, but not in the way anyone expected.
And the scene shifts to moments earlier as the transport aircraft shuddered as it pushed through the roaring blizzard, its engines vibrating under the strain of the violent winds. The S-rank gate loomed ahead like an enormous storm-born vortex, stretching across the sky with overwhelming force. Inside the aircraft, the atmosphere was tense. Hunters sat strapped in their seats, silent and focused, while the metal interior rattled with every gust of icy wind. Suho sat alone for a moment, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the floor as his thoughts churned beneath a calm facade. As he tried to steady himself, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes watching him. He turned his head and saw Park Dojin staring directly at him. "You seem nervous, Hunter Sung Suho," Park said with a measured tone. Suho faced forward again, his voice steady. "Hunter Park Dojin." He paused, contemplating his words before adding, "I am just worried the Scavenger Guild will take every reward by entering the gate first." In his mind, an unwelcome memory flickered. Thomas Andre's smug grin, the casual thumbs up, and that frustrating remark. "I cannot believe they decided who enters first with a coin toss when I was not even there." The irritation crept into Suho's thoughts before he forced it down. Park Dojin sat upright, his posture still impeccable despite the shaking aircraft. He spoke in a calm, detached voice. "Being tense will not do anything. They arrived before us. That will not change." Suho gave a quiet nod and replied outwardly, "An S-rank gate being cleared is good for everyone. It does not matter who does it first." But inside, his true resolve burned hot. He wanted to outperform the Scavenger Guild. He wanted to show Thomas Andre that the gap between them would not widen. Not today. Across from him, Baek Yunho leaned forward with an easy grin. "You are worrying too much. The Scavenger Guild needs an entire mining squad with them. Meanwhile, your shadow summons can strip an entire dungeon in moments. That alone gives our team a major advantage." Park Dojin shifted his gaze towards Suho again, although this time he remained silent. A thought moved quietly through his mind as he studied the young hunter. Suho's magical power had risen sharply in just a week. It was not a small change. His aura felt denser, sharper, and undeniably more potent. Park's eyes traveled across the cabin to Ma Dongwook and Lim Taijayu. Both radiated stronger magic than before, faint glimmers of power flickering beneath their skin. A quiet conclusion settled in Park's mind. Their increase was connected to the shadow weapons Suho had given them. Suho turned his head back toward Park, shadows coiling gently around his hand like dark smoke stirred by a breeze. I almost forgot. I did not give you any items, did I, Hunter Dojin? His tone was calm, though the surge of energy from his hand made Park tense slightly in his seat. Suho extended his palm. Shadows began to twist and gather, forming a new item that materialized with a steady hum. Here, take this. It is a shadow item I obtained yesterday, he said as the dark energy wrapped around Park's arm. Think of it as thanks for overlooking things during the Jisan Correctional Facility incident. Park's eyes widened. A sharp golden light flickered as he examined Suho with a mixture of surprise and caution. He studied the item warily before asking, I heard this item was created through your ability. It does not monitor me or anything like that, correct? Suho straightened so quickly that the seatbelt strained. His hands shot up in protest. It does not have any sort of surveillance function. If it makes you uncomfortable, you do not have to take it. Park did not respond at once. His mind replayed Arsha's cold instructions from earlier. She had suggested befriending Suho, earning his trust, and then betraying him when the moment was right. When Park admitted he did not even understand friendship well enough to manipulate it, Arsha's voice had turned mocking. Do you not have any friends? How pitiful. He returned to the present as he looked down at the shadow item in his hand. After a long moment of reflection, Park finally reached out and accepted it. If you are being honest, he said in a controlled voice, I will put it to good use. Suho nodded, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. Let us make sure we succeed in this raid, Hunter Park. Choi Jong-in steadied the controls as the aircraft trembled violently, the turbulence growing harsher the closer they drew to the gate. He raised his voice with the composed authority everyone relied on, reminding the hunters to stay focused if they wanted to succeed once they crossed inside. A heartbeat later, his tone sharpened as he announced that they were entering the gate. The transport aircraft surged forward, swallowed whole by the swirling blue vortex until the outside world dissolved. The moment they broke through, reality inverted. A blinding white landscape opened beneath them, jagged cliffs and endless sheets of snow rising out of a frozen wasteland. Icy winds slammed against the aircraft's hull, rattling the cabin as if the dungeon itself was warning them away. Hunters leaned toward the windows, their faces tightening as they took in the sheer scale of the S-rank dungeons stretching endlessly in every direction. A few whispered to each other that clearing something this massive in a single day seemed impossible, but their words were swallowed by the storm. Before they could absorb the sight, a harsh sputter cut through the cabin. The plane lurched. The propellers stuttered once, then went still. A heavy silence filled the aircraft as the engine died completely and the transport began to lose altitude. Choi Jong-in calmly adjusted his glasses despite the shuddering beneath his feet. He informed everyone that this was expected and that the plane would not stay airborne for long inside the gate. His voice carried a firm command as he instructed the hunters to board the safety capsules and prepare to drop. He then stepped forward to face them all, the weight of leadership settling around him as he declared that their primary mission was to clear this S-rank dungeon. With unwavering conviction, he added that this team would become the foothold for the coming war, and they would face this trial together. The hunters straightened their backs, gripping their weapons with renewed determination. Their unified answer filled the cabin with strength as they shouted in response. Park Dojin watched the scene unfold, his eyes gliding over each hunter one by one. A cold observation formed quietly in his mind as he realized that this team had been assembled to oppose him and the other apostles if necessary. His gaze hardened. A faint golden light crept across his shoulder as he activated his ability and seized control over Lee without anyone noticing. Lightning gathered in Lee's arm while Park finished the thought to himself with chilling certainty, deciding that this group would not be allowed to interfere with his objectives. Lee reacted instantly under Park's hidden command. He slammed his hand into the cabin floor and unleashed a surge of golden electricity. The attack detonated within the plane in a contained burst that rattled through the aircraft's hollow frame. Suho felt the unnatural ripple the moment it happened. His eyes widened as he turned toward the source of the disturbance, tension spiking in his voice as he questioned what was going on. Before his mind could piece it together, the entire world outside exploded in a violent eruption of fire. The aircraft burst apart midair, flames spiraling outward through the freezing sky as the shockwave tore the fuselage apart. Far below, members of the scavenger guild halted their movement when they saw the explosion bloom overhead. One of them shouted to Thomas Andre that the Korean team's airship had just detonated. Andre lifted his head, watching burning fragments cascade from the sky like falling meteors. A smirk tugged at his lips as he casually dismissed the scene, calling it a flashy way to begin a raid. When asked if they should intervene, he finally turned his head and retorted sharply, questioning whether his subordinate intended to carve gravestones for the fallen. He then stated with absolute certainty that such an explosion would never kill S-rank awakened hunters. Without another glance, he pivoted toward the colossal icy mountain where several ice monsters were observing him from afar. He strode forward with the confidence of someone who believed nothing in this dungeon could shake him, commanding his guild to stop wasting time and prepare for the raid. The scene returned to Suho as he lay sprawled across the icy ground, the cold seeping through his clothes while fragments of burning metal fell around him. He stared upward in stunned disbelief, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The freezing wind swept across the wreckage as he murmured to himself, struggling to grasp why the airship had exploded so suddenly. Suho pushed himself up from the snow and brushed the frost from his shoulders, his breath curling into the frozen air as he surveyed the wreckage scattered across the vast white plain. Shards of the airship lay half buried in the ice, smoke rising in thin dark ribbons that vanished into the blizzard. He steadied his breathing and thought that the blast must have flung everyone in different directions. But since his shadow item remained intact, that meant the others should also be alive. That reassurance grounded him. With a firm motion, Suho raised his hand. Darkness gathered around his palm, sinking into the ground, and moments later shadow soldiers erupted from the frost, one after another, their looming silhouettes forming a protective circle around him. As they knelt for orders, Suho made his decision. He considered regrouping with the remaining hunters but dismissed the idea almost immediately. The scavenger guild had already entered first. If he wasted time searching for the others, the gap would widen even further. He thought of Hunter Choi Jong-in and the other S-rank veterans. They were competent and well-organized. They could gather themselves. Trusting that the raid would not collapse without him, Suho concluded with certainty, "My help won't be necessary for the start. I will go by myself." His grip tightened around greed as cold determination sharpened his gaze. With a burst of force, he sprinted across the snowfield, every step leaving a deep imprint as he carved a direct path toward the heart of the dungeon. The frozen landscape stretched endlessly before him until his eyes locked on a towering mountain rising from the ground like the jagged claw of some ancient beast. The moment he saw it, he felt it in his bones. That was where the final boss waited. He pushed forward with growing speed until the ground beneath his feet violently erupted. Ice shattered upward, debris shot through the air, and Suho was forced to skid back as a shockwave rippled across the tundra. Before the haze could clear, hulking shapes crawled up from beneath the cracked ice. Their massive bodies were coated in frost, their red eyes burning through the swirling snow as they rose with heavy snarls. Suho steadied his stance, his thoughts sharpening as he noted, they were hiding underground. The moment the beasts charged, Suho moved. Greed flared beside him, a swirling purple blaze, as he launched forward. He slammed his palm against the first monster's skull, channeling destruction. Purple force erupted like a cannon blast, obliterating its head in an instant. The explosion scattered frost and bone fragments in a violent spray, but Suho only shifted his footing, breath steaming as fresh energy flickered along his arm. His eyes narrowed with rising adrenaline. "The real raid starts now," he declared, voice sharp against the frozen wind, before lunging into the next wave of charging beasts. The mountain rumbled behind him from the force of the clash, and the scene shifted into the depths of the dungeon, where an ancient frost-covered temple lay hidden beneath layers of ice. Inside the temple, cold air clung to the crumbling pillars and fractured stone floor. A towering statue of the Frost Monarch loomed over the chamber, its presence immense and chilling, carved with silent authority. Kneeling at its feet was a small frost being, hands pressed together in anxious prayer. Its voice echoed faintly as it murmured, "How are we supposed to live from now on?" The child lowered its head, its icy blue eyes shadowed with uncertainty as it confessed softly, "I know that sooner or later, Cha-Cha will leave the village. When that happens, I will be the oldest. That means I will have to lead everyone." The child's shoulders trembled as it lifted its gaze to the massive statue towering over it. The cold stone seemed impossibly distant, as if offering no comfort. In a quieter, shakier whisper, the frost child asked, "Will I really be able to lead them by myself?" Kneeling beneath the immense presence of the frost monarch, the child seemed impossibly small. Its thoughts drifted back to the village's darkest moment, when every adult had vanished without a trace, leaving only frightened children behind. Silence had filled the frozen streets, fear pressing down heavier than the winter snow. Then, during that hopeless time, something miraculous had descended from the sky, changing everything in an instant. The young frost elf remembered the stories clearly. A voice long ago had spoken with reverence. A messenger of the heavens descended, riding Black Wing, the great wyvern. The wyvern's silhouette had swept across the icy sky, its enormous wings stirring the snow into spirals around the frightened children as it descended toward their abandoned village. They had stood frozen in awe, breath caught in their throats. That moment marked their very first encounter with Cha-Cha. Under Cha-Cha's guidance, the children of the frozen fields, now left orphaned and leaderless, learned how to survive the harsh tundra. She taught them how to hunt, how to identify safe shelters within the storms, and how to navigate the dangers that lurked beneath the snow. Bit by bit, the village began to depend on her entirely, and she became someone irreplaceable to them. Yet whenever she spoke of the world she once came from, a quiet unease tightened inside the child's chest. Tears gathered in the young elf's eyes at the persistent fear that one day, Cha-Cha would return home, and they would be left behind again. Their small footsteps echoed through the silent temple corridor as that fear resurfaced. Snowflakes drifted in through the cracked ceiling while the child stepped out into the open tundra, arms folded tightly, whispering to themselves that once Cha-Cha left, they would be the oldest in the village and would have to shoulder the responsibility for everyone. Before that thought settled, a savage roar tore across the frozen landscape. The child's eyes widened, their breath catching as the calm silence shattered around them. A massive shadow plummeted from the sky and slammed into the ground in front of them, blasting frozen earth into the air. The ice mountain giant rose from the impact site, towering and furious, its frosted skin cracking under the force of its movements. The child stumbled back, heart pounding harder with each step. The ice mountain giant should never have appeared in this region. Its presence meant something was terribly wrong. The realization struck sharply. The young elves steadied their breath, raised their bow, and braced against the freezing wind, preparing to fight. The giant lunged, its colossal arm ripping through the snow. The child dived aside as the ground exploded where they had been standing. Ice shards cut through the air as the young elf hit the ground and pushed themselves up with fierce resolve. They whispered under their breath, promising they would kill the giant. With blades drawn, they launched themselves at the towering monster. But before their attack could land, a creature wreathed entirely in shadow, shaped like an ice giant but twisted by darkness, burst in from the flank. It crashed into the real ice mountain giant with brutal force, intercepting the blow the child had intended to strike. The young elf froze in disbelief. A monster attacking its own kind made no sense. Their confusion deepened when another ice giant, instead of retaliating, abruptly turned and fled, sprinting across the tundra in fear. The child blinked and whispered to themselves that they never expected one of the giants to run away. More shadow-formed frost giants surged forward, their movements calculated and overwhelming as they slammed into the real giant. From a short distance, Suho watched the fleeing creature, analyzing its every move. He concluded with narrowed eyes that it was the type to abandon its group the moment danger spiked. "If I don't want him to escape," he muttered, sharpening his focus, "I'll have to pay more attention." The child's expression shifted. The truth clicked into place. He was the one who had driven the ice mountain giants out of their habitat. The young elf sprinted forward, believing they had to attack Suho to protect the snowy field. But the moment they closed the gap, they stopped abruptly. Suho stepped into their path, blocking them with a gaze as steady as stone. Behind him, the frozen cliff began to tremble, shedding snow and shards of ice, warning that the land itself sensed the rising energy. The child launched a swift kick toward him, hoping to break through, but Suho caught the strike effortlessly with one hand. His expression hardened as the shadow-infused aura around him pulsed through the icy air, commanding the space with raw power. Suho looked directly at the trembling child, eyes sharp, voice low and unyielding as he asked with a seriousness that cut deeper than the cold, "Are you also a monster?" The scene continues as Sirka struck the snow hard, her body sliding several meters before she dug her heel into the frozen ground and forced herself to stop. As she steadied herself, the snow groaned under the pressure, and from that distortion a towering shadow frost giant stepped forward. A crackling purple aura crawled along its form like frozen lightning, radiating oppressive power. Sirka's pupils widened. Her gaze flicked between Suho and the monstrous shadow looming obediently behind him. Suho stepped down from the shoulder of his shadow frost giant, landing lightly on the snow as if gravity barely touched him. The giant straightened behind him, casting a long shadow across the battlefield. Suho's gaze shifted toward Sirka, sharp and assessing, calmly taking in the small figure bracing herself against the biting wind. Suho spoke. "So that's you." His eyes narrowed slightly as he measured her from head to toe. He noted the tension in her stance, the way she held her blade despite her size, and the resolve burning beneath her fear. As he studied her, a thought passed through his mind. She was just a young ice elf, and yet she had faced an ice mountain giant head-on. Sirka narrowed her eyes and drew her blade. Suho opened his mouth again, his voice calm but edged with curiosity. "I didn't expect to meet a child warrior out here." Before he could finish speaking, Sirka moved. Her outline blurred, her figure flickering as the snow beneath her feet detonated. Sirka lunged, her strike aimed with deadly precision, but Suho did not even turn around. Completely composed as her attack sliced through the air just behind him, missing him by a hair's breadth. The moment she passed him, Sirka's eyes widened, shock tearing across her face. Her expression twisted with disbelief as she realized she had missed entirely. Suho did not turn fully. He merely tilted his head, his gaze cutting back toward her with effortless, icy menace. In a flat, dismissive tone, he muttered, "So troublesome." The instant his voice reached her, an invisible force crashed down on Sirka. The pressure slammed her straight into the snow as if the air itself had crushed her body. She hit the ground with a heavy thud, frost exploding outward as she was driven half-buried into the ice. Suho moved in a single step and pinned her effortlessly, one knee pressing into the snow beside her as his aura weighed down on her like a mountain. Sirka struggled to breathe, her chest tightening under the overwhelming pressure. His voice remained calm, almost detached as he spoke. "I do not want to kill you if I do not have to. If you stop resisting, I will let you go. Of course, that depends on whether you are capable of talking." For a brief moment, Suho froze. Sirka's body trembled violently beneath him. Tears welled in her eyes as she forced the words out, her voice breaking. "Spare me!" He stared down at her, genuinely taken aback by the sudden plea. Sirka pressed her forehead into the snow, her voice shaking as she continued. "I am sorry for attacking you. I just have a place I need to return to. There are people waiting for me." Her words spilled out in desperation as she kept pleading, her small body trembling in the center of the battlefield. "Please spare me. Please." As her voice echoed through the frozen air, the snow around them shifted. One by one, Suho's shadow soldiers rose silently from the ground. 4 towering shadow frost giants stepped forward, forming a dark ring around Sirka. As Sirka's sobs continued to echo softly through the frozen air, Burr emerged from Suho's shadow, his presence sharp and imposing. His eyes fixed on the trembling ice elf as he spoke with clear disapproval, warning Suho that listening to an enemy's excuses was dangerous and that mercy shown too freely could one day turn into poison for its giver. Suho shot him an irritated glance and answered curtly, telling him to wait. Without wasting another moment, he opened his system interface, the faint glow reflecting in his eyes as he navigated through it with practiced ease. Selecting the system shop, he spoke aloud that it would be better to confirm whether her words were true before deciding anything further. He stepped closer and slowly placed his hand on Serka's head. His touch was steady and deliberate, firm enough to ground her without being rough. The trembling that ran through her shoulders gradually eased. Serka looked up at him through tear-filled eyes. Suho crouched down until he was level with her and pulled out a chocolate bar. Holding it out with a soft, disarming smile, he told her to eat it and suggested that she stop crying afterward. Serka sniffled as she accepted it, her small fingers trembling as she carefully unwrapped the chocolate. The cold made her movements stiff and delicate. As she nibbled at the chocolate, Suho watched her closely and spoke in an even, thoughtful tone, piecing together the situation. He stated that she was an ice elf who lived in this dungeon, and that she had attacked him because she believed he was a threat to her homeland. Serka nodded rapidly, cheeks full of chocolate, her eyes still wet with tears but no longer clouded by panic. Suho settled onto the snow beside her and asked calmly what her name was. Serka lowered her head slightly and answered in a hesitant voice that her name was Serka. Suho acknowledged it with a nod and introduced himself in return, saying that his name was Sung Suho. Her eyes widened as she repeated his name in a flustered rush, stumbling over the syllables as she tried to copy him. Suho gently corrected her, repeating his name slowly and clearly so she could follow along. Her face flushed bright red as her expression lit up with delight. Smiling broadly, she exclaimed in excitement, asking how he was here, mispronouncing his name again in her enthusiasm. Suho stared at her, his expression flattening as a quiet thought crossed his mind about whether he should give up on getting her to say his name correctly. Leaning back against the icy wall, he explained calmly that he was a hunter who had come to clear the dungeon. He added that he had companions with him, but they had been scattered during the chaos. Serka tilted her head and repeated the word hunter, clearly unfamiliar with it. Suho nodded and explained that it was someone who hunted monsters. Seeing her confusion linger, he clarified further that a hunter was someone who fought to protect people. The moment those words reached her, Serka's eyes lit up with excitement. She leaned forward, cheeks flushed with pride, and loudly declared that she was the same. She introduced herself again, proclaiming that she was Serka, a strong ice elf hunter. Her voice swelled with determination as she added that she hunted to protect her family and everyone in her village. Suho looked genuinely impressed and commented that it was amazing, asking whether she was really taking care of everyone there. Serka straightened her back proudly and declared that she was the oldest ice elf in the entire village. She explained that whenever danger came and Cha-Cha was not there, she was the one who protected all the younger ones. At the mention of that name, Suho's expression shifted subtly. His eyes narrowed as a thought surfaced in his mind, wondering whether Cha-Cha could be the Frost Monarch. Serka lifted her hand toward the bright sun and spoke the name softly, her voice trembling as she continued. She explained that when all the adults in their village disappeared, Cha-Cha suddenly fell into their land. Her thoughts drifted into memory as she recalled how Cha-Cha had stood before the gathered children. She explained that Cha-Cha was different from them, yet even to a young ice elf like herself, she had always stood strong and protected them. Turning back to Suho with renewed excitement, Serka suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Her eyes shone brightly as she blurted out that Cha-Cha was soft and warm when hugged, that she had black wings, and that she smelled really nice. As she spoke, he glanced aside, repeating them in his mind with a faint frown forming between his brows. Warm when hugged. Has black wings. Smells nice. As her excited description continued to echo in his thoughts, an image surfaced uninvited in his mind. A small, lion-like creature he had encountered not long ago overlapped almost perfectly with her words. He thought to himself that she might be talking about that strange beast he had seen before. Rising slowly from the snow, Suho brushed the frost from his clothes while piecing together everything she had said. He spoke aloud, his tone measured. With quiet certainty, he stated that it was not the boss. He turned back towards Surka briefly and told her that he needed to continue clearing the path ahead. Adding that it had been nice meeting her, he prepared to leave. Surka took a sudden step forward, her small fists clenching at her sides as she shouted for him to wait. Her voice rang with urgency as she declared that Ho-Ho kept pulling delicious food out of thin air and that if Ho-Ho stayed with them, the village would never have to worry again. Suho paused, surprised by the force behind her words, then offered her a small, apologetic smile. He told her gently that he was sorry, but he was busy and had to keep moving. Her eyes narrowed, and her voice trembled as she asked whether there was truly no way for him to stay. Suho shook his head slowly and answered that he could not. As he turned away once more, the sharp whistle of metal sliced through the cold air. Surka drew her dagger, her grip tightening as she stepped forward. Her voice carried a heavy resolve as she said that if Ho-Ho could not come, then she had no choice. Suho stopped mid-step and turned back toward her. She lowered her stance, gripping the dagger with both hands, her small frame braced against the wind. Looking straight at Suho, she apologized quietly, calling him Ho-Ho as her breath trembled in the freezing air. Her voice steadied as she continued, saying that if it was for the sake of her younger siblings, she could even betray someone who had helped her. Her eyes gleamed with a cold, unshakable resolve as she tightened her grip and declared that if she took Ho-Ho's ability with her, then even if Cha-Cha left the village, her siblings would never starve. Her words lingered between them, sharp and heavy, like a blade suspended in the frozen air. Suho did not answer immediately. He turned his head slightly, watching her in silence. Then his hand moved. The motion was faster than Surka could follow. A sharp crack split the air as her dagger snapped cleanly in two, her eyes wide as the remnants of her determination trembled uselessly in her hands. Suho spoke in a cold, unreadable tone, acknowledging that she was just as desperate to protect her siblings. Shadow smoke coiled around his arm as a gauntlet materialized, dark and jagged, pulsing with restrained power. He clenched his fist once, and the air itself seemed to tremble under the pressure. Looking down at Surka, his eyes steady and his voice firm as steel, he told her that he was desperate too. A cold violet glow burned in his eyes as shadowed mana leaked from him like mist. His voice dropped lower, unwavering, each word cutting cleanly through the frozen air as he stated that if anyone stood in his way, he had already resolved not to spare them, no matter who they were. His gaze locked onto Surka, sharp enough to make her flinch as the pressure around him intensified. He told her that if she still intended to stop him, then she should be prepared. Surka's breath hitched. Suho reached into his system inventory, and in rapid succession, heavy thuds echoed across the snow. Carton after carton of chocolate bars materialized, stacking up one after another. He dusted off his hands, turned toward her calmly, and told her to take them and let him go. Surka stood frozen in place, staring at the mountain of boxes surrounding her, her mind unable to catch up with what she was seeing. In a small, stunned voice, she murmured a single word of disbelief as the battlefield abruptly transformed into something that looked more like a warehouse of sweets than a place of conflict. Suho turned his back to her, his footsteps slow yet unwavering as he began to walk away. Surka stood frozen among the scattered boxes of chocolate, watching his retreating figure grow smaller against the endless white. Without looking back, Suho spoke in a calm, apologetic voice, telling her that he was sorry and that he could not stay because someone precious to him was on the line. He added that they would meet again next time, his words carried away by the cold wind. He thought that sending such a small child back alone through the mountain gnawed at him more than he expected. His gaze flicked to the side, and at his silent command, a shadow soldier rose from the snow, its form sharpening as it awaited instruction. He considered attaching a shadow to her, if only to ensure she reached home safely. Before he could act, Surka narrowed her eyes and called out to him. Her voice cut through the cold with firm resolve as she demanded to know why he had not killed her when she had drawn her blade against him. Suho paused and turned his head slightly, his voice steady but edged with reluctant honesty. He told her that if he killed her, it would not sit right with him. He acknowledged that she was someone who needed protection, yet she was struggling on her own for the sake of her younger siblings. Facing forward again, he apologized once more, saying he was sorry he could not help her any further. Behind him, Sirka stood trembling in the snow, unable to move. A faint ripple of shadow stirred silently behind her, unseen but present, Suho's final, unspoken act of protection lingering long after his words faded into the icy air. Time passed and Sirka gathered herself. She stacked every last box of chocolate onto a weathered wooden sled, the old wood creaking under the weight. The scene widened to the snow-covered forest. Sirka trudged forward, dragging the heavy sled behind her. Deep tracks carved themselves into the fresh snow as she moved through the dense trees, her small figure bent forward with effort, yet refusing to stop. Her thoughts drifted back to Suho, softening her expression. She realized that he had let her live even after she had tried to kill him twice. The weight of that truth pressed against her chest, and she tightened her grip on the rope as she continued walking. She remembered how he had shared his food with her as well, and her voice faded into the cold air, carrying guilt and wonder as she pressed onward through the silent forest. Eventually, Sirka slowed and came to a halt. She lifted her gloved hand and stared at it, as though the warmth of Suho's presence still lingered there. Her voice softened, filled with confusion and sincerity, as she said that she did not fully understand him, but that he was a warm-hearted adult. She admitted that the feeling he gave her was similar to Cha-Cha. The quiet was broken by the sudden crunch of snow. Bare footsteps approached from behind her, slow and deliberate, each step growing louder. Sirka turned sharply, tightening her grip on the sled's rope as a tall stranger emerged through the trees. The stranger greeted her calmly and asked if he could ask her something. More figures stepped out from the forest, parting the branches with practiced ease. At their head stood Arsha. Arsha walked forward, hands raised casually as though to show she meant no harm. With an easy smile, she said that they were searching for something and asked if Sirka could tell them whatever she knew about it. Hope flickered in Sirka's eyes as a sudden thought struck her. Her voice brightened with excitement as she asked whether they were the comrades Ho-Ho had spoken about and whether they were looking for him. Arsha tilted her head slightly. A cold, unreadable smile curved her lips as she replied in an even tone that she was not sure what Sirka was talking about. Stepping closer, her voice remained calm but probing as she explained that they were searching for the inheritance of the Monarch of Frost and asked Sirka if she knew where it might be. Sirka blinked at the question, momentarily thrown off balance. Her ears twitched as she frowned in confusion, then she spoke hesitantly, asking whether the Monarch of Frost Arsha was referring to was her grandfather. A sly and amused smile spreading across her face as understanding dawned. She let out a soft, almost delighted murmur, remarking that there was no way the Monarch of Frost should have had a granddaughter, before immediately correcting herself as realization clicked into place. Her voice softened, taking on an oddly admiring tone as she stepped closer to the small ice elf. She told Sirka that she finally understood that Sirka herself was the one destined to succeed the Monarch of Frost. Arsha tilted her head, studying her with an unreadable smile, and quietly tested the name on her tongue, wondering aloud whether Sirka would one day be called the Monarch of Frost. With slow, confident strides, Arsha closed the distance between them, her eyes gleaming with unmistakable interest. She spoke lightly, yet there was a sharp edge beneath her words as she explained that they, too, were heirs of a monarch just like Sirka, beings born with the destiny of becoming monarchs themselves. Sirka instinctively straightened, uncertainty flooding her as Arsha stopped directly in front of her. She did not know whether she should step back or stand her ground, her fingers tightening around the rope of the sled. Then Arsha leaned in slightly, her smile widening as she posed the question that made Sirka's heart jolt. She asked whether Sirka would become a monarch together with them. Her voice slipped into a smooth, dangerous tone as she pressed Sirka for an answer, asking her what she thought. Sirka's breath hitched. She stiffened, watching Arsha in tense silence, unsure whether to respond or run. Then, with sudden resolve, she turned away, gripping the rope of her sled tightly as she forced out that she did not understand what Arsha was talking about and that she needed to take her things back to the village. Inside, panic churned violently. She realized with certainty that this person was not Ho-Ho's comrade, nor was she a warm-hearted adult. Every instinct screamed at her to leave immediately, Behind her, Arsha's expression darkened. She watched Surka retreat, lips curling into a predatory smile as she slowly licked them, clearly displeased by the rejection and yet amused by the child's attempt to escape. The smile vanished in an instant, replaced by cold resolve as Arsha murmured that it could not be helped. A violent surge of dark energy erupted from her, ripping across the snow like a razor-edged gale. Surka froze mid-step, eyes widening as the force slammed into the ground beside her with terrifying proximity, close enough to make her stumble. A heartbeat later, the impact reached the sled. With a deafening crack, the sledge splintered apart. Boxes of chocolate were hurled into the air, tumbling helplessly before crashing down across the snow, shattered and scattered like broken debris. Surka barely had time to react before dark chains coiled around her body, binding her tightly and leaving no room to struggle. Arsha spoke first, her voice smooth and dismissive as she remarked that the quest only required a frost descendant anyway. She walked closer, eyes gleaming as Surka trembled helplessly within the chains. She added that there was no real need to persuade her with words. Fear surged through Surka as the chains tightened, the cold metal biting into her wrists while Arsha's shadow loomed over her. Arsha finally stopped directly in front of her, a faint smile returning to her face. She commented that the method might be a little aggressive, but that it was far more reliable. Arsha raised her hand, revealing a sinister green fragment glowing between her fingers, its energy pulsing visibly across her skin. Her eyes burned with the same eerie red light as she leaned forward, her voice dropping low and commanding as she issued the order. She told Surka to willingly join them. The scene continues as Choi's fingers curled tightly, and a surge of heat erupted from his palm. Flames coiled upward at once, wrapping around his arm as power flooded through him. At the same moment, a system window flickered into view, confirming the effect of the shadow bracelet now secured around his wrist. Equipped item, Torch LV.16. Class, Shadow Bracelet. Grade, Heroic. The heat pulsed through Choi's body, dense and overwhelming. With that power surging through him, he thrust his hand forward without hesitation. A blazing torrent erupted from his palm, roaring outward and wrapping his arm in violent flames. Another system window surfaced at the height of the ignition. Skill activated, Rapid Burn LV.1. Mana cost, 300. Fire attribute skill casting time reduced by 30% for 1 minute. The flames exploded forward like a detonating furnace, turning the battlefield into a blazing corridor of heat. Using that opening, Ma and Park shot forward at the same time, sprinting straight through the torrent with weapons drawn. The blaze parted, and what awaited them came fully into view. Colossal ice giants towered before them, massive bodies carved from frozen stone and frost-hardened muscle. Each step they took made the ground tremble. The explosion of fire swallowed the battlefield. The ice giants roared in agony as their bodies cracked and melted under the scorching blast. Steam hissed violently as shards of ice scattered across the snow, and the giants staggered backward, howling as the flames consumed them. Amid the chaos, Ma whipped his head toward Choi, eyes wide with shock and admiration as he shouted over the roaring flames, "You really are the ultimate weapon, Choi. Looks like we didn't even need to step in." The flames were still dying down when an ice monster suddenly lunged at Ma from behind. Its massive claws tore through the smoke as it let out a guttural roar, the killing intent unmistakable as its shadow loomed over him. Ma felt the surge instantly. He slowly turned his head, the corner of his mouth curling into a ferocious grin as the creature closed in. At that moment, a system window flickered into view, displaying the stats of the shadow gear Ma had equipped. Shadow item, Demon Emperor LV.12. Type, Armor. Grade, Heroic. Ma cracked his knuckles, the grin on his face widening as he rolled his shoulders. He planted his feet in the snow and faced the giant's charge head-on. "Something like this is nothing," he shouted, his voice ringing clearly through the frozen battlefield. Purple energy erupted from his shield the instant he swung. The impact tore straight through the ice giant's frozen body, cracks spiderwebbing across its massive frame as force and shadow collided. At the same moment, a system window flashed beside him. Active skill, Titan's Form LV.1. Mana cost 10. A destructive barrier forms around the user's whole body. Mana decreases by 1 per second while active. Park leapt in from above. His massive frame descended like a falling hammer, shadow and momentum converging in a single devastating drop. As he fell, another system window appeared. Shadow item, Gabbat LV.11. Grade, Heroic. Type, Armor. Shadow reinforcement, 21%. Park's expression hardened the instant his boots touched down. His fist tightened as white energy surged along his arm, coating it in blinding light. Just before impact, another system prompt flickered into existence. Active skill, attack is the best defense LV.1. Mana cost, 100. Forms an iron-hard defensive coating. Greatly boosts defense before activation. With his entire arm glowing, Park drove his fist forward with overwhelming force. The strike ripped through the ice giant like a drill of pure power, the monster shattering apart as icy fragments exploded across the snow. Park straightened slowly. I can actually fight at this level, he murmured in disbelief, even in an S-rank environment. Ma walked up behind him, clapping a hand against his own shoulder with a confident grin. That's what happens when you use the weapon Sung Suho gave us and stack every buff on top of it, he said, pride clear in his voice as his eyes swept over the fallen giant. Ma then lifted his gaze toward the distance, squinting through the drifting snow as two figures emerged. It looks like things on their side are wrapped up too, he added. Park followed his line of sight, turning his head just as another system window appeared, displaying the stats of another shadow item. Shadow item equipped. White Fist LV.20. Grade, Heroic. Type, Gauntlet. A moment later, Baek Yunho stepped forward, a wide and confident grin spreading across his face. He clenched his fists as black aura flared around his body, power rolling off him in waves. Another system window lit up beside him. Shadow item equipped, Belobe LV.10. Grade, Heroic. Type, Weapon. A short distance away, Kahun stood stiffly with a blank, slightly frustrated expression. Because of the time difference, he had not received any shadow items at all. Baek Yunho shifted his stance and glanced toward Choi Jong-in and the others, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield before settling ahead. He spoke plainly, his voice carrying over the wind. It seems the scavenger guild rushed in much faster than we did. Choi Jong-in adjusted his glasses with a calm, practiced motion and replied without raising his voice. We should hurry as well. Park Jong-soo crossed his arms. Thanks to the final decision of the strongest hunter, we were able to assemble quickly, he said, then added with a short breath, but still. Baek Yunho turned his head toward Choi Jong-in and asked directly, what should we do about the remaining 4 hunters? Choi answered immediately, his tone steady and confident. We don't need to worry about them. And an image surfaced clearly in his mind. Suho moving ahead on his own. Hunter Sung Suho clearly noticed the Scavenger Guild's movements and still chose to go alone. He paused briefly, thinking of Lim Taijiu and Park Dojin, then resumed in the same calm, analytical tone. The Scavenger Guild is extremely independent. There is a high chance they are already moving separately. His eyes sharpened as he looked ahead once more. Either way, everyone has the same destination. If we keep going, we will eventually run into them. Our opponents include the national-level hunter, Thomas Andre, leading the Scavenger Guild. At that instant, every S-rank hunter snapped their heads in the same direction. Let's show them our strength. The scene shifted. A heavy foot slammed into the snow, cracking the frozen ground beneath it. As the view rose, Thomas Andre's massive frame came into sight, muscles coiled like steel cables beneath his cloak as it fluttered violently in the wind. A wild, ferocious grin spread across his face as he continued forward. High above him, hidden within a jagged crevice of an icy cliff, 2 figures watched in silence. Park Dojin and Lee pressed themselves tightly against the frozen rock face, shadows clinging to them as Thomas Andre and the Scavenger Guild passed beneath like a marching army. Park Dojin narrowed his eyes, cold breath escaping his lips as his thoughts sharpened. Found him, he thought. National-level hunter, Thomas Andre. His gaze locked onto the man below, unblinking. Remaining hidden, Park Dojin's expression hardened as his thoughts cut deeper, like blades honed by the freezing wind. If someone could take down a national-level hunter, he reasoned, images of the strongest hunters flashing through his mind, they would instantly become comparable to the other 5 national-class hunters, either by taking their artifacts or by inheriting their power. The weight of that possibility pressed down on him. Park Dojin exhaled slowly and tightened his hand. Crackling energy burst between his fingers, swirling violently around his palm as power gathered, dense and controlled. Without a single word spoken aloud, his intent became clear. Park Dojin's power surged upward as he bent the crackling energy into shape, drawing it tight until a blazing, makeshift bow formed in his hands. Its outline burned like molten gold against the frozen air, heat distorting the snow around him. His expression sharpened as he fixed his aim, fully prepared to strike. Below him, Thomas Andre continued walking without a hint of concern. Just before Park could release the shot, a calm but firm voice spoke from behind him, cutting straight through the tension. Even if it is a competition, attacking another guild is something you should avoid. The words landed heavily. Park Dojin's eyes widened, his fingers loosening around the bowstring. The crackling light gathered in his hands flickered, then dispersed, fading into the air as he slowly lowered his arms. He turned around, the snow shifting beneath his feet. Lim Taijiao stood there. "As the guild master, I will not ignore behavior like that," Lim said, his tone sharp and unwavering. "And besides, what are you even trying to do here without a plan?" Park Dojin stiffened, then spoke quickly, his voice tight as he tried to justify himself. "We spotted the scavenger guild by chance from a high point, and we approached first, thinking we might be able to take the reward." Lim Taijiao's eyes narrowed instantly. "You are lying." The words froze Park in place. Lim stepped forward, his expression hardening further as his voice grew colder. "I have been watching your movements from the moment we landed." He did not give Park time to respond. "Did you not also lie about stumbling near the scavenger guild?" Park Dojin and Lee remained silent. "The explosion that took down the aircraft," Lim said slowly, then paused. His eyes narrowed further. "That was caused by an ability-type hunter, was it not?" Neither Park nor Lee answered. Park Dojin finally looked back at Lim, his eyes narrowing as a sharp golden gleam cut through the cold air. His voice dropped into a tense, serious tone. "Did you notice what the two of us were planning?" "Of course you did. You would pick up on something like that." A faint breath escaped him as he acknowledged it. "That is the difference with a ranger. Your instincts really are on another level." Park Dojin continued, his tone turning colder and more cutting. "The same goes for Lee Minseong. If you two had just stayed quiet, everything would have gone smoothly." Lim Taijia's eyes flew open, shock flashing across his face as he stared at Park Dojin. "What did you just say?" Park Dojin raised the star fragment in his hand, its golden glow reflecting brightly off the snow. At his side, Lee's aura began to crackle violently, blue electricity sparking across his body as he focused his power. "You're not a national-level hunter," he said evenly. "But it can't be helped. Since you're still in S rank." He tilted his head slightly, as if recalling a phrase he had once heard from humans. "Do humans call this making do with chicken when you can't get a pheasant?" In the very next moment, Lim Taijiao raised his bow, his movements instinctive and precise, but he never got the chance to release an arrow. A sharp crack split the air. Lee vanished from Park's side in an instant and reappeared directly behind Lim, his blade already drawn, its edge hovering dangerously close. The scene shifted. Deep within the silent forest, Arsha raised a glowing green fragment in her hand, its eerie light casting twisted shadows across the snow. Sirka hung helplessly, bound tight within the coils of Arsha's massive centipede summons. One of the centipedes slithered forward, obediently approaching Arsha. Arsha looked at Sirka without a trace of warmth and spoke in a low, chilling voice. "If I drive this into your body, we won't need to waste time talking anymore, Air of Frost." She placed the glowing fragment into the waiting claws of the centipede summon. Behind her, Pia folded her arms, her expression flat as she watched the scene unfold. "She should have just listened to Arsha," Pia muttered dismissively. How foolish. Surka trembled in the centipede's grip, her breath quivering in the cold air. Panic swirled in her eyes as she tried to understand what was happening. I don't understand what they're talking about at all. I just want to protect the younger elves. Please help me, Cha-Cha. Her desperate plea echoed only inside her mind. Help me. In that moment of terror, an image surfaced before her eyes. Grandfather, Surka cried silently. Reality snapped back as the centipede's shadow loomed closer. The creature lifted the green fragment, its glow reflecting in its monstrous eyes, and brought it steadily toward Surka's face. Her breath hitched. Her eyelids squeezed shut. I don't want this, she cried inwardly. From beneath Surka's shadow, a massive black hand surged upward, an overwhelming construct of darkness bursting forth with crushing force. Before the centipede could react, the shadow hand seized it mid-motion and crushed it effortlessly, its body collapsing under the sheer pressure. Arsha's eyes widened, her composure cracking for the first time as she stared at the destroyed summon. That is, she exclaimed, her voice wavering between disbelief and shock. From Surka's shadow, the hulking form of a shadow ice giant rose, its massive body dripping with darkness. Its hands still clenched the crushed remains of the centipede as it towered protectively behind her. Surka stared up at it, her voice trembling as the realization hit her. A summoned beast, controlled by Ho-Ho? Arsha's expression tightened as her eyes narrowed sharply, the pieces finally falling into place. Don't tell me, she said coldly, you've already made contact with the heir of shadow. Pia gasped beside Arsha, panic spreading across her face as she blurted out. If that's true, then the heir of shadow will come here. Arsha's gaze dropped to the shattered green fragments scattered across the snow. Her jaw tightened, and her expression darkened as she spoke in a sharp, controlled voice. We don't have any spare star fragments left. And I have no intention of clashing with the heir of shadow while breaking my contract with Iterim. Her aura surged violently. Red light flared in her eyes as twisted shadows and energy coiled around her body, revealing the fury she was no longer bothering to restrain. We'll abduct the heir of frost and get out of here, Granga. I'm counting on you. The ground trembled beneath Surka's feet. The vibration shot straight through her body, freezing her in place for a split second as fear crawled up her spine. Her eyes widened, breath hitching, before she clenched her teeth and forced her shaking hands to steady. I won't let my guard down anymore, she told herself fiercely. Her gaze hardened, anger flaring beneath the fear. They were the ones who threatened us first. This time I won't back down. With that resolve burning in her chest, Surka lunged forward, dagger clenched tightly in her hand. Snow scattered beneath her feet as she charged straight toward Arsha, her eyes blazing with desperation and fury. I'll be the one doing the killing, she thought, heart pounding. Before she could close the distance, a massive shadow crashed down between them. Granga appeared in an instant, his enormous body blocking her path completely. His presence slammed into her like a solid wall of force. Surka barely had time to react before his massive weapon swung upward. The blunt end struck her square in the stomach, knocking the air from her lungs as her eyes flew wide and her body folded around the impact. At the exact moment Surka was hit, a thunderous roar tore through the snowstorm. The shadow ice giant surged forward, enraged by the attack on her. Shadows swirled violently around its massive purple fist as it drew back and charged straight at Granga, intent on crushing him into the ground. Granga reacted without hesitation. His weapon flashed in a single, brutal arc. The strike cut cleanly through the charging shadow ice giant, splitting the massive form apart as the blade carved through its core. The creature's body tore open, then began to crumble, its roaring fury dissolving into drifting fragments of dark mist. Granga remained standing, unshaken and unhurried. With his free hand, he seized Surka by the face, lifting her effortlessly as though she weighed nothing. His grip tightened in her hair, forcing her head up and making her face forward. Pain shot through her scalp, but her eyes still darted past him, fixed on Arsha. She's so strong, Surka thought desperately, her chest trembling with fear and frustration. Arsha stepped closer, her expression eerily calm. Stay still, Arsha ordered. Her eyes sharpened as she delivered the warning, each word deliberate and merciless. If you make this any more troublesome, you will regret it. Just as Arsha leaned into act, a sudden blur shot upward from the cliff behind her. A dark silhouette tore through the air with terrifying speed, its shadow stretching long across the snow as it arced overhead. Arsha's eyes widened the instant she recognized that presence, her composure cracking for the first time. Granga reacted immediately. He stepped forward without hesitation, his massive body sliding between Arsha and the descending figure. Muscles tightened beneath his skin as he clenched his grip around his weapon, the blade letting out a low hum as power surged through it. He planted his feet firmly, ready to intercept whoever was about to land. It was Suho. He crashed down onto the frozen ground with crushing force. His eyes burned with a cold, furious glow as he lifted his head and stared straight at the figures before him. "Who are you people? Where are you taking that kid?" Surka's head snapped up at the sound of his voice. Tears welled in her eyes as hope broke through the fear choking her chest. "Ho ho," she cried out, her voice trembling with desperate relief. Suho did not hesitate. The instant Granga shifted his stance, Suho's fist shot forward like a falling meteor. It slammed into Granga's massive weapon with a deafening crash. The collision detonated outward, unleashing a violent shockwave that tore through the snowfield. Ice and debris were hurled into the air as the blast ripped across the mountainside. The ground trembled beneath them. Snow spiraled upward as if a storm had been born in that instant. Granga's eyes widened as the shock settled in. Suho's raw strength was far beyond his expectations. His jaw tightened, teeth grinding together as the force continued to reverberate up his arms. A sharp tremor ran through his weapon. The metal rang with a deep, strained vibration, shuddering violently in his grip. For a brief moment, even Granga's hardened hold faltered as the haft vibrated uncontrollably, forcing him to struggle to steady it. That single opening was enough. Arsha moved without mercy. She lunged forward and seized Surka by the arm, dragging the trembling ice elf into her grasp. With a sharp command, she turned and broke into a sprint, Pia following close behind as they fled in the opposite direction. As they ran across the frozen ground, Pia glanced back, panic breaking through her voice. "Arsha, what do we do?" she shouted. The air of Shadow and Granga have already clashed. Arsha did not slow her pace. Her expression remained sharp and focused as she tightened her grip on Surka. "Just hurry and prepare the gate, Pia," she replied coldly. Pia immediately thrust her hands forward. The air in front of her warped and twisted, space bending as the outline of a teleportation gate began to form. Arsha positioned herself beside Pia. From what they had gathered through the bugs, Suho's combat strength was absurd, his growth rate abnormal, his movements impossible to predict. Even so, she judged that suppressing Granga would not be easy for him. As long as Granga bought them time, they could take the air of frost and escape. Before that plan could fully settle, a chill crawled up Arsha's spine. Her face drained of color as a massive, murderous aura surged up behind her. "Where do you think you're going?" Suho's voice rang out behind them, low and heavy enough to rattle bone. A short distance away, Granga was already on his knees. His massive weapon lay cracked beside him, his body shuddering as he struggled to draw breath after the clash. Suho did not spare him a single glance. His steps were steady and relentless, each one closing the distance toward Arsha. Granga's huge frame trembled uncontrollably as Suho's aura crushed down on him. The proud warrior who had sliced through a shadow beast moments earlier could not even lift himself now, his body completely pinned by the overwhelming pressure. Not far away, Surka lifted her head. Her small body was still shaking, but the moment she saw Suho, her eyes overflowed. Tears streamed down her cheeks, freezing against her skin as she stared at him, relief breaking through the fear. Suho took another step forward. The shadow gauntlet rippled up his arm, pulsing with violent, living darkness. Black smoke curled around him like a raging storm, and his expression hardened into something cold and predatory. His glowing eyes locked onto Arsha and the others. "Give the child back," he said. The killing intent packed into those words was so sharp it felt as if the world itself had frozen. At that moment, a system window materialized beside him. The numbers glowed as if straining to contain the power behind them, perfectly reflecting the terrifying presence pressing down on the battlefield.
The story continues as Suho stepped in, his shadow gauntlet humming with a low, dangerous vibration as he spoke in a cold, commanding voice, telling her, "Let the child go." Pia's eyes narrowed, startled, and she muttered under her breath that Granga was losing ground far faster than she'd expected. Arsha clicked her tongue, her expression darkening as she realized the situation was starting to slip out of control right in front of her. Clutched in Arsha's grasp, Sirka trembled, her voice breaking as she cried out, "Ho-ho!" Her eyes filled with tears as she froze, and Arsha's voice came down cold and firm, ordering her, "Stay put." One of Arsha's insects struck Sirka's neck, its sting sharp and precise, and Sirka's strength drained instantly. Her body went slack as her consciousness slid away. From behind them, Suho's voice rang out in shock as he called, "Sirka." Arsha turned slightly, a faint smile forming as she glanced back at him, then said calmly, "Don't worry. All I did was put Frost's descendant to sleep for a bit." Suho's eyes widened as the words sank in, his mind catching on the implication. "Heir of the Frost Monarch? Don't tell me you're survivors of the war between the monarchs?" Arsha met his gaze without hesitation, her voice steady as she repeated, "Survivors," straightening, confidence clear in her eyes. She declared, "We didn't just survive. We chose to remain as survivors of the war between the monarchs. We, too, are heirs of the monarchs." Suho's breath caught, his eyes widening as he forced out, "What?" Before he could properly process it, a violent surge of movement cut through the air. Granga, who had been down moments ago, forced himself upright with a low growl, hoisting his massive weapon as veins bulged and power flooded back into his body. In the next instant, Granga swung, and the blade tore through the snowy air, crashing straight towards Suho in a brutal, unrestrained strike that Suho barely managed to block. The impact hurled Suho backward through the snow, his body twisting as he fought to brace himself, teeth clenched and eyes burning with disbelief. This bastard. Both of his arms should have been broken for sure. Before he could recover, Arsha entered the fray, lunging in without a word as her power surged and grotesque, red-eyed insects burst forth at her command, swarming towards Suho in a violent rush. A massive explosion tore across the snowy field, the shockwave ripping the air apart as Arsha and Granga watched from a distance, their silhouettes framed against the blast. As the debris settled, the two stood their ground, and Arsha stepped forward with her eyes fixed on the chaos ahead, saying, "Granga, I'll join in too." She didn't hesitate, adding calmly but firmly, "We need to buy time until Pia opens the gate." A system window suddenly appeared in front of Suho, like a harsh notification cutting through the moment. Notification: Quest has been updated. A system window unfolded before Suho. Quest has been updated. Another notice followed immediately. Quest: Monarch's descendants. Seek out the Monarch's descendants and recruit them as companions. The denizens of the Shadow Dungeon will never acknowledge you as the master of this land for being too weak. Survival for the required time will provide yourself. Fong's descendant, Gray 1/1. White Flame's descendant, Essel 1 of 1. Iron Body's descendant, Amit 1/1. Frost's descendant, Sirka 1/1. Plague's descendant, unknown. Beginning's descendant, unknown. Transfiguration's descendant, unknown. Destruction's descendant, unknown. Monarch's descendants who have become companions, 3 out of 8. Reward, unknown. Moments later, the snow-packed wall Suho had been blasted into finally gave way. He stepped through the broken frost, brushing off the bite of cold as he muttered under his breath, "The quest just got updated? So I have to meet the other descendants here." A slow, dangerous grin pulled at Suho's mouth as Baru rose out of his shadow, his presence sharp with that familiar, eager edge. "It's fortunate you came this way, young monarch. You've cut down the work. We've already found 3 of the descendants." Suho's eyes narrowed slightly, steady and unshaken. "I don't think those guys are going to willingly become our companions, are they?" Baru's grin spread wider. "You just have to beat them up until they do." Granga didn't waste a heartbeat. With a roar that split the quiet, he charged straight at Suho, weapon raised, the air cracking as he swung with full force. Suho met the charge head-on, his movement sharp and decisive, and his blade carved across Granga's body in a rapid flurry of slashes. Each clean hit sent blood spraying against the white snow. Behind them, Arsha's back warped and twisted as dark, centipede-like appendages began to form, writhing, growing, and extending outward like living weapons hungry for a target. With her eyes narrowed and her face set in hard focus, she raised her hand, and Arsha gave a silent command. The centipede-like creatures surged forward in unison, launching themselves towards Suho to strike. Suho forced his way through the swarm without slowing, shadows ripping and tearing through the centipede-like bugs as he spoke coldly. The one using bugs, his gaze sharpened as he read the rhythm of the assault, and he continued, "You must be a ranged attacker." Ahead of him, Arsha didn't reply, not even a word. She only watched, a slow, sinister grin spreading across her face like she'd been waiting for him to figure it out. In the next instant, the insects reacted. A violent ripple of portals sparked into existence, crackling through the air like sudden, jagged shortcuts. The bugs vanished into one portal, and another snapped open at Suho's blind spot. Then they burst out from there and slammed into him. Suho crossed his arms and braced himself as the attacks closed in from both sides at once, the portal strikes crashing into his guard and forcing a sharp jolt through his stance. The next moment, he clenched his teeth and let out a strained groan. Ugh! His eyes narrowed, focus tightening as he rapidly assessed what had happened, realizing with tense clarity that the hit had slipped in from the side. Arsha turned her head slightly toward Pia, satisfaction clear in her voice as she said, "Nice work, Pia." Pia let out a small, pleased laugh, hee. Facing them, Suho clicked his tongue inwardly. So that's the kid's ability. A beat later, his gaze shifted again, senses tightening as that pressure behind him returned like a familiar threat reloading. That guy just gets up again like nothing. Behind Suho, Granga had already hauled himself back to his feet, his massive frame looming once more as his aura steadily surged back into place, stubborn and relentless. Suho found himself completely boxed in. In front of him stood Granga, towering, unmoving, like a wall that refused to fall. To the side, Arsha watched with calm menace, while Pia remained poised behind her, magic still lingering in the air like a faint aftershock. Inside his head, one thought echoed, heavy and unfinished. Saving Sirka in this situation is going to be tough. A voice suddenly cut through the chaos. "Young Monarch." Suho's eyes widened as he recognized it, his breath catching for a split second. This voice is Essel. At the same time, he couldn't stop. He was forced to keep moving, clashing against Arsha and Granga together, barely holding his ground as their pressure and attacks kept closing in. Essel's voice rang out again inside his head, urgent and firm. "Send me and Gray out. We'll help you." Suho grit his teeth, "But these guys are way more than you can handle." There was no hesitation in Essel's reply. "It's okay. Please, trust us." Suho's jaw tightened as Essel's voice pressed on. "We want to be companions who fight alongside you, too." Snow and debris scraped across his face as Granga's weight and pressure bore down harder. In the next instant, while still blocking Granga's attack head-on, Suho twisted his wrist and activated the shadow key. Black shadows ripped open space itself as the shadow dungeon began to unfold behind him. Through clenched teeth, without looking back, Suho snapped at her. "Don't strain yourselves. Both of you." As the shadow dungeon opened, Essel and Gray shot past Granga without hesitation, their figures cutting through the snowstorm as they headed straight toward Arsha. Granga twisted his head just in time to watch them go, his eyes narrowing as he realized they'd slipped right past him. A moment later, Essel glanced sideways at Gray, her lips curling into a confident grin as she shouted, "It's finally our time to shine." Her gaze sharpened with excitement as she added, "Are you ready, Gray?" Arsha lifted her hand, a sinister smile spreading across her face as she spoke with icy calm. "Monarch's descendants bound to Shadow's descendant, is it?" Her fingers tipped forward as her gaze sharpened to a point. "How about I use this opportunity to take them as well?" In the very next instant, the ground detonated. Massive centipedes erupted from beneath the snow, their segmented bodies bursting upward in a violent surge. Essel and Gray reacted at the last possible moment, springing away as jagged jaws snapped shut where they'd been standing only seconds earlier. As Suho clashed head-on with Granga, sparks and shockwaves ripping through the snowy air, he shouted urgently, "Essel!" Gray, locked in combat with Arsha's insect monsters. Essel didn't look back. She shouted over the chaos, "Don't worry about us, young Monarch." In the next moment, she swung her blade in a clean arc, slicing straight through a lunging insect creature, and thought to herself, "So this is the level of the opponents the current Monarch is facing. They're certainly strong." Essel's motion slowed for a split second as memories surfaced, unbidden, sharp, and impossible to ignore. "I am well aware that the young Monarch hasn't called for us," she admitted to herself, "to protect us, given the gap in our growth." But her eyes hardened again as she snapped fully back into the moment, the battlefield roaring into focus like a screen pulling you out of a freeze frame. Just then, Essel's eyes widened as a violent surge of power erupted from within her. In the very next instant, crimson energy tore forward, and every insect monster standing in front of her was cleaved apart in a single overwhelming sweep. In that moment, her hair turned completely white, whipping violently as energy engulfed her body, making it unmistakably clear her power had fully awakened. Essel carved straight through the remaining monsters, her movements sharp and merciless. As she did, her form changed completely, her power fused with Gray's, their energies merging into a single demonic presence. Her white hair flared violently with red-black energy, and in a frustrated voice she shouted, "That's what makes us even more frustrated." Suho twisted his body mid-clash with Granga, his eyes narrowing as realization struck him. Essel and Gray. Then his thoughts sharpened with surprise. They used a beast possession bond skill. In the next moment, Essel stepped forward, her lips curling into a confident smile as her fused presence with Gray radiated pressure. She spoke clearly, without hesitation. "That's not the only thing we have." Essel activated her bond skill, Demon Strike LV.3. In an instant, crimson energy exploded outward, unleashing a relentless barrage of slashing attacks that tore through the battlefield, shredding the surrounding monsters one after another. In the next moment, one of those crimson strikes cut past Arsha at blinding speed. Arsha's eyes widened sharply as she realized it had narrowly missed, the residual pressure brushing past her face before vanishing into the storm. Essel seized that opening and dove straight down at Arsha, her strike crashing in with full force. Arsha reacted instantly and blocked the blow head-on, the impact exploding between them. In the next moment, Essel deactivated Beast Possession. As the power released, Gray separated from her form and shot forward, sprinting past Arsha toward Pia without hesitation. Caught off guard, Arsha could only widen her eyes and mutter, "Shit." Pia froze as Gray suddenly charged straight toward her. Panic flashed across her face as she cried out, "Wait, I am a non-combat ant." Instinctively, she crossed her arms in front of her face, bracing herself, and let out a startled, "Whoa." But the impact never came. Gray shot past her without landing a single hit, and in the same smooth motion he scooped up Sirka, who'd been lying on the ground, and carried her away. Pia stood there frozen in shock as they slipped right past her, disappearing beyond her in a blink. The moment Essel saw Gray successfully secure Sirka, her face lit up and she burst out with a wide smile. "Good job, Gray." Without wasting a second, she relayed it loud and clear, calling out, "Young Monarch, we've secured the child." Still locked in combat with Granga, Suho's expression eased, pride showing through as he heard her. Even while fighting, he spoke with unmistakable admiration, using bond skills, even controlling them proficiently. And then, with no effort to hide how impressed he was, he added, "You two are amazing." Arsha's face twisted with irritation as she snapped sharply, "Bond skills. Is that a privilege that exists only in your system?" Her frustration spilled over fast, her voice turning venomous as the next thought broke out. "It's pissing me off." In that instant, the tentacles behind her sharpened, their tips narrowing into lethal points, and they drove forward violently. They broke straight through Essel's defense and pierced her abdomen. Essel's eyes flew wide in shock as the strike landed, blood spilling from her mouth as her body stiffened from the impact. Suho's eyes widened too, his expression tightening the moment he saw Essel in that condition. Arsha's body had already shifted into a new form. Dark wings spread from her back, and a long tail coiled behind her. At the very end of that tail, Essel was trapped, her body hanging limply as she groaned through the pain. Arsha looked down at her coldly and spoke without hesitation. Seeing how I haven't gotten a quest to accept you as companions, it means the system has deemed you unnecessary. Her shape warped further as power swelled through her, jagged, armor-like growth spreading across her body. Her eyes burned with a cold, dead certainty as she looked down at her target and said flatly, mercilessly, "Just die." In the next instant, right before she could bring the killing blow down, her attention was yanked away with force. Granga's massive body suddenly came flying across the battlefield, hurled back by Suho's attack, the impact ripping through the space and forcing Arsha to turn toward him. Arsha's face twisted violently at the sight of Granga being sent flying. Veins bulged, her eyes burned red, and she screamed in pure fury, "Shadow's descendant!" Suho seized the opening immediately. He moved without hesitation, his body blurring forward, and with one clean, precise flash of his blade, he severed Arsha's tail midair. Essel slipped free at the same time, and Suho caught her firmly in his arms, pulling her clear and out of danger before Arsha could even react. As Arsha tried to pull herself back together from the damage, Suho turned his back to her without a shred of hesitation and summoned his item window, the faint system sound echoing like a sharp notification as he reached into it. A moment later, he was already down on one knee beside Essel. He tipped the potion over her injury, the liquid soaking into the wound as Essel weakly tried to speak. "Why, young Monarch?" Suho cut her off at once, his voice calm but firm. "It's okay, Essel. Rest up." Gray stayed close at her side, watching in silence as the potion took effect. Suho brought his hand to his chest and opened the shadow dungeon, the dark space tearing open beside him as he spoke without looking back. "Gray, take Essel and Sirka to the shadow dungeon." Gray stood behind him with Essel already supported against his side. He gave a short, steady response. Arf. The ground behind them erupted upward. Granga, having recovered once again, launched himself from shattered ice, his massive body surging back into the battlefield like he'd never been knocked down at all. Arsha stood with Granga at her side as snow and broken ice settled around them. Without turning back, she called out sharply, "Pia." Pia answered immediately, her voice steady as she stepped closer. "Yeah, Arsha. I already saw the gate and memorized it." As Pia's eyes began to glow with a soft blue light, she continued, power circulating through her gaze. "The cost might be huge since it's his exclusive domain, but I'll open the gate anytime for you, Arsha." Then she turned toward Granga and Pia, her tone snapping back into something firm and unmistakably commanding. "All right, Granga, Pia. Go and retrieve Frost's descendant." Without hesitation, the air behind them warped and collapsed inward, and a glowing blue portal opened with lightning-like energy spiraling at its core. Before the distortion could fully fade into the snowstorm, a sharp voice cut through the white haze. "Hey, Bug." Arsha paused mid-motion. Slowly, she turned her head back toward the source, toward Suho. Suho faced her with a razor-sharp gaze and spoke coldly. "From the way you're talking, you can see the system too, can't you? Are you using the system my father, the Shadow Monarch, made?" Arsha's lips curved into a slow, confident smile as she answered without a hint of doubt. "Not a chance. The system I use is designed far better than yours." She continued calmly, her tone steady as she finished the thought. "And it already proved it. My system told me Frost's descendant would be here." Suho let out a quiet breath, his eyes dropping for a moment as he replied, "Good. That's a relief." Then he lifted his head again, gaze sharpening as his voice turned colder. "Because it means my father didn't hand his system over to trash like you." The tension thickened as they stood facing each other across the snow, the air between them turning heavy and tight. Arsha's voice sharpened, irritation cutting into every syllable. "Do you really have time to run your mouth? My companions just went into your exclusive domain." Suho didn't even blink. His expression stayed flat, almost dismissive, as he answered, "I don't care." Arsha stared at him and pressed with a sharp, probing edge. "What? So you're throwing away your companions?" typical of the Shadow Monarch's descendant, someone who can handle everything alone. Suho remained calm as the wind began to coil around his feet, snow lifting and swirling in thin, restless streams. His expression didn't change as he replied, "It's not that I'm abandoning them." The pressure in the air intensified as he continued, "There's just no need to worry about them." The swirling wind compressed tighter around Suho, like it was being dragged into a single point. He raised his gaze slightly and said in a low, decisive voice, "And as for you." In the very next instant, Suho vanished from where he stood, leaving only distorted air and drifting snow behind. He reappeared in a blink, right in front of Arsha, and the clash detonated the moment their weapons met. Purple shadow energy and green, insect-like power ground violently against each other, sparks ripping through the air as the force of the impact shook the space between them. Suho's eyes narrowed, his voice calm but cutting as he drove his blade forward and said, "Why don't you worry about yourself instead?" Arsha's eyes flashed crimson as she met his strike head-on. She grit her teeth, her arm trembling as she blocked Suho's relentless pressure, a sharp breath tearing out of her as she snarled back, "Ho!" The scene shifted into the shadow dungeon. Sirka lay sprawled across cracked, shadow-soaked ground, her body still and cold against the unfamiliar surface. Moments later, her eyelids fluttered. Sirka let out a small groan as she regained consciousness, her fingers twitching before she slowly pushed herself up. Confusion widened her eyes, and a startled murmur slipped from her lips as she lifted her head and looked around. Her voice trembled as she muttered, "Teich, this place is..." Only then did she notice Essel lying unconscious nearby, collapsed on the ground. Standing protectively in front of her was Gray, posture tense and alert, facing off against Granga and Pia. Sirka steadied her breathing and fixed her gaze ahead. In the distance, Granga and Pia stood with their backs turned, their attention pulled elsewhere. Those people, they were the ones trying to kidnap me earlier. I shall ask a question. But before she could even shift her weight to move, an immense pressure flooded the area without warning. Sirka's eyes widened as the air itself grew heavy, crushing down on her shoulders like the space had suddenly doubled in weight. The oppressive voice didn't let up. It pressed down on everyone present, heavy and merciless. "You may die depending on how you answer. So do so carefully." At those words, Pia and Granga both stiffened, their bodies reacting as if the command had been physically shoved into them. In the next moment, the source of that crushing presence revealed himself. Standing atop the building, bathed in a violent crimson aura, was Amit, his power flaring like a raging inferno as he looked down at them from above. From that elevated position, he spoke again, his voice echoing through the space. "Are you the ones who left that demon woman?" Below, Granga and Pia stared up at him. Amit's voice thundered down, thick with fury, in that state. The instant those words left his mouth, his rage detonated outward. He slammed his hand into the side of the building, and the structure shattered under the impact as cracks spiderwebbed through the stone. And that wraps up today's episode. Thank you so much for watching till the end. Your support truly means a lot. If you enjoyed this chapter breakdown, make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, and turn on notifications so you never miss the next part of Solo Leveling Ragnarok. More epic chapters are on the way, so stay tuned. And I'll see you in the next video.